As Wei Runshi stepped outside, a warm breeze gently wafted past him, gliding over his fingertips and brushing through his hair, softly caressing the newly sprouted spring grass that had quietly emerged around him. A beam of light, piercing through the clouds, cascaded down in dappled shades of pale gold, imbued with a gentle warmth. Wei Runshi inhaled deeply, slowly surveying his surroundings. Though modest in size, the entrance was flooded with sunlight, and the interior, albeit humble, was remarkably clean and orderly. The only remaining maidservant in the household, carrying a wooden basin, hurried inside before rushing off to tend the fire. As she passed by Wei Runshi in the small courtyard, she flashed him a smile, as warm as the morning light that cascaded from the heavens. The somewhat worn yet freshly laundered garments of the matron were a testament to her strictness, as she admonished Wei Runshi, saying, "My son, hasten to wash and do not delay your morning studies." It had been a week since he inexplicably became the master of this body, and he was gradually acclimating to life in this era. In a once prosperous but now declining landlord's household, with a body not yet of age, a life characterized by insufficient food and clothing, alongside a somewhat rigid matron and a diminutive maidservant, the stark departure from the richness and convenience of modern life had indeed posed a challenge to adapt. Yet, upon reflection, it also distanced him from the bizarre complexities of contemporary existence, rendering life more pure. As Wei Runshi reassured himself, he opened a book and read a few lines, discovering that it contained lessons he had once taught in a later time. A smile crept onto his lips. The magic of Chinese characters transcended 12 centuries, allowing him to connect with them here. However, in the next moment, the fragrant aroma of corn wafted through the small courtyard, completely dissipating the temporal musings of Wei Runshi. There was no need to lament the capriciousness of fate that had transported him to the already declining Tang Dynasty. Upon reflection, it was indeed preferable to enjoy 3 meals a day rather than the meager 2 of the previous day. Thus, Wei Runshi lifted his bowl and remarked to the creator of the corn rice, "Siener's culinary skills have improved remarkably. It is truly delightful." He then proceeded to devour the corn rice with great enthusiasm. "My lord, please eat slowly. There is more." "Sir, pleased by the compliment," gently replied as she pushed another bowl toward him. Though aware that this term of address was meant for her master, it nearly caused Wei Runshi to bite his tongue. Alas, in the conceptual framework of later generations, the significance of this term was not nearly as expansive as it was in this era. Moreover, he was a solitary bachelor of a millennium. Wei Runshi waved his hand dismissively. "No more, I am full." He was well aware that there were only 3 bowls in total. If he accepted another, someone would surely go hungry. The rivers of Fuchong were plentiful, and not far from his doorstep flowed one. The waters of Dian River were still somewhat biting, gurgling as they converged into the Luo River, a crystalline clarity he had not witnessed in many years. One could even see fish frolicking beneath the surface. The pristine waters were indeed alluring. Had the weather been warmer, Wei Runshi would have eagerly waded barefoot into the river to be by the riverside. An abundance of wild vegetables flourished. Although many showed signs of having been foraged, yet what remained was ample. The qingming vegetable is indeed a treasure, possessing antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. The flavor of shepherd's purse is delightful, and its nutritional value is quite high. The discovery of wild garlic is particularly gratifying, for its taste is exquisite. Before long, Wei Runshi's hands were filled with an array of wild vegetables. He also gathered a handful of branches, intending to fashion a fishing trap. "Brother Runshi," a voice suddenly called from behind. Taken aback, Wei Runshi momentarily failed to respond. When the voice called again, he was jolted into the realization that he was indeed Wei Runshi. Turning around, he beheld a young gentleman who, having ridden a donkey past this spot, was now dismounting and approaching him, inquiring, "What brings you here, Brother Runshi?" The instant he saw him, a torrent of memories regarding this individual surged forth in Wei Renqi's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Noticing Wei Renqi's silence, the young man stepped closer and jested, "Brother Renshi, why the silence? Have you forgotten me?" "Why you?" Wei Renshi stammered, a parched sensation in his mouth, as an overwhelming feeling of temporal dislocation enveloped him, as if time itself had twisted and converged at this moment. Observing Wei Renshi still lost in thought, the young man laughed lightly. "Have you composed any fine verses of late, Brother Renshi?" At that moment, the titles of numerous poems flooded Wei Renqi's mind, including the Song of the Governor of Yinmen, Li Ping's Peep Tune, The Shortness of Bitter Days, The Farewell Song of Han. Images of dark clouds pressing down upon a city, the sentiment of time if it were to possess feelings, and, of course, sending off Brother Wei Renshi into the past. He Li Changji. Wei Renshi attempted to call out, "What troubles you today, Brother Renshi?" The young man inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, to discover that the childhood friend of Li He was none other than the illustrious poet Ghost himself. What should one do upon encountering a living legend of history, who has inscribed poetry bearing one's name as its title? The urgency of the situation overwhelmed him, and he felt a desperate need for guidance. Wei Renshi was an utterly commonplace name, yet it had somehow been immortalized in the annals of time, thanks solely to the renowned poet who composed a remarkable piece in its honor. Sending Brother Wei Renshi into the past, penned by the Yatun-acclaimed Li He on a certain day in a certain month of a certain year, was a farewell poem written for his dear childhood companion. This act elevated an otherwise ordinary name into a small but significant niche within history. It was solely due to the poet being Li He that the three characters of Wei Renshi acquired a place in the chronicles of time. A sudden amusement washed over Wei Renshi as he recalled teaching a language class about the profound brotherly sentiments expressed in that very poem. Now, he found himself standing before the author, as the protagonist of the verses he had once extolled. After a considerable pause, he extricated himself from the surreal intertwining of time and fate, collected his thoughts, and replied with a smile, "I am fishing. The millet does not suffice, and I seek to catch fish to prepare a broth with wild vegetables." "Fishing!" exclaimed Li He, his interest piqued. He called over a young boy who was holding his donkey, handed him a somewhat worn silk pouch, and then rolled up his long sleeves. From a young age, Hung was a humble servant, riding a great donkey and carrying an ancient brocade pouch. Whenever he encountered something of value, he would inscribe it and cast it into the pouch. This moment triggered an inexplicable recollection in Wei Renqi's mind of how later generations would write about Li He. Surely, this must be the ancient brocade pouch sought after by those in search of verses. Turning around, he noticed Li He was about to remove his shoes, and Wei Renshi promptly intervened, saying, "There is no need to wade into the water. It is still too cold. Just observe my actions." With that, he lifted his garments to avoid the mud and approached the riverbank. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the fish were approximately 1 finger wide. He then took some broken branches, which were slightly narrower than that width, and arranged them in an oval shape, gradually tapering toward a small opening at the end. He then recalled a few earthworms he had casually collected while foraging for wild vegetables. With a light strike of a stone, he tossed them into the oval-shaped contraption he had crafted from the branches. Li He glanced at the branches and inquired, "Are you not trying to catch fish?" Wei Renshi replied, "Soon enough, the fish will swim in on their own and be unable to escape." "Swimming on their own?" Li He expressed his curiosity, leaning closer to observe the trap that Wei Renshi had fashioned, eager to witness the fish swimming into it. While watching the river, he remarked to Wei Renshi, "Have you heard? The Tibetan chieftain has been captured. The defeat is monumental." And then, Wei Renshi continued to gather wild vegetables, engaging in the conversation. "Do you think the court will seize this opportunity to act against the Tibetans?" Li He turned to him, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he speculated. Wei Renshi chuckled softly, "You are overthinking it. In comparison to the Tibetans, the greater threat to the Tang Dynasty lies elsewhere. Never mind, you are still quite young. Why ponder such matters? A true gentleman ought to be concerned about state affairs and share the burdens of his sovereign, declared Li He with admirable vigor, gesturing emphatically as he added, "Moreover, it is imperative that I, too, harbor thoughts of national matters." Wei Runshi turned to regard him. This young lad, likely of the same age as himself, possessed a slender frame. It inevitably stirred memories of the historical tribulations faced by Li He. In history, Li He was a prodigy, renowned in the capital by the tender age of 15. Alas, during his pursuit of the imperial examination, his father's name, Li Jinsu, phonetically akin to the word for advancement, became a tool for envious rivals to thwart him under the guise of a taboo. Despite Han Ye's fervent defense, appealing to the law and precedent, Li He was ultimately compelled to abandon the examination hall, forever barred from attaining the title of Jinshi. Though he later garnered Han Ye's appreciation and, by virtue of his noble lineage, secured a minor official position as a ceremonial attendant of the 9th rank, it was a meager role that rendered him unable to realize his aspirations. With no hope for promotion and no achievements to his name, the weight of sorrow and indignation deepened within him. Li He succumbed to melancholia, passing away at the tender age of 27. Thus, history lost a capable statesman while gaining a poet whose legacy would endure for millennia. Observing the hopeful spirit of Li He, Wei Runshi felt a surge of empathy as he contemplated the young man's historical fate. He reflected that despite Li He's unfulfilled ambitions and unrecognized talent, he was still far superior to Wei Runshi, whose name remained obscure in history, reliant solely on Li He's poetry for any semblance of remembrance. Upon reflection, one might conclude that a life, albeit fraught with challenges, is preferable to the alternative. This is a time of twilight for the great Tang Dynasty. The era of prosperity has waned, and instability reigns. If one can navigate this dusk to lead a life of tranquility, free from want, indulging in simple pleasures, then what significance does the legacy behind hold? Even if the name Wei Runshi fades into obscurity, as long as I can savor the present, that shall suffice. To succumb to melancholy over an unfulfilled career, leading to an untimely demise, seems utterly futile to me now, as Wei Runshi. What value does a name hold? What weight does an unremarkable career carry? To endure, to truly live, and to do so with quality that is my pursuit. Li He may be immortalized as a poetic genius, yet I am Wei Runshi, rooted in the present. With a sense of relief, the haze of uncertainty across the ages began to dissipate. Rising to my feet, I noticed the earth beneath me softening, shedding the relentless chill and hardness of the long winter. The nurturing cradle of life is remarkably unpretentious. All dormant seeds find here the potential to flourish, to blossom into their unique forms, creating a myriad of vibrant existences. Whether breaking through the soil or poised to bloom, whether unfurling slowly or flowing gently, be it a silent emergence or a melodious whisper, whether commonplace or strikingly remarkable, each one embodies the vigor of life. Chapter 2. Plowing. Once your trap has caught 10 fish, I shall tell you, said Wei Runshi with a chuckle, as he dug a few worms from the damp earth nearby and tossed them into the trap. Watching the fish accumulate within, his excitement grew. The fish here are quite unpalatable, utterly rank, remarked Li He, observing Wei Runshi's enthusiasm as he prepared to catch them. Wei Runshi laughed heartily. That is merely because you lack the skill. As soon as he uttered these words, he recalled that they were in the Tang Dynasty, where not every household had oil for cooking. Surely, when preparing fish soup, one would not first fry the fish in oil, would they? Alas, he had not even a drop of oil at home. Fortunately, a pinch of coarse salt remained, ensuring he would not have to endure a tasteless broth. Thus, enhancing one's quality of life was of utmost importance. The two of them frolicked by the riverbank for a while, during which Wei Runshi fashioned a small basket from willow branches, astonishing Li He, who then requested one for himself to hold his catch. The matriarch of the household observed this scene and called Wei Runshi into the house. You are of noble lineage. Your great-grandfather, grandfather, and father were all scholars. In the future, you must devote yourself to your studies, always mindful of your duty to honor your ancestors. Do not allow your mind to wander. Such trivial pursuits need not occupy your time. If you find your meals insufficient, simply speak up. I would never wish to burden you. To Wei Ming. The matriarch appeared somewhat rigid in her views. He felt that his contemporary philosophy of living in the moment would be lost on her. He intended to nod in agreement and dismiss the conversation, but before he could, he found himself responding with a smile. Which scion of a noble house would ever go hungry and require his mother to borrow grain? I am the eldest son, yet I cannot bring myself to ask my mother to beg for food on my behalf. What was initially a jest soon cast a shadow over the matriarch's countenance. She sighed deeply and remarked, to study diligently and attain scholarly distinction, thus entering the court to benefit the populace, is the ancestral teaching of the Wei family. And it must never be forgotten. Had it not been for the early demise of both your grandfather and father, our family, at the very least, would still be among the prominent clans of this locality, and we would not be reduced to such dire straits. Nonetheless, we still possess a few acres of meager farmland. Alas, our household consists solely of women and children, incapable of labor, resulting in the fields being overrun with weeds and yielding no harvest. This is indeed the fault of a mother managing the household. Wei Ming pondered within himself, considering the plight of a mere woman, an underage child, and a frail young maidservant. Were they to be farmers, they could manage the agricultural tasks. However, given their current misfortunes, it truly is a burden upon them. Nevertheless, since he has now assumed the identity of Wei Ming, this responsibility has become his own. He believed it should not be overly burdensome, for he had lived 1,200 years longer than they. Yet, he heard the matriarch continue, though this may be so, we cannot neglect the land. In these days, we must take advantage of the rain-soaked soil and begin plowing the fields. Wei Ming had indeed plowed land before. Had there been the convenient farming tools from later generations, cultivating a few acres would be no challenge. However, the current situation posed difficulties. Thus, Wei Ming once more stepped outside, making his way towards the fields. He observed diligent farmers seizing the time to till the soil. Upon seeing the tools in their hands, a sense of foreboding filled him. Relying solely on those implements would hardly allow the women and children at home to cultivate a few acres of land with ease. As he traversed the earthen ridge, Wei Ming observed the farmer, Uncle Zhao, exerting himself to guide the plow through the field with great difficulty. Uncle Zhao, is this plow not heavy? Wei Ming inquired from the edge of the field. Allow me to give it a try. That may not be wise, chuckled the old farmer, wiping his brow. You, young Master Wei, are a scholar, accustomed to wielding a pen. In the future, you shall surely attain great distinction. How can you engage in such toil in the muddy ground? Wei Ming replied with a smile. Even the sages descend to tend to agriculture each spring, turning the soil with their own hands. What am I then? Laughing, he removed his shoes and rolled up his sleeves. Leaping into the field to seize the rope from old Zhao's hands, he slung the rope over his shoulder and pulled with all his might. Yet the plow remained utterly immobile. His frame was still small and rather frail, devoid of any strength. Old Zhao grinned broadly, taking the rope back from Wei Ming and resumed dragging the plow, signaling to his son-in-law behind him to continue their labor. Meanwhile, Wei Ming stood by, intently observing the plow. It was indeed a curved beam plow, though the beam was excessively long, categorizing it as a long curved beam plow. Moreover, it lacked certain components that the plows he had encountered in later times possessed. For instance, it had no plow wall, rendering it incapable of simultaneously pushing aside the soil while tilling. The plow blade was too straight, making it difficult to penetrate the earth and turn it over efficiently. In remote mountainous regions, where vast fields are scarce and land is divided into small plots, modern machinery often fails to reach, and in some areas, even tractors cannot pass. Thus, the traditional methods of oxen plowing and antiquated farming tools persist abundantly in these locales. As a teacher engaged in rural education, having grown up in the countryside, Wei Ming is well acquainted with traditional farming tools. He is certain that if he were to recreate the antique implements he has encountered in later generations, the efficiency of tilling the land would increase significantly. Perhaps even a small family of 3 could manage the farming tasks with ease. Although only a few old houses remain, a dedicated study has been set aside for Wei Ming. Upon returning home, he eagerly immersed himself in his work, firmly shutting the door behind him and taking up his brush to sketch. Fortuitously, He inherited the memories of his former self, and due to his professional background, he had practiced calligraphy, allowing him to adapt swiftly to using the brush for drawing. For an entire afternoon, he persevered until, despite straining his eyes, the contents of the paper became indistinct, resulting in a considerable waste of precious sheets. At last, Wei Rinshi succeeded in illustrating a design that satisfied him, depicting the principles and structure of the curved plow, which, in truth, is rather simple. Nevertheless, he invested significant effort to produce a correct and comprehensible design for the artisans. After lighting a lamp, he was inspired to refine his work further. After utilizing several more sheets of paper, he delineated several key structural components of the curved plow. Consequently, a complete illustration transformed into a combination of distinct parts. He meticulously gathered the discarded sheets, preserving them for future use. Subsequently, Wei Rinshi exited the study. Such matters ought not to be disclosed to my mother, otherwise, she would surely accuse me of being distracted and not dedicating myself to my studies. I must first devise a means to acquire some funds and discreetly seek out a craftsman for my needs. In that moment, Wei Rinshi immediately thought of his childhood friend. Chapter 3. Borrowing money. Although the fish stew contained merely a few grains of coarse salt, it was enriched by the freshness of the newly caught fish, rendering it exceedingly flavorful. When wild vegetables were added, it transformed into a thick and hearty concoction. While it may not provide the same satiating fullness as grain dishes, it undoubtedly offered sufficient nourishment. After consuming this wild vegetable fish stew for several days, Wei Rinshi felt invigorated, as though his strength had significantly increased. Though the matron of the household was referred to as Tai Fu Ren, she was scarcely nearing 30. In this era, she had already begun to refer to herself as old. It was apparent that she suffered from malnutrition. As for Wei Rinshi's own frail constitution, it was evident that he required ample nourishment. The young maidservant, too, was in a crucial stage of growth, necessitating proper sustenance. The entire family needed to be well-fed and adequately nourished, which weighed heavily on Wei Rinshi's shoulders. Silently, he pushed the bowl forward, noting that the sky had yet to darken, and remarked, "I shall step outside for a moment." The Li family resided just across the way. Following the waters of Daoyuan River, it would take but a short while to reach them. "I wish to discuss a few matters with you," Wei Rinshi responded, and together they entered the Li household. He first paid his respects to Li He's mother before excusing himself, then led Li He to his study. Although the Li family had fallen on hard times due to the untimely death of Li He's father, the latter had once held the position of county magistrate. Thus their family fortune remained more substantial than that of Wei Rinshi's. "Rinshi, what brings you to me?" Li He inquired after sending a servant to brew tea. Li He shook his head. "I do not know." "Quite a few." Li He nodded blandly. "Do you understand what I mean?" Wei Rinshi scratched his head. Li He replied, "Of course I do. The plow you have improved allows a strong laborer and an ox to cultivate significantly more land in a single day. Then why are you not excited?" Wei Rinshi asked in astonishment. Li He, equally perplexed, responded, "Why should I be excited?" Wei Rinshi clapped his hands, exclaiming, "The landlord class does not comprehend the lives of the hard-working masses. I shall borrow a few coins to engage some carpenters and blacksmiths to construct this device." Li He nodded in agreement, saying, "I do not manage the household finances. This matter must be discussed with my mother. Please wait a moment while I consult her for some copper coins." Wei Rinshi consented and remained in the study while Li He left to speak with his mother. Shortly thereafter, footsteps were heard, and Li He, accompanied by his mother, entered the study. Li He's mother, of a similar age to Wei Rinshi's mother, appeared to be in her 30s. After receiving Wei Rinshi's greetings, she smiled and inquired, "I have heard that my esteemed nephew has improved the plow, enabling a person to cultivate 6 times more land in a day. Is that true?" Noticing a hint of amusement in her eyes, Wei Rinshi responded, "Your humble nephew lacks experience. I would appreciate your guidance, dear aunt. Those who invest in hiring laborers are typically landowners with household servants and laborers at their disposal. Even if this invention allows for quicker cultivation for them, it ultimately means having sufficient manpower at home, and perhaps a few extra hands would suffice. What does it matter if it takes a day or 2 longer? Why spend unnecessarily?" Li He's mother remarked that for families with limited manpower, such tools are indeed necessary, yet they cannot afford the expense. Wei Rinshi grasped her meaning. For those with sufficient labor, the tool merely expedites work by a day or 2, rendering it dispensable. Conversely, those in dire need of it often cannot bear the cost or lack the funds to utilize it. Upon reflection, this realization struck him. Perhaps he could borrow a few coins from Brother Changji to procure it for his household. His aunt, aware that his family comprised mostly women and children, certainly recognized their need for such assistance. Wei Rincher smiled and said, "I kindly ask for your consent, dear aunt. I shall repay within 3 months. And I can provide a written acknowledgement. You and he are close friends. How could a few coins cause any distrust?" Li Yi's mother generously waved her hand, instructing someone to fetch the coins. Upon hearing this, Wei Rincher was momentarily taken aback, as a fleeting spark of understanding illuminated his mind, though the thought remained elusive. The plow, while intended for profit, did not inspire grand expectations in him. He merely hoped it would yield some grain and build a modest reserve, as it was not inherently a profit-generating tool. Tools serve a purpose, particularly agricultural implements. They must be accessible to farmers everywhere, for it is through their use that their true value and significance are realized. All farmers across the land should be able to obtain and utilize them. The advantages of the curved plow are self-evident. If it were to spread across the world and replace the existing long-handled and straight plows, the cultivation and farming of land nationwide would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. In this process, who stands to gain the most? At this thought, Wei Rincher understood clearly and guessed the unspoken half of Li Yi's mother's words. Having once been the wife of a county magistrate, she possessed a certain insight. Wei Rincher sighed and looked up at Li Yi's mother, saying, "Aunt, you are right. It is a pity that my nephew lacks the means to present this to higher authorities. He cannot very well carry a curved plow to the county office and announce that he has improved the plow, wishing to offer it to the court and the emperor." Hearing Wei Rincher's sudden remark, Li Yi's mother was momentarily taken aback, realizing how quickly he had discerned her thoughts. It was indeed a testament to their close bond as childhood friends. As a mother, she always believed her child to be the best. And though Li Yi was still young, he had already gained a reputation for his talent. She thought that only someone as quick-witted as him deserved to associate with her son. If Li Yi's father were still alive, he might have been able to assist his nephew in finding some opportunities. Alas, Li Yi's mother shook her head, and while speaking, she handed the copper coins brought by the boy to Wei Rincher. Chapter 4. I have a method. The next morning, Wei Rincher called out to Shearer, and together they ran out of the house, jogging leisurely along the path. Running and exercising, Wei Rincher is indeed working on his physical fitness, while Shearer merely finds it amusing and, prompted by Wei Rincher, follows along at a leisurely pace. However, Wei Rincher does not set excessively high expectations. It is merely the beginning. Whether through imitation or playful antics, once a habit is formed and maintained, the objective will be achieved. Changgu lacks both carpenters and blacksmiths, so in order to craft the curved plow, one must travel to Fuchang. After consuming another bowl of corn, Wei Rincher stepped out of his home and made his way toward Fuchang. Although Fuchang is merely a small county, it falls under the jurisdiction of Luozhou and lies along the route to Luoyang, not too far from the city, hence there are quite a number of people traveling. Though small as a sparrow, all its organs are present. The curved plow consists of over 10 components. In Fuchang, Wei Rincher sought out 5 carpenters and 3 blacksmiths, assigning each one a specific part or a pattern for several interrelated components. Given that each craftsman produces different parts, high precision at the joints is crucial for seamless assembly. Communicating the dimensions of each component to the various artisans consumed a considerable amount of Wei Rincher's time. Meanwhile, Wei Rincher's mother was wiping her face under the lamp, while Shearer stood by, holding a wooden basin and yawning. "My son has been out all day. What could he possibly be up to?" Lady Tai gently inquired. Aware that Lady Tai earnestly wished for him to pursue scholarly endeavors and eventually attain official status, Wei Rincher fabricated a response, after contemplating for several days. "I believe that studying cannot be done in isolation. I once heard a wandering Taoist say, without entering the mundane world, how can one see through its illusions? I now realize that studying is akin to this. Since one harbors the intention to serve in the government and benefit the populace, it is imperative to understand the common people intimately. How can one hope to advocate for their welfare while remaining ensconced in the confines of a study, devoid of interaction with them? Thus, I have resolved to venture forth more frequently, to observe and comprehend the multitude. For it is only through such understanding that one can truly embrace the essence of humanity." The matriarch, somewhat taken aback, gazed at Wei Rincher, momentarily speechless before responding. "My son, your words possess considerable insight. Your father espoused similar thoughts in his youth. To read extensively is commendable, yet to traverse the world is equally essential. It is indeed time for you to explore beyond these walls. However, You must bear in mind the utmost importance of not neglecting your studies. Yes, I shall heed my mother's counsel, Wei Ming replied, nodding in agreement. A haze of consciousness enveloped him, as fleeting memories surged forth, those once forgotten or merely half-remembered. Even the most casual sights and sounds, all vividly resurfacing in his mind. As the night ebbed away, his thoughts flourished like a garden in bloom. Upon awakening, he was compelled to return to labor in the fields. Agricultural toil proved arduous. Despite his earnest intentions, his physical strength fell short, rendering him ineffective. After a while, dizziness enveloped him, and sweat streamed down his brow, making him yearn to collapse onto the earth. The matriarch, equally drenched in perspiration, gritted her teeth in perseverance, sharing in the unspoken hardships, yet resolutely pressing on. One pulled with great effort from the front, while another pushed with determination from behind, a sight that evoked concern. Wei Ming sighed deeply. Madam Wei, young Master Wei, came the calls from the rich. Upon their approach, the matriarch gracefully acknowledged the official with a slight bow, stating, "The Wei family pays their respects to the village head." To everyone's surprise, the village chief was not an elderly man, but rather a robust gentleman in his 40s. He first took a step aside and remarked, "This truly astonishes me." He then continued, "Madam Wei, your household is filled with women and children. I can imagine that farming is no easy task. There is no need to rush. In the coming days, other households will likely finish their plowing as well. When the time comes, I shall summon some able-bodied men to assist your family with the fields. After the plowing, there remains the task of irrigation. Changgu, lacking irrigation channels, relies solely on the young men to carry water to the fields. How could I allow my family to impede others' farming schedules?" Madame Tai shook her head and replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but although our plowing may be slow, it is merely a matter of a few extra days." The village chief lowered his gaze, nudging the soil with his foot, and remarked, "This will not do, Madam Wei. Your plowing is far too shallow, and the stones have yet to be cleared away. There are indeed a few other widows in the area who, year after year, I lead a group of young men to assist with their farming. It is merely a side task. There is no need for you to be overly courteous." Witnessing the village chief's enthusiasm, Wei Ming felt a spark of curiosity. Observing the chief's slightly anxious demeanor alongside Madame Tai's deliberate attempt to create distance, he suddenly seemed to grasp something. A smile tugged at his lips. Though he could not help but voice a question, "Might I inquire, Chief Zheng, for I have seen a water wheel on the river. Why is it still necessary for young men to carry water for irrigation?" "Ah, young Lord Wei, you may not be aware that while we have the Knife Axle River nearby, and the Luo and Yi rivers further away, water is plentiful. Yet much of Changgu's land lies atop hills. Although there are water wheels to draw water, it cannot reach our location." The village leader replied, "Fortunately, we have many able-bodied youths here. I have organized a group of them to fetch water, with each household taking turns to irrigate their fields." Wei Ming frowned slightly, believing that by now a high-lift water wheel should have been available. However, uncertain, he inquired, "I am aware of a type of water wheel that possesses great force and can transport river water to the mountaintop. Do we not have such a device here?" The village leader chuckled, "I have seen such a water wheel, yet it would not be suitable for our location. The Luo River and the Yi River are too distant, and the water flow in Daoyuan Chuan is too sluggish, lacking the necessary momentum. The type of water wheel you speak of requires a swift current to generate power. Overall, Fuchang can be considered a plain, with gentle water flow. A high-lift water wheel must rely on rapid river currents to elevate the water-filled buckets and pour them into troughs. Changgu is situated slightly higher than other areas of Fuchang, but not by much. While the high-lift water wheel is impractical, there exists another kind of water wheel that thrives in gentle currents. This water wheel can be placed in waters with a slower flow, continuously delivering water to elevated banks. Changgu has a rear slope, which is essentially a modest hill, yet it rises above the fields of Changgu. By combining the two, it may yield considerable benefits. Thus, Wei Ming surveyed his several acres of land and glanced at his exhausted family, contemplating before addressing the village leader, Zheng Uncle. "I have a solution that could relieve the entire village's able-bodied youth from the burden of fetching water for irrigation in the future. With this method, the fields of Changgu may no longer require manual irrigation. May I exchange this method for assistance from other youths to cultivate my family's land?" Chapter 5. The matter of irrigation. China has been an agricultural powerhouse since ancient times. In a nation where food is paramount, the advancement of agriculture holds immense significance. Throughout the 5 millennia of Chinese civilization, the continual evolution of agricultural tools has played an indispensable role in the development of ancient agricultural culture. To excel in one's craft, one must first ensure the tools are well prepared. With superior instruments, tasks can be accomplished with greater efficiency and less effort. Agricultural implements not only reduce the labor time for farmers, but also enhance their productivity. These tools constitute a vital aspect of Chinese agricultural culture, with ancient Chinese farming equipment consistently surpassing that of other regions in the world during the same era. The gentle flow of the Taoyuan River contrasts sharply with the demands of the rotary water wheel, particularly the high-speed models that require a swift current. Wei Ming, however, is aware of a water wheel that necessitates a more tranquil flow. This water wheel, combined with the abundant bamboo found in Changgu, leads Wei Ming to believe that his proposed method can effectively yield a simplified version of irrigation. Oh, Zheng Lijing expresses surprise and curiosity, prompting him to inquire. What solution do you have, young sir? We can excavate a reservoir on the hillside for water storage, connecting bamboo tubes to serve as conduits. Utilizing a pot wheel, we can channel the water into the bamboo pipes, allowing it to accumulate on the hillside, Wei Ming explains succinctly. Since the hillside is elevated above all the fields in Changgu, we can direct the bamboo pipes from the reservoir to the fields. The bamboo pipes will penetrate the soil, drilled with small holes, allowing water to seep out directly into the earth surrounding the roots. In this manner, there will be no need for manual water transportation. The water will flow naturally into the fields, ceaselessly, day and night. If irrigation is unnecessary, one simply needs to disconnect the pot wheel from the water board. The village chief opened his mouth, seemingly taken aback by Wei Ming's thoughts, perhaps struggling to comprehend them. Aware that seeing is believing, Wei Ming refrained from elaborating further. He casually grasped an axe and ventured a few paces away, skillfully chopping down several bamboo stalks and stripping them of their branches. It was only then that Xie reacted, hurrying over to assist in dragging the bamboo back. What is the young lord up to? The village chief inquired. Wei Ming smiled faintly, offering no reply as he continued to carve the bamboo, erecting 3 vertical pieces, each punctured with small holes. He then laid a longer piece horizontally, boring 3 holes into it as well, inserting the 3 vertical pieces into the openings. With a swift motion, he etched 3 shallow ditches into the ground and explained to the village chief, this represents the crops planted alongside the tilled land. Subsequently, he propped several stones beneath the longer piece, elevating it slightly above the vertical ones, resembling a character that had half of its base erased. This longer piece was positioned at the edge of the field, extending towards the water reservoir. As he spoke, Wei Ming instructed Xie to fetch a ladle of water from the bucket and pour it down the long bamboo tube, adding, this simulates the water flowing from the reservoir through the bamboo pipe. Soon, water trickled into the 3 shorter bamboo tubes, seeping out through the punctured holes and moistening the adjacent soil. I understand, the village chief exclaimed, clapping his hands vigorously in excitement. I comprehend. The young lord's ingenuity is remarkable. This can be deemed a rudimentary drip irrigation system, albeit a rudimentary one. What a splendid invention. The village head rubbed his hands, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the rudimentary model crafted by Wei Ming on the ground. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he remarked, excavating a pond on the rear slope is quite feasible. We have an abundance of bamboo poles here, and the village is not large, so it should not be overly difficult to accomplish. However, how shall we convey the water to the rear slope? A simple barrel will not suffice, and a cart is utterly impractical. The terrain of Fuchang is relatively flat. Thus, even though Changgu is slightly elevated, it does not rise significantly above the rest. The rear slope, although referred to as such, is merely the highest point in the village, no more than a small mound of earth. Elevating the water should not pose a significant challenge. Presently, a traditional cart is unfit for the task, but I could certainly devise an improvement that would render it effective. Wei Ming smiled and said, all that is required is to enlist a few wheelwrights and carpenters to assist me. The village head pondered for a moment before responding. If we proceed with this plan, it will make quite a stir. Is it truly possible for you, young Master Wei, to transport water to the rear slope? Indeed, it is possible, Wei Ming affirmed with a nod. This matter concerns the entire village, so my son must be cautious in his thoughts and words. The matriarch interjected, noting Wei Ming's concise response. The village head found himself uncertain. Wei Ming's ideas were indeed commendable, if the model he had casually constructed could be replicated in the village. Future concerns about fetching water for irrigation would be alleviated. However, this would be a substantial undertaking, likely requiring the labor of all households. While contributing labor is not an insurmountable issue, there is a fear that if the water cannot be successfully drawn up, all the effort would be in vain, jeopardizing the critical farming season. Uncle Zheng reassured him, there is no need to fear delays in the farming season, as long as we have sufficient manpower. Excavating the pond and erecting the bamboo pipes will be swift. First, let us gather a few wheelwrights and carpenters to construct the improved cart I have devised. Wei Ming, understanding the concerns in his heart, remarked, if my modified cart succeeds in drawing water, then Uncle Zheng will have ample grounds to speak on our behalf in the village. Should it fail, I shall accept it as my own folly, and I will cover the craftsman's wages, which will not hinder the farming season. At this juncture, Xia, who overheard the conversation, was taken aback and quickly glanced at the matriarch. The matriarch furrowed her brows, yet upon seeing Wei Ming's calm demeanor, exuding confidence, she hesitated momentarily before holding her tongue. The village head pondered for a moment, then with a grand gesture, declared, ultimately, this is for the benefit of the village. If it does not succeed, I shall bear the cost of the labor. After speaking, he discreetly cast a glance at Madame Wei, who was caught in the act by Wei Ming, prompting a silent chuckle within him. Thank you, village head, Madame Wei replied with a slight bow of gratitude. The village head shook his head and addressed Wei Ming. There is an existing cart by the banks of Daoyuan River. If you wish to modify it, it may serve your purpose. Tomorrow, I shall seek out the wheelwright and the carpenter. If this endeavor truly bears fruit, it will greatly benefit our agricultural pursuits. And I shall accompany you to the county office to present our achievements. Perhaps we may even receive the county magistrate's commendation. Commendation would be splendid. If we could receive some financial rewards, that would be even better, given the hardships we face at home. Finding ways to earn money and procure grain is of utmost importance. Thank you, Uncle Zheng. If we manage to catch the magistrate's eye, it will indeed be your merit. I merely proposed an idea. Without your support, how could we bring this to fruition? Wei Ming offered a light and gentle compliment to the village head, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. This is indeed a clever notion conceived by the young gentleman. I would never dream of usurping his credit. Chapter 6. The Wei family's illegitimate offspring. With a cheerful demeanor, Wei Ming tapped his own head and replied, nothing much. I've simply had an epiphany. One must live life grounded in reality. The matriarch furrowed her brow and inquired, is what my son just proposed truly feasible? With an assurance of 80 to 90%. Wei Ming responded, it all hinges on the gentle elevation of Changgu's terrain, complemented by a mound that surpasses the entire village's fields. If successful, it will signify an innovation in agricultural tools. Should we manage to present this to the court, it would indeed be a significant accomplishment. The matriarch remarked, you ought not to divulge your methods to the village head so readily. Intrigued, Wei Ming marveled at the perceptiveness of these Tang individuals. Whether it was Li He's mother, the village head, or his own matriarch, they all swiftly recognized the utility and advantages of the improved agricultural implements, immediately correlating them with the prospect of presenting them upward for accolades. This insight caused Wei Ming to regard the lower strata of society of this era with newfound respect. The focus lies in enhancing the water wheel, Wei Ming continued. Moreover, the structure is not particularly complex. Once constructed, others will grasp its design intuitively. Furthermore, even if we wish to offer our invention, we lack the proper channels. By allowing the village head and the county office to take the lead in the presentation, albeit sharing in the glory, we can avoid unnecessary complications. In fact, I have been awaiting another creation these past few days, a plow I have improved. Li provided the funds to create a prototype. Should the occasion permit, perhaps we could present this irrigation system alongside the improved agricultural tools. With such significant contributions to agriculture, how could the court deny us a few plow oxen, some silk, or a share of wealth? Foolishness. The matriarch, quite vexed, stamped her foot and exclaimed to Wei Ming, why did you not inform me sooner? Presenting agricultural tools is a great achievement. Alas, by the time it reaches my son, what could have been a momentous contribution to our family's resurgence is reduced to mere financial gain. Wealth is indeed practical. With riches, our lives could improve. Wei Ming, however, remained unconcerned and chuckled. Perhaps we could even hire a few laborers. After all, we have no connections. I cannot simply run to the capital to inform the sage of my improvements in agricultural tools, can I? What foolishness you speak. If it truly concerns the revival of our family, I shall find a way. The matriarch, incensed, turned and strode into the inner chamber. Soon after, she emerged with a wooden box, hastily walked to Wei Ming, and opened it. Carefully unwrapping a piece of silk, she revealed an ancient book. Wei Ming was taken aback, realizing that this humble existence bore a deeper heritage. The phrase "from the southern city of Wei to the heavens above" hints at the prosperity of the Wei and Du families during the Tang Dynasty. Mother never mentioned this to me, he exclaimed. The matriarch sighed heavily and replied, I feared you might harbor discontent or develop an inclination to seek favor from our kin, hoping to succeed through them without diligent effort, which is why I kept this from you. Wei Ming gazed intently at the matriarch, pondering for a moment before inquiring. I fear it may be more than that. What you just mentioned about maintaining good relations may not be as favorable as it seems, right? The matriarch's expression clearly faltered, her voice diminishing in strength as she weakly retorted, Our family. Your grandfather was born of a concubine. Our family has already provided land for settlement, which is quite generous. The esteemed Wei clan cannot be easily troubled with trivial matters. However, if it concerns this issue, I shall personally visit the family to negotiate. It should be manageable. The matriarch opened her mouth, yet no further words emerged. Ultimately, she nodded, permitting Wei Ming to leave the premises. During the Eastern Han period, Bai Lan developed the water wheel, which was later refined by Ma Jun during the Three Kingdoms era. By the time of the Chao Wei dynasty, it was already employed for irrigation, featuring an intricate design that enabled a continuous lifting of water, greatly enhancing efficiency. This type of water wheel required less effort to operate, allowing even children to turn it, thereby playing a crucial role in agricultural advancement. Subsequently, a water-powered version of the water wheel emerged, marking a significant progression. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the tubular water wheel was introduced, which surpassed the traditional water wheel in its water-lifting capacity, making irrigation even more convenient. In the late Tang period, a high-rotation tubular water wheel was likely already in existence, though it relied heavily on water flow velocity and required animal power, functioning as a transport chain device that could be seen as a precursor to a conveyor belt. After the Song dynasty, an upgraded version known as the Song water-driven water wheel was developed. This innovation utilized a series of interlinked gears, significantly enhancing the energy conversion efficiency of the water wheel, enabling it to facilitate irrigation while also providing power for various other applications, such as rice milling. In comparison to the high-rotation barrel, the water-powered wheel of the Song dynasty harnessed the flow of water to propel gears, liberating both human and animal labor for other productive endeavors. Furthermore, through the interconnection of several gear sets, it significantly enhanced the volume of water lifted. Being reliant on hydraulic power, it functioned ceaselessly, day and night. However, its Achilles heel lay in the fact that excessive water pressure could easily cause the keel board to fracture, rendering it unserviceable, a shortcoming not shared by the barrel system. Consequently, these various water wheel designs coexisted, with localities selecting the most suitable type based on their specific conditions. In the case of the Daoyuan River, whose flow is remarkably gentle, it proved to be ideally suited for this Song dynasty water-powered wheel. The essence of the Song water wheel lies in the synergy of its gears. Initially, a deep, narrow channel is excavated along the bank of the flowing water, wherein the water wheel is positioned. The axle of the wheel is then extended vertically, complemented by a wooden post serving as an axis alongside it, upon which two horizontal wheels are affixed, one above and one below. The lower horizontal wheel, impelled by the water's force, initiates motion that in turn drives the upper wheel. This upper wheel subsequently activates the vertical wheel, thereby employing the principle of gear interconnection to operate the adjacent water wheel, which continuously transports water to the bank's channel. At the terminus of the keelboard, a high frame can be constructed, slightly elevated above the rear slope. From this point, bamboo tubes are assembled to form a water channel extending to the earthen mount of the back slope. Water is lifted by the keelboard and flows into the channel, subsequently cascading into a reservoir on the rear slope. It then descends through the bamboo pipes, gushing forth into the fields. Chapter 7. A means of livelihood in the world following the water wheel's decline. Its presence persists in many locales, yet its practical utility has waned, transforming into more of a scenic feature. Nevertheless, the construction remains fundamentally unchanged, with a blueprint in hand and skilled wheelwrights and carpenters at the ready. Crafting the gears is a straightforward task. The next step involves elongating the sluice board to diminish the angle of inclination, thereby extending the distance and height for water delivery, followed by widening the sluice to enhance the water capacity. Just the design alone occupied Wei Risher for an entire night and a day, resulting in a multitude of scrap paper, which could be saved for future cleaning purposes. On that same day, the village chief gathered the wheelwrights and carpenters. The following day, after spending considerable time elucidating the blueprint, the carpenters and wheelwrights commenced their work, allowing him to hasten to Li He's residence. Li He's mother expressed great interest in Wei Rinsher's improved plow, thus dispatching the household servant, Li Rong, with a donkey cart to accompany Wei Rinsher to Fuchang for the plow's procurement. The two engaged in casual conversation as they departed Changgu, making their way toward the town of Fuchang. The donkey cart, slow yet steady, swayed gently along the road. The warm breeze arrived softly, and the willows swayed gracefully, marking the finest moments of spring. However, the townsfolk of Fuchang seemed bereft of leisure, each passerby wearing an expression of haste, while the beggars by the roadside sprawled languidly in the sun, basking in its warmth. Wei Rinsher retrieved the components for the curved plow, as they were crafted separately, leaving the artisans unaware of what they had produced. "Master Wei, are you hungry?" Li Rong suddenly leaped down from the donkey cart, pointing to the roadside, and exclaimed, "There is a vendor selling flatbreads here, which are truly delightful. My husband adores them. However, they are rather expensive, so my husband cannot indulge in them frequently." Wei Rinsher chuckled. "You are indeed concerned about the coins in my pocket, are you not? You might as well inquire about borrowing from your household, as you are well aware." Being still quite young, Li Rong felt a bit embarrassed when her thoughts were laid bare, and she hopped back onto the donkey cart, preparing to move on. Yet, Wei Rinsher, being a person with a penchant for good food, found himself increasingly tempted by the mention of the flatbreads, especially since he had not had the pleasure of enjoying exquisite delicacies since his arrival. Upon hearing Li Rong's words, he felt an overwhelming craving. Li Rong, filled with joy, eagerly accepted the coins and dashed off. The flatbread was quite sizable, resembling a naan, and was topped with lamb, making Wei Rinsher, who had not tasted anything delectable since his arrival, salivate profusely. Unable to contain his anticipation, he took a bite. The flatbread was pleasantly crisp yet tender, and combined with the flavor of the lamb, he even detected hints of pepper, truly delightful. 1 pound of lamb, layered upon the large flatbread, interspersed with pepper and fermented black beans, moistened with fat, baked in the oven until the meat is half-cooked and ready to eat. Wei Rinsher recited, nodding his head as he recalled the classical texts he had read about Tang Dynasty cuisine. He added, "Indeed, this method of preparation lives up to its reputation." Although Li Rong was a servant, she was also a student of Li He, and thus could comprehend such matters. Upon hearing Wei Rinsher's remarks, she inquired with curiosity, "Do you, Wei Langjun, know the method of making this flatbread?" Wei Rinsher, having finally tasted something rather palatable, felt his spirits uplifted and boasted, "This young master undoubtedly knows the recipe. Not only that, but I am also aware that while this cake is indeed delightful, it still lacks an essential ingredient. If added, it would be the finishing touch. The methods of consuming hu bing are numerous. Had I the means, I would venture to sell them myself, and perhaps even outshine its current purveyor. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Rong regarded him with skepticism, and a derisive snicker echoed nearby. Following the sound, Wei Rinsher spotted an elderly man casting a disdainful gaze in his direction. Upon meeting Wei Rinsher's eyes, the man's contempt intensified, and he remarked, "Such grandiose claims from a young lad." Having lived to middle age in his past life, Wei Rinsher understood well the perils of speaking too boldly. He mused that the old man was either connected to the vendor of hu bing or simply held a fondness for their fare. He concluded that it was unlikely he would incur trouble over a mere boast. Thus, he raised a hand casually and replied with a smile, "Do not take offense, old sir. I am merely speaking in jest, for this hu bing is indeed quite delicious." With the adage, one does not strike a smiling face in mind. The old man, seeing Wei Rinsher's good-natured demeanor, chose not to retort and turned to leave. Once the elder had departed, Li Rong inquired, "Is there truth to what you just claimed? If so, you should consider selling hu bing. Its business could rival that of Lanchong Lu." "You are indulging in fanciful thinking," Wei Rinsher chuckled, unconvinced by Li Rong's assertion. Nevertheless, her words sparked a flicker of inspiration within him. Surely, the variety of seasonings available in this day and age must be limited, no? Many spices commonly utilized in later generations are likely still intertwined with herbs or medicinal materials. Or perhaps they remain hidden in the wilderness or the western regions. Should one manage to refine these ingredients, it could certainly evolve into a lucrative venture. While I cannot guarantee immense wealth, it would undoubtedly assure a life free from financial concerns. Thus, I inquired, Li Rong, are you aware of which apothecary in Fuchang County possesses the most comprehensive array of medicinal materials? In Fuchang County, that would be Jikong Tang. However, if one seeks the most extensive and complete selection, one must venture to the Qingnong Medical Workshop in Luoyang, Li Rong replied. Upon hearing this, Wei Rincher chuckled. I did not expect you, despite your youth, to possess such extensive knowledge. The donkey cart ambled slowly under the warm sun, and as the passengers swayed gently, fatigue crept upon them, leading Li Rong to doze off with soft snores. Meanwhile, Wei Rincher pondered incessantly. Indeed, the spice trade presents a viable opportunity. Numerous establishments populate Fuchang, and in bustling Luoyang, dining and drinking venues abound. Not to mention the grandeur of the capital, Chang'an, this market is far from insignificant. As long as one can procure the necessary raw materials, producing spices is not overly complicated. However, to source those materials, one would likely need to travel to larger cities like Luoyang or Chang'an, where such resources are presumably mingled with herbs and spices, making them less accessible in smaller locales. Moreover, a strategic promotional approach is essential. Otherwise, should the product be made yet remain unsold, one risks incurring losses. The prospects of this enterprise appear quite promising. While a journey to the bustling Chang'an may not be feasible at the moment, local apothecaries should suffice for acquiring some ingredients. One might initially observe the surroundings to identify available ingredients that could serve as seasonings, crafting a few dishes to begin with, while gradually exploring the development of new condiments in the future. The prospects remain exceedingly bright. Wei Rincher, embracing the gentle spring breeze, whistled a cheerful tune. Chapter 8. The plow. Having meticulously calculated the dimensions of the interface in advance and selecting assembly points that were not subjected to stress, the construction proved to be quite straightforward. Once assembled, it would function without compromise, utilizing only the tools available at home. A bit of polishing was all that was required to piece it together, securing it with long nails, resulting in a plow commonly found in the rural mountainous areas of later generations. After the plow was completed, it was essential to seek out an experienced plowman to fully appreciate its advantages. Wei Rincher chose to approach Old Man Zhao, whose residence was relatively close. Li Rong, still present, used his donkey cart to transport the curved plow to Old Man Zhao's home. After calling out a few times, Old Man Zhao emerged. What brings you here, young lad? Recognizing them as neighbors from the same village, Old Man Zhao first noticed Li Rong and greeted him with a smile. Upon seeing Wei Rincher, he chuckled. Ah, young Wei has come as well. Uncle, you are quite skilled at tilling the land, and your expertise with the plow is unmatched. I would like to request your assistance, Wei Rincher said as he stepped forward from behind the donkey cart. Old Man Zhao, amused, replied, What can I do for you? Young Wei, with a smile, Wei Rincher clarified, I do not wish to impose, but I would be grateful if you could lend your plowing skills to help me test this new plow. I noticed the one you were using a few days ago seemed somewhat inconvenient, so I made some modifications and crafted a new design. Upon hearing this, Old Zhao was taken aback, his expression a mix of astonishment and suspicion as he gazed at the plow atop the donkey cart. He exclaimed, Oh, this is remarkable. Young Master Wei can even craft a new plow by himself. As he approached, he scrutinized the plow for a considerable time, finally pointing and remarking, Indeed, it is quite different from the ordinary plows. Please, take this plow to the fields and see how it performs, suggested Wei Rincher. Old Zhao, filled with enthusiasm, rolled up his sleeves and promptly made his way to the fields. The three of them arrived at the field where a group of laborers were engaged in their work. Among them was the local headman, who, upon recognizing Wei Rincher, approached them. As the headman, he was well aware of which families possessed plows, their quantities, and their uses within the village. Given that it was the busy spring season, plows had already been deployed in the fields. The news of young Master Wei's newly crafted plow astonished the headman as well. However, recalling Wei Rincher's earlier mention of irrigation, he felt his surprise was unwarranted. Let us first test it, he thought. Wei Rincher, smiling, urged, Uncle Zhang, come lend a hand and let us lower it. With a few steps, the headman joined them at the field's edge, and together, the four lifted the plow into the field. Both he and Old Zhao were seasoned hands. One positioned himself at the back while the other took the front. With a coordinated effort of pulling and pushing, they set the plow in motion. As they listened and cultivated a stretch with this new plow, turning to continue for a few more paces, their initial astonishment had transformed into sheer amazement. Both were skilled farmers, and they could not help but notice the remarkable changes in the plow. This plow is notably lightweight, exhibiting remarkable agility, whether turning or bending. It effortlessly penetrates the soil without requiring much exertion, and even a woman from the household would likely find it manageable. After tilling, the earth is left finely crumbed, naturally pushed to the sides, with stones deftly removed during the process, allowing for immediate sowing thereafter. The village official paused and approached Wei Ming, exclaiming, "This plow is capable of deep and shallow tilling, saving both effort and time. It truly is an exceptional tool. It surpasses the plows we previously used by a considerable margin. Young Lord Wei, how is this plow crafted?" Wei Ming chuckled, "It took me a fair bit of effort. What do you think, Uncle Zheng? Is it enough to warrant some substantial rewards from the county magistrate?" Zheng, the village official, was taken aback but soon laughed. "Indeed. It is ample. How could it not be? Coupled with your watering apparatus, the two could potentially earn you an official title." "I seek not an official title. Receiving some financial rewards would suffice," Wei Ming replied with a smile, gesturing toward Li Rong. "The funds for crafting this plow were borrowed from his family." "How much?" the official inquired. Wei Ming responded with a grin. "I borrowed 1 guan, though I did not utilize the entire amount. The total cost of this plow amounts to approximately 300 won. Someone previously repaid the 1 guan borrowed by young Lord Wei during the famine. Additionally, providing another guan to the young lord would enable him to produce more of these plows for the village's benefit." Zheng pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "Is it truly feasible?" Here, the local vernacular refers to debt as borrowing during a famine. Wei Ming was pleasantly surprised that the local headman was quite considerate of the community. He actually financed the construction of a new plow for the villagers to utilize while also committing to repay his own debts. However, upon further reflection, he realized that as the local headman, if this new plow indeed proved beneficial, his investment in facilitating its use among the villagers could be seen as a notable achievement. Additionally, by repaying Wei Ming's debts, he effectively funded the trial of this innovative plow, which would also count as a merit on his part. This arrangement was decidedly advantageous. When Li Hie's mother cautioned him that no one would rent the plow, those who could afford the rent had no need for it. While those in need could not afford the rent, Wei Ming abandoned the notion of profiting from the new plow. Instead, he shifted his focus to completing a simple drip irrigation system, aiming to exchange the merits of 2 improved agricultural tools for necessary resources. This would enable him to procure the raw materials for spices and establish a thriving spice business. Therefore, the more the new agricultural tools were utilized, the better it would be for everyone, as it would facilitate their farming efforts. The headman, too, sought recognition for his contributions, which would yield him personal benefits. Thus, he repaid his debts and invested in creating the new plow for the villagers. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, where each party gained something. Wei Ming would profit, the headman would gain merit, and the villagers would have access to new farming equipment. It was indeed a splendid initiative. Consequently, Wei Ming readily agreed, recognizing that it would also enhance his reputation and goodwill within the village, an opportunity too good to pass up. In Chapter 9, the improvement falters. It is noted that crafting a curved plow would cost around 300 won, though in reality, only 100 won would suffice. Thus, upon completion, Wei Ming would stand to earn a profit of 200 won. However, Wei Ming did not intend to craft the item for Li Jing at the price of 300 won. Zheng Li Jing, somewhat astonished, turned to Wei Ming and inquired, "Only 100 won? It is not a particularly complex item." Wei Ming replied with a smile, "If this item were fortunate enough to be presented, the authorities would likely promote it, and at that point, we would no longer hold sway over it. For now, while the government remains oblivious, let us sell a few. Uncle Zheng, you provide the capital, and I shall offer the expertise. We can sell to the neighboring villages. The profits from each plow sold shall be divided equally between us. What do you think? Is young Master Wei aspiring to venture into commerce?" Zhang Lijing looked at Wei Ming in surprise, his steps involuntarily pausing. He hastily added, "Madame Wei is wholeheartedly focused on ensuring young Master S education. If she were to discover that you wish to engage in trade, would it not be?" Wei Ming burst into laughter, saying, "Uncle Zheng is well aware of my family's current plight. We are on the brink of hardship and cannot afford to contemplate the future. However, it is merely my concern for my mother's feelings that leads me to consult you. Besides, we are merely assisting others in crafting a plow. It hardly qualifies us as merchants. Each plow can yield at least 200 won, and if we split that, each of us would earn 100 won. Selling 10 plows would grant us an entire guan each. There are plenty of villages surrounding Fuchang. Zheng Lijing appeared to be swayed. Yet he still expressed some hesitation, saying, "This is an innovation devised by young Master Wei. If we proceed thus, would it not be taking advantage of him? And what of Madame Wei? We must keep this from her," Wei Rinshi asserted. "If we do not earn some income soon, my family will not survive. Mother is a resolute woman, and as her son, I can no longer allow her to suffer." "Well then, let it be so." Zheng Lijing contemplated for a moment and nodded emphatically. Wei Rinshi extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Uncle Zheng, it is settled then." With that affirmation, Zheng Lijing nodded in agreement and clasped hands with Wei Rinshi, sealing their pact. In these times, people's trustworthiness is still worthy of some belief. And this matter involves only a modest profit, not necessitating a formal contract from Wei Rinshi. Originally, this task could have been handled solely by Wei Rinshi. But he chose to involve Zhang Lijing to avoid the arduous task of running around. Zheng was well acquainted with the surroundings, making his efforts more effective than if a mere youth undertook the endeavor alone. This arrangement allowed Wei Rinshi to conserve his energy for other pursuits. The two then discussed strategies for selling plows in the neighboring villages and even those slightly farther afield. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the riverbank of Dao Yuanchuan. Outside the overturned cart stood a wooden hut, and through the door, they could already hear voices within. Upon entering, they found several craftsmen engaged in conversation. As soon as the two entered, a carpenter approached and inquired, "Young Master Wei, this axle wheel is nearly complete, but I must ask for your approval. If it meets your standards, we can proceed with the installation." Wei Rinshi stepped forward to examine the work and remarked, "Your craftsmanship is indeed commendable. It appears satisfactory. However, since this axle wheel is intended for water propulsion, could you possibly widen the blades? This adjustment would enhance the wheel's momentum when the water flows." As soon as the words were spoken, the wheelwright beside him chuckled and said, "Let it be known, young sir, that the wheel's blades cannot be made any larger. After all, they are interconnected. Should they be oversized, the force of the water below would be too great for the upper blades to turn adequately, risking a breakage and potentially damaging the axle as well." Wei Rinshi nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, your expertise in wheelcraft is evident. I shall heed your counsel." Although the wheelwright was unfamiliar with the concept of expertise, he grasped that Wei Rinshi had no intention of making alterations. Thus, he inquired, "Shall we proceed with the installation then?" Wei Rinshi affirmed with a sound, prompting the craftsmen within to commence their labors. The installation of the gears required considerable effort, particularly the lower wheel, which needed to be securely anchored underwater. Zheng Lijing also lent a hand, and after a diligent half-day's work, they finally completed the assembly. Water flowed gently along the extended keel board, cascading down from a height like a small waterfall. Wei Rinshi observed the water and turned to ask, "Uncle Zheng, how far is it from here to the back slope?" Zheng Lijing responded, "The back slope is just behind your house. It's only a few hundred steps away." The keel board had been deliberately elongated and inclined upwards, now slightly surpassing the height of the back slope. "Next, we shall use bamboo tubes to connect the keel board with the reservoir at the back slope," Wei Rinshi stated. Zheng Lijing's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at the long, gradually rising keel board, watching the water being pushed upwards. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "I believe young sir's plan will succeed. Let us first summon the villagers to construct the water channel." With that, he turned and hurried back to the village. In Changgu, the bamboo grew thickly, surpassing even the girth of Wei Rinshi's thighs. The sheer number of poles was beyond counting. Zheng Lijing refrained from publicly discussing this matter in the village. Instead, he first summoned his relatives and close acquaintances to cut down the sturdy bamboo. During the daylight hours, they felled the bamboo, and by evening, Zheng Lijing, accompanied by several young men, arrived at Wei Rinshi's home, intent on tilling the land for the Wei family. Although Madame Wei initially objected, Zheng Lijing spoke of the irrigation system, assuring her that the water wheel was already prepared, and he was confident that this endeavor would succeed. It had been agreed that Wei Rinshi would resolve the irrigation issue while they would assist in cultivating the Wei family's fields, leaving Madame Wei with little choice but to concede. The group employed the newly improved plow designed by Wei Rinshi to work the fields. Thanks to the youthfulness of the men and the efficiency of the modern plow, they managed to till several acres of land in just one evening, a task that some had estimated would take 2 or 3 days. This exemplified the remarkable effectiveness of the plow. After prolonged use, Zheng Lijing became increasingly appreciative of the convenience afforded by Wei Rinshir's innovation. He then praised Madame Wei, stating that her son, Wei Xiaolang, was indeed a remarkable talent, destined to restore the family's former glory and achieve great success. Zheng Lijing's flattery was met with Madame Wei's polite and reserved response. The plow had proven successful. In a couple of days, Zheng Lijing anticipated that the bamboo canal would be constructed and the reservoir on the back slope would also be excavated. He remarked that it would require effort to connect bamboo pipes from the reservoir to the various fields. However, he planned to gather the entire village to lend a hand, ensuring the process would not be slow. He estimated that, at most, within 7 days, this system, what was it called again? The drip irrigation system, would be in place. Wei Rinshir chimed in to remind him of the term, affirming, "Yes, that's it. This drip irrigation system is ready for use." Zheng Lijing quickly interjected, "From now on, our village will no longer have to worry about irrigation, nor will we need to toil endlessly. The water will automatically reach our fields. Villages within a 10-mile radius will surely envy us." Madame Wei smiled and remarked, "We owe much to Zheng Lijing's foresight. It must have cost him a considerable sum. If it were another village head, even if they recognized the benefits, they might not be willing to invest their own money into such initiatives." Upon receiving Madame Wei's praise, Zheng Lijing's face lit up with joy, and he appeared so exhilarated that he nearly jumped with delight, resembling someone on the verge of fidgeting. Wei Run, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, which caught the attention of Sheer, who then joined in the laughter, her eyes sparkling and beautiful. Chapter 10. The Simplified Drip Irrigation System in the Village. There exists a wheat field, an expansive open area. After noon, the village head summoned all the able-bodied villagers to gather there. Zheng Lijing held considerable influence in Changgu, and many villagers arrived, not only the young and strong, but also the older, capable individuals. Once everyone had assembled, the village head raised his hand to silence the chatter, addressing the crowd. "As you all know, the Wei family has always produced talented individuals. This time, young Wei has indeed demonstrated remarkable skill. He has invented a new plow, which we have used over the past few days. It is far more convenient than the plows we previously employed. I trust you have all heard about it." The crowd murmured in agreement, and then the village head continued, "Indeed, young Wei has proposed a method, a contraption known as a drip irrigation system. There is no need for you to grasp the intricacies of this system. Simply understand that once it is constructed, our fields in Changgu will no longer require us to fetch water intermittently. In the future, water will flow to our farmland autonomously, allowing for continuous irrigation day and night at our discretion." This announcement ignited a fervor among the villagers, akin to pouring cold water into hot oil. No more fetching water? Water will flow to the fields on its own? And it can be continuous? The villagers were taken aback with astonishment. The village head added, "Today, I have gathered everyone to discuss this matter. The irrigation mechanism is quite substantial and demands the collective effort of all villagers. Let it be known from the outset. Those who contribute their labor will have the system directed to their fields. Those who choose to shirk their responsibilities will find their land left barren, forced to fetch water for themselves. However, I trust that our Changgu does not harbor such ne'er-do-wells." With that, the village head began organizing the tasks. Some continued to cut bamboo, others connected the bamboo tubes, while some excavated a reservoir on the hillside, and others linked the bamboo tubes from the slope to the various fields below. Wei Rinshir was also busy, moving from place to place, ensuring that everyone understood their role, overseeing the production of several functional units before moving on to the next site. The villagers busied themselves with this matter, embodying the adage that many hands make light work. In just a day's effort, the reservoir was completed. They also fashioned a clay lid to cover it, ensuring that once the entire system was fully operational, the lid would prevent excessive evaporation and safeguard against accidental falls. Following Wei Rinshir's suggestion, they wove a bamboo net to place at the junction where the bamboo pipes would connect, preventing debris from obstructing the pipes. On another day, the bamboo channel extending from the keel board to the reservoir was also constructed, utilizing the widest bamboo available. Water was drawn ashore by the cart and pushed up the long keel board, creating a truly magnificent sight. As the length of the keel board increased, the gradient could be reduced, making it easier for the water to flow into the bamboo channel. With only a slight angle, the water continued its journey along the bamboo channel into the reservoir situated on the rear slope. This conversation piqued Wei Rinshir's interest, prompting him to glance over. Zheng Lijing, Noticing Wei Rincher's gaze, chuckled. The son-in-law of sixth uncle's family is currently serving at the county office. Sixth uncle laughed heartily, replying, "Is Li Jing seeking to borrow the tongue of an old man's son-in-law? He is merely a minor official, while Zhang Lijing has connections with the county magistrate. Does he really need him? It is certainly a clear testament." Li Jing smiled. "You should simply say whether it is feasible or not." "Of course, it is feasible. How could it not be?" The elderly man beamed, his face wrinkling into a tapestry of joy. "Our village now possesses a mechanism that can irrigate itself. What a boast it would be to share this." "Ah, indeed. Lord Wei possesses remarkable ingenuity. How could he conceive such an extraordinary device?" Wei Rincher smiled humbly. "You flatter me, sir. The construction of bamboo pipes in Changgu is flourishing. Once the bamboo pipes descend from the rear slope, it suffices to elevate them with 4 bricks. And by reducing them piece by piece, they can connect to all the fields in Changgu. The terrain itself is indeed a great assistance. Given the abundance of fields, the most labor-intensive task is to lead the bamboo pipes into each plot, not to mention the additional effort required to bore small holes into the pipes once they are within the fields. In the span of 2 days, the water reservoir has nearly reached its capacity, compelling the village chief to take a few individuals to separate the dragon backbone board from the water wheel. In the future, should there be no immediate need for irrigation, it can simply be disconnected in this manner and reattached when necessary, Wei Rincher said to the village chief Zhang. And as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He exclaimed, "Uncle Zhang, what if we were to procure a few more of these water wheels and dragon backbone boards, excavate additional reservoirs, and connect the bamboo pipes to every household? Wouldn't that eliminate the need to worry about domestic water supply?" Zhang, the village chief, was taken aback. Wei Rincher laughed heartily, treating it as a jest. The scale of such an undertaking would be significantly larger, requiring a greater volume of water that could not possibly be managed by a single village. It would be impossible to transport such a volume of water using the water wheel alone. After a full 8 days of collective effort from the entire village, the bamboo pipes were finally connected to every field in Changgu. The flat terrain of Changgu greatly facilitated the process. The dragon backbone board and the water wheel were once again rejoined, and the water in the reservoir on the rear slope gradually increased. "Let us connect it," Wei Rincher instructed. The nearby youths immediately attached the bamboo pipes to the outlet of the reservoir. Water flowed out of the bamboo pipe, causing a rapid decrease in the water level of the reservoir. However, after a while, the reduction slowed, and with the water from the bamboo channel, the levels nearly stabilized. A few individuals remained there while Wei Rincher hurried toward the fields. As he approached the edge of the land, he heard someone exclaim, "Water is flowing! Water is flowing!" Upon running over, he observed that water was seeping out from the tiny holes in the slender bamboo pipes laid across the fields, already saturating a considerable area of land. The slender bamboo pipes were positioned not far apart, laid out nearly a step's distance apart in parallel, with small holes spaced similarly. Thus, the soil was uniformly moist. Wei Rincher dashed along the fields, buoyed by the exclamations of joy at the flowing water. The closer he got to the back slope, the faster the soil became wet. While the further he moved back, the slower the saturation occurred. Nonetheless, there was still water flowing through, albeit at a slightly diminished pace compared to the front. But it did not hinder the irrigation process. Moreover, when the bamboo pipes were connected to the land, a notch was carved in between, allowing a bamboo piece to be inserted to block the water flow, effectively functioning as a valve. If the soil became excessively wet, one could simply insert the bamboo piece to halt the water's passage into the pipes. Indeed, Wei Rincher stood at the field's edge, feeling a profound satisfaction with his rudimentary drip irrigation system. Chapter 11. Demonstrating merit. The villagers joyfully gathered, their faces beaming with delight as they wandered from one plot of land to another. Seeing each field being irrigated only heightened their excitement. Zhang Lijing was exceedingly delighted, personally funding a few nephews to procure supplies and inviting everyone to partake in a communal feast, which further elevated the spirits of the gathering. The villagers took turns expressing their gratitude to Wei Rincher, whose warm reception left him somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the arrival of the matriarch allowed the crowd to shift their congratulations to her, praising her for having such an exceptional son, thereby granting Wei Rincher a moment of respite. Seeking solitude, he retreated to a nearby haystack, contemplating how to persuade his mother to permit him a journey to Luoyang. His intentions were twofold. First, to explore the kitchens of local eateries and ascertain the array of available seasonings. Second, to acquire essential ingredients from herbalists and spice merchants based on his observations. The fundamental ingredients, scallions, ginger, and garlic, were a given, as they were staples. Commonly used spices such as Sichuan pepper, cardamom, cinnamon, and dried tangerine peel were likely already in circulation. However, more exotic seasonings like star anise, cumin, white angelica, and three-spice powder, as well as specific folk seasoning methods tailored to certain ingredients, such as adding pine nuts to mutton soup, were probably still absent. Some ingredients might still be found in the western regions, yet to infiltrate the central plains. Even for the spices that were available, variations in preparation techniques and blending ratios could yield distinct results. The market for blended seasonings was promising. For Wei Ming, producing these items would not pose a significant challenge, as the raw materials were accessible and the costs low, making it an opportune endeavor at this moment. He decided to begin modestly, selling a few items locally in Fuchang, prioritizing the sustenance of his family of 3 before pursuing other ventures. Lost in contemplation of his plans, Wei Ming inadvertently dozed off atop a haystack. When awakened, it was nearly nightfall. "Mother, in a few days, I intend to travel to Luoyang," he announced to the matriarch. She paused, inquiring, "What is the purpose of this journey?" "I wish to seek out some books, for those at home have been perused numerous times," he fabricated an excuse, adding, "I have heard from Li He that certain noble families in Luoyang permit scholars to peruse their collections. My son has never ventured far." The matriarch expressed her reservations. To read a myriad of books is one thing, but to travel extensively is another, Wei Ming replied. "I yearn to explore and see the world. Besides, Luoyang is not far, but my son is still underage," she countered, shaking her head. Even with such aspirations, it would be prudent to wait a few more years before embarking on such a journey. Understanding that he could not easily persuade her, Wei Ming opted to refrain from further discussion, hoping for another opportunity in the future. Upon returning home, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Awakening the following morning, the village farmers were already up early. By the time Wei Ming stepped outside, many were gathered along the field ridges, eagerly discussing the thoroughly irrigated crops, their enthusiasm still palpable. Consequently, Wei Ming had become a figure of renown in the village. Previously, the villagers had referred to him as Wei Zilangjian, treating him with the familiarity one would show a neighbor's child. After wandering around Changgu, Wei Ming felt a sense of reassurance. The irrigation of the fields had proven quite effective, unless the Daoyuan River were to run dry. Changgu would likely no longer need to rely on manual labor for watering the crops. Today, he planned to visit the county office to commend Lord Wei. Zheng Lerzhang addressed the people in the room before turning to Wei Ming, adding that they should also take a stroll around the neighboring villages. The matriarch slightly bowed and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zheng Lerzhang, for your consideration." Wei Ming understood the meaning behind Lerzhang's words and nodded in agreement, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, Uncle Zheng. Aren't you also planning to create some more plows?" "I shall accompany you." "Very well." Zheng Lerzhang nodded. In the Tang Dynasty, 4 households constituted a neighborhood, 5 neighborhoods formed a protection unit, 100 households made a community, and 5 communities created a township, with each community having a Lerzhang responsible for household registration, agricultural affairs, checking illegal activities, and collecting taxes. When someone in the village improved agricultural tools, it was the responsibility of the Lerzhang to report it to the higher authorities. However, Wei Ming was particularly curious about the relationship between Zheng Lerzhang and the county magistrate. So he inquired during their journey, "Uncle Zheng, how did you come to have a connection with the magistrate?" Zheng Lerzhang replied, "In my youth, I enlisted in the military. And at that time, the magistrate was still an aide. I once saved his life, which led to our acquaintance." Wei Ming understood that the term aide referred to a military advisor. It seemed that the magistrate had been an aide to someone in the military, while Zheng Lerzhang was just a lowly soldier. He had saved him in the midst of a battle, thus forging their connection. "Does it hold any weight to have your name on the merit list?" Wei Ming asked. Zheng Lerzhang paused for a moment before responding. "As for those above, I cannot say, but within the county office, at the very least, there will be no shortage of rewards." Upon hearing this, Wei Ming contemplated that it appeared there were indeed instances of ambition among those in higher positions. The once glorious Tang Dynasty was now akin to the setting sun. Had it been the early Tang, a period marked by clarity in governance and harmony among the people, such achievements might have been duly recognized. Nevertheless, as long as the county office did not withhold rewards, all would be well. He harbored no illusions of attaining anything grand through trivial matters. His aim was merely to secure some financial support. Changgu was not far from the city of Fuchang, and upon arriving in Fuchang, the two parted ways. Zheng Lerzhang was headed towards the county office, while Wei Rinshi intended to seek out the artisans he had previously consulted. Armed with his blueprints, Zheng Lerzhang suggested, why not meet at the place near the city gate where they sell the famous flatbreads? Wei Rinshi pondered for a moment and replied, those flatbreads are indeed renowned and quite delicious. I shall treat Uncle Zheng to some. Zheng Lerzhang chuckled heartily, responding, it shall be I who treats young Master Wei. Very well, Wei Rinshi agreed. Once I have completed my errands, I shall join you there. With that, Zheng Lerzhang made his way to the county office. Wei Rinshi swiftly finalized the components for 10 plows, arranging to collect them in 5 days. With time still on his side, he recalled that Li Rong had mentioned that Jikong Hall boasted the most comprehensive selection of medicinal herbs in Fuchang County. He thus set his course towards Jikong Hall. Chapter 12. A rescue. Fuchang County was not particularly large, and locating Jikong Hall proved to be a simple task. Wei Rinshi expended little effort before arriving at the entrance of Jikong Hall. Outside, a considerable number of individuals had gathered. Yet they were orderly organized by a few younger individuals, forming a queue rather than crowding at the entrance. Wei Rinshi, sensing the decorum, positioned himself at the end of the line, patiently awaiting his turn. Perhaps it was due to his youthful appearance that a woman approached him shortly after, inquiring, are you here to fetch medicine for someone, or seeking treatment for an ailment? Wei Rinshi shook his head and replied, I seek not for a diagnosis, but to inquire about a few medicinal herbs. The woman responded, in that case, there is no need to wait here. You may proceed inside to gather your herbs. Thank you, dear sister. Wei Rinshi bowed respectfully, stepped away from the lengthy queue, and entered the Jikong Hall. Upon entry, he was greeted by a long row of apothecary cabinets, clearly stocked with a copious amount of herbs. Behind the counters stood an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman, tirelessly preparing herbal packages for customers. Wei Rinshi's intention was not to purchase medicine. He approached the cabinets, gazing intently at the displayed herbs. Before long, he identified several items that could serve as seasonings in the future. After a meticulous search, however, he found no additional items of interest. After a considerable wait behind a throng of customers, 3 individuals eventually departed, and it was now Wei Rinshi's turn. The elderly man retrieved the specified herbs and neatly packaged them for him. Just as Wei Rinshi received the bundle, a sudden commotion erupted from behind, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a remarkably corpulent individual being carried on a stretcher, the bamboo chair straining under his weight. The armrests deeply embedded within his flesh, as though on the verge of collapse. Such an enormity was seldom witnessed in an era where many struggle to find sufficient sustenance. Even Wei Rinshi was taken aback. The court is now in session. As soon as he stepped through the door, the foremost individual who had not lifted the sedan chair shouted, "Come quickly and see my lord." While calling out, he instructed the servants to bring the sedan chair inside and set it down. Everyone turned their gaze towards the man seated in the bamboo chair. He was drenched in sweat, his face flushed a deep brown, his large ears were a vivid crimson, and his lips and the tip of his nose were tinged with a bluish hue. He strained to sit upright but found himself weakly leaning back, one hand clutching his chest as he gasped for breath, his eyes tightly shut, contorted in agony. The attending physician hastily rose from behind the table and rushed over. Upon observing the man's complexion, he immediately grasped his arm and turned to inquire, "What symptoms does Lord Jiao exhibit?" The individual who had initially called for the physician, seemingly the steward, quickly pointed to his head and replied, "My lord is feeling faint and can hardly walk. He struggles to breathe." The commotion had drawn a crowd, and the entire Jikong Hall was now watching. The physician furrowed his brow, firmly grasping the man's wrist to assess his condition. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "The pulse is deep, thin, and taut, coupled with dizziness and shortness of breath. This is indeed an urgent matter. Then we must treat him without delay." The steward called out immediately, "We have no shortage of funds. Whatever it takes to restore my lord's health, we will provide." The physician appeared somewhat troubled and replied, "This is due to an imbalance of yin and yang. There is no quick remedy. It is imperative to treat him promptly and allow for gradual recuperation. If it is a case of rising liver fire, one should clear the liver and drain the fire. If it is a case of excessive liver yang, one should pacify the liver and subdue the yang. Should the condition be somewhat severe, it is essential to supplement it with potent tranquilizing medications." If the diagnosis reveals a deficiency in both liver and kidney yin, accompanied by an exuberance of liver yang, a combination of calming liver and tranquilizing yang along with nourishing kidney and liver remedies is typically employed. In cases of dual deficiency of yin and yang, a simultaneous replenishment of both is advisable. Observing the attending physician shaking his head in contemplation, the steward became increasingly anxious, interrupting the physician's discourse to inquire. But my lord can no longer afford the luxury of gradual recuperation. Our master often asserts that you are the finest doctor in Fuchang City. Surely you possess a remedy. The physician, stroking his beard, sighed, Alas, my medical skills are lacking, and I am ashamed. Is there truly no solution? The steward persisted, unwilling to relent. My skills are indeed inadequate. Perhaps other esteemed doctors may possess remedies. The physician reiterated, shaking his head once more. Growing more frantic, the steward grasped the physician's garment, pleading, But how can my lord venture out to seek other doctors at this moment? Can you not first alleviate his symptoms? I am indeed not adept at treating acute conditions. However, I shall prescribe something to attempt a remedy. Please hasten and have young Master Jiao take it. The physician stated, hastily settling down to pen a prescription. Thank you. The steward exclaimed, following closely behind. Faint. Faint. Steward. A feeble voice called from the direction of a man resembling a mountain of flesh, who suddenly rolled his eyes and seemed on the verge of collapsing. The steward rushed over in alarm. My lord. My lord. Witnessing the impending fall, Wei Ming instinctively moved to assist, but as he took a step forward, he hesitated, recalling the reason for his traversal through time. However, after a fleeting blink, he rushed forward, forcefully pulling the steward aside, and commanded, Go light the oil lamp and fetch me a knife. The steward, taken aback by Wei Ming's sudden advance, was further startled when Wei urged him again. Hurry. Reacting swiftly, the steward hurriedly retreated. The other attendants in Jikong Hall quickly grasped the situation and brought forth a small knife used for cutting medicine, presenting it to Wei Ming. A spurt of blood erupted immediately. Wei Ming dodged just in time, but the blood splattered onto the steward's face. What are you doing? The steward exclaimed in horror, rushing to seize the knife. Yet, Wei Ming was quicker, plunging the blade into the palm of another man's hand. A stream of blood gushed forth from the wound, spraying a considerable distance, almost 2 steps away. The steward lunged at him, seizing Wei Ming with one hand while the other knocked the knife from his grasp, prompting several other servants to join in an attempt to restrain him. Let go. I am saving your master. Wei Ming, still a mere youth, lacked the strength to escape their hold and cried out desperately. Upon hearing his plea, the crowd glanced back at the injured man, noticing that the blood from his palm had ceased to spurt and was now merely oozing slowly. His previously deep reddish complexion began to fade rapidly. His ears regained their pallor, and the bluish tinge on his lips lightened significantly. Although the Tang Dynasty had already embraced the title of physician, it did not carry the same connotation as it does today, referring instead to individuals who pursued the study of medicine for the sake of convenience. This text uniformly employs the terms Longzhong and Daifu to denote such practitioners. A brief explanation is provided here. Chapter 13. The jealous old man. The individuals within Jikong Tang were fixated on the central figure, the esteemed Lang Junjiao. They observed as the flow of blood from his hand gradually ceased, and his complexion began to regain its vitality. Only then did the steward and the attendants release Wei Ming, rushing to encircle the distinguished Lang Jun, inquiring, Lang Jun, do you feel better now? The esteemed Lang Jun exhaled deeply several times, nodding in affirmation, much improved. My head is no longer so dizzy. As he nodded, the layers of flesh beneath his chin quivered, leaving Wei Ming momentarily astonished. I have encountered this esteemed Lang Jun before. Were it not for his timely intervention, the situation would have been dire for Jiao Lang Jun. The old man expressed with humility, I must admit, my medical skills are lacking. May I inquire what ailment has afflicted Jiao Lang Jun? I earnestly seek your guidance. With that, the attending physician took a step back, bowing respectfully to Wei Ming. The latter sidestepped, avoiding the gesture of reverence, and replied, You flatter me, esteemed elder. I am not a physician. I merely recalled hearing a hermit in the mountains discuss such symptoms. What harm is there in sharing? The hermit once stated, should a person be excessively corpulent, their blood becomes tumultuous and thick, surging with wild abandon, akin to a galloping stallion. If this torrent breaches the vessels of the heart and brain, it may swiftly lead to death. This ailment, as the esteemed elder has just mentioned, is primarily a matter of daily diligence. should it suddenly manifest. One might attempt to alleviate it by needling the palms and soles to draw blood, which may temporarily expel the vital force from the body, thereby diminishing the impact on the heart and brain. Wei Rinshi remarked that this is but a fleeting remedy and cannot be relied upon each time. It appears that this young gentleman's life is not destined for an early end. At this moment, young Master Jiao felt somewhat better upon hearing Wei Rinshi's words. He grew anxious again and swiftly glanced towards the steward. The steward immediately understood the gravity of the situation, hurriedly approached Wei Rinshi, and bowed deeply. Then struck his own face twice with great force, exclaiming, "This old servant has unwittingly offended the benefactor. Indeed, I am deserving of death. I implore you, young master, do not take this to heart, and please forgive my transgressions." "There is no need for such formality," Wei Rinshi waved his hand dismissively. "You are merely acting out of concern for your master." "Thank you, young master." The steward continued to bow repeatedly. "May I inquire how to address the benefactor?" Once young Master Jiao had caught his breath and felt somewhat at ease. He observed that Wei Rinshi no longer bore ill will towards the steward, and thus cupped his hands and respectfully inquired, "Ah, so it is Brother Rinshi." Young Master Jiao replied, "I am a scion of the Jiao family in Fuchang City, with the single name Hao and the courtesy name Hai Ching. Brother Rinshi has saved my life. Such a favor is difficult to repay. I humbly request that you grace my humble abode, where I shall express my gratitude appropriately." The Jiao family of Fuchang is a prominent clan. Earlier, upon hearing the sitting physician address him as young Master Jiao and observing his physique, Wei Rinshi had made an educated guess. In this era, it is likely that only the wealthiest family in Fuchang could nurture such a robust individual. Since Brother Rinshi has prior engagements, I cannot impose upon him. I kindly request Brother Rinshi to provide his residence, as I shall visit to express my gratitude in the future. In response, Jiao Haiqing bowed and inquired further. Observing Jiao's exceedingly courteous demeanor, Wei Rinshi thought to himself that the son of the wealthiest family in Fuchang indeed possesses a certain refinement. However, it is regrettable that he is so heedless, allowing himself to become quite corpulent. Judging by his appearance, he is merely in his 20s, yet already suffers from hypertension. If he does not take measures to control his condition, it is likely his life will be short-lived. This reflection led him to recall a similar incident from his own past, where he had witnessed a student at school chasing and playing roughly on the stairs, resulting in an injury. In an act of kindness, he assisted the student to the hospital. However, the family of the injured child was unreasonable, claiming that he had physically punished the student and caused the fall. Despite numerous witnesses from other students present at the time, the dilapidated village school lacked surveillance, and the family adamantly insisted on their version of events, escalating the matter to the Education Bureau. In an effort to quell the situation, the Bureau issued an unwarranted reprimand, forcing him to compensate with a year's salary of 20,000 yuan. Frustrated and powerless, he succumbed to drink, only to awaken absurdly in the Tang Dynasty. Comparing Jiao Haiqing's demeanor to his own experience, Wei Rinshi could not help but feel a sense of fondness. Thus, he advised him, "Young Master Jiao, the root of your ailment lies in your excessive weight. Without addressing this fundamental issue, your illness will be difficult to remedy. I urge you to seek the counsel of esteemed physicians and to be mindful of your diet, for otherwise, your longevity may be at risk." This proclamation left Jiao Haiqing momentarily astonished, rendering him speechless. Wei Rinshi believed he had already issued sufficient reminders. Thus, he casually raised his hand as a farewell and turned towards the medicine cabinet, retrieving the already wrapped medicinal herbs before departing from Jikong Hall. As the hour approached noon, he quickened his pace, hurrying to the shop selling flatbreads to rendezvous with Zheng Lijing. Upon arrival, he found that Zheng had yet to arrive. After waiting for a while, unable to resist the enticing aroma of the flatbreads and the savory scent of lamb simmering in the nearby pot, Wei Rinshi decided to indulge himself and purchase one to satisfy his cravings. Many patrons were already in line, and after a brief wait, it was finally his turn. "1. Please," Wei Rinshi said as he handed over some coins. As the flatbread was passed to him, he looked up and found the old man serving it to be quite familiar. It suddenly dawned on him why the old man seemed recognizable. This was indeed the same fellow he had overheard boasting on a previous occasion. No wonder he had interjected during Wei Rinshi's own boastful remarks. It appeared that this flatbread shop belonged to him. Wei Rinshi was taken aback by the old man's pettiness, yet he brushed it aside with a smile, saying, "I am but a child, merely engaging in a bit of playful boasting. Why take it to heart? You are running a business, and I am not unwilling to pay." "Humph. If I choose not to sell to you, then I simply will not. The old man retorted stubbornly, wearing a cold smirk, refusing to accept the money or hand over the flatbread to Wei Rincher. At this, Wei Rincher felt a bit indignant, and with a mocking grin, he replied, "At your age, to hold a grudge over a mere jest from a child is quite the display of immaturity." The old man, with a scowl on his face, retorted, "Indeed, I am rather petty. If I say I shan't sell you this pancake, then I shan't. If I refuse, so be it." Huh, as if I truly cared. However, Wei Rincher chuckled in response. "Though your pancakes are decently made, the mutton inside is tough, dry, and reeks of an unclean odor. To speak frankly, what I uttered the other day was no mere idle boast. If you possess the skill, come and attempt to outdo me." The old man, equally defiant, shouted back, "Exactly. If you wish to buy, do so quickly. If not, be on your way and do not waste my time. I am busy." At that moment, as one person shouted, several others joined in the ruckus, adding to the commotion. What is all this noise about? What has transpired? A woman clad in coarse linen approached, her hands smeared with something, inquiring curiously. Chapter 14. The wager. The girl in the linen dress glanced outside, and immediately a few younger men gathered around her, eager to please, saying, "Little swayer, that young gentleman came to buy a pancake, but for some unknown reason, your father refuses to sell it to him." And thus they have begun to argue. Other men nearby echoed their sentiments. The girl assessed Wei Rincher and then turned her gaze to the old man. Upon hearing their exchange, she smiled and said, "Father, what is the point of this? He is merely a young lad, likely just boasting. He poses no real threat to us. Why not sell him a pancake?" As she spoke, she approached the counter and inquired of Wei Rincher, "Dear young sir, do not take offense. I shall apologize on behalf of my father. How many would you like?" Wei Rincher regarded the woman with a favorable attitude. Just as he was about to speak, the old man beside him persistently intervened, declaring, "Not for sale." Moments ago, he had dismissed Wei's words as mere bravado, challenging him. "Pray tell, what is lacking in my flatbreads? I, Wang Laohan, have been selling these flatbreads my entire life. While I dare not boast elsewhere, in Fuchang, I can confidently assert that none surpass my craft. How dare you slander it?" Having dedicated his life to the art of making flatbreads, Wang had invested his very soul into this endeavor. Thus, when he heard Wei Rincher criticize his flatbreads, it felt akin to an affront to his very being, prompting his relentless defense. Wei Rincher, feeling his spirits dampened, was loath to engage further with this exceedingly petty old man. Just as he prepared to turn away, he caught sight of the bundles of herbs he held in his hand, and a sudden idea blossomed in his mind. He lifted his gaze once more and addressed the old man. "You stubborn elder, I merely pointed out the shortcomings of your flatbreads. Yet you cling to your grievances with such pettiness. Very well, I shall make a bold proclamation. Your flatbreads indeed possess deficiencies. But the fault lies not within the bread itself, rather in the meat within. Though the flatbread may be well cooked, the filling is lacking. If you doubt my words, allow me a few days to prepare, and let us arrange a time to face off in a contest. Do you dare accept?" At that moment, a voice emerged from behind, accompanied by a figure stepping forward. It was Zhang Lijing, who approached and inquired, "What has transpired? Has someone wronged you?" Beside him stood a towering individual, robust and formidable. Wang Laohan scoffed, as if I fear you will flee. How shall we discuss victory and defeat?" Wei Rincher inquired once more. The old man Wang replied, "Let all present bear witness. It is this young child who has proposed a contest with me, and it is not I who seek to bully him. We shall agree to a fortnight. Should you lose, you must publicly apologize to me. However, should you fail to appear after this fortnight, what then shall be said? Can a man of honor speak without integrity? As a scholar, if I lack the virtue of trustworthiness, how can I continue to study the teachings of the sages and the words of the ancients? I, Wei Rincher of Changgu, shall leave my name here today and will assuredly return in a fortnight. Very well, I shall come to test my mettle." The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, erupted in cheers at Wei Rincher's bold declaration. Just then, Zhang Lijing arrived, unaware of the preceding events, and upon hearing Wei Rincher's wager, hurried to intervene. "Do not worry, Uncle Zhang," Wei Rincher chuckled. "Let us be on our way." Implicit in his tone was the suggestion that Wei Rincher held no confidence in surpassing the old man Wang. With a smile, Wei Rincher continued, "It is merely that I have observed the thriving business of his steamed buns, widely known among the people of Fuchang. I aspire to venture into the food industry myself and see this as an opportune moment to garner recognition. An endeavor related to the culinary arts?" Zhang Lijing expressed surprise. "Yet, Wei Ming did not elaborate further. Instead, he deftly shifted the subject, turning to inquire, "Uncle Zheng, who is this gentleman?" "Oh, this is the eldest son-in-law of Lu Shu, brother Tian Dali, who currently serves at the county office," Zheng Lijing introduced. "I was not merely visiting the county magistrate to discuss plowing and irrigation. I fortuitously encountered him and invited him to dine with us. Brothers of Dali. Allow me to introduce Wei Ming, the esteemed gentleman of Changgu." Previously, when speaking with the county magistrate, it was noted that the innovations in plowing and irrigation were indeed the work of Master Wei. Upon meeting Uncle Tian, Wei Ming raised his hand in greeting, revealing himself to be quite youthful. Dali, astonished, gazed at Wei Ming and remarked, "Master Wei's advancements in agricultural tools are truly remarkable." Uncle Tian offered a humble acknowledgement. With a smile, Wei Ming responded, "Your praise is excessive." Zhang Lizhang, concerned about recent matters, inquired, "Is it true, Master Wei, that you intend to compete with Old Man Wang in making pancakes?" Wei Ming nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, however, when it comes to pancakes, I must concede that I am not as skilled as he. Yet, in other respects, I hold my own." He then asked, "Uncle Zheng, who in our village is the most adept at making pancakes? I shall need their assistance." Zhang Lizhang chuckled, "Is it not fortuitous?" Dali joined in the laughter, adding, "My wife, for all her other talents, excels at making pancakes and can certainly lend her expertise to Master Wei. That would be immensely appreciated, Uncle Tian." Wei Ming exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude. He continued, "Uncle Zheng, you should join me as well. Typically, we lack the ingredients, and my mother is quite strict, leaving little opportunity for me to showcase my skills. When the time comes, I shall demonstrate how to prepare a truly delectable meat pancake." Could it be that Master Wei is also a culinary virtuoso? Zhang Lizhang initially reacted with surprise, but soon burst into laughter, asking, "Is there anything else you require for your preparations? Feel free to share, and I may be able to assist. There is one item that is exceedingly difficult to procure, and at present, it seems impossible to obtain. However, apart from that, I need to find a blacksmith to forge some items. There is nothing else for the time being." Wei Ming contemplated for a moment and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Zheng." Chapter 15. The plan. Wei Ming did not inquire how Zheng Lijing had reported to the county magistrate, but he noticed that Zheng's attitude towards him had improved, indicating that the outcome must have been favorable. Upon returning home, the next task at hand was to prepare for the competition scheduled in half a month. In truth, Wei Ming had no need to engage in a petty rivalry with that narrow-minded old man. However, considering his future ambition of selling spices, he began to devise a clever strategy. During the day, he observed that the flatbreads from the Hu Bing shop were indeed delightful. Yet, the meat sprinkled within them had merely been boiled in a pot, leaving only a salty flavor. Moreover, the old man failed to think creatively, although he had boiled lamb. He neglected to offer lamb soup alongside the flatbreads. Coincidentally, Wei Ming had purchased some herbs from Jikong Hall today that could serve as seasoning, including several suitable for crafting a rich broth. Moreover, Wei Ming had been astute. He had not explicitly stated that the competition would solely involve the flatbreads sold by the one-dimensional shop, but merely claimed that the contest would be about superior flavor. Thus, even if the old man could not produce flatbreads that rivaled those of Wang Laoan, there were countless ways to enjoy them. Stuffed flatbreads, rolled flatbreads, or meat-filled buns, all these variations were essentially similar in nature. Wang Laohan's flatbreads resembled pouches. Tearing them open and soaking them in lamb soup would indeed create a delectable dish. Should he manage to triumph over Wang Laoan, attributing his success to the seasoning would surely spread like wildfire. It is precisely for this reason that what should not be of concern has become a matter of earnest deliberation for Wei Ming. Indeed, this young gentleman is quite the strategist. The mutton lacks the allure of cumin, rendering it somewhat insipid. Although the blacksmithing skills of Changgu may not rival those of the artisans in Fuchang City, they are nonetheless sufficient to forge a wok. Mutton cooked in water is far from delectable. While a cast iron pan is at hand, a proper stir-fry wok remains elusive. Although the technique of stir-frying has been introduced, it has yet to gain widespread popularity. While a flat iron plate could suffice, the thought of needing it for future use compels one to craft a wok. To stir-fry mutton, oil is essential. Fortunately, during the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, sesame oil was already available for culinary use, easily procured. Prior to the Han Dynasty, the oils consumed were predominantly animal fats, with the extraction of plant oils beginning in the Eastern Han. The consumption of plant oils was well established by the time of the Wei, Jin, in northern and southern dynasties. According to the records of Jia Xiqiao and Qiming Yoshu, sesame oil, perilla oil, and hemp oil were already utilized in cooking. By the Tang Dynasty, the variety of plant oils had expanded, with the emergence of more palatable oils such as soybean and rapeseed oil, which significantly contributed to the rapid ascendance of stir-frying as a popular cooking method. As for pork, rendering fat from pork to create savory oil cakes, the remnants mixed into the cakes are simply delectable. However, considering contemporary attitudes towards pork, one might face disdain if one were to prepare a white steamed bun. Yet, upon reflection, if even the pork, often considered unpalatable, can be transformed into something mouth-watering, thanks to the right seasonings, it would only serve to underscore the merits of these flavor enhancers. In contemporary times, the practice of not castrating pigs has indeed rendered the distinct odor of pork a significant concern. One wonders if homemade cooking wine can effectively mask that strong scent. Cooking wine is a remarkable ingredient. Currently, the predominant delicacy is mutton. If it can suppress the pungency of pork, it would undoubtedly excel at eliminating the gamey flavor of lamb, thus ensuring its commercial success. In the future, with sufficient capital, one could also delve into producing light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sesame oil, and chicken essence. These items can indeed be crafted at home. While their flavors may not rival those purchased, they are certainly commendable in this era. The more Wei Ming contemplated, the more he envisioned a promising future. Who knows? Perhaps one day he might indulge in a life of luxury and extravagance. After procuring all necessary items apart from meat and exhausting his remaining coins, he even borrowed a string of cash from Zheng Lursheng. The sun was nearly setting. Observing that the yellow beans had sufficiently absorbed moisture, he carved a hole in the bottom of the wooden basin, laid the yellow beans inside, sprinkled some water over them, and covered them with layers of hemp cloth. He then sealed the basin with a lid to shield it from light, and awaited the outcome. What is young Master Wei up to? Zheng Lursheng, living alone and intrigued by Wei Ming's early morning endeavors, inquired. I am preparing a certain vegetable dish. Wei Ming, aware that the consumption of bean sprouts gained popularity only during the northern Tang Dynasty, found no surprise in Zheng Lursheng's curiosity. Once completed, he began extracting some of the medicinal herbs bought the previous day, grinding them into powder to create additional seasonings. The remaining herbs were set aside for future use in homemade cooking wine. Dear Wei, I shall step out for a while. Please feel free to proceed. Zheng Lizheng observed for a while before rising to address Wei Ming, saying, Today, I could traverse 3 or 5 villages, selling several plows along the way. Words alone hold little weight. It would be prudent for you, Uncle Zheng, to bring along a donkey cart to directly demonstrate the plow, which would convey far more than mere conversation. Wei Ming replied, Indeed, that is a wise suggestion. Zheng Lizheng nodded in agreement. Wei Ming then produced several sheets of paper, handing them to Zheng Lizheng, and said, Uncle Zheng, please deliver these blueprints to the blacksmith and instruct him to forge the items from raw iron. It must be raw iron. Very well. Zheng Lizheng accepted the blueprints and inquired, Neither the blacksmith nor I can read. Will it suffice to present only these drawings? Not to worry. The design is straightforward, and the blacksmith will comprehend it upon inspection, Wei Ming assured him. After Zheng Lizheng departed, Wei Ming busied himself with experiments in his workshop. He had previously concocted homemade seasonings, but that had merely been a solitary hobby to pass the time, as long as the results were palatable. Now, with the intent to sell, he needed to approach the endeavor with earnestness. After toiling for a while, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Shi'er standing outside. Shi'er, what brings you here? Has mother discovered something? Wei Ming inquired, his anxiety evident upon seeing her. Shi'er shook her head and replied, A few visitors have arrived at our home, seeking you. One, quite rotund, even claims you are his benefactor. The matriarch has sent me to find you. It appeared that Jiao Haiqing, who had mentioned visiting to express gratitude yesterday, had unexpectedly come looking for him today. Wei Ming recalled that he had not provided him with a place to stay, yet was perplexed as to how he had discovered his residence. Chapter 16. A gift delivered to the door upon entering. Jiao Haiqing immediately spotted him and attempted to rise, but due to his considerable bulk, he struggled repeatedly to stand. The steward promptly rushed to assist him, yet even as Wei Ming stepped into the room, he remained seated, exerting himself in vain. Please remain seated, Jiao Langjun. Your condition strictly forbids excessive exertion. In all matters, one must avoid undue strain. Even in rising or attending to nature, one should apply gentle effort, Wei Ming urged. hastily preventing him from standing. It was evident that he suffered from hypertension. Any undue effort could result in a cerebral hemorrhage, which would be quite unfortunate within Wei Renshi's abode. My apologies for my rudeness, Jiao Haiqing responded, relinquishing his attempt to rise, and instead raising his hand in a gesture of respect. Jiao Haiqing pays his respects to the benefactor. Jiao Langjun is too courteous. It was merely a trifling effort, hardly worthy of mention, Wei Renshi replied, shaking his head. He then settled down opposite Jiao Haiqing and inquired, "How did you come to find my residence?" I inquired around and discovered that the surname Wei is rather rare in Fuchang. Moreover, the Changgu Wei family has been known for generations for their scholarly pursuits and notable talents. Yesterday, upon hearing Brother Renshi's eloquence and composure, I surmised he could not be an ordinary individual. Hence, I sought you out, Jiao Haiqing explained. Were it not for your timely intervention, I fear I would not have survived yesterday. Since you had prior engagements and could not accept my gratitude, I felt quite uneasy. Thus, I took the liberty to inquire about your abode to express my heartfelt thanks for saving my life. Jiao Langjun, you flatter me, Wei Renshi responded with a smile. I merely happened upon this fortunate turn of events. Jiao Langjun, a person of good fortune, is bound to encounter auspicious outcomes, with or without my involvement. Please, do not address me in such a manner. Simply calling me by my name will suffice. Jiao Haiqing, with a bitter smile gracing his countenance, remarked, I have no particular passions, save for the delight of exquisite food, particularly meat. I find no joy in my meals without it, relishing it at every meal thrice daily. I have previously experienced bouts of dizziness, though never as severe as this episode. I have consumed numerous remedies, with varying degrees of efficacy. It was only yesterday, upon hearing Brother Renshi's words, that I discerned the root cause of my ailment. Ah, indeed. He paused momentarily, as if recalling something, then turned to the outside and called out, Hurry and bring in the tokens of gratitude. The servants waiting outside promptly rushed in, collectively bringing forth a considerable assortment of items, which they deposited in the courtyard, creating a sizable heap. Such lavish gifts are truly unwarranted. Upon witnessing the mountain of offerings, Wei Renshi humbly declined, stating, If Jiao Langjun truly wishes to express his gratitude, a simple meal would suffice. I feel unworthy of receiving such an abundance. Jiao Haiqing raised his hand towards the steward, who immediately understood and hurried outside to summon 2 more servants. Together, they assisted Jiao Haiqing to his feet. Once standing, Jiao Haiqing bowed to Wei Renshi and implored, I beseech you, Brother Renshi, please do not refuse. To be candid, my visit today is not solely to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention, but also to request your assistance with another matter. Since you were able to save me yesterday, I trust you possess the capability to remedy this affliction. I humbly ask for your help in alleviating my condition. Wei Renshi was somewhat taken aback and quickly shook his head, saying, This. I am not a physician. The method I mentioned yesterday was merely something I overheard. I truly cannot treat illnesses. He implored, Please, Brother Renshi, do not refuse. The Jiao family will undoubtedly remember this kindness and repay it for eternity. Jiao Haiqing seemed to have already convinced himself that Wei Renshi could assist him, showing no belief in his words and repeatedly bowing in reverence. Watching him bow incessantly made Wei Renshi anxious, fearing that it might provoke a stroke due to his high blood pressure. Jiao Langjun. It is not that I am unwilling to help. I genuinely lack the ability to treat ailments. Wei Renshi reiterated, shaking his head once more. Please, Brother Renshi, save me. Jiao Haiqing ignored him and continued to bow. Wei Renshi replied, Jiao Langjun, I am not a physician. I truly cannot attempt to treat your illness recklessly. At most, I possess some methods that may help you lose weight without harming your health, yet these methods would also be quite painful for you. Moreover, even if you were to lose weight, whether it could reverse your condition remains uncertain. Therefore, rather than wasting time here, it would be wiser to seek out renowned doctors across the land for proper diagnosis and treatment. Seeking renowned doctors is not so easy. I cannot fathom how much time it would consume. Jiao Haiqing sighed and said, Given the time lost in hesitation, it is better to first ask Brother Renshi for assistance. I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. Wei Renshi pondered for a moment and inquired, May I ask you a few questions? Are your family members aware of your visit to me? Jiao Haiqing nodded slightly, stating that his mother was already aware of yesterday's events and remarked that had it not been for his father's absence, he would have accompanied his father to express gratitude. Very well, he continued, since this is the case, I must address matters directly in the presence of your butler and the many servants. Wei Renshi said, Firstly, I am not a healer. I merely possess a few methods that may assist you in shedding some weight. Their efficacy is uncertain, and we can only attempt them. Secondly, these methods may prove quite arduous for you. You must adhere strictly to my instructions. Whatever I instruct you to do, you must do without deviation, without resentment, and without hypocrisy. If you have contemplated these 2 points and remain resolute, I shall assist you. I understand. Jiao Haiqing nodded, affirming, as long as Brother Rinch is willing to help me, I will not have any objections. Wei Rinch nodded in response, saying, in that case, Jiao Langjun, although I am a few years older than you, merit takes precedence. You may simply call me by my name. Jiao Haiqing interjected, all right. Wei Rinch then instructed, now, Haiqing, have your servants dismantle the sedan outside. Henceforth, in Fuchang, you must walk wherever you go. If you find it difficult to walk, then proceed slowly, taking breaks as needed. But you must not be carried nor lean on external supports. Jiao Haiqing was taken aback, recalling the earlier words, and hesitantly turned to the butler, saying, then, I shall heed Brother Rinch's advice. Wei Rinch added, furthermore, upon rising tomorrow, you may have only a bowl of plain porridge and a single egg, after which you must bring your cook to Changgu to find me. Although you may take a break along the way, it must not extend beyond lunchtime. Very well. Jiao Haiqing nodded in agreement. Let it be so for now, Wei Rinch remarked. This is a matter that requires considerable time. Haste will not serve us well. The two continued their conversation for a while, during which Wei Rinch shared some precautions and considerations regarding patients with hypertension that he recalled. This knowledge was etched in his memory, stemming from the fact that in later years, his father also suffered from various health issues. After a significant passage of time, Jiao Haiqing finally took his leave. Wei Rinch accompanied him to the door, observing as he wobbled forward, gradually disappearing into the distance. Once Jiao Haiqing had left, a sudden burst of laughter erupted beside him. Do not mock others. Wei Rinch playfully ruffled Xier's hair and chuckled. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xier dashed towards the pile of gifts, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The matriarch then emerged from the adjoining room, her brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 17. Experimenting with seasonings. Upon noticing the matriarch's expression, Wei Rinch immediately surmised her thoughts and approached her to recount the events that transpired at Jikong Hall the previous day. The matriarch's face registered surprise as she inquired, when did my son become knowledgeable about such matters? It is said that wisdom can be gleaned from every corner, Wei Rinch replied casually, before asking. I am aware that the Jiao family is the wealthiest in Fuchang, yet I am unaware of their business undertakings. Do you happen to know? The matriarch shook her head in response, saying, I have only heard that they possess several ocean-going vessels for trade, but the specifics elude me. Can my son truly handle the matters he has been entrusted with? Wei Rinch nodded and said, of course. Xier, go and tally up what he has brought. Select what we need, and we shall sell the rest for some copper coins. There are so many items. Xier joyfully skipped away. The matriarch cast a worried glance at Wei Rinch. Do not worry, mother. I shall act with purpose and will not bring about any misfortune, Wei Rinch reassured her. I will ensure our lives improve, allowing you and Shio to enjoy better days once again. The matriarch nodded but suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards the person before her, as if he were not her child. This thought quickly dissipated. After all, whose child could he be if not her own? The child had grown, and with that growth came understanding. This was indeed a good thing. Ultimately, it was he who would uphold the family. That afternoon, Wei Rinch dutifully refrained from venturing outside, allowing Xier to play the role of a scholar at home. Early the following morning, he made an excuse to visit Li He, claiming he sought to discuss matters with him, and stepped out. Upon arriving at Li He's doorstep, he fortuitously encountered Li He preparing to leave on a donkey. He pulled Li He aside. Rinch, why have you brought me here? The youthful Li He inquired. I need to confer with you. I have some tasks to attend to in the coming days, which will require me to venture outside frequently. However, my mother is not permitting me to go, so I had to tell her I was coming to see you in order to gain her consent. Let me make this clear. If my mother asks, you must affirm that I am indeed with you. Li hesitated momentarily, observing Wei Rinch's serious demeanor, and finally nodded, saying, very well. However, what is it that you intend to do without your mother's knowledge? Wei Rinch, noticing Li He's somewhat mature expression, turned his gaze and proposed, would you like to see? I can also treat you to some exquisite delicacies that you have surely never tasted before. What do you say? Li He hesitated once more. Let us go. Seeing Li He's evident intrigue, Wei Rinch swiftly grasped his arm and led him towards Zheng Lerzhang's residence. Upon their arrival, Zheng Lerzhang, having already dined, was in the courtyard mending a hoe. Upon noticing the two boys, he rose with a smile and inquired, Wei Langjun, Li Zia Langjun, have you both had your meal? The pair nodded in acknowledgement. And Wei Rinshi proceeded to inspect his bean sprouts, lifting the wooden basin's lid and sprinkling some water before covering it again. The bean sprouts would take about 7 or 8 days to mature, so tasting them today was out of the question. However, there were other provisions. Quite well. Zhang Lerzhang remarked cheerfully. I indeed have some matters at hand. Just yesterday, I visited 2 neighboring villages to demonstrate the new plow and secured orders for 5 units. Today, I plan to visit another village. Uncle Zhang, you may miss out on some delectable treats. Wei Rinshi feigned regret. After Zhang Lerzhang departed, Li He, somewhat astonished, asked, Rinshi, when did you become so familiar with Zhang Lerzhang? Since I began to offer him considerable benefits, came the reply. Wei Rinshi remarked, shaking his head afterward, nevertheless. Zheng Li Zheng is quite an admirable individual. Rinshi, what do you intend to do? Li He inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Wei Rinshi, maintaining an air of mystery, replied, you shall find out in due course. Changji, how about I assign you a task? What for? Li He asked. Excellent. Li He nodded and then departed. Once Li He had left, Wei Rinshi busied himself. He retrieved the lamb he had purchased the previous day. The cool spring night ensured it had not spoiled. After washing and preparing the meat, he also arranged the lamb bones into the pot. He then commenced kneading dough, intending to prepare several thin pancakes and cut them into strips, while also frying a few pancakes to accompany the lamb soup. Wei Rinshi observed the way Old Wang prepared lamb, which was akin to making lamb soup, but without the broth. Instead, the meat was scooped out, chopped, and placed within the pancakes. Little did he realize that the true delight lay within the broth itself. However, Wei Rinshi's aim was not merely to create lamb soup, but rather to test the seasoning he had concocted, hoping to enhance the flavor of the broth. If the broth's flavor improved, the taste of the cooked lamb would naturally follow suit. To outshine Old Wang's method would serve to highlight the benefits of his seasoning and promote it effectively. Furthermore, he intended to devise a few innovative culinary techniques to elevate his seasonings, thereby gaining recognition for his creations in Fuchang. Hence, he instructed Li He to seek out dead pine wood, as its aroma would not be overly potent. A mere hint of rosin can effectively eliminate the gamey odor of lamb, imparting a delightful fragrance to the mutton soup while also absorbing the impurities released from the meat during cooking. When ladled into bowls, accompanied by a sprinkle of pepper, the flavors elevate to a new height. Although chili is absent at this moment, one might later seek out prickly ash, also known as Sichuan pepper, which can provide a taste reminiscent of chili's spiciness. The aromas of the spices intertwine with the essence of the meat broth, gradually permeating the entire courtyard. Li He and Li Rong stand nearby, their noses twitching incessantly, their gaze fixed on the bubbling white soup, instinctively swallowing in anticipation. Wei Rinshi chuckles softly, rolling up his sleeves to begin making pancakes. Chapter 18. A twofold benefit. Mutton soup is arguably the most consumed meat broth among the Tang people. With lamb being the most popular meat, it is conceivable that lamb surpasses even chicken and duck in terms of consumption. However, Wei Rinshi has never tasted the mutton soup of the Tang Dynasty, nor has he had the pleasure of a hearty lamb meal. His only experience with lamb has been the sporadic bits of minced lamb atop Wang Leihan's flatbread. Thus, the ever-greedy Wei Rinshi would not squander this rare opportunity to indulge himself. He replaces the pot with a clean one, setting it over a low flame, tossing in a handful of salt and crushed peppercorns to saw it into a fragrant seasoning. This mixture is then evenly sprinkled over the freshly cooked, aromatic lamb chops. With a bite, the enticing aroma envelopes him. The tender, succulent lamb yields to his teeth, releasing a rich and savory broth that fills his mouth with flavor. Zheng Lijing gazes at the lamb bone in his hand with astonishment, his surprise evident upon his face. He takes another sip of the soup. Wei Rinshi smiled as he handed a bowl of carefully prepared broth to Zheng Lijing. Taking the bowl, Zheng blew gently on it before bringing it to his lips for a sip. The expression that crossed his face brought an even brighter smile to Wei Rinshi's. How is it? Wei Rinshi inquired. Setting the bowl down, Zhang gave his thigh a hearty slap, confidently declaring, it's absolutely excellent. Not to mention the pancakes. Just this broth alone has already claimed victory over Old Wang. Nearby, Li He and Li Rong, who had been devouring their meals with great enthusiasm, turned upon hearing this. Li He, acting quite the adult, disregarded decorum and wiped his mouth before passing his bowl back to Wei Rinshi, saying, another bowl. What do you mean Old Wang has lost? I'll go and place a wager with old Wang, the seller of pancakes in Fuchong City. In half a month, we shall see who can make the more delectable dish." As Wei Rincher spoke, he gestured towards the array of seasonings and spices he had prepared. "With these ingredients, the flavor he produces cannot possibly compare to mine. Uncle Zheng, don't you think that in half a month, when the people of Fuchong learn I triumphed over old Wang thanks to these ingredients, the discerning families will come to purchase them?" Recalling their previous conversation about culinary business, Zheng Lijing inquired, "Is this what you plan to sell?" Wei Rincher nodded affirmatively. "Uncle Zheng understands clearly," he replied with a smile. "Young Wei, you truly are remarkable," Zheng Lijing praised. "You could write poetry and comprehend scholarly matters earlier, and now you have innovated the plow and created irrigation mechanisms. And now, you demonstrate prowess in cooking as well, truly impressive. Could it be that this book contains such profound knowledge?" Wei Rinch laughed without responding, glancing at the sky, which was already at its zenith. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, and Wei Rinch immediately recognized it as Shiu's. Before he could rise, Li Rong had already sprung from his seat and gone to open the door. Shi'er stood outside, followed by a substantial figure, Jiao Haiqing, the gentleman from the Jiao family. At that moment, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, despite the fact that it was a temperate spring day. His collar was even soaked through. "I made it! I made it!" he exclaimed, catching his breath while hurriedly explaining to Wei Rinch inside. "I arrived at Brother Rinch's residence first, so I'm not late." Zheng Lerzhang, Li He, and Li Rong exchanged puzzled glances, and Wei Rinch stood up, saying, "Brother Jiao is indeed a man of his word. May I ask what you had for breakfast this morning?" Jiao Haiqing, eager to clarify and fearing that Wei Rinch might think he had arrived late, had not paid attention until now. Upon hearing Wei Rinch's inquiry, he suddenly became aware of an extraordinary aroma wafting through the air. "How delightful!" Jiao Haiqing raised his hand towards the interior and exclaimed, "I wonder who the host is. I apologize for the intrusion. Such fragrance! Such fragrance!" Jiao Haiqing inhaled deeply, exclaiming, his expression akin to that of an addict encountering his fix, causing Li He and Li Rong to instinctively take a step back. Wei Rincher set aside the ladle and poured a small bowl of clear soup, adding several slices of meat before placing a strip of pancake into it. He remarked, "Brother Jiao, today's lunch consists of this. Do not indulge excessively afterward." Jiao Haiqing, disregarding all decorum, eagerly snatched the food from Wei Rincher's hands and stood, ready to devour it ravenously. "Hold on," Wei Rincher interjected. "Brother Jiao, you may only have this much for lunch. It would be better to savor it slowly, allowing yourself to appreciate the flavors. Otherwise, it would be a pity if it were gone in just a few bites." The onlookers were puzzled, their gazes fixed upon Wei Rincher. He clarified, "Brother Jiao has grown somewhat portly and has requested my assistance in shedding some weight." The others exchanged glances, speculating. Could it be that the Jiao family from Fuchong City? When one is hungry, anything tastes delightful. Wei Rincher chuckled before inquiring, "Brother Jiao, have you brought your family as chef along?" With his mouth full, Jiao Haiqing hastily swallowed upon hearing the question and replied, "Yes, indeed. Thank you, Brother Rincher, for your thoughtfulness." He had already consumed the entire bowl of mutton soup and was now eyeing the meat broth in the pot with great anticipation. Feigning ignorance, Wei Rincher served a bowl to Shi'er and added 2 ribs for her to enjoy as well. Jiao Haiqing's eyes widened in longing, his mouth agape, nearly drooling at the sight. "Brother Rincher, I must have just a taste. Truly just one bite," he exclaimed, turning to plead. Yet, Wei Rincher reminded him, "But Brother Jiao, you have already partaken of the meat broth." Wei Rincher deliberately displayed a troubled expression, contemplated for a moment, and then remarked, "How about this? If Brother Jiao can walk from his home to my son's place by noon tomorrow, I shall prepare another piece solely for him to taste." "Excellent. Indeed." Jiao Haiqing eagerly nodded. "I will certainly return tomorrow." In high spirits, Wei Rincher felt satisfied. Having tested the efficacy of his seasoning while enticing Jiao Haiqing with the delightful flavors, thus encouraging him to engage in physical activity, an endeavor that yielded dual benefits. Chapter 19. All roads lead to Chang'an. After bidding farewell to Jiao Haiqing and observing his rotund silhouette fade into the distance, countless thoughts swirled within Wei Rincher's mind. The current Tang Dynasty faced challenges in managing the western regions, with the Arab forces obstructing trade routes, rendering overland commerce increasingly arduous. Thus, maritime trade began to flourish. It was inevitable that he would venture into business in the future, and should he acquire capital, numerous goods could be explored. At that time, The opening of markets would undoubtedly require the assistance of maritime merchants. It seemed he had indeed made a wise decision in saving a life. Had he not intervened that day, he would never have encountered this opportunity. Therefore, doing good deeds would surely yield rewards. Zheng Shu Shu. When will the items for the blacksmith be completed? Wei Rinshi inquired after parting with Jiao Haiqing, turning to Zheng Lerzheng. Zheng Lerzheng, still astonished by Wei Rinshi's successful rapport with the Jiao family's son, who appeared to heed his counsel with wonder, responded to his inquiry. It will be ready by tomorrow. Then it is time to proceed to the next step, Wei Rinshi declared. After thoroughly cleaning and drying the cauldron, Wei Rinshi stoked the fire beneath it, adding Sichuan peppercorns, seasonings, and spices into the vessel. He gently stirred them using the heat from the bottom of the cauldron before introducing slices of ginger and pouring in water, bringing it to a vigorous boil. After steeping for a little over the duration of a tea ceremony, Wei Rinshi approached with the wine he had purchased, uncorked the wine jar, and began to add the liquid into the pot. This particular type of wine had not undergone distillation, resulting in a lower alcohol content, making it suitable for culinary purposes. As the wine mingled with the ingredients and simmered for a brief period, he retrieved a paper packet containing yellowish granulated sugar. Gazing at the sugar, Wei Rinshi was suddenly reminded of a method for refining white and rock sugar mentioned in the exploitation of the works of nature, known as the yellow mud water decolorization technique. He contemplated experimenting with it in the future, although he acknowledged that it was not feasible at present due to the high cost of sugar, which he could not afford. He poured half of the sugar into the cauldron, stirred it in, and allowed it to simmer for a short while longer before withdrawing the firewood from beneath. As the mixture gradually cooled, Wei Rinshi carefully extracted the various seasonings and spices, pouring the amber liquid into an empty wine jar and sealing it once more. Thus, his homemade cooking wine was completed, ready to be used after resting overnight. Today, he had tested it with lamb, yielding satisfactory results. Tomorrow, he planned to experiment with pork. Curious if his homemade concoction could effectively mask the strong odor of uncastrated meat. If successful, a delightful dish awaited him. Departing from Zheng Lerzheng's home, Wei Rinshi walked alongside Li He, while Li Rong followed behind, leading a donkey. Li remained silent for half the journey. And just as they were nearing Wei Rinshi's home, he suddenly inquired, Rinshi, how is it that you have suddenly acquired so much knowledge? I scarcely recognize you anymore. You were not like this before, were you? Wei Rinshi smiled and replied, Do you think I have changed for the better or for the worse, Changji? Li shook his head and said, I cannot say for certain. However, it seems you have improved. This statement was as much a reflection upon himself as it was directed towards Li He. Wei Rinshi hoped that one day his childhood friend would recall these words. Avoiding the despair that comes when one finds a path blocked, believing no other avenues remain. All right, I shall remember this, Li He said. Still young and yet untouched by the experiences that lay ahead, merely nodding in response to Wei Rinshi's solemnity. He then asked, So, does this mean you do not intend to pursue your studies any further? Wei Rinshi stood outside, inhaling the breeze, raising his arm to catch the scent of the air. And upon confirming there was no trace of alcohol, he turned to knock on the door. Xie opened it from within, gesturing quietly to indicate something inside. Casting him a knowing glance. Are you upset? Wei Rinshi asked softly. Xie shook her head, and Wei Rinshi felt reassured as he entered the house, making his way inside. Mother, why are you still awake? He asked. Pausing for a moment, he tentatively added, Mother, has grandfather or father ever considered doing something else since they have not succeeded in the imperial examinations? The matriarch furrowed her brow. Why do you ask such a question all of a sudden? Today I heard someone say that all roads lead to Chang'an. Wei Rinshi first instructed Xie to heat the mutton soup before he took a seat and addressed the matriarch, saying, upon hearing such words, I realize that there are countless ways to navigate this life. Why must one tread a single path to the bitter end? The matriarch replied, Though our family stems from a secondary line, we must not forget our ancestral teachings. Should we abandon them when times grow dire? Wei Rinshi countered, but at present, we are not yet in such straits. The matriarch paused for a moment before continuing, however, it seems you have changed significantly in recent days. Your manner of speaking and acting is entirely unlike your former self. It is as if you have become a different person altogether. Wei Rinshi sighed, choosing to remain silent. Yet within, he mused that given her attitude, he would have to continue concealing his actions for a while longer. He resolved that once he achieved success, he would no longer fear her opposition. By then, the die would be cast, rendering any dissent futile. With that thought, He found himself eagerly anticipating the flavors of the pork he would prepare the next day, wishing for the night to swiftly pass so that morning could arrive sooner. Chapter 20. Cooking wine. The following morning, Wei Ming set out once more. Zheng Lerzhang had prepared several donkey carts in anticipation of his arrival, and the two made their way toward the city of Fuchang. Upon returning to Changgu, the pair assembled the plows at Zheng Lerzhang's home. Zheng Lerzhang, patting the plows, remarked, "I have traveled to 4 neighboring villages, and together, we have secured 10 of these plows, which should yield a profit of 2 guan in copper coins. Not too shabby." Wei Ming nodded and remarked with a smile, "It is time to prepare lunch." As he spoke, he began to stack the stones he had collected along the way. Zhang Lijing stepped forward to assist, mixing water with some yellow clay to fill the gaps between the stones. While working, he continued, "Once the county office's announcement is made, more individuals in Fuchang will take up the plowing profession, and then even more will come knocking at our door. I was thinking, it would be more convenient for us to produce directly here in Changgu rather than travel to Fuchang. But what if we produce too many at once and are unable to sell them?" In the matter of selling plows, Wei Ming preferred to take orders first and then produce according to the demand to avoid excess inventory. Zheng Lijing chuckled, "Do you really think plows won't sell? 300 won is not a significant sum. If one family cannot afford it, a few can certainly pool their resources. Who wouldn't want their own plow?" He added, "Don't worry about the capital, I will cover that." Zheng Shu appeared to be quite affluent. Wei Ming laughed and jested. "Could it be that you have private ventures aside from farming?" "Indeed, I do," Zheng Lijing nodded. "My brother is engaged in business outside, and when I left the army, I received some rewards which I invested. It yields a modest profit." Wei Ming replied with a grin, "To earn money, one must engage in business. Unfortunately, my mother would never allow it." He then inquired, "By the way, Zheng Shu, are you still unmarried, or is your late wife?" Wei Ming grinned widely. Coming from a different era, he held no reservations about the notion of a man remarrying after the passing of his wife. At merely 30 years of age, she finds herself widowed, a rather sorrowful fate. It would indeed be a blessing for her to find a kind-hearted companion with whom to share her life. This Zheng Lijing warrants further scrutiny. Having surveyed the stove, Wei Ming proceeded to gather firewood, igniting the kindling of grass and bark with a fire starter, thus kindling the blaze. The heat transformed the yellow clay into a hardened form, securing the stones in place, rendering the stove more robust. Zheng Lijing brought forth a large iron pot and positioned it on the stove. Wei Ming ladled water into the pot, cleansing it with a cloth. After a brief boil with hot water, he emptied it and wiped it clean, subsequently applying lard within. This process was repeated several times, and sesame oil was added to season the pot, completing its preparation. "What delectable dish shall Wei Langjun conjure today?" Zheng Lijing inquired with anticipation. "Pork," Wei Ming replied. Zheng Lijing's expression shifted slightly, chuckling, "Pork has quite a strong odor. I suspect you have not tasted it before. It's not flatbread. The method resembles that of steamed cakes, yet it is not steamed. The dough must first be leavened," Wei Ming explained as he retrieved a cauldron, filled it with water, and set it aside while he kneaded the dough. Zheng Lijing emerged from the house with a piece of old leaven and handed it to Wei Ming. "Zheng Shu, you still have this?" Wei Ming exclaimed, surprised to receive the old leaven. Zheng Lijing chuckled, "Do you think I don't eat steamed cakes? Living alone, how else would I steam them?" The old leaven was a remnant from the last leavening process, containing yeast cultivated during that time, which, when incorporated into the new dough, would facilitate fermentation. Wei Ming felt quite pleased. Had he waited for natural fermentation, the process would have taken considerably longer. He mixed the old sourdough into the dough, covered it, and placed it in a location not far from the stove, as a higher temperature would expedite the fermentation. The water in the pot had reached a rolling boil, and Wei Ming cut the pork into chunks, adding them to the pot. Once it boiled, he skimmed off the foam and then added an assortment of spices and seasonings, pouring in some cooking wine to continue the simmering. As the meat slowly cooked over low heat, its aroma began to waft through the air. Wei Ming took a careful sniff. A faint, lingering odor remained, prompting him to pour in more cooking wine. After a moment's thought, he also tossed in a small piece of dried pine wood from yesterday's leftovers. Having stripped off its bark, the two of them continued assembling the plow while they waited. By the time they had finished assembling the remaining parts, the dough was nearly ready. Wei Ming approached the dough, kneading it for a few moments before instinctively reaching for the alkaline agent. However, a sudden realization struck him. There was no alkaline agent at that moment. Alarmed, he thought to himself that without it, Wouldn't the steamed buns turn out sour? That would significantly detract from their taste. Uncle Zheng, how do you prevent the steamed buns from having a sour taste? Wei Rinshi turned to Zheng Lizhang for guidance. Zheng Lizhang was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the flavor of steamed buns inherently a bit sour? That's why everyone prefers to eat pancakes. After a brief pause, Wei Rinshi suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Of course, while lacking an alkaline agent, he had wood ash at his disposal. He recalled watching his grandmother knead dough for steamed buns or prepare hand-pulled noodles, always incorporating some wood ash water. Wood ash possesses alkaline properties, which can neutralize the sourness of the dough during fermentation. Upon this thought, Wei Rinshi casually grabbed a handful of the remaining ash from the fire-making process, mixed it with water, and incorporated it into the dough, kneading it vigorously. Alas, even if it is sour, one should not waste it. Zheng Lizhang, witnessing Wei Rinshi blending the ash into the dough, immediately called out. Wei Rinshi paid him no heed, skillfully rolled out the dough into flatbreads and cooked them over the fire. Chapter 21. Lamb wraps and pork sandwiches. The savory aroma gradually wafted through the air, prompting a knock at the door. Zheng Lizhang opened it to find Jiao Haiqing and Li He, along with Li Rong. What brings you all together? Wei Rinshi inquired. We encountered each other on the road, Jiao Haiqing replied. This gentleman, Li Langjun, is none other than Li Changji. I have heard my elder brother speak of a child prodigy in Fuchang who could compose poetry at the tender age of 7, named Li Changji. Who would have thought we would meet here? Jiao Langjun is overly flattering, Li He responded casually, his thoughts already wandering into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Jiao Haiqing, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief while sniffing the air, exclaimed, How delightful! It smells different from yesterday. I wonder what kind of meat it is today? It truly smells exquisite. Pork, Wei Rinshi chuckled. Jiao Haiqing paused, then laughed. Brother Rinshi, do not jest with me. I am fond of meat, but pork has a peculiar odor when cooked that makes it unpalatable for me. It certainly could not smell this delightful. I possess a secret recipe, Wei Rinshi grinned. With my method, not only can the unpleasant odor of the pork be eliminated, but it will also enhance the meat's aroma, making it no less delectable than any other meat. He ushered the guests inside, where the flatbreads were perfectly cooked and the marinated meat had been simmered to tenderness. With a knife, slice open a seam in the fire-baked flatbread, and then extract the marinated meat, mixing it with a few chopped scallions before filling it into the flatbread. Thus, the meat sandwich is prepared. The pork, having been cooked to perfection, is naturally succulent, rich without being greasy, and lean without being tough. The meat juices seep into the flatbread, harmonizing the aroma of the meat with that of the dough. Upon taking a bite, the flavor is undeniably exquisite. Wei Rinshi presented the meat sandwich to Jiao Haiqing and Li He. Both hesitated momentarily before accepting it, leaning in to inhale the aroma, which indeed bore no trace of unpleasant odors. Summoning their courage, they dared to take a bite. To their astonishment, they were left speechless, engrossed in devouring the sandwich with great enthusiasm. Zheng Lizhang, curious, tore off a piece of the flatbread and tasted it. After chewing a few bites, he exclaimed, Wei Langjun, how is it that this flatbread lacks the sourness of dough and is yet so sweet? Suddenly recalling something, he slapped his thigh. It must be the plant ash you used. Wei Rinshi nodded with a smile. Goodness, this flatbread alone could dominate Fuchang, Zheng Lizhang proclaimed loudly. Not to mention Fuchang. Even in Luoyang or Chang'an, one would not find such a flatbread devoid of sourness. Wei Langjun, you are truly remarkable. Brother Rinshi, why don't you showcase your culinary skills while I provide the funds? We could partner to open a food establishment. With such talent as Brother Rinshi possesses, what could Lan Chonglu possibly compare? Although Jiao Haiqing did not comprehend the mention of plant ash, he grasped the essence of Zheng Lizhang's statement and, with a glint in his eyes, immediately suggested, let us sell the mutton soup from yesterday, along with these meat-filled flatbreads. Surely, we will succeed. How could they possibly replicate the exquisite flavors crafted by Brother Rin? Jiao Haiqing inquired. The essence of food lies in its taste. Without that, it is merely superficial. Wei Rinshi smiled. Thus, I intend to sell the means by which they can achieve such flavors. Jiao Haiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned in closer. Brother Rinshi, this is a matter we can discuss in depth. Wei Rinshi regarded him with a smile, yet remained silent. Jiao Haiqing continued. As a scholar, although your skills are remarkable, engaging in mercantile pursuits may be inconvenient for you. If Brother Rinshi were to partner with me, providing the techniques and recipes while I handle the sales, we could share the profits. This way, you would not be hindered in your studies, nor would your reputation be tarnished. What could be more agreeable? Do you genuinely wish to embark on this venture, Brother Jiao? Wei Rincher chuckled, finding the prospect of partnering with Jiao Haiqing quite appealing. He would contribute his expertise, while Jiao Haiqing would manage the distribution. Wei Rincher had numerous aspirations and was not inclined to devote himself solely to the spice trade. If the Jiao family's conditions were reasonable, he would not mind assuming a hands-off role. However, if they sought to purchase the techniques outright, that would be out of the question. Jiao Haiqing nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Rincher. A moment of contemplation washed over his face. He then stoked the flames, adding sesame oil to the pot, tossing in spices, and proceeded to saute the diced lamb vigorously. Having sautéed the lamb to perfection, he retrieved the thin pancakes that had been set aside, wrapping the succulent meat within and distributing it among the guests. He then inquired, Brother Jiao, will you indulge in this rolled pancake, or would you prefer the lamb soup from yesterday? Under the tantalizing aroma, Jiao Haiqing hesitated momentarily before resolutely declaring, I shall have the rolled pancake. Wei Rincher grinned widely, deliberately crafting him the smallest roll, just enough to savor the flavor. The others naturally exclaimed in delight, showering praises upon the dish. Uncle Zheng, considering the lamb cooked yesterday, today's lamb roll, and the meat sandwich, do you think these three dishes could rival Old Man Wang's offerings? Wei Rincher asked. Zheng Lerzheng nodded thoughtfully. While this pancake may not rival Old Man Wang's, in terms of taste, the comparison between lamb and pork far surpasses the disparity offered by the pancakes. If it were up to me, I would certainly choose this. He paused, contemplating, however, regarding the pork. I fear. What is there to fear? The aroma itself stands as the finest testament. Jiao Haiqing interjected. Let anyone who is hesitant take a whiff and see if they discern any unpleasant odor. Uncle Zheng conceded. Indeed, that is a valid point. Wei Rincher continued. This entrenched mindset can be quite troublesome. The common belief is that pork carries an offensive scent, associating the pig with laziness and stupidity, deeming its meat as inferior. This perception is indeed difficult to alter. After a moment of reflection, Wei Rincher turned to Li He and asked, Changji, where is your pouch? Surely it contains paper and pen. May I borrow them? Chapter 22. The contest at dawn broke earlier than usual. Even in the dim light of dawn, the breeze against one's face felt pleasantly warm. Unbeknownst to me, the surroundings were now awash with verdant hues. 2 donkey carts, accompanied by the silhouette of a rider, gradually emerged from the misty twilight. A fortnight had swiftly elapsed. The sun began to rise, illuminating the sky. Beneath the gates of Fuchang City, the hustle and bustle resumed. Wang Leiahan's flatbread shop had been bustling for quite some time. Regular customers began to arrive in succession, just as they did every day. However, there was a subtle distinction this time. After purchasing their flatbreads, the patrons did not rush away. Instead, more and more people gathered around. Fuchang City was not large, and even a minor event could rapidly spread throughout the town. In fact, it took only a few days for the entire city to learn that the venerable Wang Laoan, who had sold flatbreads for decades, was set to compete with a young lad to see who could create the tastier dish. The crowd of onlookers swelled, while Wang Leiahan's daughter, Wang Xiaosui, felt increasingly anxious. Yet, Wang Laoan himself remained not only unperturbed but also somewhat exhilarated. He was utterly confident in his culinary skills and firmly believed that a mere child could not possibly surpass him. Whether the young challenger would actually show up today was still a matter of speculation. Oh, is that the young lad from the other day? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Shortly after, Wang Laoan heard a tone that filled him with distaste. Excuse us, please make way so we can pass. The young gentleman, with an air of calm assurance, leisurely approached the old man Wang and stated, A gentleman speaks with integrity. I have arrived. After uttering these words, he said nothing further and turned across the street. Behind him, 2 individuals swiftly unloaded several cauldrons from a donkey cart, followed by bundles of firewood, and promptly set about kindling a fire. A woman began skillfully kneading dough. She was none other than the wife of Tian Dali. Tian Dali and Zheng Lerzheng, one slicing lamb and the other pork, tossed the meat into the cauldron to simmer. After the water had boiled several times, Wei Rincher commenced his task. He skimmed off the foam, then reached into a cloth bag, swiftly retrieving various ingredients to toss into the cauldron. Subsequently, he picked up a gourd, pried open its mouth, and poured some contents into the pot. Meanwhile, the corners of Wang's mouth began to lift, his face adorned with a confident smile as he steadily sold his flatbreads. The reason was simple. He observed the woman's technique and discerned that her flatbreads would never match the authenticity of his own. Ah, dear. Wang Xiaosui felt a twinge of unease and gently tugged at Wang's garment. At that moment, Wei Rinshi had already set up his large black pot. The onlookers wore expressions of curiosity. Although iron pots had long been in existence, none had seen one fashioned in such a distinctive style. Thus, their intrigue about how Wei Rinshi would proceed was piqued. They watched as Wei Rinshi deftly maneuvered an iron ladle, sending a splash of oil into the pot, which quickly erupted into a cloud of white smoke. Once again, the familiar bag appeared as Wei Rinshi moved swiftly, extracting various items from within and tossing them into the iron pot. A sudden crackling sound erupted, and an extraordinary aroma wafted through the air. Nearby, Zhang Lijing had already sliced the boiled mutton, and Wei Rinshi gathered the pieces onto his blade before pushing them into the pot. Another burst of sizzling ensued, enveloping the street in the rich fragrance of lamb. "What a delightful scent!" gasped the onlookers, their astonished exclamations mingling with the eager inhalations of those who could not contain their curiosity. Wang Leihan's expression darkened immediately. He halted his activity, fixating intently on Wei Rinshi. Beside him, Tian Dali's wife had also crafted a variety of flatbreads, stacking them neatly to the side. In another corner, a young man retrieved a piece of paper from an old pouch, approaching a covered cauldron. He affixed the paper to a nearby donkey cart. Those with a keen sense of curiosity, perhaps literate, drew closer to read the text, reciting aloud, "Clean the pan, use little water, keep the fire from rising too high. Do not rush it. When it is ready, it will be perfect. Good pork is as cheap as dirt. The wealthy refuse to eat it, while the poor do not know how to cook it. Get up in the morning, prepare 2 bowls, and feast without concern." "Is there pork in there?" someone exclaimed. Stepping back hastily, laughter erupted from the crowd as another remarked, "This whimsical writing is quite amusing. Could it be that the pork truly tastes exquisite?" "Look at this," said a curious individual, eager to try it. In this day and age, literate individuals are few. Yet it is precisely due to their scarcity that their status surpasses that of the common folk, rendering them objects of blind admiration. Thus, upon hearing the words of the three, the onlookers became intrigued. "Pork has a strong odor, but my husband possesses a secret ingredient to eliminate the unpleasant scent. Those who wish to sample it are welcome to try. The pork, seasoned with my husband's secret recipe, is said to rival the taste of lamb, perhaps even surpassing it." Li Ron, usually reserved, found himself emboldened by the crowd. His voice, once hesitant, now boomed clear and strong, reaching the ears of all. The pork had been simmering for quite some time, resulting in tender, fragrant meat infused with flavor, truly delectable. "Alas, it seems you have underestimated this situation," Wang Xiaosui whispered to old Wang, her father. "Silence." Old Wang shot her a glare before turning his full attention back to Wei Rinshi. The method employed mirrored old Wang's own, yet it was evident that the seasoning was applied with far greater care. Before long, the flatbreads were ready. Wei Rinshi retrieved them and, with a smile, addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, having observed for so long, it is now time to taste. Master Wang, whom do you suggest should have the first bite?" The townsfolk, already tantalized by the aroma wafting through the streets, instantly converged at Wei Rinshi's invitation. Old Wang, feeling a surge of irritation, sensed that Wei Rinshi's suggestion to choose someone to taste was a blatant provocation. However, the old man Wang would not allow it. He feigned ignorance, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings before selecting a regular patron from among the crowd. "Old Zhang," he called, "please help me taste this and speak an honest word." An individual of similar age to Wang stepped forward, bowing his hand in greeting. "Young sir, I am old Zhang," he announced. Wei Rinshi extended a piece of flatbread with a smile, saying, "I kindly ask you to give it a try." Old Zhang accepted the flatbread, inhaled its aroma, and took a hearty bite. He exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he examined the bread before taking several more bites. "I say, good sir, do not indulge solely for yourself. Everyone is waiting eagerly." The onlookers grew impatient, and voices began to rise from the crowd. Old Zhang, somewhat bewildered, glanced between the flatbread in his hand and old Wang, hesitating before declaring, "This bread does not compare to Wang's. It lacks that robust texture and is rather too soft." The crowd, initially ready to show disappointment at his words, soon heard him add, "Yet, while it may not match old Wang's, the addition of this minced mutton elevates its flavor far beyond that of old Wang's." Upon hearing this, old Wang's face drained of color, and he pointed a trembling finger at old Zhang before dejectedly lowering his arm. "Let everyone have a taste." Wei Rinshi casually distributed a few pieces of flatbread to several individuals before taking the last 2 for himself. He crossed the street, and approached Wang Laohan and his daughter, saying, "Shopkeeper Wang, I initially had no intention of engaging in a dispute with you, yet you insisted on one. Please, do taste this." With that, he placed 2 pieces of flatbread down and retreated to the opposite side. Wang Laohan stared despondently at the flatbread, remaining silent for a considerable time, before suddenly seizing a piece and tearing off a chunk to pop into his mouth. Wang Xiaosui followed suit and also tore off a piece to chew. The pair exchanged astonished glances, then turned their attention back to the lamb nestled atop the flatbread, scrutinizing it intently. Meanwhile, those who had tasted the flatbread exclaimed in delight, igniting a fervent desire among the onlookers. Seizing the moment, Wei Ming called out to the crowd, "We cannot produce an abundance of flatbreads, and there is an excess of lamb stew. We must not let it go to waste. Allow me to concoct a delightful lamb soup for you all to savor." Zheng Lijing, Tian Dali, along with Li He and Li Rong, all sprang into action, gathering a myriad of small bowls, each distinct in appearance, which Zheng had borrowed from various places. They ladled small portions of lamb soup, adding pieces of flatbread, and presented them to the eager crowd. "No pushing, no pushing. There is enough for everyone," Zheng called out as he handed out the bowls. "Oh, this lamb soup is extraordinarily fragrant," exclaimed one of the first to taste. "This soup has more flavor than the lamb itself." The crowd, upon hearing this, surged forward even more eagerly. In a short time, the entire pot of lamb soup was completely consumed. "There are indeed myriad ways to enjoy flatbread," Zheng Li shouted nearby, simultaneously using chopsticks to wrap the stir-fried lamb and bean sprouts in a thin pancake. A crowd surged around him, exclaiming in delight. Someone who had managed to grab a bite immediately cried out, attracting more onlookers, and the pancakes were swiftly devoured. As the food disappeared, the remaining individuals lingered, some feeling disheartened for having missed out, when suddenly Wei Ming called out, "Inside, I have prepared pork with my secret ingredients. I assure you, there is not a hint of the usual gaminess. Encased in this pancake, it is extraordinarily delicious. Who wishes to try?" With the prior delectable offerings as a foundation, the surrounding patrons were considerably more inclined to trust Wei Ming's words. Some hesitated, while others were eager to sample. Tian Dali lifted the lid, and an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. The crowd inhaled deeply, and indeed, the usual pungent odor of pork was absent. "Do take a bite." Tian Dali offered the meat-filled pancake to the earlier hesitant Mr. Zhang. After a moment's hesitation, he took a bite. The expression on his face transformed immediately. "Delicious, delicious. It's even better than lamb," Mr. Zhang exclaimed, and without further ado, he began to devour it ravenously. The others exchanged glances and quickly surged forward. "Ah, I see now. You may have fallen into his trap," Wang Xiaosui remarked to the old man Wang across the street. "He knows our pancake shop has a great reputation in Fuchang and is deliberately trying to outdo you. If he succeeds, he will gain fame, and everyone in Fuchang will know his pancakes are delicious." Old man Wang sighed heavily, replying, "It may already be too late. Xiaosui, it seems our shop has reached its end." In an instant, one feels the weight of time, as if aging significantly. Observing the scene, it was evident that the provisions had been completely devoured, and there approached Wei Ming, his demeanor cheerful. Wang Xiaosui furrowed her brow, fixating her gaze upon him. Upon reaching Wang the Elder and Wang Xiaosui, Wei Ming inquired, "Master Wang, what say you?" Wang the Elder grunted, responding, "The mouths of the masses do not deceive. If I have lost, then I have indeed lost. Speak plainly of your intentions." "I, Wang the Elder, accept the terms of the wager." "Very well." Wei Ming nodded in agreement, then addressed Wang Xiaosui, "My dear lady, I request that you take a handful of the contents from my bag and add it to the pot of lamb you are preparing. Subsequently, please retrieve my gourd and pour a generous spoonful of its contents into your lamb stew." Not only Wang the Elder and Wang Xiaosui were taken aback by this proposition, but also the onlookers who had gathered to witness the unfolding events were momentarily stunned. "Accept the terms of the wager and proceed," Wei Ming reiterated. With a determined bite of her lip, Wang Xiaosui crossed over, retrieving both the bag and the gourd. She took a handful of powder from the bag and cast it into the broth, then opened the gourd, pouring out a spoonful of its contents into the stew. The crowd, puzzled by the proceedings, opted to remain and observe the spectacle. After a brief interval, Wei Ming said, "Master Wang, I kindly ask you to sample this pot of broth once more." Although reluctant, Wang the Elder rose and approached, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it gently before tasting. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he quickly took another spoonful. He then fished out a piece of meat, savoring it with deliberation. Before Wei Rinshi could utter a word, a figure suddenly sprang from the side, snatching the spoon from the hands of the old man Wang. You truly are insufferable. You've nearly suffocated me with your silence. If you have something to say, do so, for merely watching you two is exasperating. With that, the newcomer scooped a ladleful of soup from the pot and took a sip. This meat broth is surprisingly similar to what I tasted earlier. He continued, pray tell. Young sir, is this related to what that young lady added earlier? Wei Rinshi smiled and nodded. This is my secret ingredient for cooking. There are distinctions between meat and vegetarian components. When added during the preparation of the ingredients, they possess the remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. The effects, as you have all just witnessed, are noteworthy. The brevity of the infusion has rendered this broth somewhat lacking in flavor. If it were to simmer longer, the taste would approach that of my previous creation. May I inquire, dear sir, does this imply that by incorporating your secret ingredient into the typical process of cooking meat, one could achieve a flavor akin to what you have produced today? At this juncture, the rotund Zhao Haiqing finally made his entrance, pushing through the crowd to pose his question. Indeed, Wei Rinshi affirmed with a nod. Might I inquire if your secret ingredient is available for purchase? Zhao Haiqing promptly pressed further. As it is a proprietary blend for culinary preparation, it would be unjust for me to keep it solely to myself. Naturally, I offer it for sale, Wei Rinshi replied. Pray tell, what is the price? Zhao Haiqing inquired eagerly. That cannot be determined without consideration, Wei Rinshi elaborated. The quality of the ingredients, the complexity of the techniques, and the efficacy of the seasoning all contribute to the cost, which may indeed reach several coins for a single portion. However, ordinary households may not require such exquisite seasonings. Although their effects may be somewhat inferior, they are still sufficient to transform a pot of rice into a delectable dish, often available for just a few coins per packet. Naturally, I aspire for the finest quality. Zhao Haiqing smiled with pride and inquired, pray tell, where might such treasures be found? As I have not yet secured a shop in the city, should you desire them immediately, you may seek them in Changgu. Wei Rinshi replied, or perhaps we shall wait a few days until I have acquired a shop, and then I shall sell them within Fuchang City. Zhao Haiqing's ploy was executed flawlessly, as those around them, upon overhearing their conversation, urged Wei Rinshi to hasten the establishment of his shop. Old Wang and young Wang Xiaosui were momentarily taken aback, as if they could scarcely believe their ears. You mean, for us to use? Wang Xiaosui queried. Will you not encroach upon our business? Wei Rinshi shook his head and replied, what I intend to sell are secret seasoning blends, not pastries. Why would I wish to encroach upon your trade? He then turned to old Wang and said, Master Wang, your reputation has flourished due to my seasonings, which have become well known. In turn, these seasonings will enhance the flavor of your flatbreads. Your flatbreads were already delightful. With my seasonings, their taste will be even more exquisite, ensuring that your business will not falter. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and for you, it is not a misfortune but rather a fortuitous development. Old Wang opened his mouth, his expression betraying a hint of guilt, and he lowered his gaze. Wei Rinshi then addressed those around him, saying, Dear friends, the remaining seasonings I possess today shall be left for old Wang. In the future, his flatbreads will undoubtedly be more delectable, so do not forget to support him. Ha ha. The young master displays great generosity. The burly man who had eagerly rushed to taste the soup just moments ago laughed heartily and exclaimed. Chapter 24. Days will improve. Zhang Lijing was taken aback, pondering, you could easily manage the seasoning business yourself. Why must you share it with others? I prefer not to toil over such matters, he replied. I have numerous endeavors to pursue and do not wish to expend my energy on trivialities. Wei Rinshi chuckled. Moreover, what Zhao Haiqing mentioned holds truth. I am, after all, a scholar. Regardless of my private affairs, it remains inconvenient to present myself otherwise. Indeed, Zhang Lijing remarked, a gentleman of your caliber ought not to be burdened with such mundane affairs. I shall refrain from involvement. Zhang Lijing shook his head. My brother has ventured out to seek his fortune and has established himself. He has repeatedly urged me to bring my nephews along. Yet, I hesitate. Spending too much time with my nephews has hindered my ability to go. Now, I harbor no particular aspirations, and remaining in Changgu feels futile. Before long, at most within a year, I shall take my nephews to find my brother. Wei Rinshi was momentarily stunned, observing Zhang Lijing's bittersweet smile. A thought stirred within him, prompting his inquiry, is it because of my mother? Zhang Lijing seemed to have come to terms with the situation as he candidly remarked, with such talents. Sir Wei is destined for great success in the future. At that time, Lady Wei, being the mother of a noble son, will surely elevate her status. As a humble farmer, how could I dare to approach even a step closer? To speak frankly, my mother is still quite young. I hold no reservations, Wei Ming replied. Zheng Lijing shook his head, smiled, waved his hand, and departed. Upon returning home, the matriarch was engaged in needlework while Xier was learning beside her. Noticing that the day was still young, Wei Ming said to Xier, take the basket and accompany me outside for a while. The finest gynostem epinephyllum is produced in the south, and while it can be found in the central plains, its efficacy is not as remarkable as that from the southern regions. However, under the current circumstances, procuring the southern variety is not feasible. Thus, we must make do with the local kind. In Wei Ming's recollection, gynostem epinephyllum only became widely recognized during the Ming Dynasty, initially serving as a wild vegetable for famine relief rather than a medicinal herb. Therefore, in this era, it is unlikely to be available for purchase in apothecaries. This plant thrives in shady, moist environments, favoring loose, fertile soil, and can often be found in areas such as shaded forests, valleys, along the edges of fields, by water's edge, in front and behind houses, on hillside paths, and at the base of rocks. As Wei Ming roamed with Xier, they diligently searched these damp and shaded locales, and to his delight, he discovered a substantial amount. He even found some 5-leaf specimens along the sheltered riverbank, which filled him with joy. Consequently, he carefully harvested them, marking their locations with the intention of transplanting them in the autumn once they had grown robust, to cultivate them in his own garden. In truth, the 7-leaf and 9-leaf varieties are the finest, yet within the environment of Changgu, they likely cannot thrive, hence their absence. After a considerable search, however, we indeed gathered a substantial amount. What delighted Wei Ming even more was the unexpected discovery that the elm seeds were now ripe for consumption. During these past days, Wei Ming had been preoccupied with creating seasonings, unaware that the elm seeds on the tree had turned a vibrant green. Xier, catch this. Wei Ming called out as he broke off a branch from the tree and tossed it down to Xier. With a nervous gaze fixed on the tree, Xier cautioned, "My lord, please be careful." She then skillfully plucked the elm seeds from the branch, soon filling a large bamboo basket to the brim. Elm seeds are indeed a delightful treasure, offering a sweet and refreshing taste, whether prepared as a standalone steamed dish or combined with meat to create a savory broth. The tender shoots of the Chinese tune also possess a distinct flavor. In later years, Wei Ming would relish making Chinese tune sauce to accompany steamed buns, a truly delectable combination. Thus, he collected a generous amount of these as well. With a heart full of joy, Wei Ming carried the bamboo basket towards the cooking fire, while Xier happily rushed to assist him. Seeing the two in such high spirits, the matriarch felt her own heart lift with joy. With a smile, she shook her head and continued mending the items in her hands. With the prospect of income from seasonings on the horizon, life was clearly improving. Wei Ming's heart swelled with happiness as he hummed a cheerful tune, skillfully preparing the meal. Before long, a splendid array of dishes was ready. The matriarch gazed in astonishment at the feast laid out before her and inquired, "When did my son learn to cook? Is this entire spread prepared by him?" Wei Ming smiled in response, serving several dishes into the matriarch's bowl, saying, "Mother, do taste this." The matriarch delicately picked up a morsel and, with an air of refinement, placed it in her mouth, exclaiming in astonishment, "It surpasses even the dishes I prepare. From where has my son acquired such skill?" The dishes made by the young gentleman are truly delectable, chimed in Xier, who stood by the table. There was no need for Xier to linger at the table's edge. Both the matriarch and Wei Ming regarded her as one of their own. "Mother, in the future, we shall no longer fret about food and clothing. With my presence, our family's fortunes shall surely improve." Wei Ming's voice, though not loud, was resolute and reassuring, instilling a sense of comfort. Chapter 25. The orchid. As Lenin strolled along the shaded path, the sunlight, fragmented by the foliage, danced upon the ground, creating a mosaic of luminous patterns. The untainted sky was blindingly blue, almost ethereal, with wispy clouds occasionally drifting by, leisurely and carefree, reminiscent of a cat basking in the sun on a recliner, lazily observing the bustling crowd below. At times, Wei Ming yearned to be one of those clouds, gathering effortlessly when together and dispersing with ease when apart, meandering slowly, unhurriedly, free to do nothing and think of nothing, existing in a state of tranquil indifference. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the faint scent of grass, exuding a warm and refreshing aroma. Everything was imbued with a fleeting beauty. The farmers, relieved of the need to fetch water for irrigation, devoted their saved time to meticulously tending to their fields. In recent days, Zheng Lijing had been busy visiting households, reminding them that the time for tax payment would soon arrive, urging them to prepare in advance. Luo Prefecture lies not far from Chang'an and serves as the eastern capital, a place beneath the emperor's feet, a land of great significance. Thus, apart from the two taxes, the local authorities dare not impose additional levies, rendering it considerably better than more distant regions. Wei Renshi had already heard that in more remote areas, local officials would establish numerous additional taxes beyond the two, leading to considerable public discontent. The items sent by Jiao had been sold for a substantial sum, sufficient to meet tax obligations. Once these resources are exhausted, it is anticipated that the plowing and seasonings will yield profits, allowing for continuity. With a lighter heart, Wei Renshi began to hum a tune from the countryside, leisurely strolling along the road, finding a certain beauty in the simplicity of life. Indeed, with no worries about food and clothing, one feels at ease and does not long for home. Just as he was contemplating this, he spotted a rotund figure ambling towards him, clad once more in a green robe, resembling a watermelon from a distance. As the figure approached, it seemed a methodical pace, suggesting that once in better shape, he could engage in other activities. Upon seeing him, Wei Renshi found a larger stone by the roadside, brushed it clean, and sat down to wait. "Brother Renshi, please teach me to sit and rest," Jiao Haiqing called out upon noticing Wei Renshi at the roadside. Wei Renshi stood to make space on the stone, and Jiao Haiqing plopped down, catching his breath. Jiao Haiqing glanced at the steward, who promptly produced a stack of paper, offering it with both hands. "This dividend, as my father and elder brother interpret, implies that if Brother Renshi could provide us with the method, my family would supply the manpower and materials to produce this item, and subsequently sell it. Although Brother Renshi has offered the recipe, the actual execution will be undertaken by my family, which naturally incurs higher costs. Thus, the distribution of profits would be 8 for us and 2 for Brother Renshi." After Brother Wei Renshi finished reading, Jiao Haiqing remarked, "You are only 2. Wei Renshi chuckled and replied, "Brother Jiao, let me guess, your elder brother must have instructed you to start low and gauge my reaction. If I agree, the matter would rest there. If I do not, then the offer would gradually increase. Am I correct?" Jiao Haiqing was momentarily taken aback. He then heard Wei Renshi continue with a smile, "I am not a merchant. I shall not probe your bottom line with a mere offer of 8 to 2. I will only provide the method. I shall not covet a 50-50 split. Instead, I propose a 60-40 division, with me receiving 40 and you 60. This is my bottom line. Should we go below this, I will simply hire a few workers and replicate the process in Luoyang and Chang'an, just as I did in Fuchang, and I shall not worry about finding a market." Jiao Haiqing regarded Wei Renshi thoughtfully and said, "Brother Renshi is a straightforward individual, and I shall respond in kind. My elder brother's established bottom line is also 60-40. Thus, we shall divide the profits accordingly, with Brother Renshi receiving 40% and my family 60%. However, should Brother Renshi have any further brilliant ideas in the future and wish to partner with others, he must first approach our family." "Agreed," Wei Renshi nodded. "When shall we go to discuss the market voucher and finalize the contract?" "This matter arose from my acquaintance with Brother Renshi. My family intends for me to establish a market voucher with him," Jiao Haiqing remarked. "I have no other commitments. I am available at any time." Since the 16 Kingdoms period, contracts have also been referred to as agreements, which originally involved inscribing the character for same at the junction of 2 written documents, later evolving into the term contract. Upon hearing this, Jiao Haiqing was elated and promptly extended his arm towards the steward, exclaiming, "Quickly, assist me to my feet." The steward helped him up, and the 3 of them proceeded towards Wei Renshi's residence. "Excellent." Jiao Haiqing eagerly nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Renshi. After we establish the market voucher tomorrow, you should select a few trustworthy individuals. I will instruct them on procuring raw materials to create seasonings. If we can expedite this business venture, it would be even better." Wei Renshi added, "Indeed." Jiao Haiqing nodded affirmatively. "Certainly, I share this sentiment. The storefront is already available. We merely need to produce an initial batch to commence operations. We can begin selling in Fuchang and subsequently seek a location in Luoyang." Upon mentioning Luoyang, Wei Renshi felt a stir of interest and inquired, "Brother Jiao, I wish to make a trip to Luoyang to seek out some merchants from the north and gather information. I wonder if your family has any connections in that regard?" Chapter 26. The purpose of going to Luoyang Jiao Haiqing is acquainted with numerous merchants from the north, and even if he does not recognize them, there are others in his family who do. Thus, it is essential to find a compelling reason to persuade the matriarch to grant permission. Luoyang is not far from Fuchang. If one rides a horse, an early morning departure would allow for an evening arrival. Even by donkey cart, it would take no more than 2 days. At such a close distance, traversing the official road, there was little cause for concern regarding safety. Wei Rincher pondered extensively yet could not conceive a justification that would persuade the matriarch to agree. Thus, he resolved to seek counsel from others. Very well, Wei Rincher replied with enthusiasm. In his later years, he had studied the Chinese language, and, despite becoming a versatile teacher instructing various subjects, his primary focus remained on literature. To witness the youthful poetic creations of the renowned poet Li He, known as the poetic demon in later times, was indeed of profound significance. The two entered the courtyard, where Wei Rincher first paid his respects to Li He's mother before proceeding with Li He to the study. Li He retrieved a stack of papers from his old brocade pouch, some of which had already been composed into poetry, while others contained mere fragments of thoughts, likely inspired by fleeting moments of creativity. He extracted a sheet from the stack, offering it to Wei Rincher as he remarked, "Today, as I passed through the village, I observed the bamboo groves flourishing, and I saw you utilizing bamboo poles for your irrigation mechanism. This led me to appreciate the true utility of bamboo. I kindly ask for your critique." Li He smiled. Wei Rincher contemplated for a moment and responded. The first 4 lines vividly depict the form of bamboo, illustrating its upright elegance while also capturing the enchanting ambience of its surroundings. The first 2 lines reflect the bamboo's immersion in water and the shadow of the bamboo shoots reaching skyward. The 3rd and 4th lines portray the dewdrops glistening on the bamboo shoots and the frost-touched moss, enhancing the bamboo's beauty. The latter 4 lines, however, take a turn in technique, illustrating the utility of bamboo, serving as a metaphor for one's aspirations and hopes for the future. Li He nodded, raising his head with a smile. Indeed, Rincher truly understands me. Bamboo, woven into mats, can absorb fragrant sweat when cut into rods. It can be used to catch splendid fish. Yet, these are merely commonplace applications, hardly remarkable. What is most commendable is that bamboo was once adopted by the imperial court as the adorned 3-beam crown that noble lords can wear. I, too, am like bamboo, destined to serve the court. He is still youthful, filled with hope. Although this poem may seem somewhat immature compared to his later works, it could even be described as slightly clumsy. However, in Wei Rincher's eyes, the hope for the future encapsulated within this poem is the most precious element. By the way, what brings you to me, Rincher? Li He inquired. Wei Rincher returned the paper to Li He and replied, Changji, have you ever been to Luoyang? Li He nodded. I have. Alas, I too wish to visit Luoyang. But unfortunately, my mother does not allow it, Wei Rincher lamented. Today, I have come to seek your help in devising a reason to persuade my mother. When you went to Luoyang, did your mother ever hinder you? Li He shook his head, saying, I have been twice, and both times my mother accompanied me. She went to the Qingnong Medical Hall for treatment, while I sought books at the Jishin Academy. If fortune favored me, I might encounter a teacher willing to answer my questions, but it all depended on chance. The Jishin Academy? Wei Rincher's mind stirred. Was that not the place where the court compiles and stores books? Can ordinary people also enter? Ordinary people can enter? Wei Rincher quickly asked. That is the repository of the court's writings. Surely, individuals like us, common scholars, would not be permitted entry. Li He nodded and remarked that while it was said to be forbidden, the enforcement was rather lax. The scholars within were all esteemed Confucians, who paid little heed to such prohibitions. Upon hearing this, Wei Rincher's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Li He and inquired, Changji, I intend to journey to Luoyang. Would you care to accompany me? Li He pondered for a moment and replied, That sounds agreeable. I happen to be somewhat perplexed myself. Perhaps a visit to the Jishin Pavilion Academy might bring me fortuitous insights, and I might encounter a scholar who could assist in clarifying my doubts. Splendid, exclaimed Wei Rincher, his face alight with joy. If you join me, my mother will undoubtedly grant her consent. But will your mother allow you to accompany me? Li He contemplated once more before saying, I believe she will. My mother is likely to permit Li Rong to accompany me as well. After sharing a few bites of food, Wei Rincher addressed his mother. Mother, Li He has some questions regarding his studies and wishes to visit Luoyang to seek guidance at the Jishin Pavilion Academy. If fortune smiles upon us, we might be able to solicit assistance from the eminent scholars within. Having studied for several years, I too harbor many uncertainties. hence my desire to accompany him and perhaps receive some enlightenment from the sages. The scholars at the academy are the finest of our time. Even a few words of guidance from them would surely benefit me immensely. Upon hearing Wei Rincher's words, the matriarch raised her gaze to him, considering the matter before responding. Well, if you can indeed obtain answers from the esteemed scholars, it would be a most fortunate occurrence. However, rest assured, mother, Li He has visited Luoyang several times already, and besides, Li Rong will be accompanying us. Despite his youth and being merely a servant of Li He, Li Rong is remarkably astute, well-versed in various matters, and dependable in his duties. In just a few years, he shall undoubtedly become Li He's steward. Haha, Wei Rincher added, with the two of them by my side, there is no chance of error. Upon hearing Wei Rincher's words, the matriarch's expression softened slightly. Yet she remained silent for the moment, merely stating, let us eat first. Wei Rincher refrained from further conversation and focused on his meal. Just as he was nearing the end of his repast, he suddenly noticed the matriarch setting down her chopsticks and saying, if that is the case, then take Sheer along with you to join young Master Changji. Take Sheer with me? Wei Rincher was taken aback. I think not. It would be more reassuring for me to leave Sheer at home to look after you. Besides, she is still young and would find a long journey too exhausting. The matriarch shook her head and replied, what need have I for care? It is you who has never traveled far. With Sheer accompanying you, I can rest easy. Seeing the matriarch's resolute stance, Wei Rincher reluctantly nodded and said, very well, I shall take Sheer along. But, dear mother, you must take care of yourself while you are home alone. Do not worry, my son, your mother is capable of managing. The matriarch assured him with a nod and a smile. Chapter 27. Eastern capital Wei Rincher had visited Luoyang, but that was a millennium and 2 centuries ago. Naturally, many things have changed, yet the vibrancy remains unchanged. This place possesses a remarkable ability. It has endured countless upheavals and has ultimately regained its splendid prosperity. Just like this nation, this people. It is precisely within this nation, among this people, that despite enduring countless upheavals, it ultimately continues to thrive. Could it be that the scenes once witnessed in the ancient tomb museum are mirrored in some corner before us today? This sensation of temporal intersection lingers, instilling in Wei Rincher a transcendental mindset as he gazes upon the lives surrounding him. My lord, this is the city of Luoyang, exclaimed Sheer, her tone brimming with excitement. Her eyes sparkling as they flitted about, overwhelmed by the sights. The eastern capital of Luoyang, in stark contrast to the small town of Fuchang, seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Carriages flowed like water, horses galloped like dragons, and the blossoms danced in the spring breeze. Beside Wei Rincher stood Sheer, along with Li He and his young apprentice Li Rong. Li He, eager to reach the Jishin Academy, paid little heed to the splendor of Luoyang, urging, Rincher, let us hasten to the Jishin Academy. Wei Rincher shook his head, responding, there is no rush. It is nearly evening. First, let us find a place to stay and tidy ourselves before we go tomorrow. Otherwise, how can we possibly blend into the Jishin Academy in this state? After a moment's reflection, Li He nodded in agreement, saying, very well, we can head to the South Market. It is quite lively and should provide suitable accommodations. Good. Wei Rincher affirmed. Li He glanced around and suddenly asked, Li Rong, which way to the South Market? Wei Rincher smiled broadly, and Li Rong stepped forward, saying, my lord, we shall go this way. Surely, there must be foreign merchants within these 2 markets? Wei Rincher inquired. Li Rong raised his hand to point. Is that not the case? Wei Rincher glanced back and indeed spotted several individuals resembling Arabs seated there, peddling their wares. Holding the letter from Jiao Haiqing, Wei Rincher was not in a rush to seek out the merchants himself. After everyone had settled into the inn, the next day, they tidied themselves up and emerged from the establishment. Li He was keen to head straight to the Jishin Hall Academy. However, for Wei Rincher, visiting the academy was merely a pretext, prompting him to decide to part ways with Li He temporarily. Changji, you may proceed to the Jishin Hall Academy first. I have some other matters to attend to. Once I have resolved them, I shall join you there, Wei Rincher stated. Very well, he replied, and Wei Rincher nodded. After Li He departed with Li Rong, Wei Rincher surveyed the bustling streets of the South Market and noticed an elderly man selling jade dumplings. He approached him, bowed respectfully, and inquired, may I ask, esteemed elder, how does one travel from the South Market to the North Market? Oh, allow me to prepare you 2 jade dumplings first. Is this young lord new to the city of Luoyang? The old man chuckled as he wrapped the dumplings. The South and North Markets are separated by the Luo River, making the journey somewhat lengthy. You may go to the riverbank, spend a few coins, and there will be boats willing to ferry you across. There are boats? Wei expressed mild surprise. Ah, young lord, you may not be aware, but the three markets in Luoyang are interconnected by navigable canals, which link to the Grand Canal. The old man replied. Cargo ships on the Grand Canal can sail directly into the three markets via these waterways. Upon hearing this, Wei handed over some copper coins. Smiling as he said, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Having spoken, he divided the jade-flavored noodles with Sheer, gnawing on his portion as they sought the canal. As they walked a bit further, Sheer remarked, "These jade-flavored noodles are rather unpalatable, possessing a distinct sourness. The flatbreads made by my lord lack such a taste." The jade-flavored noodles were akin to the dumplings of later generations. Wei chuckled upon hearing this. "Isn't this merely a means to gather information? If you find them unappetizing, feel free to give them to me. I shall procure something else for you later." Shia shook her head, replying in the past. "We could not afford such delicacies. There is no need to purchase anything else." With that, she continued to consume the jade-flavored noodles, savoring each bite. It did not take them long to locate the canal, and after inquiring briefly, they spent a few copper coins to board a cargo ship bound for the northern market. Although the boat's route was considerably longer than traveling on foot, the canal was wide, and the current flowed more swiftly than their pace. Moreover, as the days grew warmer, walking became increasingly uncomfortable. Thus, sailing against the wind proved to be far more enjoyable. The cargo on the ship had already been significantly reduced in the southern market, making it lighter and allowing for swifter passage, especially since it was not a large vessel. Before long, Wei and Sheer arrived at the northern market. Following the name provided by Jiao Haiqing, they found a shop and entered. Behind the counter sat an elderly man who glanced up momentarily before returning to his previous task, seemingly indifferent to Wei presence. Wei approached and inquired, "Pardon me, sir, might I ask where the shopkeeper is?" "You seek the shopkeeper?" The elderly man raised his head once more, scrutinizing Wei from head to toe, and inquired, "What business does the young master have with the shopkeeper?" "I have a letter," Wei replied. "Hand it to me." The old man extended his hand. Wei shook his head. "Unless you are the shopkeeper." "I am the shopkeeper." The old man set down his pen and said, "From where does the young master hail?" "Fuchang." Wei handed over the letter. "Brother Haiqing introduced me." As he spoke, the shopkeeper emerged from behind the counter, inviting Wei to sit in the back, whereupon he promptly summoned someone to brew tea and serve water. The second young master mentioned that Wei Langjun requires assistance with certain matters, and I am at your service. Unaware of what you wish to accomplish, but do instruct me, and I shall endeavor to assist you, the shopkeeper inquired as they settled down. Upon hearing Wei words, the shopkeeper waved his hand. "That is quite simple. If there is anything you need, just inform me, and I shall speak with the Hu merchants. I only know that these items can be found in the western regions, and even in the lands of the Great Food, but I am not familiar with their specific names there, nor can I ask the shopkeeper to convey my message." Wei continued, "It would be best to find a few Hu merchants who understand Chinese so that I may converse with them directly." "Very well," the shopkeeper nodded, adding, "When does the young master intend to meet with the Hu merchants?" "I am available at any time, depending on when the shopkeeper can find them," Wei responded. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment. "Hu merchants are not difficult to locate. Our trading company collaborates with several of them. At most, it would only take a day or two. It would be preferable for Lord Wei to provide a place for me to stay, and once I have gathered the merchants from the north, I shall send someone to invite Lord Wei to join us." "Very well," Wei nodded, informed the innkeeper of his lodging, and prepared to take his leave. The innkeeper intended to invite Wei to dine, but his offer was graciously declined. Wei wished to explore the northern market and later visit the Jishan Academy. The northern market was bustling with activity, showcasing a plethora of goods. After a leisurely stroll, Wei observed that the market primarily thrived on silk and spice trade. He found himself greatly intrigued by the spices, and upon entering a shop, he discovered that most of the spices on sale were oils and balms. At that time, the distillation method had not yet been developed, thus rendering the production of alcohol and perfumes impossible. As he wandered through the market, from food to attire, from decorations to adornments, Wei drawing upon his knowledge accumulated over 12 centuries beyond the Tang Dynasty, unearthed countless business opportunities. Consequently, his spirits soared with excitement. There were simply too many ventures to pursue. Having secured his family's basic needs, his next aspiration was to acquire a manor and establish several workshops to produce these goods. However, he understood that such endeavors could not be rushed and must be approached step by step. At present, Wei Rinshi lacked the capital for such undertakings. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, for unless other time travelers emerged, he had little to fear regarding the competition in this era. After concluding his exploration of the northern market, Wei Rinshi, disinterested in further inquiries, hired a carriage directly from the market and instructed the driver to take him to the entrance of the Jishan Academy. The ancient academy exuded an aura of scholarly fragrance, as if even the walls carried a hint of ink's essence. At the entrance, there were no guards, and a few scholarly individuals emerged from within, engaged in light-hearted banter as they strolled away. Wei Rinshi, noticing his own scholarly attire, instructed, "Sure, please wait here for a moment while I attempt to blend in." Upon receiving a nod from Shear, he turned and made his way toward the entrance. Inside, there were no attendants, and Wei Rinshi confidently proceeded without hindrance. The Jishan Hall Academy, despite its designation as an academy, functioned more as a national library. It served as an institution for the collection and curation of various texts and classics, aiding the court in the compilation of national history and official documents. The atmosphere here was surprisingly lax, as Wei Rinshi soon encountered other scholars after entering. He leisurely followed them from a distance, observing as they made their way to a rear courtyard, where they approached an exterior building. After ensuring the vicinity was clear, he stealthily pushed open the door and slipped inside. As he drew near, he cautiously cracked the door open, only to discover a multitude of individuals engrossed in their books, completely oblivious to their surroundings. These were students who had come to the Jishan Hall Academy to peruse its extensive collection. Although the gentry had declined during this era, they still held a status unattainable by the common folk, possessing access to a wealth of literature. For those not born into noble families, opportunities to study a vast array of texts were exceedingly rare. The Jishan Hall Academy, with its rich repository of books, offered these students a chance to engage with literature, which fostered in Wei Rinshi a sense of admiration for the academy's administrators. It is evident that this is a deliberate allowance, intentionally permitting the students to enter and peruse the books. Otherwise, how could these students remain so composed while selecting their reading material? Wei Rinshi also stepped inside, where the collection appeared relatively new. The students, while reading, were exceedingly cautious, turning the pages with utmost gentleness, indicative of their profound affection for these volumes. Suddenly, a particular book caught Wei Rinshi's eye, igniting a surge of excitement within him as he retrieved it and began to leaf through its pages. In the future, during his university years, the library would house a unique edition of this very book, reputed to be a relic from the Tang Dynasty, though he could not ascertain if it was indeed the same one. At that moment, an overwhelming urge to inscribe a phrase upon its pages surged within him. Fortunately, devoid of pen and ink, Wei Rinshi took a deep breath, dispelling the thought. Outside the door, two individuals stood in the courtyard. One appeared older, likely the one who had just called out. He observed the students hastily escaping from the surrounding rooms, laughing heartily as if witnessing a delightful spectacle, without a trace of anger. The other, considerably younger, around 30, stood beside the elder with a grin on his face. These youngsters sneak into the Jishan Academy daily to steal glances at the collection. I can hardly manage them, the elder remarked, shaking his head at the middle-aged man. The latter chuckled in response. Scholar Zhang, your good intentions are surely apparent to these students. Do not speak carelessly, Mingda. I am clearly frail with age. I can hardly chase off these students. Scholar Zhang sighed deliberately, shaking his head. Alas, I am powerless. Could it be that Cao Cao has traversed through time? Wei Rinshi was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly recalled someone, exclaiming, "It is he." This utterance caught the attention of the two outside. The elder turned and shouted, "Who dares to hide here so audaciously? Do you truly wish to face the consequences?" Wei Rinshi realized he had been caught red-handed, for this elder was the very one who had intentionally allowed scholars to enter and study. Thus, he stepped forward with poise, performed a scholar's salute, and said, "Student pays respects to Scholar Zhang and expresses gratitude for your diligent efforts." Chapter 29. The matter of selling wine, I have no such heartfelt concerns, but you all simply refuse to amend your ways. Scholar Zhang stroked his beard and huffed. Why do you not hasten your departure? Yes, yes, Wei Rinshi nodded repeatedly, smiling. Scholar Zhang, Mr. Liu, I shall take my leave at once. With that, he turned to exit. Wait, a voice called from behind, inquiring, do you recognize a certain family? Wei Rinshi was momentarily stunned, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. He feigned ignorance, quickening his pace and swiftly escaping the Jishin Academy. Upon stepping outside, he sought out Shi'er and discovered her conversing with Li He, promptly approaching them. Noticing that Li He had emerged without Wei Rinshi, Shi'er called out to them. As Wei Rinshi approached, he nodded and asked Li He, "Is it customary for things to unfold this way today?" Li He replied, "As long as there are no distinguished guests arriving, it is always thus." As dawn broke and the door was opened, no one remained to supervise, and it was only by dusk that someone would come to usher the students away. The Jishin Hall Academy served as a repository for the imperial collection. Allowing students to peruse its volumes without fear of damage seemed rather reckless, Wei Rinshi inquired. Before Li He could respond, a voice unexpectedly emanated from behind. The tomes housed within the Jishin Academy are duplicated. One set resides in the eastern capital's Jishin Academy, while the other is kept in Chang'an's. Furthermore, there are dedicated individuals tasked with the preservation of these texts, and given the students' diligence, it is unlikely they would incur harm. Engaged in their conversation, the group failed to notice the arrival of another until this voice interrupted, causing them to turn in surprise. "How does this young gentleman recognize you?" The newcomer fixated on Wei Rinshi. Taken aback, Wei Rinshi pondered how the individual had followed them. Yet, he remained composed and replied, "How could a mere student recognize you? I merely overheard your surname, Liu, from Master Zhang while you passed outside this afternoon." With that, he added, "I take my leave," and departed with his companions from the Jishin Hall Academy. By the time they returned to the inn, evening had fallen. Wei Rinshi sought out Li He, only to find him engrossed in fervent writing within his quarters. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Li He was engaged in the art of memorization. "Your memory is truly remarkable," Wei Rinshi remarked, noting Li He's ability to retain so much in a single day. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Li He, have you ever contemplated relocating to Luoyang?" Li He chuckled. "The residences within Luoyang are exceedingly costly. Even the homes in Fuchang are beyond my means, let alone those in Luoyang." Wei Rinshi fell silent, yet his mind was abuzz with contemplation. The confines of Fuchang were too limited to pursue commerce effectively. One must venture to a place as bustling as Luoyang. Within the confines of Luoyang, the combined number of its neighborhoods rivals that of the entire marketplace of Fuchang. "I shall venture to Luoyang to engage in commerce." Wei Rinshi resolutely established a short-term objective for himself. What shall he sell? Wine. This conclusion emerged after he roamed the northern and southern markets of Luoyang for 2 days. The Tang people indeed possess a profound fondness for wine, which is ubiquitous across inns, restaurants, taverns, and the bustling streets alike. However, the wine in question is truly a murky concoction, not only greenish in hue but also viscous, seemingly imbued with a faint sourness and peculiar sweetness resulting from grain fermentation, rendering its taste rather unpalatable. It is likely that superior quality wines exist. Yet Wei Rinshi had yet to encounter them and, for the time being, could not afford such luxuries. As for distilled spirits, the sheer clarity akin to water serves as a significant selling point. Initially, should there be concerns about the Tang people's acceptance, one could temper the alcohol content by adjusting the water ratio to mitigate the intensity of flavors. While there are indeed numerous other business opportunities, the initial investment required is substantial, and Wei Rinshi currently lacks the capital for such ventures. Some would also necessitate the establishment of workshops for experimentation, and presently, he possesses neither the financial resources to support these trials. Brewing wine, however, stands as the most cost-effective industry for Wei Rinshi. Given that the costs are not exorbitant and the process is not overly complex, allowing for the production of wines that surpass what is currently available in the market. Nonetheless, there remains a critical prerequisite to overcome: the existing wine taxation system. Should this obstacle prove insurmountable, all subsequent aspirations would be mere delusions. Wei Rinshi recalled that during the reign of Emperor Gaozu of the Tang Dynasty, due to a poor harvest, Li Yuan issued an edict prohibiting the brewing of alcohol. Employing remarkably severe language, he referred to those who indulged in such vices as those who wallow in debauchery, declaring that their actions would lead to the ruin of their livelihoods. Amidst the turmoil of warfare and years of failed harvests, market prices soared, and many flocked to the cities, while excess and extravagance proliferated. The costs of delicacies and feasts surged, and the remedy to these ills lay in urgently addressing the interests of local officials and the populace. Consequently, he stated that measures must be taken against the production and sale of alcohol. However, following the flourishing period of the Tang Dynasty from the Jingguan era to the Kaiyuan prosperity, although the system of alcohol taxation persisted, regulations were not excessively stringent. Yet, in the aftermath of the Ensure Rebellion, the Tang court, in its quest to secure fiscal stability to meet military expenditures and sustain the imperial family and bureaucracy, devised various means to impose heavy taxes and reinstated the alcohol tax policy. Each province was tasked with determining the alcohol production households, which were required to pay taxes monthly. Beyond this, there were stringent prohibitions on private dealings. The court registered brewers and sellers of alcohol, categorizing them based on their production capacities, and granted privileges to those engaged in the alcohol trade. Only individuals with official permits were deemed qualified to participate in this industry. Simultaneously, aside from government-operated establishments for the sale of alcohol, there were state-sanctioned sales of alcoholic beverages, or licensed merchants who were obliged to surrender half of their revenue from alcohol sales to the government. Additionally, the alcohol tax was often incorporated into agricultural assessments to maintain the court's monopoly over brewing and selling alcohol. Furthermore, for every measure of alcohol sold, a tax of 150 coins was levied, representing a notably high tax rate. Regardless of the tax rate, the very classification of individuals dictated that Wei Ming was barred from brewing or selling alcohol, as he was not a licensed merchant. Should he engage in such activities clandestinely, he would face prosecution and imprisonment at the hands of the authorities. To embark on the venture of brewing and selling wine, Wei Ming finds himself with only two possible avenues. The first, transforming his own household into a wine shop, is utterly impractical. The second option entails seeking a partnership with an existing wine establishment. However, this pursuit is fraught with challenges. Should he align himself with a modest tavern? The inherent limitations would necessitate extensive marketing efforts to cultivate a customer base. Given its fragile foundation, such an establishment could easily succumb to the pressures of competition and envy. The advantage lies in the potential for substantial profits, should the tavern thrive on the back of distilled spirits. Conversely, he could seek collaboration with larger, established wine houses. These entities boast significant market presence, robust support systems, and resilience against market fluctuations, alongside pre-existing distribution channels that alleviate many burdens. Yet, approaching such a well-established business as a mere scholar to negotiate profit sharing could prove to be a formidable challenge, likely resulting in a diminished share of the earnings. As the weather abruptly turned warm, wearing a long robe during the day became increasingly uncomfortable, with perspiration accumulating after just a few steps. The airborne fluff began to swirl freely, filling the surroundings. Noticing this, Shi'er pointed at Wei Ming's hair, exclaiming, "My lord, you have become an old man." Wei Ming playfully brushed away a clump of willow fluff from his head and retorted with a smile, "And you have transformed into an old woman." Shi'er quickly began to pat down her own hair. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter together. Perhaps it is the approach of early summer that imbues everything around with a newfound vitality. The atmosphere is brimming with life. The bustling streets of the northern city remain lively as Wei Ming seeks out the shop of the Jiao family. Upon his arrival, the proprietor behind the counter promptly greets him. "I have already arranged the merchants from the north you sought, all of whom are proficient in the Han language." After ushering Wei Ming inside, the proprietor inquires, "Will you depart immediately, or would you prefer to rest for a while?" "Let us go at once," Wei Ming replies. "I appreciate your assistance." The proprietor swiftly calls for a carriage, and shortly thereafter, they arrive at their destination. It is a marketplace filled with stalls, behind which are tents housing several merchants from the north. Some are observing the outside world, while others are taking respite. The proprietor leads Wei Ming to a tent and says, "Esteemed sir, this merchant hails from Deshur, while the adjacent tent shelters several merchants from the western regions." Wei Ming harbors little affection for Deshur and contemplates that he does not currently require goods from such distant lands. Thus, he pivots and enters the neighboring tent. Upon his entrance, the western merchants within stand at once, and one approaches, inquiring, "What may this young gentleman desire?" "Please, feel free to browse." "Adelaide, this is the esteemed guest I mentioned to you yesterday," the proprietor announces as he enters behind Wei Ming. The western merchant steps back, bows respectfully, and states, "Ah, so you are the honored guest. Adelaide is pleased to meet this noble son of the Tang Dynasty." Wei Ming remarked, "I require a considerable amount of fennel, locally known as cumin or dried mint. I wonder if you have heard of it." "Indeed, I have," Adelaide responded with enthusiasm, nodding in agreement. "It is effective for alleviating stomach pain. How much does the gentleman need?" Wei Ming was uncertain whether what Adelaide referred to was indeed cumin. But upon hearing that it could remedy stomach aches, he felt assured it must be the same. He was aware that the seeds of cumin could be used medicinally to treat indigestion and cold stomach pains. However, he felt it prudent to confirm this first. And after a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Let us start with 1,000 jin. Shall we pay a deposit?" Wei Rinshur inquired. Adlai glanced at Wei Rinshur and then at the shopkeeper, smiling as he replied, "Master Tian is a regular customer. A deposit is unnecessary. Brother Adlai, just so you know, the items you are procuring are for our new venture. We have been collaborating for quite some time, and our business is firmly established here." The shopkeeper cheerfully informed the merchant. Wei Rinshur surveyed the wares within the tent, finding nothing particularly extraordinary. Although the glass lamps appeared quite exquisite, their prices were exorbitantly high. He calculated that the cost of purchasing just one would nearly suffice to raise a banner for his own winery. He couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief, wondering how something merely crafted from fine river sand could command such a price. After they departed, Wei Rinshur had no intention of visiting other merchants. On the way back, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "So, Master Tian, I was unaware of your surname. I wonder where you hail from?" "Naturally, I am from Fuchang. I have been working under my former employer for quite some time," the shopkeeper replied. Master Tian chuckled. "Fuchang?" Wei Rinshur smiled and replied, "I am unaware that Tian De Li from the magistrate's office in Fuchang is indeed my younger brother." Master Tian laughed. "Ah, I see." Wei Rinshur then inquired, "Having been in business for many years, you must possess extensive knowledge. I have some questions I wish to discuss with you." "Oh? What might the young gentleman wish to inquire about?" Master Tian asked. Wei Rinshur pondered for a moment and said, "The liquor trade. I am aware of the official sales and those sold by licensed vendors, but if others wish to enter this business, what methods would they employ?" "Ah, does Wei Lang wish to venture into the liquor trade?" Master Tian looked surprised as he regarded Wei Rinshur. "I am merely asking." Wei Rinshur shook his head. "I know that the court has regulations regarding liquor sales. Yet it seems there are vendors everywhere. Is it possible that there are truly so many licensed sellers?" Master Tian laughed heartily and replied, "There are certainly not that many licensed sellers. While the court has regulations concerning the sale of liquor, those who genuinely wish to engage in this trade have their own methods." "Oh, I am quite curious," Wei Rinshur asked. "Are they merely exploiting loopholes?" Master Tian chuckled. "Naturally. The court states that liquor can only be sold by licensed vendors. Yet those who wish to engage in this business are hardly ordinary individuals. They may simply select a few acquaintances from their estate to act as licensed vendors, purchase the materials themselves, and brew the liquor under the names of those acquaintances. This is but one method. Moreover, some individuals hailing from generations of winemakers possess exceptional brewing skills, capable of crafting exquisite wines. Should one seek such talents and form a partnership, utilizing their name and expertise while merely serving as a collaborator, this is indeed a viable strategy. Furthermore, if one has connections within the court or is on familiar terms with the authorities, who would truly discern whether the wine originates from the hands of a master vintner or another? This, too, is a clever approach. It is indeed true that where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures from below. Hearing the words of Manager Tian, which resonated with his own thoughts, Wei Rinshur felt a sense of assurance. Raising his hand in acknowledgement, he smiled and said, "I see, I have been enlightened. It appears that there are indeed numerous intricacies within the realm of business. Isn't that so?" Manager Tian replied with a smile. "In my opinion, young Master Wei should refrain from indulging his curiosity regarding the dealings of merchants. You are a scholar, destined to become a gentleman and eventually step into the court. Although the current regime is somewhat lenient towards merchants and has relaxed its scrutiny of scholars compared to the past, it remains a matter of reputation. Should you have any ideas, it would be wise to let the Jiao family take the lead, allowing you to reap the benefits while safeguarding your standing. Would that not be splendid?" Wei Rinshur smiled in silence, thinking that Manager Tian was indeed aligned with the Jiao family. Chapter 31. The poetical hero having accomplished his primary objective, Wei Rinshur contemplated his next steps, dedicating the remaining time to admire the splendor of Luoyang. Though the great Tang Dynasty has long since lost its former glory, the eastern capital still thrived. Should both the imperial city and the eastern capital descend into desolation, it would likely herald the end of the Tang Dynasty and the onset of a new era. One cannot help but ponder the emperor seated in the grand city of Chang'an, whose eyes behold only the opulence of such places as Chang'an and Luoyang. How could he possibly consider the other regions of this land, where the plight of the populace has long since deteriorated? This magnificent spectacle indeed fosters a mirage, leading one to a trance-like belief that a golden age persists, with the nation flourishing and its people at peace. At this moment, Wei Rinshi and Li He are seated at a distance, along the street opposite the Jixian Hall Academy. Although trade is prohibited outside the merchant quarters, an elderly gentleman has set up a simple table at the entrance, offering a few bowls of well water on makeshift stools, and generally, no one truly pays heed to his presence. After meandering through the streets of Luoyang for some time, sticky with the heat, sitting down to sip a refreshing bowl of cool well water is indeed a delight. Wei Rinshi carefully cradles his bowl, ensuring that no stray particles fall into it, and addresses Li He. Look at Luoyang. It appears as splendid as it did during the Kaiyuan era. But what of the other places? This world is not solely comprised of Luoyang. Earlier, Li He had remarked on the lavishness of the world, suggesting a glimpse into the present state of Luoyang. Wei Rinshi found this notion deeply unconvincing, which inspired his previous reflections and the words just spoken. Luoyang is indeed prosperous, yet it stands as the singular beacon of splendor in the realm. Wei Rinshi continues, if every city in the realm mirrored the prosperity of Luoyang, then we would truly be in an era of greatness. A poem states, I remember the days of the Kaiyuan zenith, when even small towns harbored myriad households. Rice flowed like fat, and millet gleamed white. Both public and private granaries were replete. The roads of the 9 provinces were free of wolves and tigers, and long journeys required no auspicious days. The silks of Qi and the fabrics of Lu adorned the carriages, while men tilled the fields and women tended the silkworms without loss. In the palace, the sage proclaimed the clouds, and friends across the realm were as close as glue. In the span of over a century without calamity, the verses of Du Shufu resonate with the music of Shu Sun Li and the law of Xiao He. Upon hearing this, Li He remarked, Du Shufu? Wei Rinshi was momentarily taken aback. Li He elucidated, Du Shufu is a cousin of my father. Oh, I see. Wei Rinshi nodded in understanding and continued. If one truly wishes to voice the concerns of the populace and contribute to the common good, one must look downward, not always upward. How can one comprehend the mundane world without immersing oneself in it? Likewise, how can one understand the needs of the people without witnessing their lives firsthand? Thus, your earlier statement could be amended. Amidst the splendor of the realm, what of the common folk of Guangzhou who toil in Hunan? Just moments ago, he had been present, arriving earlier than Wei Rinshi and Li He, but had turned his back to them. Now, upon hearing the dialogue, he turned around. Is it you? Upon recognizing Wei Rinshi and Li He, a look of surprise crossed his face. Mr. Lu? Wei Rinshi also did not expect it to be him, and thus, he pulled Li He to his feet and performed a respectful bow, saying, the student pays his respects to Mr. Lu. To not delve into the worldly affairs. How can one gain insight into them? If one does not engage with the common people, how can one fathom their needs? Lu smiled, observing the youthful wisdom displayed by them. I did not expect you to possess such understanding at such a tender age. He gestured for them to join him. Li He glanced at Wei Rinshi, who smiled back, and they both took a seat. It was merely a jest, and I hope I have not caused you any embarrassment. Mr. Lu, embarrassment is far from the matter. At your age, I certainly lacked such discernment. Lu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Wei Rinshi gazed at him, realizing he was in the presence of another illustrious figure from history after his journey to the Tang Dynasty, Lu Yushi, a notable scholar from Luoyang. Where did you pursue your studies? Whom do you take as your teacher? Lu Yushi inquired. I have only studied at home, Wei Rinshi replied. As a child of humble origins, I have never had a mentor. With such insight, you ought to seek out esteemed masters to pursue knowledge, and in due time, you may achieve the rank of Jinshi and serve the state, Lu Yushi remarked with a smile. You may consider renting a place nearby and visit the Jixian Hall Academy daily to study. You are still young and should ask questions often. I believe many scholars there will generously offer you guidance, and it is not beyond possibility that one of them may take you as a disciple. Wei Rinshi chuckled and playfully nudged Li He, saying, Did you hear that? Mister Lu has pointed you towards a bright path. Lu Yushi glanced at Wei Rinshi, then at Li He, and once more scrutinized Wei Rinshi. This student beside me, Li He, known as Li Changji, is already renowned for his talent, having penned poetry at the tender age of 7, earning the title of child prodigy. In no more than 2 or 3 years, he will undoubtedly be celebrated throughout the capital, rivaling even Li Junyu in fame. Wei Rinshi, smiling, responded to Lu Yushi, Rinshi, how can you speak such frivolities in front of the teacher? Upon hearing Wei Rinshi's words, Li He immediately pulled him aside and stood to bow, saying, Mr. Lu, Forgive my brother for his impetuousness. He was merely jesting. I implore you not to take offense. Yet Wei Rinshi continued to jest. Mr. Liu, perhaps you should assess whether the student is merely jesting. Lu Yushi looked at Li He, then back to Wei Rinshi, and said, I originally saw your potential and wished to guide you on a clear path. Yet you insist on promoting this student, claiming he shall soon be renowned alongside Li Yi. Li Yi and Li Junyu, who are they? In the 4th year of the Jinzhong era, one ascended to the esteemed rank of the top scholar, celebrated for his poetry, particularly excelling in the themes of frontier life. Now he has reached the age of 52. What audacity does this young lad possess to dare equate himself with Li Yi? Empty words bear no weight. Seeing is believing. Suddenly, Wei Rinshi seized an old pouch belonging to Li He and handed it to Lu Yushi, saying, Why not take a look, Mr. Liu? Li He rushed to reclaim it, but was evaded by Wei Rinshi. Before Li He could grasp it, the pouch had already found its way into Lu Yushi's hands. Inside were the poems Li He had composed during his recent days in Luoyang, as well as those inspired by his journey to the city. While Wei Rinshi had no intention of pursuing the imperial examination route, he was nonetheless keen to assist Li He in gathering more resources. Fortuitously encountering Lu Yushi today, he thought to lend Li He a hand. If it were anyone else, Wei Rinshi would not have dared to act so boldly. However, knowing Lu Yushi's spirited nature and his heroic demeanor, which is reflected in his poetry, he felt emboldened. This very charisma earned Lu Yushi the moniker poet hero Lu Mingda. Owing to this gallant disposition, Lu Yushi would likely not react with anger to Wei Rinshi's actions. Had it been someone else, they might have stormed off in indignation. Over there, Lu Yushi is perusing Li He's poems. After reading a few pages, he could not help but display a look of astonishment, uttering an exclamation of surprise. Chapter 32. 2 extraordinary youths. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the morning drum atop the Mingfu Gate had already sounded. The echoing drumbeats reverberated through the city, signaling the opening of the markets. As the morning bell of the temple tolled, the invigorating beat of the drums intertwined with the profound and distant chimes, awakening the entire city of Luoyang in an instant to welcome the rising sun emerging from the eastern horizon. Shadows of passers-by began to emerge on the once quiet streets. Some strolled leisurely while others hurried by, and gradually the throng increased, causing the sounds of chatter to envelop the skies above Luoyang. In the Jixian Hall Academy, a figure appeared, clutching several sheets of paper, making his way towards a small courtyard. Before long, an elder emerged from within, and upon seeing the visitor, he smiled and inquired, Mingda, did you not intend to set out today? The visitor, offering no further words, handed over the papers, stating, Yesterday, I encountered 2 extraordinary youths, so I have decided to postpone my departure. Oh, the elder took the papers, glanced down at them, and remarked, This poetry is indeed commendable. However, I believe it should not be held in such high regard by you, Lu Mingda. The author of these verses has not taken on a mentor and relies solely on self-study, and he is merely 12 years of age. Lu Yushi chuckled. What? Scholar Zhang was immediately taken aback, hurriedly pressing for more information. Where is this boy? Do not be so hasty, Scholar Zhang, Lu Yushi replied. His companion is equally remarkable. Lu Yushi then recounted the events of the previous day to Scholar Zhang. Upon hearing Lu Yushi's words, Scholar Zhang stroked his beard and laughed, saying, Such insight at such a tender age. And to see you so composed, even recommending your friend to me is a testament to your astuteness. Indeed, he is a talent worth nurturing. However, judging by his actions, it seems he may not be inclined towards pursuing a career through scholarly endeavors. Thus, the youthful heart is indeed in need of esteemed mentors for guidance. Lu Yushi remarked that otherwise, clever minds may be squandered in vain pursuits. Both of these youths exhibit remarkable precocity, with the one bearing the surname Wei being particularly exceptional. In conversing with him, I found myself unconsciously treating him as an adult. Forgetting his tender age, what could possibly have led you, Lu Mingda, to hold him in such high regard? Inquired Zhang Xueshe, his curiosity piqued. I instructed them to arrive early at the Jixian Academy today, Lu Yushi replied. I believe we shall see them shortly. As the two continued their conversation while awaiting the arrival of the youths, it was not long before a student stealthily peeked in from outside. Zhang Xueshe and Lu Yushi exchanged knowing smiles and retreated behind a tree, deliberately turning their backs to the entrance. The student then bowed respectfully before the door and swiftly dashed inside. Meanwhile, Wei Rinshi and Li He had risen early, neatly preparing themselves, and as soon as the gate opened, they made their way to the Jixian Academy. Changji, to attain the degree of Jinshe, mere knowledge is insufficient. You require recommendations and endorsements. The scholars within the Jishin Academy are all eminent Confucians, holding various positions in the court. If you can earn their recognition, your future path will be considerably eased. Relying solely on Han you will not suffice. Wei Rinshi kept this half-formed thought to himself. And what of you? Li Yi asked. Wei Rinshi shook his head and chuckled. My aspirations lie elsewhere. I merely seek to live a leisurely life as a wealthy gentleman. Ha ha. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the Jishin Academy, entering to find Lu Yushi and Zhang Xueshe beneath the tree, who likewise noticed their presence. Wei Rinshi and Li Yi approached swiftly, performing a bow. After the formalities, Wei Rinshi stepped back half a pace and stood to the side. Are you Li Yi? Also known as Li Changji? Inquired Scholar Zhang, glancing at Wei Rinshi before directing his gaze towards Li Yi. Li Yi hurriedly returned another bow, responding, Indeed. I am the student. I have heard that dreamed intended to depart from Luoyang today. Yet due to your presence, the itinerary is changed. I am quite curious. Scholar Zhang remarked to Li Yi. From where do you hail, and how have you come to acquire such knowledge? It was evident that Scholar Zhang had taken a keen interest in examining Li Yi, posing numerous inquiries to gauge his understanding. Lu Yushi retreated alongside Wei Rinshi, who bowed to Lu Yushi, expressing gratitude on behalf of his companion. I extend my thanks to you, Mr. Lu, for recommending my brother Changji. You seem quite confident that your companion will earn Scholar Zhang's favor, Lu Yushi teased. Wei Rinshi smiled in reply, to receive Mr. Lu's recognition is a testament to Changji's genuine talent and scholarship. Moreover, Changji and I share a bond from our youth. I am well aware of his capabilities. And what about you? Lu Yushi inquired further. Me? Wei Rinshi chuckled. I am but a distant shadow of Changji. He then added, By the way, Mr. Lu, weren't you set to depart today? I apologize if our presence has disrupted your plans. Weinan. Wei Rinshi remarked. Weinan is indeed a fine place. Surely, upon your arrival there, you shall receive a promotion. Oh? Lu Yushi said, intrigued, as he fixed his gaze on Wei Rinshi. What leads you to this conclusion? Wei Rinshi, of course, refrained from divulging that historically, he himself had not long after arriving in Weinan, attained the position of an inspector. He merely smiled and said, The Three-Qin region is a crucial thoroughfare, a nexus connecting all directions, abundant in fertile land, blessed with ample sunlight and suitable rainfall. In essence, it is highly conducive to agriculture, and being in proximity to the capital, it would be challenging to achieve no accomplishments at all. You seem quite knowledgeable about that area. Have you ever visited Weinan? Lu Yushi inquired with a smile. Before Wei Rinshi could respond, he suddenly heard Zhang Xueshe burst into laughter, stroking his beard as he exclaimed, Excellent. Truly worthy of the moniker child prodigy. In the future, should you encounter any queries while studying, feel free to seek my counsel at the Jishin Academy. Li Yi was instantly overjoyed, hastily bowing in gratitude. For students like Li Yi and Wei Rinshi, two challenges were particularly daunting. The first was the scarcity of accessible books, and the second was the lack of guidance when questions arose during their studies. Zhang Xueshe, being a scholar of the Jishin Academy, was undoubtedly knowledgeable. With his endorsement, they need not fear the absence of answers to their queries in the future. Zhang Xueshe then turned towards Wei Rinshi and asked, This Li Changji indeed possesses talent. What skills do you possess? Upon hearing Zhang Xueshe's question, Li Yi hurriedly gestured to Wei Rinshi from behind. However, Wei Rinshi feigned ignorance, simply bowing and responding with a smile, I am but a dull student, lacking any noteworthy skills. What? Li Yi's words left both Zhang Xueshe and Lu Yushi momentarily astonished. Chapter 33. How to Alleviate Worries. Only through sudden wealth. Within the halls of the Jishin Academy, Li Yi had gone to consult Zhang Xueshe, leaving only Wei Rinshi and Lu Yushi. At this moment, Lu Yushi's expression was solemn as he turned to Wei Rinshi and asked, Is what Li Changji just said true? Wei Rinshi regarded him and replied, It is not as formidable as that. The primary reason lies in the gentle topography of Changgu, where the farmland is relatively concentrated, thus enabling the establishment of irrigation mechanisms. In other locations, such provisions may not be applicable. One must adapt to the local conditions. Lu Yushi nodded and further inquired, And what of the plow? Can it truly cultivate tenfold the land compared to the one in current use? This is also contingent upon the quality of the soil in a given area. The soil in Changgu is not particularly hard, and large stones are sparse, allowing for swifter cultivation. Wei Rinshi replied, however, It is indeed feasible to achieve at least sixfold the area in a day's labor. Sixfold. Lu Yushi's breath quickened, and after a brief pause, he asked, if such an implement exists, it would signify an enhancement in agricultural tools. The local county office ought to petition the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Agriculture to assess its benefits and promote it across various regions and prefectures. Why have I never heard of this before? It was only recently developed, and the village head has already submitted a report to the county office, which has yet to conduct an inspection, Wei Ming explained. Currently, this plow is only utilized in Changgu and a few neighboring villages. Wei Ming sighed. Alas, it is a source of shame. What do you mean? Lu Yushi inquired. This plow no longer belongs to me. While I could manage a few units, anything beyond that is uncertain, Wei Ming replied. You see, Lu sir, my family has devoted itself to scholarly pursuits since the time of my grandfather, leaving little time for household affairs, which has led to our decline. My father was also dedicated to learning and passed away early, leaving only my mother, myself, and a childhood mate of my age to manage our meager household. We struggle to meet even our basic needs. This plow was originally intended for our own use. In the village, there exists a benevolent individual who shares the burden of sustenance with my family. He bartered our plow for money, and with each sale, he graciously divides the profits with us, ensuring that my family can at least have enough to eat. This is all well and good. If it is indeed of use, one can simply procure it under the name of the Weinan County government. Lu Yushi chuckled. He entrusted one of his attendants to accompany Wei Ming while he led the others on their journey to Weinan. Weinan, located in the Jingji region, is not far from Chang'an, so Lu Yushi's journey would not take too long. He also spent 2 additional days at the Jishin Academy, where he garnered substantial wisdom by consulting with Scholar Zhang. As the two embarked on their return journey, Wei Ming felt immensely gratified by the rewards of this brief visit to Luoyang. He was content to have gained the recognition of the esteemed scholar, which would facilitate his future visits to the academy for study, especially given that Scholar Zhang was willing to address his inquiries. A rare opportunity indeed. Wei Ming had also achieved his own objectives, not only locating the Hu merchants and securing a channel for the Anqi fennel, but also formulating a plan for his next steps. Even more exhilarating was his encounter with the illustrious poet Lu Yushi, a connection of profound significance for Wei Ming, who aspired to master the Chinese language in the years to come. Additionally, during his leisurely explorations, Wei Ming scouted several shop locations across the southern, northern, and western markets, contemplating that in the future, should he acquire the capital, he would certainly establish a shop within the bustling Luoyang markets for either the liquor trade or other ventures. He had even contemplated the positioning of these shops. The southern market, being the largest among the 3 in Luoyang, serves as a hub where diverse goods converge before being distributed throughout the Tang Dynasty and even to far-flung regions such as the western regions and the eastern isles, making it the epitome of prosperity. The shops here ought to be the most comprehensive, offering a wide range of options from high to low end. The northern part of the city, situated to the north of the Luoshui River, predominantly houses the less affluent. Thus its positioning should primarily cater to the inexpensive and modestly priced. Conversely, the southern sector, located south of the Luoshui River, is home to a greater number of the wealthy and noble. Within the confines of Luonan, there exist over 100 private gardens, meticulously crafted with hills and stones, seamlessly integrating natural scenery, flourishing flowers, and gently flowing waters. Hence, it is inevitable that the shops in the southern city will adopt a route focused on exquisite high-end offerings. Everything seems to be in place, save for the capital. Wei Ming could not help but sigh inwardly, with a spirit ready to give, yet burdened by lingering worries. What remedy exists for my troubles? Only through sudden wealth can I find relief. In the courtyard of Zhang Lijing's home stood several assembled plows. Wei Ming gestured toward the plows and remarked, "This is the improved version of the plow. Mr. Lu may wish to try it. I am honored. But please, you may simply call me Lao Si," replied the servant sent by Lu Yushi, bowing respectfully. Zhang Lijing, puzzled by the exchange, was soon enlightened by Wei Ming. This is a servant dispatched by Mr. Lu, the magistrate of Weinan County in Jingzhou Prefecture, who wishes to observe the effectiveness of this new plow. Should he be satisfied, preparations will be made to procure it on behalf of the Weinan County office. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lijing's spirits soared, and he promptly approached, exclaiming, "Ah, so it is Mr. Lu from the magistrate's office. I am the local steward here. It is a pleasure to meet you. Why not allow me to take the plow to the fields and demonstrate its capabilities for Mr. Lu?" Lucy nodded, stating, "The head of the household has heard of the merits of this new plow and is quite curious. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have come to see it for himself." "Very well," Zheng Lijing replied, and he led Lu Si to the fields to test the plow. Wei Rinshi nodded and replied, I am exceptionally fortunate to have encountered a scholar of the Imperial Academy, who has assured me that should I find myself perplexed in my studies, I may seek his guidance. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's countenance brightened, and she exclaimed, Splendid! My son has garnered the favor of a distinguished scholar. You must apply yourself even more diligently in your studies henceforth. Wei Rinshi acknowledged this with a nod and then inquired, By the way, mother, since our family once held considerable stature, were there not servants, tenants, or artisans in our employ? Where have they all vanished to now? Chapter 34. The Wine Merchant. The matriarch's words startled Wei Rinshi, who thought to himself that his father must have squandered their fortune rather recklessly. Such a grand estate reduced to merely a few dilapidated houses and a handful of meager fields? He then heard the matriarch continue, Your grandfather was even more formidable. Half of Changgu belonged to our family. The residents of Changgu, tracing back 3 generations, were all tenants of ours and the Li family. Yet, your grandfather and your father devoted all their energies to scholarly pursuits and the imperial examinations, neglecting the affairs of the household. They sold pieces of land little by little, some to former tenants, others to outsiders. Both of them passed away prematurely, leading our family to its present state of decline. Wei Rinshi further asked, Were there any loyal servants or tenants from our household who are still alive? The matriarch furrowed her brow and inquired, My son, what is your purpose in asking this? Is there perhaps a wine merchant among them? Wei Rinshi casually questioned. Upon hearing this, Wei Rinshi felt a surge of secret joy. Perceiving it as a fortuitous boon, he promptly inquired, What is the character of this family? Have they remained loyal to our household in the past? The matriarch furrowed her brow and responded, What exactly does my son intend to pursue? Sensing her hesitation, Wei Rinshi decided to lay everything bare, stating, Our family has fallen into decline, enduring years of hardship. At long last, I have enlightened myself and wish to restore our fortunes. After much contemplation, I have concluded that commerce is the only viable path. I possess numerous methods to generate profit. However, as a scholar, I am acutely aware that, although merchants are not subjected to severe scrutiny at present, my reputation would inevitably suffer. Yet, for the sake of our family's well-being, I must embark upon this business venture. Thus, I require a trustworthy partner to step into the limelight. The matriarch hesitated momentarily before Wei Rinshi continued. I have already engaged in a partnership with the Jiao family in Fachang City to establish a business in condiments. I shall provide the recipes, while the Jiao family will supply the manpower and storefront. The profits will be divided in a ratio of 40-60, with me receiving the lesser share. Officially, this will be the Jiao family's enterprise, yet I will discreetly benefit from a portion of the earnings. In this manner, I will secure a stable income while preserving my reputation. However, the profits remain modest. I possess exclusive knowledge of a unique brewing technique. Yet, due to the government's restrictions on liquor production, I cannot brew alcohol myself. Should we find a tenant to operate as a licensed distiller, we could profit from the venture under that guise. The matriarch pondered this and inquired, Will it not be apparent to others that my son is engaged in business? My dear mother, do you not know that among the ministers in the court, who does not possess their own enterprises, do they not all rely on the titles of their household servants and subordinates to conduct their affairs? Wei Rinshi remarked, Let us not discuss anything else. Take for instance the family in Chang'an. Does it not have its own business ventures? The maid replied, Indeed, I know. It is located on the outskirts of Fachang City. The matriarch nodded and said, Their wine is quite commendable, though they are excessively honest. Otherwise, they would not have struggled for so many years. Wei Rinshi had successfully persuaded the matriarch and felt a sense of relief in his heart. That night, as he lay in bed, he contemplated how he should proceed with the distillation of wine. The 2 prerequisites for distilling wine are the issue of the wine merchant and that of the distillation apparatus. Regarding the former, Wei Rinshi felt it was a minor concern, since this merchant was once a tenant of his estate and possesses an honest disposition. He should be amenable to discussion. Honesty does not equate to foolishness. He should be able to recognize the benefits of distilled wine and be willing to collaborate. Wei Rinshi had resolved to venture forth independently. Thus, the ideal wine merchant would not be a tenant of his estate, but someone engaged in the business of brewing wine. With the smaller the scale of the enterprise, the better. The smaller the existing business, the more opportunities he could seize, and correspondingly, the greater his share in the distilled wine enterprise. As for the distillation apparatus, it should currently be available. the emperor favors alchemists. And there are many Taoist practitioners throughout the realm who possess such equipment. Although these distillation apparatuses may not be directly usable, they could likely be modified to meet the requirements for distilling wine. Wei Rinshi pondered throughout the night, and as dawn broke the next day, he rose early and set off with Shi directly towards the city of Fuchang. Initially, he did not head to the tavern, for it was still early in the morning. Instead, he and Shio went to have breakfast. As they passed by old Wang's flatbread shop, they noticed that his business had flourished even more. He had surprisingly set up small tables and stools, where numerous patrons sat enjoying flatbreads with soup. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma, Wei Rinshi immediately discerned the presence of meat broth, and a grin spread across his face as he made his way over. Old Wang had replaced his cauldron, now simmering with lamb soup. The tender lamb was shredded and seasoned before being sprinkled atop the flatbreads and toasted. In addition, he ladled out soup, incorporating pieces of lamb. Having evidently learned the art of serving lamb soup from Wei Rinshi himself, Wei Rinshi mused to himself, reflecting on the old man's lack of decorum. He had previously considered not disrupting old Wang's business, thus leaving behind leftover seasonings for him. Yet, here was the old man, imitating his method of selling lamb soup. Although Wei Rinshi had no intention of selling lamb soup himself, he thought it courteous to at least acknowledge the matter. Nevertheless, it seemed that this way, everyone could enjoy lamb soup, which was, in essence, a good thing. Shi, find us a spot to sit while I fetch us a couple of bowls of soup. Wei Rinshi instructed Shi. He then joined the queue, and as he approached the front, he ordered 2 flatbreads and 2 bowls of lamb soup. Certainly, old Wang replied, lifting his head, and upon recognizing Wei Rinshi, a smile illuminated his face. I knew that voice sounded familiar. It is none other than Wei Langjun. Without waiting for Wei Rinshi to respond, old Wang called out, Xiao Sui, Wei Langjun is here. Quickly, bring out the food. Wei Rinshi was somewhat perplexed when he saw Wang Xiao Sui emerging from behind, clutching a cloth bag. Wang Laoan took the bag from her hands and instructed her to attend to the patrons, while he addressed Wei Rinshi, saying, Please, Wei Langjun, take a seat here. Uncertain of Wang Liahan's intentions, Wei Rinshi replied, Let us sit outside. I haven't eaten yet, and am quite famished. Very well. Wang Laoan followed Wei Rinshi to the table occupied by Shi, placing bowls before them. He then added, Wei Langjun, please eat while I share some matters with you. Chapter 35. Expanding Financial Avenues. Casting wide nets. Observing Wang Liahan's demeanor, Wei Rinshi surmised that he was about to discuss the matter of the seasoning in mutton soup. Thus, he nodded and took a sip of the soup. Although it paled in comparison to what he had prepared previously, the addition of various seasonings rendered it quite palatable. Thank you, Manager Wang. Wei Rinshi smiled and remarked, The seasoning shop is soon to open. Harmonious relations foster prosperity, and it would be splendid to have your support. It must be said that in the small county of Fuchang, Wang Liahan's steamed buns held considerable renown. You flatter me, Wei Langjun, Wang Laoan responded. There is another matter I intended to discuss with you at the end of the month, but since you are here today, I will mention it now. As you may have noticed, I have also started selling this meat soup, inspired by your previous endeavor. Though it may not be as exquisite as what you prepared, it is nonetheless flavorful and has attracted many more patrons to my shop. However, this belongs to Master Wei, and the old man cannot learn for free. Within this, there are 30 coins, which Master Wei must provide, considering it as payment for the lamb soup I have procured from him. 30 coins are quite a sum for Wei Rinshi at present, and it could smoothly resolve the capital needed to create the distiller. Wei Rinshi is in dire need of funds and does not intend to refuse old man Wang. Just as he is about to reach for the cloth pouch, a sudden thought crosses his mind. Old man Wang, relying solely on his flatbreads, can readily produce these 30 coins, indicating he has earned quite a bit. With his own abilities, wouldn't it be more profitable to sell food? The reason he hesitates to sell meals is that cooking and selling food is an arduous task, the exhaustion of which is beyond the imagination of most people. It binds one firmly to that endeavor, leaving no time, energy, or strength for anything else. Yet old man Wang and his daughter, Wang Xiaosui, are dedicated solely to selling flatbreads and have no inclination to pursue other ventures. Are they not the most suitable candidates to help sell the meals he is familiar with? This could indeed be a significant revenue stream. Moreover, the income would be swift. Currently, this young master lacks funds and must broaden his financial avenues, casting a wide net to ensure a prosperous income. Old man Wang's shop is small, and having spent a lifetime making flatbreads, he cannot manage a large restaurant or eatery. However, establishments that are not extensive reasonably priced, frequented by passers-by, and possess a reputation for deliciousness are precisely the most fitting places to sell everyday, home-style meals. Upon reflection, the possibilities are indeed vast. In the morning, one can relish soy milk, deep-fried dough sticks, and spicy soup, alongside rice noodles, pan-fried buns, and soup dumplings. At noon, one might enjoy hand-pulled noodles, knife-cut noodles, and oil-splashed noodles, while in the evening, a sumptuous dish of whole chicken or skewered delights awaits. The options seem endless. With such a plethora of culinary methods, coupled with flavors inherited from generations past, we may not be able to replicate the sophisticated dishes of high-end establishments, yet we excel in the art of everyday fare. Old Wang pondered for a moment and remarked, "Indeed, the culinary skills of Master Wei are truly astonishing. Even the chefs at Lanchong Lu cannot prepare lamb and pork as delectably as he does. It's not merely about technique, Wang, but also the diverse methods of preparation and consumption that I possess knowledge of, many of which are unseen by others, numbering at least 100 varieties." Wei Rincher added, "For instance, consider the lamb rolls or the pork-filled buns. Has anyone ever crafted such delicacies before?" Old Wang shook his head. "Master Wang, if I were to impart to you these skills in the unconventional methods of preparation that others have neither witnessed nor heard of, do you believe your business would flourish considerably?" Wei Rincher inquired further. Old Wang was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Wei Rincher. Wei Rincher continued with a smile, "However, I do have conditions. I will share all the culinary techniques and secrets I know with you, assisting in the expansion and success of your food business. From now on, regardless of where you establish your culinary ventures or how many establishments you open, I shall receive half of the annual profits from all your food enterprises. We shall split the earnings 50-50. Old Wang was once again left in a state of shock. Having spoken, Wei Rincher took sheer and departed from the place. As they left Wang Leihan's pastry shop, curiosity piqued within Shear, who inquired, "My lord, from where did you acquire such an abundance of culinary skills? I have never witnessed you in the act of cooking before." Wei Rincher affectionately ruffled the slightly yellowed strands of her hair and replied with a smile, "Your lord is quite adept in many areas, indeed." The pair made their way directly to Jiao Haiqing's residence, which occupied nearly half a street. Upon reaching the door, Wei Rincher knocked gently and addressed the doorman. "Kindly inform him that I, Wei Rincher from Chengdu, have come to see your young master." The doorman proceeded to relay the message, and after a brief wait, the door creaked open, revealing Jiao Haiqing stepping forth. Once inside, Wei Rincher inquired, "Brother Jiao, have you been adhering to the dietary regimen I provided? Have you been taking walks each day? Have you consumed the Jiao Gulan as advised?" "Indeed, I have felt considerably better than before," Jiao Haiqing affirmed with a nod. "Excellent," Wei Rincher continued. "You must persist in self-preparation, alter your eating habits, and gradually increase your physical activity. Improvement will surely follow. By the way, my friend, the shop is prepared, the materials are nearly in place, and I have selected the staff. When do you propose we commence the preparations and open for business?" Jiao Haiqing asked. "Tomorrow, send someone to Chengdu, and I shall begin instructing them on the culinary techniques," Wei Rincher replied. "As for the opening date, that matter shall not concern me." Jiao Haiqing nodded and said, "In that case, my elder brother suggests naming it Jiao's Condiment Shop. I believe this ultimately belongs to Rincher, so it shall bear my family's name." "That is acceptable," Wei Rincher replied. "I have no objections. You may decide amongst yourselves. Once you have taught the person you send the methods of preparation, I shall merely await the dividends." Upon hearing this, Jiao Haiqing was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother Rincher." Chapter 36. The guest from Laozi and Zhuangzi after departing from Jiao Haiqing's residence. It was nearly noon when Wei Rincher made his way to the tavern. Following the path to the southern part of Fuchang City, he exited the city gate and strolled along the city wall for a short distance, when he spotted a humble earthen dwelling by the roadside. A canopy was erected at the entrance, beneath which were several tables and a few wooden stools, sparsely occupied by a handful of patrons. A wooden sign hung from a nearby post, inscribed with the character for wine, while another post displayed the words for tea. Xiao pointed and said, "My lord, that is Uncle Sun's house." Wei Rincher nodded and approached, taking a seat on one of the wooden stools outside. Before long, a small child, perhaps 7 or 8 years of age, scampered out, cheerfully inquiring, what would the esteemed guest like to drink? "A bowl of murky wine and a bowl of tea soup." Wei Rincher replied with a smile. The child turned and dashed back inside. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged carrying 2 large bowls. Upon reaching them, he paused in surprise, saying, "My lord, Xia?" He then set the bowls down on the table and respectfully greeted Wei Rinshi. "I pay my respects to the young master." Wei Rinshi was taken aback that he was still recognized, yet he observed Xia smiling warmly as she said, "Brother Yuqing, is Grandpa here?" "Father is at the back. I'll go call him out," replied a middle-aged man, who then bowed respectfully to Wei Rinshi before turning to head towards the rear. "I thought he wouldn't recognize me," Wei Rinshi remarked to Xia after the man departed. Shortly thereafter, Sun Yuqing reappeared, accompanied by an elderly man. Approaching them, he performed the same bow as before and said, "Greetings, young master." "Oh, there's no need for such formality, Grandpa," Wei Rinshi responded, rising to gesture him over. "Come, let us sit together, and Yuqing brother, you too." Once everyone was seated, Wei Rinshi smiled and addressed the elder, "Grandpa-san, after all these years, you still remember our family. I thank you sincerely. Young master, you're too kind. We owe our survival to the kindness of the old master back in the day, which allowed us to thrive as a large family now. Although our master has fallen on hard times, we must never forget that kindness. Had it not been for my own shortcomings, you would not have had to endure such hardships." The elder shook his head and replied, "Please do not blame me for the past, young master. This is all I could do. If it were not for Grandpa's son's constant support, our family would surely be facing even greater difficulties. Your kindness is etched in my heart," Wei Rinshi said earnestly. "Now, our family situation has improved. We are no longer in want and even have some income. Thus, I wish to repay you for your many years of assistance." The old man repeatedly shook his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, "How could that be? Absolutely not. It is unacceptable. Our former employer has saved the lives of our entire family. We have lost our dignity by failing to properly attend to him. How could we allow the young master to treat him in such a manner?" Wei Rinshi glanced around before inquiring, "Brother Yuqing, how fares the business at the tavern?" Sun Yuqing shook his head and replied, "Not very well." Wei Rinshi took a sip from the bowl, finding the taste acceptable, albeit thick and greenish, with a peculiar hint of fermentation. "Old son, may I take a look at the back?" Wei Rinshi asked. "Of course, but I fear it may be too pungent for the young master," Sun the elder responded. Wei Rinshi stood up with a smile, saying, "I shall go take a look." With that, he made his way to the back, followed promptly by the others. In such taverns, the rear typically housed the brewing workshop, while the front served as the sales area. Upon reaching the back, Wei Rinshi encountered a small earthen room, permeated by the scent of fermenting grains. The space was exceedingly cramped. He could scarcely find a place to set foot. Such limited space indeed impacts the brewing process, to speak of nothing else. The cleanliness of the grains and the extent to which they are sun-dried directly influence the quality of the liquor. In such a confined area, the grains cannot be adequately dried. The drying must be done in batches, leading to inconsistencies in quality, not to mention that within this tiny room, the grains must also be steamed. During the steaming and fermentation process, there must be no air leakage, for otherwise, the flavor would be compromised. Fermentation and the semi-cooked grain, once dispatched abroad, must be spread out for stirring, mixing, piling, and initial fermentation. This space is exceedingly cramped. The cellar is also constructed too small, hindering uniform fermentation and maturation. The old man's son, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and remarked, "The young master must be amused." Grateful for the kindness of his former employer, he agreed to assist the young master in brewing. "Father," Sun Yuqing tugged at his father. Noticing his lack of response, he mustered his courage and said, "Young master, do you mean to engage in the brewing business and wish for my father to serve as a master?" Wei Rinshi nodded and replied, "Indeed. If old son is willing to take on the role of master, he shall exclusively receive 1/10 of the annual profits. Youth, the brewing business is not easily pursued." Sun Yuqing cautioned Wei Rinshi. Setting aside the quality of the wine, even if it is superb, there are government-run distilleries and other large establishments monopolizing the market, leaving us with only meager earnings. "The fragrance of wine fears not the depth of the alley," Wei Rinshi countered, shaking his head. "It simply lacks sufficient quality. You are a scholar, young master. Both the former and current employers have devoted themselves to study. If they were to discover your intent to engage in commerce, wouldn't that be?" Sun Yuqing advised. "Please do not act impulsively. If it fails, it would be wiser to observe our distillery for a while before making a decision. You will come to understand that this is not a favorable business opportunity." As for whether to become the master of my distillery, we shall discuss that later. Wei Rinshi remarked, Sun Awang, please assist me in brewing some first, to see if my method is effective. This should not be an issue, correct? Sun Yuqing pondered for a moment and replied, very well. Where shall the young master conduct the brewing? I have all the necessary materials ready here, so we can proceed right at my place. Wei Rinshi glanced around and said, excellent, let us try it here with Sun Awang. However, I must first create a device. Once I have constructed it, I shall bring it over for testing. It will not take long, perhaps 3 to 5 days. Chapter 37. Twisting at this point. Distillation apparatus had already been developed. During the Tang Dynasty, Taoism was held in high esteem, and the status of Taoist priests was elevated. With the emperor's quest for immortality, countless alchemists emerged. The alchemists' concoctions often consisted of small toxic pellets made from heavy metals, including mercury, which were obtained through distillation. The distillation apparatus used for mercury was a simple unit, prone to carrying impurities. For the purpose of distilling liquor, a singular unit would not suffice. It was essential to separate the distillation vessel from the condenser, connecting them via a conduit. This allowed the hot gases from the distillation vessel to flow through the conduit into the condenser, where they would recondense and liquefy, thereby minimizing the extraction of impurities. Furthermore, the condenser could be reheated for secondary distillation or even multiple distillations to yield a higher purity of alcohol. The construction of such a separated distillation apparatus is, in fact, not overly complex. Wei Rinshi, in later years, taught his students using small experimental models to demonstrate the design, which remained fundamentally the same, merely requiring scaling up for practical application. The only challenge lies in achieving the requisite airtight seal for the distiller without a rubber ring. The rubber ring, crafted from rubber, poses a significant problem. Not only is rubber unavailable, even if one were to source rubber trees from Southeast Asia, crafting a rubber ring would remain unfeasible. Thus, Wei Rinshi contemplated several alternative solutions. His first idea was to utilize wax to seal the joints. However, wax melts under high temperatures, rendering this method impractical. His second notion involved encircling the interior of the distiller's junction with cork. Upon closure, as the temperature of the distiller rises, the cork would expand under the combined effects of heat and steam, thereby tightening the seal. Yet, upon further reflection, wrapping cork around all junctions within the distiller proved to be a formidable task. Using fishing float glue for adhesion would result in the glue dissolving due to the high temperatures once distillation commenced, causing the cork layer to shift and detach. This would necessitate reapplying the cork after each use, an endeavor far too cumbersome. Employing alternative methods to secure the cork would inadvertently compromise the seal. Moreover, once the cork expanded under the intense steam heat, opening the distiller would become increasingly difficult and could even risk damaging the apparatus during the expansion process. If one were to preemptively leave space for the thermal expansion of the cork, it would, counterintuitively, undermine the initial airtight seal. Thus, this approach too was deemed unviable. Wei Rinshi furrowed his brow. Having successfully crafted the distiller, he found himself impeded by such a seemingly minor detail concerning the junctions. Was there a method that could facilitate easy opening while ensuring a secure seal, free from the concerns of high-temperature steam? After pondering for a while, I could not discern any rationale. My lord, Li Langjun has come to see you. Suddenly, the voice of Shi'er resonated from outside. Wei Rinshi approached and opened the door, revealing Shi'er and Li He standing there. Behind Li He was Li Rong, who carried a bamboo basket in his hand, containing something wrapped in cloth. Why are you being so formal with me? Wei Rinshi chuckled, giving him a gentle push. I would say there's no need for formalities. But my mother insists on expressing gratitude, Li He replied, turning to Li Rong. Li Rong, hurry and prepare it for Rinshi to taste while it's still intact. All right. Li Rong promptly dashed into the kitchen with familiarity, and Shi'er, filled with curiosity, followed suit. What is still intact ice? Wei Rinshi was taken aback. Changji, where did you acquire ice? Does your household possess an ice cellar? Li He shook his head. My family is currently in disarray. How could we possibly have an ice cellar? It was my 28th uncle who sent over a few blocks along with some brown sugar. Brown sugar refers to cane sugar, which, due to the lack of purification methods at this time, appears amber in color, hence the name. 28th uncle? Your father. Wei Rinshi was astonished to discover that this fellow had such numerous uncles. My father is ranked 29th, Li He replied. However, those uncles are no longer alive. Only the 28th uncle remains in Fuchong, but he is too frail to move. As they conversed, Li Rong emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bowls filled with a slightly yellow amber liquid, interspersed with fragments of crushed ice. Wei Langjun, please enjoy this first. I shall deliver some to the old lady. Li Rong brought over the bowl and said something before turning and running away. Ice water with brown sugar, simply delightful, Li exclaimed. Wei Rinch drank his first sip of cold beverage in the Tang Dynasty. The brown sugar, infused with a hint of cane fragrance, flowed coolly and sweetly across his palate. A refreshing sensation seeping into his very soul, an indescribable comfort. How is it? Li He inquired. I want to make ice, Wei Rinch declared, placing the bowl down with deliberate emphasis. Make ice. Li He couldn't help but chuckle. Can ice even be made? Of course, and it's quite simple, Wei Rinch enthused, envisioning the possibilities. Once the ice is made, I shall create ice cream, slushies, popsicles, and ice juices, even sparkling ice drinks. Oh, slushies are marvelous. Especially topped with crushed fruit, they are incredibly refreshing, Li He remarked. But what are ice cream and sparkling drinks? Wei Rinch suddenly clapped his hands. That's it. Twist. Threads. Li He was bewildered. Rinch, what has come over you? Changji, your timing is impeccable. Wei Rinch joyfully patted Li's shoulder, laughing heartily. You have truly aided me. Upon mentioning unscrewing a bottle cap, a sudden inspiration struck Wei Rinch, realizing he could utilize threading to ensure the seal at the distillation apparatus. Although disassembly would require some twisting of the rings, which could be a bit cumbersome, it was not overly troublesome. It would guarantee a tight seal, facilitate operation, and eliminate concerns regarding deformation caused by high-temperature steam. Given the temperature of distilled spirits, it would not induce any deformation in the threads. Wei Rincher was filled with excitement as he exclaimed, Changji, I shall take a moment to visit the study. In a few days, you must return, and I will prepare ice for you as a token of gratitude. In the future, I shall teach you how to have ice at your disposal at any time. With that, he swiftly retreated into the study. Li He, left outside in a moment of astonishment, managed a wry smile and curiously muttered to himself. How can one create ice? Is it extracted by twisting? As he spoke, he playfully mimicked a twisting motion in the air, pondering if such an act could indeed yield ice. Chapter 38. The allure of fragrance. Having resolved the issue of sealing, Wei Rincher promptly took the blueprints to the craftsman for construction. Due to his generous payment, the artisans set aside their other tasks to prioritize his project. In a mere 4 days, they fashioned the apparatus according to Wei Rincher's specifications. He transported the completed items to Old Man Sun's distillery, intending to utilize the materials from Sun's establishment for an initial trial. As the saying goes, fragrance arises from fermentation, and essence is derived from distillation. The mash had already fermented under Old Man Sun's care over the past few days. Rather than hastily proceeding to distill the mash, Wei Rincher first experimented with a small amount of water to observe the efficacy of the distillation. The results were promising. The arrangement of the distillation apparatus, condenser, and metal conduits was exceedingly reasonable. The principle of distilling spirits is not particularly complex. It involves extracting a high alcohol content liquid from fermented brewing materials through one or more distillation processes. Due to the lower temperature required for the vaporization of alcohol compared to that of water, by applying heat and maintaining the temperature at which alcohol vaporizes, the alcoholic components within the brewing materials can be transformed into vapor. The alcohol vapor ascends ahead of the water vapor, entering the conduit for condensation. After undergoing condensation, it is reliquefied and flows through the conduit into the condenser. To extract a higher alcohol concentration in the distilled spirit, one may directly utilize the condenser as a distillation chamber post-collection, reheating it to allow the vapor to condense into another condenser. This process can be repeated multiple times, ultimately yielding spirits with a significantly elevated alcohol content. Regrettably, the absence of a thermometer hinders the ability to visually maintain the heating temperature at the alcohol vaporization level. In the distillation apparatus, the well-fermented mash is spread out, and a fire is kindled beneath to provide heat. As the temperature gradually rises, steam begins to emanate from the mash, slowly ascending. It is imperative to monitor the fire closely. It must not be too intense, as that would result in water being produced, nor too feeble, as that would prevent vaporization. Wei Rincher instructed the second son of Sun Laohan, Sun Youqing's brother. Sun Youqing's brother nodded and reassured, Rest assured, young master. Young master, it is not that I am boasting of my age. I have been brewing since my youth, dedicating my life to the craft. I have witnessed the steaming of dishes and the rising of buns, yet I have never encountered the steaming of mash like this. Young master, this is a skill I have honed through years of experience, and yet you seek only the mash. One cannot deny that this fermentation is more meticulous than usual. Yet, after such steaming, all may be rendered futile. The old man's son gazed with a pained expression as Wei Renshi placed the mash into the distiller. With a wistful tone, he spoke. Wei Renshi turned, smiled, and offered no rebuttal, merely replying, "Old son, you shall see shortly." After a considerable interval, Wei Renshi estimated that the initial distillate had likely emerged, prompting him to ask Sun Yuqing to fetch a jar and position it beneath the pipe extending from the condenser. With utmost care, he gradually removed the stopper from the end of the tube. Instantly, a small stream of crystal-clear liquid began to flow gently through the slender pipe, cascading into the jar. The air in the workshop was soon suffused with a rich aroma of liquor. Old Sun stood dumbfounded, while Sun Yuqing and his brothers inhaled deeply, as if striving to absorb every molecule of the fragrant air into their very beings. The three men, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, fixated intently on the delicate trickle emerging from the conduit, their expressions reminiscent of famished wolves who had unexpectedly stumbled upon a plump lamb. Wei Renshi chuckled inwardly. While the initial distillate was indeed fragrant, it was not yet fit for consumption. It required further cooling of the alcohol vapors within the condenser before the true spirit could flow forth. Meanwhile, the distillation process continued, and Wei Renshi, having replaced the jar, commenced the collection of the genuine distilled spirit. After filling half the jar, he sealed the conduit once more. "Brother Yuqing, bring a bowl," Wei Renshi called out behind him, cradling the jar. Sun Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were about to indulge. He immediately exclaimed, I shall fetch it right away." Wei Renshi uncorked the wine jar and poured a bowl for each person into the pristine white porcelain bowls before them. He took a sip from his own bowl first. "Wow, quite potent. This is the flavor." Setting down the bowl, Wei Renshi grinned as he placed one before the old man's Sunday. Is this water?" Old man's son gazed, somewhat dazed, at the crystal-clear liquid in the bowl. "No, that can't be right. How could water possess such a rich aroma of wine? Yet, how can wine be so transparent?" "Old son, do taste it," Wei Renshi urged, extending the bowl of wine toward him. Trembling, old man's son cautiously accepted the bowl, his gaze fixed on the clear liquid within. Nearby, Sun Yuqing and his brothers looked on with eager, yearning expressions, their eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping to be the first to taste it. Old man's son lowered his head, first taking a gentle whiff, then inhaling deeply. Instantly, a blush crept across his cheeks. Fragrant. Truly fragrant. More aromatic than any I have ever encountered. He sighed, exhaling slowly before leaning in to take a sip. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, his eyes widening in shock. He hastily set down the bowl, gasping for breath to regain his composure. This is indeed wine. Fiery. Too fiery. The flavor is robust. Overwhelmingly so. Wei Renshi chuckled, nodding with satisfaction, then gestured towards Sun Yuqing and the others. Sun Yuqing and his brother had been anxiously fidgeting nearby, and upon receiving a signal from Wei Renshi, they promptly approached and each seized a bowl. With a swift tilt of his head, Sun Yuqing gulped down several mouthfuls. Cough. Cough, cough. Both were taken aback by the spiciness, incessantly coughing. "Young master. This wine, splendid. Truly splendid." Sun Yuqing, lacking in adjectives, could only exclaim amidst his coughing. "It's exceedingly potent, far stronger than the Sama wine I have ever tasted. It appears as water, yet it enters like fire, igniting my insides. The young master is indeed extraordinary." Wei Renshi chuckled and turned to the old man's son, inquiring, "Old master son, having brewed wine for a lifetime, tell me, setting aside the various flavors that can be blended from this liquor, could this bowl of wine fetch a good price in the marketplace?" Indeed. Old master son nodded vigorously, raising his thumb in approval, proclaiming, "Young master's craftsmanship is unparalleled. I, an old man, am utterly convinced. This wine, if taken to Luoyang or Chang'an, would surely stand unrivaled." Wei Renshi smiled at him and remarked, "Old master son, just the other day I mentioned my need for a knowledgeable master to oversee the winery. That statement still holds true." Old master son was taken aback, then nodded emphatically, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master, for your guidance. Thank you, young master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Thank you, young master." Chapter 39. The useful young apprentice. The young apprentice successfully crafted a distiller and experimented with distilling spirits, much to Wei Renshi's delight. The family still possessed several acres of land, which had previously been cultivated by Zheng Lursheng and his team. However, the village was not lacking in land, and Wei Rincher managed to acquire a neglected plot through Zheng Lursheng without incurring significant expenses. He then employed a few laborers, who, in just 2 days, cleared the plot of weeds and stones, followed by several days of leveling the ground, preparing it for the construction of a workshop. Old Man Sun, with his vast experience, supervised the process. With his involvement, the issue of securing a distillery was promptly resolved. The Jiao family's seasoning shop had opened, and while Wei Rincher merely observed from afar that day, Old Man Wang genuinely went to lend his support and even placed considerable orders for various seasonings. Zhao Haiqing proved to be quite the businessman. During the grand opening, he set up numerous tables outside the shop, offering a variety of dishes for patrons to sample, both seasoned and unseasoned, to demonstrate the merits of his products. As Wei Rincher had stated, he would no longer concern himself with other matters and would simply await the distribution of profits. With the Jiao family managing the seasoning business and the distillery being constructed under Old Man Sun's careful oversight, the grains required for brewing had also been procured by Sun Yuqing through their established channels. In this manner, Wei Rincher found himself with little to occupy his time, a sensation that was utterly delightful. The weather grew increasingly warm. It was only April, yet one could already start to sweat from walking. This, perhaps, signified the arrival of summer in April. Sheer, are you familiar with the frost on the walls? Wei Rincher inquired while fanning himself with a large leaf he had picked up by the roadside. I do not know. Sheer imitated Wei Rincher's manner of fanning himself with a large leaf and replied. Wei Rinch sighed and made his way towards Li He's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance, he knocked on the door, and the doorman, recognizing him, promptly admitted him. Once in the courtyard, he found that Li He was likely in his study, as no one was in sight. However, Li Rong was present in the yard. Sir Wei, are you looking for my husband? She inquired. He is in the study. Upon seeing Wei Rinch, Li Rong remarked. Wei Rinch shook his head and said, I have come specifically to find you. To find me? Li Rong was taken aback and asked, What do you need? Li Rong, do you know where I might procure Wolfrost? Wei Rinch inquired. Sir Wei, what do you require Wolfrost for? Are you perhaps intending to learn the alchemical arts like those practitioners? Li Rong questioned, astonished. He truly knows. This fellow is indeed resourceful. I will give you some money. Will you assist me in purchasing some Wolfrost? Wei Rinch proposed, producing a handful of copper coins and adding, The remaining change is yours. Li Rong's eyes brightened, and she replied, I must first consult my husband. Then do so. I will speak to your husband, Wei Rinch said. Li Rong shook her head and hurriedly dashed to the study, calling out, My lord. Sir Wei has arrived and asked me to assist him in procuring some items. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, Li He opened the door and said, Then you may go. With a swift affirmation, Li Rong took the copper coins from Wei Rinch and dashed off, disappearing in an instant. What did you send her to buy? Li He leaned against the door frame and inquired. Something for making ice. Wei Rincher remarked, Recently, I have been preoccupied with a perplexing question. However, during your recent visit, your words sparked an idea in me, leading to a potential resolution. It is not merely about making ice as a token of gratitude. Li He, taken aback, stood upright. Can one truly extract ice? He inquired. Wei Rincher hesitated. Extract ice? Did you not mention something about that the other day? Is it possible so soon? Wei Rincher was slightly astonished, having anticipated a more prolonged endeavor. There is a Taoist in the lower village who has a frost wall at his alchemy site, Li Rong informed the two. The method I employ to create ice was learned from the elders in the village, Wei Rincher explained. At that time, while idly perusing novels, I discovered that protagonists who traverse through time often utilize saltpeter to produce ice. During a conversation with an elder from the neighboring village, I learned that this was indeed true. In an enthusiastic moment, he even demonstrated the process for me. The frost wall that Li Rong procured is, in fact, saltpeter. Do you possess a copper basin? Wei Rincher inquired, glancing around. If so, a copper basin would be more effective than a wooden one. Indeed, I do. Li He affirmed with a nod. Li Rong, please fetch it. It requires 2 copper basins. One should be as large as possible, while the other can be of ordinary size, Wei Rincher instructed Li Rong. Without delay, Li Rong dashed out, returning shortly with 2 copper basins, one exceptionally large and the other considerably smaller. Wei Rincher gestured towards the basins and said, What about a water bucket? Place the smaller basin inside the larger one, then fill both basins with water. Got it. Li Rong lifted the smaller copper basin and placed it within the larger one. He then brought over a bucket and poured water into both basins. Observing that Li Rong had filled the water, Wei Rinshi approached, grasped the cloth bag, and plunged its opening forcefully into the larger copper basin. He then released his grip, allowing the wall frost within the bag to cascade into the basin with a resounding clatter. Instantly, the water in the large basin reacted violently, resembling a boiling cauldron, with splashes erupting and alarming explosive sounds emanating from within. Wei Rinshi pressed down on the edge of the smaller copper basin to maintain its stability, preventing the water from spilling over. After a considerable time, as the surface of the water finally calmed, Xia Hongsheng released his hold, allowing the smaller basin to float on the surface of the larger basin's water. The commotion attracted the attention of Li He's family, who emerged to investigate. Even Madame Li appeared, inquiring, "Changji, Rinshi, what are you doing here?" "Mother, Rinshi is making ice," Li He replied. "Making ice?" Madame Li exclaimed in surprise. Her curiosity piqued as she approached to observe. Before long, under the gaze of the gathered onlookers, white ice patterns began to emerge on the surface of the water in the large basin. After a brief wait, the entire surface was covered in these frosty designs. Meanwhile, the water in the smaller copper basin began to freeze into a crystalline solid. Li He leaned down, glancing around cautiously, and then gently touched the surface of the smaller basin with his hand. Instantly, he gasped in astonishment, "How cold! This is truly ice. Rinshi, how did you accomplish this? In such sweltering weather, the water in the copper basin has inexplicably turned to ice." Mrs. Li was equally astonished, pointing to the ice cubes within the basin, exclaiming, "Could this be some form of sorcery? How is it possible to freeze water in such heat?" Chapter 40. The county office's commendation. Wei Rinshi and Li He sat upon the wooden stools, a sizable block of ice resting before them. A refreshing breeze wafted the coolness towards them, invigorating their senses. Sipping on the icy, sweet yellow sugar water heightened their pleasure. Li He gazed at the yellow sugar water in his hand and remarked, "Who would have thought that ice could be created without the chill of winter?" The affluent households expend considerable effort each year to preserve ice. "What kind of effort?" Wei Rinshi inquired casually. "There must be dedicated ice sellers, individuals tasked with ice harvesting in winter, and caretakers to maintain the ice cellars throughout the year," Li He enumerated. "Despite such laborious efforts, only a meager amount of ice can be preserved. My 28th uncle, during a single summer, manages to enjoy merely 10 blocks of ice, which elicits great envy from many." Upon hearing this, Wei Rinshi immediately conceived the idea of selling ice. After all, how much does wall frost truly cost? And water, even less so. The expenses associated with selling ice are so minimal that they nearly resemble the act of pulling a fast one. The technical process is rather straightforward. Draw water, bring it to a boil, cool it down, and pour it into the inner pool. Then, fill the outer pool with water, add saltpeter, and watch as the outer pool cools dramatically, causing the inner pool to freeze. Once the ice is formed, it can be cut into blocks, and the task is complete. Wei Rinshi rubbed his temples and silently sighed, recognizing that opportunities abound. However, he lamented the lack of trustworthy hands to assist him, as he was unable to personally oversee the venture. Old Sun was currently directing construction when Wei Rinshi called for him. "Young master, what brings you to summon this old man?" Old Sun inquired upon arriving. Wei Rinshi pondered for a moment and asked, "Old Sun, do you recall any reliable individuals from our village? Or perhaps among your acquaintances? Is there anyone of such character? I am in search of some assistance. Rest assured, they will not be treated unfairly." Old Sun contemplated and replied, "The Liu family was quite commendable in the past. However, I am uncertain if they are still around. The Dong family was also dependable, though they have recently moved to the lower village. Additionally, my nephew works at the official post station. He is far more astute than you might expect, possesses no ill intentions, and can be relied upon, though I am unsure if he would be willing to join." "Ah?" Old Sun exclaimed in astonishment. "Young master, you trust him so readily, and you wish to appoint him as the manager?" Wei Rinshi smiled broadly and replied, "I have faith in you, Old Sunday. Please take the time to seek him out and discuss this matter. The sooner, the better." The words moved the old man's son deeply, prompting him to immediately prepare to pay his respects to Wei Rinshi. "Do not stand on ceremony with me, Sun A Wang. Quickly go and summon them, so we may commence our endeavors sooner," Wei Rinshi insisted after detaining the old man. Sun nodded vigorously. "Yes, I shall call for them right away." Just as Wei Ming was about to convey a few more instructions to Sun, he suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning around, he saw Zheng Lijing and Tian Dali, accompanied by a group of villagers, hastening towards them. Without delay, one of them seized Wei Ming and pulled him towards the village. Behind them stood a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, who was smiling and engaging in conversation with the neighboring villagers. Observing the surrounding neighbors, they all wore expressions of exuberance and joy. Wei Ming was well acquainted with such expressions. They resembled those seen in the news when leaders visited villages or towns, surrounded by enthusiastic crowds. Upon spotting Wei Ming, the middle-aged man concluded his conversation with the villagers, scrutinizing Wei Ming with a smile before taking a few steps closer. Wei Ming, being astute, quickly advanced a few steps and performed a respectful bow, saying, "I am Wei Ming, here to pay my respects to the esteemed county magistrate." As Wei Ming was not one of his subordinate officials, it was inappropriate for him to perform the subservient bow. In the Tang Dynasty, kneeling was not commonly practiced, unlike during the Ming and Qing dynasties, where subjects were required to kneel before officials. At present, even common folk would merely perform a bow or gesture of respect without the necessity of kneeling or kowtowing. Wei Ming is a scholar, a student, and the county magistrate is also a learned man, a venerable figure in the realm of Confucianism. Thus, it is only fitting to refer to the scholar as such in the presence of his esteemed elder. With a mere glance, the magistrate thoroughly assessed Wei Ming. Observing that although the young gentleman hailed from humble beginnings, he did not exhibit any signs of being small-minded. Standing there, he displayed neither timidity nor subservience, maintaining an air of composure and dignity. Clad in a simple hemp garment, meticulously cleaned, his appearance was unremarkable, neither striking nor grotesque, but he possessed an undeniable presence that radiated tranquility. Truly, Wei Ming is a remarkable individual among men. The magistrate had received reports from the village head, stating that you have improved the plow, creating a new design that vastly surpasses the previous models in efficiency, allowing one to cultivate tenfold the land within a single day. It was also mentioned that you devised a mechanism for irrigation, which enables the entire village's fields to be watered autonomously, eliminating the need for manual labor. I have come today to witness this for myself. If what I have heard is indeed true, it would be a significant achievement deserving of commendation, and I shall duly submit a report in recognition of your contributions. After taking a moment to appraise Wei Ming, the magistrate spoke. Wei Ming bowed again, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed governor. Your concern for the welfare of the people, personally inspecting agricultural tools, serves as a model for us all. With a governor such as yourself, we are truly fortunate, a blessing for both the county and its citizens. Indeed, agriculture is no trivial matter, and agricultural implements are fundamental to its success. It is my duty to ensure that the interests of the people are safeguarded. If there are genuine benefits, we must promote their use, so that all may reap the rewards," the magistrate replied, stroking his beard with a smile, pleased by Wei Ming's words of flattery. "Your dedication to the welfare of the populace is commendable, dear scholar." Wei Ming inquired respectfully, "Might I ask which aspect you would like to examine first, my lord?" "Let us begin with the plow," replied the county magistrate. Accompanied by Wei Ming and Zheng Lijing, the magistrate was followed by a throng of villagers, a grand procession heading towards the fields. Earlier, while conversing, Zheng Lijing had already summoned individuals to transport the plow to the site. Upon reaching the edge of the field, the magistrate lifted his garments and stepped onto the land. His gaze fell upon a bamboo tube lying on the ground, prompting him to ask, "What purpose do these bamboo tubes serve?" "My lord, first let us examine the plow. Once we have completed that, we shall demonstrate the utility of the bamboo tubes," Zheng Lijing responded. "Very well," the magistrate nodded in agreement, approaching the plow, inspecting it closely. Indeed, it appears quite distinct from the usual plows. Wei Ming stepped forward to elucidate the features, though it was unclear if the magistrate fully comprehended the explanation. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, I asked those accompanying me." He gestured towards a few attendants. "Have you all had the opportunity to use a plow?" The magistrate nodded affirmatively, instructing, "Then you few, please proceed to try this plow." The attendants complied, one leading and another following, as they began to test the plow in the field. Before long, expressions of astonishment illuminated the faces of the attendants as they exclaimed, "Reporting to your honor, this plowing tool is indeed remarkable. It is lightweight, and maneuvering it is exceedingly convenient. Even a small individual can operate it effortlessly. One can easily adjust the depth of tilling as desired. Observe. The design curves down and then up, facilitating easy penetration into the soil while simultaneously extracting any debris present within. Another official exclaimed, "County Magistrate, this plow is indeed remarkable. It conserves both effort and time. Observe the results. The stones and roots from the soil have been effectively removed, and as they are extracted, they are simultaneously pushed to the sides. With a single pass, the land is ready for sowing." Indeed, the two officials speak wisely. Zheng Lerzhang promptly added, "In our Changgu region, we plow first with the plow, followed by one person sowing seeds and another covering them with soil in one sweep. The field is prepared for planting." "Excellent, excellent." The county magistrate nodded repeatedly and inquired, "What about the mechanism for irrigating the fields? I am quite curious about how the water travels from the river to the fields. Please, lead me to see it." The group hastily made their way to the riverbank. Entering the wooden shed where the water wheel was housed, Zheng Lerzhang pointed to the water wheel and stated, "This is the new water wheel crafted by Lord Wei. It is truly remarkable. Though it consists of merely a few wheels assembled together, it turns slowly yet exerts considerable force, delivering water from the river to the external channel." Afterward, he invited the magistrate to step outside, pointing to the dragon spine board and explaining, "The water flows along this board and then enters the bamboo channel." "This bamboo channel appears quite lengthy," remarked the magistrate. "Indeed, allow me to guide you further," Zheng Lerzhang responded, leading the group along the bamboo channel to the back slope. "Here, we have excavated a large pond on the hillside, allowing water to flow through the bamboo channel into this pond. Subsequently, Lord Wei instructed us to use bamboo tubes to draw water from the pond directly to the fields. That bamboo pipe you saw earlier is the conduit for transferring water from the large pond. When the need for irrigation arises, one merely needs to pull out the bamboo valve that obstructs the middle of the bamboo tube, allowing water to flow from the large reservoir through the bamboo pipes into the fields. The bamboo pipes in the fields are perforated, enabling water to pour directly into the soil." The county magistrate was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, what ingenuity must one possess to conceive such a mechanism? Zheng Lerzhang, do show me how this works." "Very well." Zheng Lerzhang rubbed his hands together and promptly dispatched someone to fetch the dragon backbone board and the water cart. Shortly thereafter, water began to flow through the bamboo channel and into the reservoir. At that moment, streams of water could be seen gushing from the small holes in the bamboo pipes, and the ground was already starting to become damp. You see, for irrigation, one simply needs to connect the dragon backbone board and the water cart. Then, when anyone wishes to irrigate their fields, they can pull the valve from their bamboo pipe. Once they feel the irrigation is sufficient, they can simply replace the valve. Zheng Lerzhang explained. "Splendid. What an ingenious device." The county magistrate marveled. "You, Sir Wei, are truly a man of extraordinary talent. This irrigation system is a stroke of genius and exceedingly practical. Can this mechanism be utilized elsewhere? How could a student dare to withhold such knowledge? The matters of agriculture and the benefits to the populace are paramount. My intention in creating this device is solely to facilitate the farmers in cultivating their lands." Wei Rensher replied with a smile. "Of course, the plow will also be provided to the esteemed magistrate." The county magistrate glanced at the subordinate beside him, who immediately hurried off to fetch the necessary materials. These cloth and oxen were indeed under the jurisdiction of the Fuchang County Office. W.I. Langjun, deeply concerned for the welfare of the populace, devised a novel plow and an innovative irrigation apparatus, marking a significant advancement in agricultural tools. How could the county possibly refrain from offering due commendation? The county magistrate, beaming with delight, addressed WIRNSH. "Fuchang County, after all, is not affluent, and the rewards may be somewhat meager. I kindly ask for your understanding and hope you do not take offense. It is anticipated that once the merits of these improved agricultural implements reach the imperial court, the sovereign's accolades will bestow unparalleled honor. Were it not for the governor's benevolent administration and his dedication to the welfare of the people, students would not have had the opportunity to explore such innovations." Feeling unworthy of the magistrate's lavish praise, WIRNSH humbly distributed the credit for this achievement. Experience has taught him that, in such moments, one must never hesitate to offer flattery. The accolades belong entirely to the leadership. It is under their astute decisions and effective guidance that he has reaped the benefits. This attitude must be made clear. The leadership will not truly usurp the credit. Yet such an attitude may garner their favor in the future. Indeed. Upon hearing Wirnsh's words, the county magistrate's face lit up with joy as he patted Wirnsh on the shoulder and surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming, "Not at all. As a father figure to this region, it is my duty to strive for the greater good of the people. This is simply part of my responsibilities. Anyone who benefits the populace will earn my heartfelt gratitude and generous rewards." The magistrate stood tall, his words resonating with grandeur. Chapter 42. Fertilization. Outside Wirnsh's home, a throng had gathered, creating an impenetrable crowd. For these ordinary, impoverished citizens, the county magistrate might be the highest official they have ever encountered in their lives. To have accompanied the county magistrate on a tour is a topic one could flaunt numerous times. Should one manage to engage in even a brief conversation with the esteemed magistrate, it would certainly bolster one's stature, allowing them to walk with an upright posture. Basking in the envy of others, the crowd gathered around the magistrate, who wore a genial smile, exuding an air of approachability. Were there to be a headline capturing this scene, it would undoubtedly proclaim the profound bond between officials and the common folk. Yet, the true extent of sincerity or pretense within this display remains uncertain. Madame Wei Lu, a humble woman, paid her respects to the honorable magistrate. The matriarch emerged, clad in simple, pristine garments, and offered a respectful bow from the rear. "Ah, Madame Wei, though hailing from a family of scholars, misfortune has left but a single descendant to carry on the family lineage. You are still quite young, having neither remarried nor abandoned your duty to nurture this sole offspring of the Wei family, whom you have raised to maturity and cultivated into a promising individual. As her mother, you deserve commendation." The magistrate sighed, addressing the matriarch. "Thank you. I am deeply grateful to the esteemed magistrate." Upon hearing these words, the matriarch was overwhelmed with emotion. The years of hardship she endured finally recognized, and tears streamed down her face as she felt that all her past grievances had been validated. "Mother, I have grown up now, and it is time for me to repay your nurturing kindness." Wei Wrench walked up to the matriarch, softly offering words of comfort. Then, amidst the crowd's admiration, he waved farewell and departed. He displayed no airs about him. After all, Wei Wrench was engaged in benevolent acts that benefited agriculture, and he sought to seize this opportunity to cultivate a favorable reputation among the populace, thus presenting himself as approachable and amiable. Although the county magistrate has departed, the warmth among the villagers remains undiminished, as they once again gather before Wei Wrencher's home to extend their congratulations to the matriarch. The personal visit from the county magistrate, accompanied by his generous gifts, is regarded as an extraordinary honor by these humble folk. The emergence of one of their own from the village fills them with pride, adding to their sense of dignity and reputation. The matriarch, overcome with emotion and joy at the sight of her neighbors congregating to celebrate, raises her arm in determination to host a banquet for the village, prompting an outburst of cheers from the crowd. The gifts bestowed by the magistrate can yield substantial wealth, especially considering the presence of a cart and several large cattle, an immense reward in this era, akin to bestowing a few tractors for tilling the land. Wei Wrencher shares in the joy, realizing he now possesses the capital to establish a winery and ice house, alleviating the need to request in advance on profits from Qiao Haiqing. The sound of the matriarch's delighted laughter resonates from outside, prompting Wei Wrencher to smile broadly. He has never before witnessed her so exhilarated. The prospect of a village feast brings a grin to his face. After years of hardship for the family, she deserves this moment of unrestrained joy. He quickly resolves to send Xiao to the Li family to enlist additional hands, for their household alone cannot manage the preparations. Fortunately, no one is idle while awaiting the feast. Under the guidance of Zheng Lijing, the villagers join forces, filling the air with laughter and creating an infectious atmosphere of happiness that uplifts everyone's spirits. However, Wei Wrencher has never been fond of such bustling scenes. He quietly took a bowl of clear water and distanced himself, observing the lively crowd from afar. The gentle breeze of early summer caressed his cheek, also brushing against the aloofness within his heart. "Wrencher, congratulations," he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and voices broke his reverie. He turned to see Li He approaching with a bowl of drink in hand. "I noticed you weren't in the front, so I figured you must have hidden yourself here." "Long Ji, I plan to open a shop dedicated to selling ice." Wei Wrencher smiled at him and replied, "Why not partner with me?" The days ahead would not be easy for Li He. Otherwise, he would not have inscribed the poignant lines, I dwell on the mountain, with an acre of bitter weeds. When bidding farewell in history, nor would the two brothers venture out to make a living merely to sate their hunger. Presently, his family's circumstances were relatively comfortable, likely due to the support of the esteemed 28th uncle. However, from his words, it seemed that the condition of that 28th uncle was also not very favorable. If there were income from selling ice, it could at least provide some revenue throughout the year. Partnering in business? Li was taken aback. Your mother will agree to this. Wei Rinshi chuckled softly. The villagers, undeterred by the encroaching darkness, continued to revel, rekindling the fire and gathering around the bonfire in merriment. It was only when Zheng Liheng urged them that they finally dispersed. Once the crowd had cleared, Zheng Liheng sought out Wei Rinshi once more to speak. Wei Langjun, the fields are due for fertilization. I wanted to inform you that it will be the day after tomorrow before I can bring people to apply fertilizer to your fields. Zheng Liheng stated. Wei Rinshi paused, bewildered. What fertilizer? However, Wei Rinshi soon realized that in this era, without chemical fertilizers, the only option left was manure. He couldn't help but recall the overwhelming stench of dung that filled the villages in later times, and his face immediately turned pale. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance. In the absence of fertilizers, manure was indeed the most effective means of replenishing soil fertility and nutrients. Human excrement fertilizes the fields, which in turn yields bountiful crops. These crops sustain people, who then produce more waste. This is truly a cycle of agriculture. Wei Rinshi rubbed his face, finding solace in this thought. No worries, Uncle Zheng. You handle it as you see fit. Wei Rinshi replied to Zheng Liheng. As for the money for those chickens and ducks tonight, once I sell some items awarded by the county magistrate, I shall return it to you. Don't mention it. Zheng Liheng shook his head. It's merely a few chickens and ducks. Do you think your Uncle Zheng would ask for money from you? With that plow of yours, I've already earned several strings of cash. As they spoke, a sudden idea sparked in Wei Rinshi's mind, and he casually inquired. How many families in Changgu raise chickens and ducks? Every household has a few, Zheng Liheng responded. Wei Rinshi blinked, pondering for a moment before saying, Uncle Zheng, could I trouble you with a favor? Zheng Liheng nodded. Go on. Could you inform everyone that I am collecting earthworms? Tell them to catch earthworms to sell to me for 10 won per pound, and they must be alive, Wei Rinshi stated. Chapter 43. Earthworms. Zheng Liheng conveyed Wei Rinshi's message to the villagers, who were astonished upon hearing it. The only uses for earthworms were as bait for fishing or as medicinal materials collected by apothecaries. Yet, Wei Rinshi surprisingly spent money to acquire earthworms, which left the villagers utterly perplexed. Despite their confusion, the prospect of earning money by digging for earthworms was too enticing to ignore. With the children at home idly running about, he instructed them to hunt for earthworms, and in a single day, they could gather quite a substantial amount. This not only occupied their time, preventing them from becoming a nuisance to the adults, but also allowed them to earn some income without burdening their parents, thus not hindering the essential chores. The words of Zheng Liheng held significant weight in the village. Once spoken by him, no one doubted their veracity. Consequently, the village was abuzz with children, as older ones led the younger ones in their quest for earthworms. Meanwhile, Wei Rinshi paid no heed to the villagers' speculations regarding his unusual endeavor. While they idly chatted about his motivations, he busied himself with erecting a fence around his fields. This fence was rather peculiar. It featured a bamboo weave nearly a man's height, with tightly woven gaps, topped with the more familiar appearance of a traditional fence. To install such a fence, a narrow trench almost a man's height had to be dug along the edge of the field, allowing the fence to be set in place and then covered with soil. His field spanned several acres, and the tasks of cutting bamboo, weaving, digging, and securing the fence required laborers, all of which incurred costs, swiftly draining his purse by a considerable amount. Both his wife and Sheer expressed their distress over the expenses. Yet Wei Rinshi felt fortunate that labor costs were relatively low at present. Under the sweltering sun, driven by the fear that the earthworms might burrow away, he undertook this considerable project. By day's end, each worker earned merely 51, a sum they deemed substantial, which left them somewhat hesitant to accept further work. Indeed, they were all simple, hard-working folk. Wei Rinshi sighed inwardly. In just a few days, the peculiar fence had been erected. The weather was favorable, with the sun shining brightly. After a thorough baking, the soil would be turned once more, allowing the dried manure to be mixed into the earth. Wei Rinshi had already collected several large baskets of earthworms, which he began to distribute across his several acres of farmland. Additionally, he reserved a separate plot enclosing it to release the remaining earthworms. Young Master Wei, why are you scattering so many of these creatures in the fields? Zheng Lerzhang inquired after finishing his tasks and taking a moment to rest. Wei Rinch ladled a bowl of ice water for him and replied, Uncle Zheng, have some to cool off. He then addressed the others, saying, Please, everyone, do not hesitate. The jar contains ice water. Help yourselves. Thank you, young Master Wei, exclaimed those nearby, their spirits lifted. One added, Young Master Wei is truly generous. Working alongside him comes with the perk of ice water. The wages are quite satisfactory too. Once everyone had gathered to enjoy the refreshing drink, Wei Rinch settled beside Zheng Lerzhang and asked, Uncle Zheng, would you like to lead all the people of Changgu in cultivating their fields and prospering? Well, of course. As a native of Changgu and its magistrate, it is only natural to wish for the well-being of everyone. Zheng Lerzhang responded, before inquiring again, Is this perhaps related to your actions of casting earthworms into the soil? Wei Rinch nodded. Though the earthworm lacks claws and teeth, and its strength is modest, it can consume the soil above and drink from the depths. Indeed, it is a remarkable creature. Indeed, it is capable of healing, but the other aspects seem rather inconsequential, do they not? Zheng Lijing inquired, perplexed. Wei Rincher chuckled softly and replied, Next, I intend to raise chickens and ducks on the enclosed parcels of land. If conditions permit, I may even venture into cattle farming. Will this be related to the land dragon? Zheng Lijing asked. What? Zhang Lijing exclaimed in astonishment, pausing briefly before continuing, setting aside the previous remarks. Did you just say that this land dragon can transform barren land into fertile fields? Indeed, particularly in the saline soils of Longyu Dao, Wei Rincher affirmed. Of course, it must be complemented with other methods. The land dragon is merely one component of the process. So, Wei Rincher, you possess knowledge on how to improve those saline soils? Zheng Lijing's expression grew solemn as he probed further. Wei Rincher nodded slightly. I have some understanding. Zheng Lijing grasped Wei Rincher firmly. Uncle Zheng, what is the meaning of this? Wei Rincher, taken aback by Zheng Lijing's fervent grip on his sleeve, questioned. Your land must be well taken care of. Zheng Lijing swallowed hard and insisted, it must be well taken care of. If there truly exists a method to convert those saline soils into fertile fields, Wei Rincher, you could attain nobility. But my land is not saline, Wei Rincher replied. That is of little consequence. Zheng Lijing's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen him display such emotion. He then added, Wei Rincher, do you truly possess a method to improve saline soils? Wei Rincher nodded, confirming, indeed, there is such a method. In the early days of the military in Longyu, there were countless patches of saline land. Zheng Lerzhang remarked, Fuchan also possesses saline land, which yields nothing. He continued, if you truly have a method, I would be willing to sacrifice my reputation to petition the county office on your behalf. Zheng Shushu. Wei Rincher, taken aback by Zheng Lerzhang's fervor, responded, During my time in the military, we needed to cultivate land. Vast expanses of saline land yielded no crops. And my brothers, along with the local populace, perished from hunger time and again. Zheng Lerzhang clenched his teeth, lamenting, they still demand taxes from the people, causing families to be torn apart for the sake of grain. Zheng Lerzhang's words stirred something within Wei Rincher. He indeed possessed knowledge regarding methods to improve saline alkali land. Should Zheng Lerzhang's claims hold true, and if these methods prove effective, the prospect of nobility and honor would not deter Wei Rincher from conducting experiments on Fuchang's land. The allure of nobility was undeniably significant for him. In this twilight of the Tang Dynasty, anything was conceivable. The political landscape grew increasingly tumultuous, and society descended further into darkness. In such times, possessing the status of nobility provided a formidable shield for oneself and one's family. Thus, he contemplated and replied, There is no need to consult the county office or engage them in conversation. I can finance a collaboration with Uncle Zheng, purchasing those barren lands and conducting trials there. This way, even if it fails, I shall bear no blame. Zheng Lijing pondered for a moment and nodded, declaring, Indeed, it is thoughtful of you, Wei Langjun. Rest assured, I shall cover the expenses. There is no need for that. Even if we cannot transform the barren land into fertile fields, I shall find a purpose for it, replied Wei Rincher. Uncle Zheng, the more we can acquire, the better. Once I have sufficient funds, I will calculate the interest and reimburse you for your investment. These fields will belong to me. Chapter 44. Good deeds are rewarded. While the wasteland may hold no value for others, it certainly serves a purpose for Wei Rincher. whose intentions do not lie in agriculture. Without delving into Zheng Lijing's negotiations to purchase those saline alkali lands, what concerns Wei Rinshi most at this juncture is the construction of the distillery. The establishment of the distillery is not a complex endeavor. The key lies in the proper construction of the fermentation cellar. Fortunately, Old Man's son, having spent his life in the liquor trade, is well versed in the requirements for building a distillery and the specifics of constructing a cellar. With his guidance, Wei Rinshi feels entirely at ease. After half a month of diligent work, the distillery is nearing completion. However, it will take at least another fortnight before it can commence operations. Thankfully, the weather has turned warm. Otherwise, the wait would be extended further. Seizing the opportunity during his free time, Wei Rinshi paid a visit to Zhao Haiqing's residence. Upon entering the main hall, he found Zhao Haiqing munching on a crisp cucumber. Noticing Wei Rinshi's arrival, he gestured toward a nearby platter and said, "These cucumbers are exceptionally fresh. Do have a taste, Brother Rinshi." The cucumbers were one of the items that Wei Rinshi had instructed Zhao Haiqing's chef to provide, serving as a supplemental dish during the busy hours at Zhao Haiqing's restaurant. Wei Rinshi was not one to mince words. He took a seat across from Zhao Haiqing, took a bite of the cucumber, and was delighted by its crispness and refreshing taste. "How have you been these past few days, Brother Zhao?" he inquired. Zhao Haiqing replied, "Ever since you helped me with my health, I haven't experienced any dizziness. I feel increasingly vigorous. Your methods are indeed effective. By the way, Brother Rinshi, what brings you here today? I wish to ask your family's manager Tian to assist me in finding a shop with a backyard in Luoyang," Wei Rinshi explained. "I intend to open a store and sell some goods." "Oh." Zhao Haiqing's eyes sparkled with interest as he swallowed the last bite of his cucumber. "What kind of business do you plan to pursue?" "I plan to handle this business myself." Wei Rinshi understood his implication and elaborated. "The method is quite simple. Yet finding trustworthy and loyal personnel is crucial. Otherwise, the strategy may leak, leading to others hastily imitating it. Thus, it is a matter of seizing the opportunity to profit significantly. Once the method is out, the potential earnings diminish. Since you wish to handle it personally, I shall refrain from further inquiries," Zhao Haiqing remarked. "I will write a letter and send someone to Luoyang immediately. Do you have any other requests, Brother Rinshi?" Wei Rinshi pondered for a moment before responding. "I prefer a shop that is somewhat larger, situated on a bustling street in the South Market. If possible, I would prefer to purchase rather than rent. The sooner, the better." "That won't come cheap," Zhao Haiqing cautioned. "It will require at least several thousand guan. Some may even reach tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands." "Then let us settle on a minimum amount. I am rather impoverished," Wei Rinshi replied. Wei Rinshi chuckled and said, "Brother Zhao, please lend me this money for now. I shall deduct the interest from my future dividends, if that is agreeable." Zhao Haiqing waved his hand and replied, "My very life relies entirely on your benevolence, Brother Rinshi. I will undoubtedly continue to depend on you in the future. Discussing interest is unnecessary. Rest assured, when the time comes, you may choose as you wish, and I shall instruct Manager Tian to procure it directly." "Speaking of dividends, how is the seasoning business faring?" Wei Rinshi inquired. At this, Zhao Haiqing's eyes twinkled with delight, nearly disappearing with the breadth of his smile. As he clapped his hands and laughed, "Brother Rinshi, you are truly a genius. In just half a month's time, every major restaurant and eatery in Manfachang has been sourcing their seasonings from our shop, and once they start using them, they cannot cease. My elder brother has already dispatched people to Luoyang and Chang'an to seek storefronts, and they have also begun distributing samples to various establishments there. It won't be long before those cities start selling our products as well." Wei Rinshi sighed and remarked, "Your family possesses significant resources. It is remarkable how swiftly you expand. I wish to embark on ventures, yet I must proceed gradually. With your talents, Brother Rinshi, how could you not achieve prosperity?" Zhao Haiqing replied, smiling. "Indeed, we shall rely on your support in the days to come. By the way, I heard from Manager Tian that you are contemplating involvement in the wine brewing and selling business. Your Manager Tian is truly loyal. I wonder what I must do to gather such reliable helpers?" Wei Rinshi smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, I do have such plans and am currently constructing a distillery." "Is it truly so?" Zhao Haiqing sat up and said, "When the time comes, if we were to purchase wine from Brother Wei Rinshi, could it be offered at a more favorable price than what you would sell to others?" Wei Rinshi chuckled at this, amused, and replied, "Do you truly trust me so implicitly? What if the wine I brew is unpalatable?" Zhao Haiqing responded with a smile, I have faith in your abilities, Brother Rinshur. If you lacked such skill, you would not be in this trade. That depends on how much profit you are willing to share with me, Wei Rinshur remarked. If the dividends are substantial, collaborating directly with you is certainly an option. At this moment, conversing with a merchant was far more straightforward. There was no need for subterfuge. As the interests were laid bare, free from the fear of being accused of constantly discussing profit. What do you propose? Zhao Haiqing inquired eagerly. On land, of course. The winery must sell its own products. However, for overseas markets, the winery currently has no reach. Your family possesses sea vessels. We could establish a 5-year agreement wherein the winery sells wine to you at cost price, and you would handle distribution abroad, Wei Rinshur explained. The profits from distribution would allow the winery a share, with the remainder belonging to you. Overseas, Zhao Haiqing exclaimed with astonishment. Brother Rinshur, your ambitions are indeed grand. Is this wine to be the revival of a legendary brew thought lost to time? Wei Rinshur laughed. Once the winery is established, I shall certainly invite you to sample it. Then I shall be most curious. Zhao Haiqing remarked. When will your winery be ready? Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. In another fortnight, Wei Rinshur replied. Indeed, I have some matters to inquire of Brother Zhao. I wonder if Brother Zhao has connections with grain merchants. Brewing requires a substantial quantity of grain, and without a stable and reliable supply of grains, it may prove difficult. Furthermore, I am in need of trustworthy assistance of good character, yet I am uncertain where I might find such individuals. I humbly asked Brother Zhao for guidance. To have grain merchants at hand? Just a handful. Wei Rinshur gained a new understanding of the Zhao family's business. It seemed that their enterprise was far more extensive and prosperous than he had initially imagined. Why then do they remain in Fuchang? Such questions lingered only in his mind. Wei Rinshur was unconcerned. The broader and more prosperous the Zhao family's business, the greater the assistance it could provide him. He began to believe that indeed, good deeds are rewarded. His act of saving Zhao Haiqing at Jikong Hall had truly been a fortuitous decision. Chapter 45. The arrival of Manager Wang just as he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. He noticed several women and an elderly matron emerging from his home. The matriarch had accompanied them far down the path. Mother, who were those individuals? Wei Rinshur inquired. Gazing up at the matriarch at the threshold of their home, her face blossomed with a radiant smile, pride and satisfaction evident as she looked at Wei Rinshur. They are all here to propose marriage for my son. What? Wei Rinshur exclaimed, taken aback. In recent days, my son has scarcely been at home, and there have already been over 10 suitors. The matriarch beamed with immense pride, uttered this statement, and with a buoyant step, turned to re-enter the courtyard. Her gait lightened as if she might take flight. Mother, am I not just 12? Wei Rinshur quickly followed up with a remark. My son is precocious. What is there to fret about at 12? The matriarch chuckled. You are our sole male heir. Whether our family can flourish and expand rests entirely upon you. Moreover, I shall not hasten your marriage at such an early age. If a suitable match arises, we may set the engagement. But the actual union can wait until you turn 16. Come here, let me take your measurements. It has been quite some time since you had new garments. With that, the matriarch pulled Wei Rinshur into the room and retrieved a strip of cloth from a bamboo basket to measure him. On the table lay several rolls of hemp cloth, which Wei Rinshur had never encountered in his home, prompting him to inquire, where did this come from? Your Aunt Li sent it, the matriarch replied, referring to Changqi's mother. She mentioned that you will soon be a distinguished young gentleman of our Fuchang, and thus you must possess a few fine outfits. Alas, your Aunt Li has always been a kind-hearted person, well-educated and sensible. It is a pity that Changqi's father passed away too early, otherwise she would have been the county magistrate's wife. Does mother have a good relationship with Aunt Li? Wei Rinshur asked. Indeed, the matriarch nodded. Among the women of Changgu, I find myself most aligned with Li Zhengshi. Wei Rinshur pondered this. Indeed, among the women of Changgu, they were the only two who were literate and well-read. One had once been the mistress of a prominent household, and the other, the wife of a county magistrate. Both having suffered the loss of their husbands and experienced a decline in fortune, they certainly had much in common. He casually touched the hemp cloth and remarked, This fabric feels quite nice. Indeed, it is woven from Rami, she affirmed. The matron gave Wei Rinshur a light slap on his hand, admonishing, Do not get it dirty. Lobelia? Wei Rinshur was taken aback. Do we have lobelia here? Why, of course. It grows by the riverside in the sandy soil, replied the matron. Then we must gather some, Wei Rinshur declared, for the leaves of lobelia are most effective for the illness of that young gentleman from the Zhao family. My son truly possesses a wealth of knowledge, the matron said, her face beaming with pride. To which Wei Rincher inwardly scoffed. Wasn't it you who told me to avoid distractions? Mother, in the past, this was called distraction, yet now it is deemed knowledge. Wei Rincher jested. A swift smack to his head followed, and the matron glared, witty tongue. Yet she soon chuckled, playfully nudging him. Measure well. Go assist Shi'er with the cooking. Wei Rincher grinned widely and stepped outside. This was the essence of life. The splendid existence of this young gentleman in the Tang Dynasty had indeed just begun. As he merrily made his way to the stove, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, his heart soared at the sight of the visitors outside, Old Wang and young Wang Xiaosui. Welcome, Master Wang. Please come in, Wei Rincher greeted. I have the honor of seeing you, Wei Langjun. I hope my intrusion is not unwelcome, Old Wang replied, bowing slightly as he entered. Noticing the matron emerging from the room, he bowed once more, saying, Honored to meet you, esteemed matron. The matron, unfamiliar with him, looked towards Wei Rincher, who promptly introduced. Mother, this is Master Wang from the city, renowned for his exquisite flatbreads. Ah, so it is Master Wang. The esteemed matron was aware of Wang Leihan's exquisite pancake skills. Thus she said, Please, come in. Master Wang, Miss Wang, let us converse in the study. Wei Rincher ushered the two into the study, whereupon seating them. The space appeared somewhat cramped. Wei Rincher inquired, Has Master Wang come to a decision? Indeed, replied Wang Laohan. I hold the utmost respect for Wei Longjuan's culinary expertise. Moreover, Wei Longjuan's ability to innovate agricultural tools has even garnered the personal commendation of the county magistrate, demonstrating his true prowess. Wang Laohan continued. Partnering with Wei Langjun is undoubtedly advantageous for us. Should we acquire Wei Longjuan's skills and methods, our future business prospects will certainly flourish. It is worth noting that Wei Langjun, despite past grievances, has graciously extended a helping hand to an old man like me. I am truly humbled by this. What is your plan for commencement, Master Wang? Wei Rincher further inquired. Wang Laohan stood, clasping his hands in respect, and declared, Wei Langjun is a person who has received accolades directly from the county magistrate. He would never deceive me. Henceforth, I shall heed Wei Longjuan's guidance. Whatever you suggest, I shall follow. Wei Rincher pondered for a moment and then replied, Very well, I shall first teach you a few techniques. After you have learned them, if you find them unsuitable, we shall abandon the endeavor. However, if you deem them viable, we can approach the authorities to formalize a market agreement and sign a contract. Excellent. I shall follow Wei Longjuan's lead. Wang Laohan nodded in agreement and added, When shall we begin? We shall commence after sunset each day, Wei Rincher considered before adding. I have many other responsibilities, and you must also attend to the pancake shop during the day. Let us meet at the same time as today. Agreed. Old Wang nodded. Let us commence today, since you have come all this way. Allow me to teach you something first, Wei Rincher said. Excellent. Thank you, Sir Wei, Old Wang replied. Nodding repeatedly, Wei Rincher rose and stepped outside, and the two hurriedly followed him. Upon reaching the stove, Wei Rincher announced, Today I shall teach you how to make water-fried buns, which are somewhat similar to jade-tip noodles, as both involve fillings. You may choose the filling as you wish, whether meat or vegetarian. However, the method for the dough differs, as does the preparation. We will not be steaming them. Instead, we shall fry them in a flat-bottomed vessel. As he spoke, he replaced the already boiling water for Shi'er with some cooler water to adjust the temperature, and then used the warm water to knead the dough, allowing it to rest for a while. Old Wang and Wang Xiaosui were adept at making flatbreads, skillfully kneading the dough as instructed by Wei Rincher. They prepared the lye water, filtering it clean for future use, as this ingredient would be essential for making dough. Wei Rincher explained, Once the dough has risen, add the lye water while kneading. This will prevent the dough from souring, and this is my unique secret. Old Wang and Wang Xiaosui gazed intently at the water in Wei Rincher's hands, nodding in astonishment. After kneading the dough and forming the water-fried buns, they placed them in a flat iron pan to fry. Wei Rincher then added, Now we arrive at the most crucial moment. Frying the buns is of utmost importance. Fill the bottom of the pan, drizzle with oil, cover, and fry for a while. Then, mix a small amount of flour with clear water to create a batter. Pour it in, and cover to steam and cook thoroughly. At this point, do not rush to remove them. Drizzle a bit more oil, and cover to fry and steam for a moment longer. The temperature of the pot's bottom should never exceed a moderate heat, approximately 50%. Once the base turns a golden brown, use a spatula to detach the edges from the bottom of the pan, then flip it over, removing it from the heat to complete the dish. At this moment, the pan-fried buns exhibit a golden hue, crispy texture, and a delightful aroma that tantalizes the palate, embodying a perfect harmony of color, fragrance, and flavor. Wei Ming explained while demonstrating the entire process of making these water-fried buns for the two onlookers. This flat iron pan was custom-made by a blacksmith I sought out. You should also commission one for yourselves. Today's filling was hastily prepared, but it does affect the taste. You may take your time to craft the filling to your liking. As Wei Ming scooped out the steaming water-fried buns, he spoke to Old Man Wang and Wang Xiaosui. He then handed them a plate, urging them to taste. Old Man Wang first admired the radiant golden color, inhaled the enticing aroma, swallowed hard, and lifted one to his mouth. Upon taking a bite, he was initially taken aback, but then his expression transformed into sheer delight. Ignoring the heat, he devoured the bun in a few swift bites, exclaiming, "Delicious! Truly delicious! Wei Langjun, this is merely a simple creation with what was at hand." Wei Ming chuckled. "Now do you truly believe what I have said?" I do. Old Man Wang nodded vigorously. "I believed it even before I arrived." Chapter 46. The brewery finally established in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. The brewery was completed, and grain was acquired through the connections of Old Man Sun's previous establishment. However, Sun's brewery was rather small, and the grain merchants he was familiar with were also minor traders. Thus the supply of grain was limited. The distilleries were constructed in abundance during the establishment of the winery, enabling immediate installation within the premises. However, the issue of manpower remained persistent. Currently, the winery is staffed solely by Wei Ming and the elderly son and his son, Sun Yuqing. Wei Ming, unfortunately, is not one to contribute labor, and Sun Yuquan is not particularly well acquainted with the intricacies of the work, leaving only the elder son and Sun Yuqing as the capable hands. Despite the elder son's esteemed position as the master craftsman of the winery, he finds himself compelled to engage in manual labor. The grains spread out in the sunlight exude a mysteriously gratifying aroma, while the diligent figures reflect faces imbued with hope. After meticulously tending to the sun-dried grains, the elder son and Sun Yuqing must now await the fermentation process, which requires several days. Once this is accomplished, the elder son emerges and addresses Wei Ming, saying, "Young master, the winery is ready. The old lad and Yuqing, as well as Yuquan, have all come to this place. What shall be done with the old lad's previous winery?" Wei Ming smiles and replies, "Your previous winery cannot simply be discarded. One could collect and used lees from others, distill them, and sell the resultant spirits." "Lees?" The elder son pauses, then slaps his large hands together, exclaiming, "Indeed. Young master, your thoughts are astute. While others typically wait for the lees to ferment into liquid before discarding the solid remains, young master's method involves distilling the lees directly. By acquiring the lees at a low cost, we can distill a more affordable spirit, which can then be sold as common liquor for the everyday person to enjoy." Wei Ming remarked, "As for the wines produced by the distillery, we shall establish a grand name, subsequently subdividing it into various categories, each further classified by the quality of the wine into tiers ranging from the finest to the most modest, with prices ascending accordingly. Naturally, the most common wines will be the least expensive. The finest wines, however, must be sold in limited quantities, tantalizing the customers to such an extent that even if they wish to purchase, they find themselves unable to do so. As for the absolute finest, it transcends mere monetary value. It represents status and prestige. While the differentiation of wines into tiers is well understood by the common folk, the notion of producing wine merely to entice buyers who cannot procure it is rather perplexing. Moreover, the concept of selling status, how does one articulate that? Old Man Sun inquired. Wei Ming grinned and replied, "Thus, old son, you are well suited to be the master of the distillery, overseeing its operations. However, for the retail aspect, we must seek a manager adept in commerce." "That is indeed a valid point," Old Sun conceded, "for I have never possessed the knack for business." He shook his head and added, "Otherwise, I would not have struggled throughout my life." "Speaking of which, is your nephew willing to join us?" Wei Ming asked. Old Man Sun responded, "He is indeed willing, yet he fears he may not be capable. I suggest we invite him to meet with young master first," he continued. "Very well, let us arrange this in the coming days." Wei Ming nodded. "Bring him forth for my evaluation. I am not concerned with his lack of experience, provided he possesses good character and unwavering loyalty." Grateful for Wei Ming's words, Old Man Sun nodded. Wei Rincher then inquired. And what of the several merchants you mentioned earlier? Old man's son sighed. Old Lu has passed, leaving behind 3 young men. The wives of the second and third sons have yet to be addressed. Old Dong remains vigorous, and his 3 children follow him in farming. Would they be interested in working at the distillery? Wei Rincher inquired. That is easily arranged. Wei Rincher nodded and smiled, saying, Master son, you shall oversee the overall operations of this distillery, considering all aspects. Brother Yu Qing and Brother Yu Quan will handle the distillation process, while you must personally manage the blending. Afterward, allow me to taste it. Once we establish the flavor, I shall no longer need to sample it. The Dong family, along with the Lu family, will work at the distillery, enjoying 2 days off each month, with the specific days at their discretion. Their wages will amount to 500 won per individual each month. As for you, Master, your monthly wage will be calculated at 5 guan. Brothers Yu Qing and Yu Quan will receive wages just like everyone else. From the distillery's total profits, you will receive a 10% share. Such a large sum. Master's son was taken aback, quickly adding, the old man will accept the profit but will forego any wages. I absolutely refuse to take a salary. Moreover, young master, isn't this wage a bit excessive? High wages do not come without conditions. I will later establish certain rules. Only by adhering to these regulations can one earn such a generous salary, Wei Rincher replied. By setting a high wage, they will be compelled to consider whether it is worth violating the established rules and losing this harvest. Indeed, one must always have rules in any endeavor. Master Sun wholeheartedly agreed. Wei Rincher understood the market for baijiu and was confident that the distillery would eventually flourish. The distillery was constructed with ample space from the outset. However, it is not excessively large. Firstly, the plot of land is limited, and secondly, both Changgu and Fuchang are rather small. Wei Rincher believes that in the future, the distillery will inevitably need to expand to significant locations such as Luoyang and Chang'an. Thus, there is no necessity to establish an exceptionally large distillery in Fuchang. The business of white liquor has commenced, and supplies are being prepared within the distillery. Old man's son, along with Yu Qing and Yu Quan, are exceedingly busy, and the 3 male members of the Lu family have also arrived, accompanied by the old man from the Dong family and several of his sons, all engaged in labor at the distillery. This influx of workers is partly due to the goodwill cultivated by Wei Rincher's grandfather and father, who were known for their kindness, as well as the allure of high wages. A monthly pay of 500 won, along with 2 days of rest, is a treatment that cannot be found even in Luoyang or Chang'an. Everyone is working diligently. Wei Rincher is not idle either. He personally enters the distillery and shares his recollections of the various aromatic types of white liquor that will emerge in the future, detailing the different additions of koji and fermentation conditions. Together with Old Man's son, they experiment with several recipes and finally manage to brew several commonly known aromatic types of white liquor from later generations. While other liquors are classified by quality and color, our liquor is categorized by flavor. Wei Rincher points to the different aromatic white liquors they have created and remarks that the young ones do not know how to differentiate them by flavor. Upon hearing Wei Rincher's words, Old Man's son appears troubled. Although he can discern that the clear liquors before him possess distinct flavors, he lacks the vocabulary to articulate them. Chapter 47, Lanchong Tower. This ordinary liquor has historically been named elegantly due to its unique characteristics. Like the filtered dew and the emerald waves, names are bestowed based on color and appearance. Old Man's son, typically reticent, becomes eloquent when discussing wine. There are distinctions based on brewing techniques, such as the green ant drunk and the sanlijiang, or classifications based on the ingredients used in fermentation, like grape wine. Though these varieties may differ in taste, they all possess a clarity akin to water, leaving the young and old alike at a loss for words. The spirit produced through distillation is known as baijiu, as Wei Rincher humorously notes. A liquid as clear as water is aptly named baijiu. Furthermore, based on its distinct flavors, baijiu is categorized into various aromatic types. As he speaks, Wei Rincher gestures towards the first glass of baijiu at hand, declaring, "This one boasts a rich cellar aroma, sweet and smooth, with a harmonious fragrance and a clean, lingering finish. I shall call it the strong aroma type." He then points to the second glass, stating, "This one is pure and well-rounded, with balanced flavors, soft sweetness, and a refreshing, smooth aftertaste. I shall designate it as the light aroma type." Upon hearing this, Old Man's son exclaims, "Young master speaks so eloquently. Though I can discern the differences, I struggle to articulate them. Remember these brewing methods and flavors, Sun Aowen. Wei Rinshi instructs. In the future, our distillery's baijiu will be categorized into these 4 aromatic types, forming 4 classifications. Each category will have its own distinctions, ranging from high-end names that are elegant and meaningful to more accessible names that resonate with the common folk. Wei Rinshi adds, as for the naming, Sun Aowen need not fret, I shall take care of that. That sounds splendid. Old Sun chuckled. The issue of the name posed no difficulty for Wei Rinshi. With the liquor already produced, another task lay ahead, to promote the high-proof spirits. In contemporary times, due to the lack of distillation, the alcohol content in these beverages is relatively low. Even the most potent Sanlijiang likely hovers around 30 degrees. Enthusiasts of strong liquor favor Sanlijiang. Yet it often results in severe headaches post-consumption. The low-proof liquors produced by the distillery, characterized by their clarity and rich aroma, could swiftly penetrate the Tang Dynasty's market. However, the acceptance of high-proof spirits, ranging from 40 to 60 degrees, may not occur immediately among the populace. Therefore, it is essential to first cultivate a reputation for these potent beverages, allowing people to gradually sample, accept, and ultimately appreciate them. This strategy is documented in literature. In a narrative that mentions 3 bulls cannot pass the hill, Wei Rinshi contemplated the notion of 3 bulls cannot enter the city, with this city not being Fuchang, but rather the grand city of Luoyang. Only in a bustling metropolis like Luoyang could the influx of visitors at the city gates facilitate the swift dissemination of the liquor's reputation. However, prior to that, it would be prudent to gauge the local reaction to the white liquor in Fuchang. As the distillery had just embarked on production, the design of the bottles had yet to be realized. Wei Rinshi resorted to using gourds to transport the liquor, carrying it away from the distillery. The tasting venue naturally needed to be a populous area, frequented by those who could afford fine spirits. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Rinshi settled on a location. Wei Rinshi had 2 wine gourds hanging from his waist. Upon reaching the village entrance, he hurried to Li He's home, knocked on the door, and upon entering, he greeted Li He, saying, "Come, Changji, let us venture to the county town together." Li He, who was about to step out in search of inspiration, inquired, "What brings us to the county town?" "We're heading to Lanchang Tower," Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. "To Lanchang Tower?" Li He expressed his surprise and further asked, "What prompts this sudden desire to visit Lanchang Tower? What could be the reason? It is rather expensive there." "Just to sample it," Wei Rinshi said. "And I wish to give this fine brew a name." "What kind of brew is it?" Li He asked curiously, eyeing the gourds at Wei Rinshi's waist. With a chuckle, Wei Rinshi jested, "This is a remarkable concoction. Who knows, it may very well fund our journey to the capital for the imperial examinations." Intrigued by this, Li He agreed to accompany Wei Rinshi. They had Li Rong harness the donkey to the cart and set off towards Fuchang City. Lanchang Tower was the finest tavern in Fuchang City, reputed to have originated there and now boasting a branch in Luoyang. The name Lanchang Tower was derived from a palace not far from Changgu, which was originally called Lianchang Palace, also known as Lanchang Palace, constructed during the Daxing period of the Sui dynasty. Although Emperor Yang of Sui never visited, it was a favored retreat for Tang Gaozong Li Ji and Empress Wu Zetian. Both Tang Gaozong Li Ji and Empress Wu Zetian, as well as Tang Xuanzong Li Longji, had enjoyed their time there. However, after the Engshi Rebellion, Lianchang Palace fell into disuse. Nonetheless, many scholars and literati still cherished the past, often visiting the ruins of Lianchang Palace to reflect on its former glory. Thus, the Lanchang Tower, owing to its name, attracted numerous literati and poets who either passed through Fuchang or specifically visited the ruins of Lianchang Palace. Inside Lanchang Tower, the decor was indeed opulent, and it was precisely during the midday hour when Wei Rinshi and Li He arrived, finding the atmosphere bustling with activity. The first floor was filled with patrons, while the second floor catered to the affluent, making it an ideal spot for Wei Rinshi to sample some white wine. After a brief wait, an empty table became available, and the 2 gentlemen settled down. Almost immediately, a server approached, wiping the table while inquiring, "What would you gentlemen like to eat and drink?" The menu, naturally, was present, crafted from wooden plaques engraved with the names of the dishes, hung at each table's corner. Wei Rinshi casually ordered a few items, and the server promptly went to relay the order. "Rinshi, what do you intend to do?" Li He asked, glancing at the gourd at Wei Rinshi's waist. Wei Rinshi chuckled, retrieving a wine gourd from his belt, uncorking it, and instantly, a rich aroma wafted forth. Li He inhaled deeply, watching as Wei Rinshi placed the gourd on the table. "It stays here," Wei Rinshi smiled at Li He. Li He took a long breath and remarked, "Is the gourd filled with wine or something else? What makes it so fragrant?" "This is my homemade white wine," Wei Rinshi replied. "Let us see if anyone takes notice." The intoxicating scent began to permeate from the gourd, and soon, patrons at the nearest table started to sniff the air, looking around in search of its source. Gradually, more individuals caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance and began to turn their heads in curiosity. Please promote the book club QQ group 1674555026, where everyone is welcome to chat casually. Suggestions and ideas are encouraged, as well as feedback on plot developments. Thank you. Chapter 48. The aroma of wine as more and more patrons caught whiffs of the intoxicating fragrance. Diners in the inner chamber began to glance around in search of its source, ultimately fixating their gazes upon the table occupied by Wei Rinshi and Li He. The two remained engrossed in their light-hearted conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. However, as their discourse continued, one individual could no longer contain his curiosity and approached them. This individual was an elderly man, approximately in his 50s, dressed in worn and humble attire. Observing him, Wei Rinshi noted that despite his tattered clothing, the man possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Upon reaching their table, the elder inquired with a smile, "May I take a seat, young gentleman?" "Please do, esteemed elder," Wei Rinshi replied, gesturing toward the vacant chair beside him. The elder settled into the seat and asked, "Is this delightful aroma of wine emanating from your gourd?" "It is merely a selection of ordinary wines," Wei Rinshi chuckled. "I have not truly noticed this overwhelming fragrance. It seems you are particularly sensitive to it, esteemed elder." The elder laughed heartily and responded, "I have surpassed 50 years of age and have been indulging in wine since I was 10. Yet I have never encountered such a captivating scent. If you would not mind, might I be permitted to sample a taste?" "Ah, I shall not partake without offering something in return," he continued. "Allow me to treat you two young gentlemen to some delicacies as compensation. Would that be agreeable?" Wei Rinshi followed the direction indicated by the old man and noticed another middle-aged man seated at a nearby table. Upon seeing him point, he called out with a playful reprimand, "Ah, you, Ming Dongya, indulging in the fragrant wine while expecting me to foot the bill." Taken aback by the remark, Wei Rinshi lifted his gaze to scrutinize the tattered figure before him. "Ming Dongya? Could it be Meng Jiao Ming Dongya?" He mused. "Bring a few more bowls." He called out to the server, who promptly delivered additional bowls. Wei Rinshi took up the gourd and smiled at the old man, saying, "If Mr. Ming wishes to taste, he may do so without any need for gratitude." The sentiments of spring breeze and satisfactory achievements in glimpsing the blossoms on horseback are sufficient. "Oh." The old man displayed a look of surprise and replied, "Does the young gentleman recognize me? Spring breezes hasten the horse's hooves. In a single day, one beholds all the flowers of Chang'an. Is this not the poetry of Ming Dongya?" The middle-aged man at the table rose and approached, smiling. Indeed, this old man was Meng Jiao. Wei Rinshi nodded in affirmation, saying, "Precisely, it is these two exquisite lines that have brought me to know the name of Mr. Meng Dongya from Pingchong." However, the old man suddenly revealed a look of distress, shaking his head vehemently. The verses of pride and self-satisfaction are mere expressions of arrogance and recklessness, foolish words of the moment. I have misrepresented my own reputation. I regret it too late. They are truly not commendable lines. Not so, Wei Rinshi gently shook his head and remarked, "These two lines harmonize emotion with scenery. The essence flows with the pen, brimming with clarity and vigor, leaving one exhilarated upon reading." As he spoke, Wei Rinshi poured half a bowl from the gourd slowly into the waiting vessel. Meng Dongya and the middle-aged man first wrinkled their noses, then simultaneously emitted a gasp of astonishment, their faces transforming into expressions of shock as they fixated on the half-bowl before them. As the fragrant liquid poured from the gourd, an intense aroma erupted, even more potent than before, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Fragrant? Is this truly wine?" A voice emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a robust figure approaching a towering man. As he walked closer, he exclaimed, "In all my travels, I have encountered countless renowned wines, yet I have never encountered one so aromatic." Upon nearing, he raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening in disbelief, and remarked, "Oh, this." Witnessing the trio's reaction only heightened the curiosity of the onlookers, who craned their necks to get a better view. Meng Dongya and the accompanying middle-aged man were still taken aback, while the burly man took the initiative to inquire, "Young sir, is this wine or water?" Pausing for a moment, the robust man suddenly added, Is it you? Wei Rincher, taken aback, scrutinized him, unable to recall his identity. But then he heard the man continue. Aren't you the young lad from the old man Wang's spice challenge who couldn't resist seizing the ladle to taste the soup? Upon hearing this, Wei Rincher abruptly remembered. This was indeed the very individual who had boldly snatched the ladle from old man Wang during their contest. In the vast sea of humanity, to encounter him again felt serendipitous. Brother, do join in and taste. Wei Rincher, momentarily stunned, soon fetched another bowl and filled it halfway. Thank you, young sir. Upon hearing this, the man was filled with immense joy. He immediately lifted the bowl, first taking a deep breath, which caused a blush to appear on his face. Exquisite. Exquisite. Young sir, is this wine or water? As he held it up, the surrounding crowd finally noticed that it contained merely half a bowl of clear, transparent liquid. Yet, the rich aroma of wine was undeniably present. They could not help but be astonished, all eyes turning towards the burly man's hands. Wei Rincher smiled without responding, merely inquiring, what does this esteemed brother think? This scent. I have never encountered a wine more fragrant than this, yet it clearly appears to be a bowl of water. The burly man was utterly astonished, staring at the bowl in his hand, his expression a mix of wonder and doubt. Observing that Meng Donya had brought the bowl to his lips, Wei Rincher cautioned. This wine is quite potent, Mr. Donya. Please sip it slowly. Upon hearing this, the burly man eagerly brought the bowl to his mouth and took a hearty gulp, exclaiming, fragrant, truly fragrant, more potent than the strongest spirits, and it possesses none of the peculiar flavors of those inferior brews. Having said that, he brought the bowl to his lips once more and, in a gluttonous manner, downed half the bowl, wiping his mouth afterward. Drinking it feels like fire in my belly. Both fragrant and fierce. Excellent wine. Excellent wine. Everything I've had before was utterly worthless. The crowd erupted in laughter, yet their curiosity only deepened. Those tempted by the wine found themselves salivating merely from the aroma, and upon hearing the two men's remarks, their eagerness grew, fidgeting restlessly. Oh, this wine is freshly brewed from my family's distillery, Wei Rincher remarked, but it is new and has yet to be sold to the outside world. As for the name, I have not yet taken the time to bestow a meticulous title. I merely refer to this type of liquor as pure as water, calling it white liquor. What? The burly man beside me exclaimed, young sir, do not deceive us. I am somewhat acquainted with the distillery. And can such exquisite wine truly be crafted within? To which I retorted, my good fellow, if it cannot be brewed in the distillery, do you suppose it grows wild in the fields? A grin spread across my face. Young sir, I must support your family's business, so please sell me some of this wine. A voice from the crowd called out, prompting an echo of agreement from many. Chapter 49. Wei's Distillery. This wine is still in limited production and has yet to be formally named, thus it is not available for sale at present. I responded loudly. If you all are truly interested, please wait a month or so. Soon, this white liquor will be available in both Fuchang and the city of Luoyang. Pure as water. Meng Donya remarked as he gazed into his bowl. This white liquor is indeed aptly named. Another voice from the crowd shouted, a month? How shall I know that what is being sold is your wine? Feigning hesitation, I pondered for a moment and said, very well, I have 2 gourds remaining. I shall share them with everyone to taste, and in the future, when you encounter white liquor, you shall know it at once. The crowd murmured in approval, recognizing the youth's naivety. The liquor was as clear as water, undoubtedly one of a kind in the world, rendering any further distinction unnecessary. Yet here I was, offering the wine for tasting. Consequently, the patrons in the building erupted in applause, eagerly calling for the serving boy to bring them bowls. The young attendant found himself at a loss and could only bring forth a stack of bowls. Wei Rincher then unfastened the gourd at his waist and poured a measure into one of the bowls. Meng Donya reached out to assist, and the middle-aged man along with the burly figure also lent their hands, quickly filling several tables. The crowd hurried over to sample the liquor, and after tasting it, there was not a single soul who did not exclaim in delight, declaring that the previous drinks had been utterly wasted. Wei Rincher looked up and saw Meng Donya and the middle-aged man smiling at him, realizing that they had both discerned his intentions. He then smiled and said, I extend my gratitude to Mr. Donya and this gentleman, as well as to you, my robust friend, for your assistance. I invite you all to my family distillery for a hearty drink as an apology, if that pleases you. Indeed, that would be splendid. The burly man replied eagerly. If that is the case, allow me to lend you another hand. He then called out loudly, young sir, your wine is unparalleled. after tasting it. I fear no other will ever quench my thirst. May I inquire the name of your distillery? His booming voice drowned out the surrounding chatter, drawing the attention of those nearby. My surname is Wei, and my distillery is known as Wei's Distillery, Wei Rincher replied. At present, we have a modest abode just outside the southern gate of the city, but we plan to acquire a shop within Luoyang in the future. Once Wei Rincher finished speaking, the middle-aged man accompanying Meng Jiao inquired further. Such exquisite wine, I presume, does not come at a modest price? Wei Rincher, aware that he was being supportive, responded with a smile. You gentlemen enjoy your libations, and I imagine you understand the labor involved in brewing. The effort taken to achieve this quality is indeed considerable. However, like other spirits, this white liquor is categorized into various grades. Ordinary bulk liquor does not exceed the price of other common beverages significantly, making it affordable for the average household. Naturally, as one ascends the quality ladder, the more exquisite the flavor, the higher the cost. Within the confines of the Lanchang building, the affluent and noble mingle freely, and such a reaction among them suggests a promising future for the white liquor market. Today's scene serves merely as a modest promotion of his white liquor, instilling in Wei Rincher greater confidence for his endeavors in Luoyang. Following this, as the dishes were served, Wei Rincher and Li He indulged heartily, while the surrounding patrons continued their lively discussions about the white liquor. Upon exiting the Lanchang building, Wei Rincher, accompanied by Meng Jiao and a middle-aged man, along with a burly figure, made their way to his distillery. Noticing Wei Rincher glance back, the burly man remarked, "No need for concern, those are merely subordinates of a certain household. Let them follow." Wei Rincher regarded the man with newfound respect. Realizing he was indeed a person of significance, yet he refrained from further inquiries and proceeded towards Changgu. Wei Rincher and Li He rode in a donkey cart, while the other three mounted horses, and soon they arrived at Changgu. The distillery was suffused with the fragrant aroma of liquor, and the group settled beneath the shade of an ancient locust tree outside. Old Master Sun approached with a jar of liquor, placing it down before Wei Rincher, and said, "Young master, just moments ago, a servant from the Jiao family went to convey that the matter you entrusted to them has been resolved. The girl, Sheer, searched for you at home but did not find you, so she entrusted the message to the elder." Such promptness? Wei Rincher expressed his surprise, then added, "Old Master Sun, have you had a chance to prepare the marinated chicken feet I requested earlier? If there are any leftovers, please bring them to accompany our drinks." Old Man Sun responded with an acknowledgement and hurried over. Before long, he returned with a large platter, containing a generous portion of braised chicken feet, which he placed down. The sight of this dish elicited peculiar expressions from the onlookers. Only Meng Jiao appeared delighted, exclaiming, "This delicacy is exquisite. One can savor every morsel of meat." Relishing the savory essence, and it lasts quite a while. As he spoke, he casually picked up a chicken foot. "Ah, delicious!" Meng Jiao exclaimed in admiration, encouraging the others. "You must all try this. It is truly delectable." The middle-aged man seemed somewhat resigned to Meng Jiao's enthusiasm and shook his head, saying, "I am grateful for the wine offered by the young master. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Wei, residing within the confines of Changgu." Known by the courtesy name Rincher, Wei Rincher replied with a smile. He gestured towards Li He, stating, "This is my childhood companion, renowned for his prodigious talent, and held in high regard by the esteemed scholar, Zhang. Mr. Dongya, you two should engage in further discourse," he suggested. Li He tugged at Wei Rincher. But Meng Jiao looked up at Li He and remarked, "Since the young master has garnered such recognition from an esteemed scholar, it is evident that you are exceptionally gifted. I, however, find myself in disarray, undoubtedly inferior to your talents. Do both of you possess courtesy names? You appear rather youthful, young master," the middle-aged man inquired. "Both of us lost our fathers at an early age, hence we were granted courtesy names early on," Li He responded. "Oh, I see. I beg your pardon for my presumption," the middle-aged man replied. "I hail from the illustrious family of Yin Chi Feng, a resident of Chang'an." "I am Zhang Gan from Luoyang," interjected the robust figure. Meng Jiao held up a chicken claw and chuckled. "I am Meng Jiao, known as Meng Dongya, merely a rustic fellow." Wei Rincher, smiling, opened a jar and poured wine for everyone, saying, "Earlier in the Lanchang Tower, the three of you discerned my intentions without exposing them. I am most grateful." With that, he took a respectful sip. The others followed suit, and apart from Li He, the other three wore expressions of utter satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, young sir. You are indeed clever. After besting Wang Laohan in our contest, The news about the seasoning is sure to spread throughout Fuchong. From this day forth, the name of this fine liquor shall likely echo through Fuchong and even Luoyang." Zhang Gan laughed heartily and remarked to Wei Rinshi, "This wine is truly exceptional. It is destined for greatness." Wei Rinshi replied, "My family is impoverished, and I must attempt to engage in business. However, lacking a foundation, I must explore alternative paths." Chapter 50. Gifts in Intoxication. Outside, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, interspersed with the sound of footsteps. Wei Rinshi suddenly sat up, murmuring, "Alas, I am late for morning reading." He hurriedly reached for his clothes at the bedside. As he turned, he noticed the long robe he was wearing and paused in surprise. Finally awakening to the realization that he was no longer the language teacher bound to morning classes, but Wei Rinshi of the Tang Dynasty. Rubbing his head, he assessed his condition. While his head felt somewhat heavy, it was not particularly painful. Upon reflection, he recalled having indulged excessively in drink the previous day, completely forgetting that his body was merely 12 years old. It seems he must refrain from excessive drinking in the future. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside, where the grains laid out for drying were being tended to under the sun. Old Man Sun immediately spotted Wei Rinshi and hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Young master, you were quite inebriated yesterday. Considering your tender age, you ought to refrain from such excessive drinking in the future." Wei Rinshi nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, I shall limit my consumption henceforth." Old Man Sun continued, "After you and young Master Li succumbed to intoxication, those three continued to drink for a while longer, each taking away 2 gourds of wine, claiming you had given your consent. When did I ever give such a promise?" Wei Rinshi queried in astonishment. With a sigh, Old Man Sun replied, "You did indeed, and you even mentioned that 2 jars were insufficient, suggesting that each should receive 200 jars. Wei Rinshi broke into a grin, remarking, "It appears I must truly moderate my drinking in the future." Old Man Sun added, "The 3 of them departed late last night, leaving a message for you. The eldest even penned a note specifically for young Master Li. The little one has gone to fetch it." "Can they really leave a note? Were they not intoxicated?" Wei Rinshi asked, incredulous. "Oh, they were intoxicated." Old Man Sun chuckled. The 3 of them were arm in arm, calling each other brothers, boasting with abandon. One claimed his paintings rivaled those of the master painters of the early dynasty. Another insisted that all the heroes of Luoyang would heed his call. And the eldest went so far as to wail and weep loudly. As Old Man Sun recounted the scene, a broad smile revealed his back teeth. Wei Rinshi glanced up at the sun, realizing that it was nearly noon. Old Man Sun's dwelling was just nearby, and within a few steps, he retrieved what he had. Clutched in his hands were 2 pieces of paper, a black token resembling a talisman, and a jade pendant. He approached Wei Rinshi and said, "These 2 pieces of paper are letters left by the oldest teacher. This token was given to the young lord by that great man, who claimed it might prove useful in the future when selling wine in Luoyang. This jade pendant was left by a middle-aged scholar, who mentioned that if the young lord were ever to visit Chang'an, presenting this pendant to any innkeeper would ensure he could find him, as he wished to extend his hospitality and treat the young lord to a drink." Wei Rinshi accepted the items from Old Man Sunday. The black token appeared to be made of wood, yet it shimmered with a metallic luster. It was intricately carved on both sides with a tiger motif, one side depicting a tiger's head, the other showing a tiger leaping towards its prey. The jade pendant was also exquisite, clearly not an ordinary piece. After carefully stowing away the 2 items, he picked up the 2 pieces of paper. One bore a poem that read, "Wine is an ancient mirror, revealing the hearts of the petty. In drunkenness, one perceives strange behaviors and hears unusual sounds. The power of wine is vast, its depths profound. A sinner's absolution lies in wine. This serves as a moral lesson." This was indeed the genuine work of Meng Jiao. Wei Rinshi hastily organized it. He pondered what had caused the old man to compose such a poem, as tears streamed down his face. He wondered how the old man would feel once the effects of the wine had faded. As for the other letter, knowing it was intended for Li He, Wei Rinshi chose not to read it. "And where is Li He?" Wei Rinshi inquired. Old Man Sun gestured towards another room, over there. Wei Rinshi walked over and pushed open the door, finding Li He seated on the bed, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Upon witnessing Wei Rinshi entering, he inquired, "I remember we were drinking yesterday. What transpired afterward?" Wei Rinshi shook his head and replied, "I only recall your insistence on composing poetry. Beyond that, my memory fails." He then extended a piece of paper in his hand, saying, "This is a letter from Meng Jiao, also known as Meng Donya, intended for you." Li He promptly received it, lowered his gaze to peruse its contents, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. "What is it?" Wei Rinch asked. Li He examined the letter and responded. "He instructs that should I travel to Chang'an or embark on a quest for knowledge, I may present this letter to Sima Zhengjui of Qinzhou, who will assuredly assist me upon receiving it." Sima Zheng? Wei Rinch paused. The Sima of Qinzhou, who shares a connection with Meng Jiao, the Prime Minister? Li He's eyes widened in disbelief. "That venerable gentleman urged me to seek the Prime Minister?" "It is no longer the Prime Minister," Wei Rinch clarified. "He was previously appointed to that position, but has since been demoted to Sima of Qinzhou. He hails from the Zheng family of Xingyang, and should you pursue your studies, he may offer you abundant resources for your education. However, I advise you to wait a few more years before approaching him. If my predictions hold true, he shall regain his former position. Changji, you must safeguard this correspondence meticulously. It must not be damaged or lost." "Indeed." Li He nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a robust man in a carriage, traveling 100 miles towards Luoyang, languidly opened his eyes. Gazing at the 2 wine jars beside him for quite some time, he suddenly slapped his forehead, a wry smile appearing on his face as he shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, drunkenness misleads one. I have carelessly given away the token." The burly man in the carriage chuckled. "Such a young lord is remarkably astute. In the future, he shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. If he can solidify his foundations, it would not be a misfortune." Meanwhile, in another carriage heading to Luoyang, an elderly man, Meng Jiao, smiled as he spoke to the man opposite him. Qing Feng is usually taciturn, yet yesterday he spoke more than I have heard in these past few months. Typically reticent, he unexpectedly gifted his cherished jade pendant. It is evident that his silence is merely a fade. Come, let us indulge in a poetic recitation. The two were indeed remarkable individuals. The middle-aged man remained expressionless, merely uttering a quiet phrase before seemingly drifting into contemplation once more, choosing not to elaborate further. Meng Jiao, however, continued, "They are indeed exceptional individuals. The youth with the surname Li shall surely become a master in the future. As for the one named Wei, even I cannot fathom him. Yet one thing is certain, he will not be an ordinary person. It was wise of you to retain that jade pendant." Chapter 51. The Haunted Residence. Due to the promotion of white wine, an unexpected acquaintance with these 3 individuals had formed, leaving Wei Rinch feeling intrigued. It was neither a glitch nor mere coincidence, but rather a serendipitous twist of fate that brought them together. Having ascertained the popularity of the white wine, the next course of action must be prioritized without delay. Wei Rinch set off once more to Fuchang County, arriving at the residence of Jiao Haiqing. In the main hall of the Jiao family, 2 additional figures were present. One appeared to be a middle-aged man, while the other seemed to be in his 50s. It was evident that these were none other than Jiao Haiqing's father and elder brother. Wei Rinch stepped forward and said with a smile, "I presume this is Master Jiao and the young lord. I have had the pleasure of meeting both of you." Jiao Haiqing's father rose and returned the smile, saying, "You are too kind, Wei Langjun. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear Howard would not be seated here today. This life-saving grace is something I shall never forget. Alas, it is my fault for indulging him too much, always striving to provide him with the best, only to inadvertently cause him harm. According to Howard, ever since he began treatment under your guidance, he has not suffered from dizziness again and his health has improved significantly. I am truly at a loss for how to repay this kindness. This is my elder brother, Jiao Yu," Jiao Haiqing introduced from the side. "Master Jiao and the elder brother must not speak so," Wei Rinch replied with a smile. "As merchants, we should engage in mutual benefit, ensuring prosperity for us all. Moreover, I owe much of my convenience to your esteemed family, which has saved me considerable effort. As for Brother Haiqing, it was but a trifling matter. Having an additional friend is indeed a fortuitous blessing. Truly, Wei Langjun is magnanimous. Please, take a seat." Jiao Haiqing's father chuckled and invited him. Once everyone was seated again, Jiao Haiqing remarked, "Brother Rinch, regarding the matter you entrusted to me a few days ago, there has been some progress. I did not anticipate it would unfold so swiftly, but certain aspects require your own deliberation." "Very well," Wei Rinch nodded in agreement. Jiao Haiqing then remarked, "Within the South Market, there are 2 premises that align with Brother Rin's requirements. One is priced at 3,000 guan. Although it faces the street, the space is exceedingly limited. The front area is minuscule, accommodating at most 4 or 5 individuals. The rear is equally modest, merely a dilapidated shed enclosed by a wooden fence, measuring no more than 5 paces in length and 3 in width. Wei Ming was taken aback, pondering how exorbitantly priced real estate in Luoyang had become. For such a diminutive shop to command 3,000 guan was astonishing. With 3,000 guan, one could purchase a grand residence in Fuchang City. Curiosity piqued, Wei Ming inquired. Why is the second option, despite its favorable conditions, being offered for only 25,000 guan, while the former dares to demand 3,000 guan? Jiao Haiqing's elder brother, shaking his head, replied, under normal circumstances, a shop like the second one, located in the South Market, would command at least 50,000 guan. However, it is said to be haunted, which naturally diminishes its value, rendering it undesirable. Brother Ming, it would be prudent to disregard this option. He continued, the original owner, it seems, had acquired several large dogs to guard his home. Yet, despite their presence, his residence fell victim to thieves who absconded with several of his prized paintings. In a fit of rage, the owner killed the dogs. However, remorse soon followed, leading him to bury them in the flower bed of his backyard. Subsequently, it is said that one night he dreamt of being pursued by those very dogs, ultimately falling into a cauldron of boiling oil. What happened then? Wei Ming asked. Shortly after awakening, he developed a peculiar affliction. In the midst of winter, he felt an unbearable heat, refusing even to don clothing, claiming that he felt as if he were engulfed in flames. Each day, he could find solace only by drinking snowmelt. His temperament grew exceedingly irritable, with his mind wandering throughout the day, yet he could not find rest. His appetite surged to unprecedented levels. He incessantly munched throughout the day, but still felt an insatiable hunger, while his body grew increasingly frail. Jiao Haiqing's elder brother remarked that despite family efforts to seek medical assistance, no clear diagnosis emerged. Matters worsened. His eyes bulged uncontrollably, refusing to close, and his legs took on a texture akin to orange peel. A high fever ensued, leaving him restless and drenched in sweat as though he had just emerged from a bath. Fearing he had been afflicted by malevolent forces, the family summoned a Taoist for rituals and a monk for prayers, yet to no avail. Tragically, not long ago, he succumbed. The symptoms of feverish heat, irritability, ravenous appetite, progressive emaciation, bulging eyes, and skin resembling orange peel. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming pondered whether this could be hyperthyroidism. He recalled that some cases do not exhibit the characteristic enlarged neck, suggesting that it might have gone undiagnosed. He speculated, could it be an undetected malady? However, subsequent events seemed to transcend mere illness. Jiao Haiqing's elder brother continued, recounting how the family had set up a morning altar at home, only to discover that night that ghostly lights floated in the courtyard, reportedly drifting into the altar and refusing to depart. Terrified, the family recalled that his affliction began after a particular dream and surmised that the spectral canines were enacting revenge, prompting them to consider selling their home and relocating. Wei Ming mused. What a peculiar manifestation of haunting this is. It must be that hyperthyroidism went undetected for an extended period. After the regrettable demise of the dog, the subsequent dream acted as a stressor, exacerbating the condition. The mortality rate associated with advanced hyperthyroidism is indeed notably high. As for the ghostly flames, they are undoubtedly the result of the dog's decomposition in the flower bed, ignited by phosphorescence due to the recent warm weather. In such a vast area, with commercial establishments in front and residential quarters behind, located within the southern market, this price is truly exceptional. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. With urgency, Wei Ming interjected, children do not speak of the supernatural. I fear no hauntings. Quickly, please have Manager Tian purchase it on my behalf. My current funds are insufficient, totaling less than 10,000 strings of cash, so I kindly ask Brother Jiao to advance me some of the seasoning profits, which can be deducted from my earnings later on. What? The Jiao family was taken aback. Brother Ming is unafraid of ghosts? Jiao Haiqing exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Ming chuckled. What is there to fear? If there are indeed spirits within, I shall capture and slay them. What? The esteemed Wei would dare to vanquish ghosts? Manager Zhao gasped in disbelief. A few dog carcasses had been buried, and it was unlikely that much phosphor would remain from their decomposition. Wei Ming then added with a grin, Having studied the teachings of the sages, I am imbued with an aura of righteousness. Perhaps upon my arrival, those ghosts shall no longer dare to emerge. Chapter 52. Visitors from Weinan. The Jiao family recognized the promising prospects of collaborating with Wei Ming in the spice trade, eager to foster a benevolent relationship. Thus, they readily acquiesced to his request for an advance on profits. Moreover, the head of the Jiao family, Jiao Haiqing's father, acquired the small shop priced at 3,000 yuan, and presented it to Wei Ming as a token of gratitude for his assistance in treating Jiao Haiqing's ailments. Despite Wei Ming's numerous refusals, he could not withstand the persistent insistence of the Jiao father and son. Nonetheless, Wei Ming kept this gesture in mind, knowing that in the future, opportunities to profit with the Jiao family would arise. And such a significant act of kindness from Jiao Haiqing's father was a promise of future business prospects. Securing a shop in Luoyang necessitated renovations, requiring several trips to the city. If the first shop proved suitable, minimal effort would be needed, merely a slight refurbishment to create an ambience that complemented the tavern. Otherwise, more effort would be required. Furthermore, merely selling ice would not suffice, while it could be sold in bulk to affluent households. Creating various iced beverages for street sale also promised considerable revenue. However, he could not undertake the beverage production himself. It would require training someone for that task. Wei Ming lamented his lack of manpower, and procuring help from the prefecture was not feasible. He was compelled to seek assistance from former loyal patrons of his family's establishment, as there remained a number of trustworthy old customers among them. The term zhuai refers to the station master of a relay station, which, since the early Han Dynasty, had transitioned from human-powered delivery to horse-drawn express delivery, establishing relay stations every 30 li to enhance functionality and meet governmental needs. The Han Dynasty gradually transformed the singular role of these stations, primarily for the dispatch of official documents and military communications, into establishments that also catered to the reception and dispatch of visiting officials and envoys. Due to the limited financial allocation by the court for the expenses of the post stations, the actual costs incurred were substantial. To ensure their smooth operation, it was customary during the Tang Dynasty for the government to appoint affluent local individuals to oversee the post stations, designating them as the station masters. These masters were responsible for managing the post runners, maintaining the facilities, handling reception and communication duties, as well as submitting monthly reports. Furthermore, the appointed wealthy individuals would cover any financial deficits of the post stations. While it may seem disadvantageous for these contractors, astute station masters often seize the opportunity for social interactions at the post stations to engage in commercial activities, thus not only offsetting losses, but also generating considerable profit. Additionally, there were many other avenues for profit. The proximity of Fuchang to a colossal metropolis like Luoyang naturally attracted a large flow of people, making the business at the post stations thriving. It was likely that the reliable and capable nephew of the old man's son was the reason the station master was reluctant to let him go. With this thought in mind, Wei Ming smiled and remarked, "Since he cannot come to me, I shall go to him and discreetly observe his true character. Please forgive me, young lord." Old man's son hastily interjected, "I shall accompany you." "No need for that. Simply describe his appearance to me, and I shall go alone," Wei Ming replied. "If you accompany me, he might recognize you at first glance and deduce my intentions, preventing me from witnessing his genuine demeanor." There were a total of 3 attendants at the post station, and the tallest among them was the nephew of the old man, named Sun Peng. Old man's son promptly responded again, "The weather has grown increasingly warm, and as I stroll along the path, all I desire is to seek refuge in the shade of the trees. In the depths of the Daoyuan River, there are yet no children frolicking in the water, for the temperature has not risen to that extent." Wei Ming ambles to the riverbank, dips his hand into the flowing water to cleanse his face, and with a refreshing gust of wind, he feels considerably rejuvenated. He plucks a blade of grass, bites down on it, and reclines by the river's edge. Wei Ming is, by nature, quite a laid-back individual. It is in such moments of idleness, with no thoughts and no actions, that he finds his utmost contentment. However, ever since his unexpected arrival in the Tang Dynasty, the confusion of this era, the uncertainty of his future, and the responsibilities that accompany his current existence compel him to forge ahead relentlessly. In just a few months, he has transformed from a fallen family with barely enough to eat to a state of comfort, now even owning a shop in the bustling city of Luoyang. Wei Ming feels he has been progressing swiftly. Perhaps it is time to pause and catch his breath, yet he dismisses such notions. "I am fortunate to have traversed 12 centuries to this era, not to linger idly." Reclining by the riverbank, his mind blossoms with vivid imagery. Beneath him, the grass serves as a soft carpet, and beside him, the gentle breeze caresses his spirit, allowing his mood to unconsciously lighten. The wind flows ceaselessly. The green trees provide ample shade, the sunlight dazzles, and the sky is a brilliant azure. Just as Wei Ming revels in this serene state of relaxation, he is suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. The footsteps draw nearer, and upon opening his eyes, he recognizes the figure approaching him as Xie. Xie, come and sit, he calls out, spitting out the grass he had been nibbling. To his surprise, Lu Yuxi has come to see him unannounced. Chapter 53. 500 plows. One individual sat upright, while the other curiously scrutinized the chair. Upon the entrance of Wei Ming, they both rose simultaneously. Wei Ming stepped forward, raising his hand in greeting. Mr. Lu has come in person. I am truly remiss in not welcoming you properly. You are not at all surprised to see me. Lu Yuxi inquired with a smile, noting Wei Ming's calm demeanor. You anticipated that I would personally arrive upon hearing of the plow, did you not? Wei Ming shook his head, stating, I truly did not foresee this. However, upon learning of your visit, it became understandable. You are indeed a person deeply concerned with the welfare of the people, striving to benefit the common folk. Otherwise, you would not have so vigorously engaged in the Yongjing reforms, sacrificing much of your own career in the process. Thus, it is hardly astonishing that someone like you would come forth upon witnessing agricultural tools promising significant improvement. I require 5,000 plows, Lu Yuxi proclaimed earnestly to Wei Ming. Wei Ming was taken aback by this figure. Before he could fully express his astonishment, Lu Yuxi continued, Yet, I am unable to procure such an amount. Noticing Wei Ming's silence, he added, The county office is unwilling to allocate so much funding. I can at most contribute the equivalent of 200 plows. Wei Ming turned his gaze towards the young man who had accompanied Lu Yuxi. He appeared to be in his 20s, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Yet his bright eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. As Linson approached, noticing Wei Ming's gaze upon him, he introduced himself. I am Linson, courtesy named Su Mian. I have always held a keen interest in the mechanics of contraptions. When I encountered the innovative plow crafted by you, Sir Wei, in Weinan, I found it remarkably ingenious, rectifying the flaws inherent in traditional plowing tools. Furthermore, I have heard of your creation in Changgu, which allows for irrigation without human labor. I was eager to meet you, Sir Wei, and would be immensely grateful for the opportunity to discuss these mechanical devices with you. So it is Master Lin, Wei Ming replied, raising his hand in greeting. A pleasure to meet you. Lin Su Mian glanced at Lu Yuxi and chuckled. I am merely a humble trader, capable of offering only 300 pieces of silver. Wei Ming smiled and said, You have traveled a long way. Please take a seat while I prepare a meal for you to wash away the dust of your journey. Xie, kindly fetch some brown sugar water. Xie nodded and hurried outside, adept at preparing the brown sugar water with ice, which she made fresh each time. Does Sir Wei also possess culinary skills? Lu Yuxi inquired with a smile. Aside from no other hobbies, I simply delight in good food, Wei Ming replied. He then ignited the stove and selected a variety of vegetables, complementing them with the meat available at home. A plate of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried lamb, a bowl of vinegar-sautéed bean sprouts, and a pot of meat slices and broth were prepared, accompanied by a few thin pancakes. The meal was transformed into a delectable spread. At that moment, the ice was also ready. Xie brought forth the brown sugar water with ice cubes and placed it before the guests. She then served the dishes and pancakes prepared by Wei Ming into the house, joining the matriarch for dinner. Meanwhile, Wei Ming and the two gentlemen comfortably settled in the courtyard. The offerings were simply remnants from their own kitchens, not particularly lavish. To which Wei Ming remarked with a smile. The aroma was exceedingly fragrant. Merely inquiring about the scent had already whetted one's appetite. Lu Yuxi glanced at the table and inquired further, Does Master Wei have an ice cellar at home? Freshly made ice, Wei Ming replied. Freshly made? Lin Su Mian exclaimed in surprise. Wei Ming smiled without answering, gesturing towards the dishes on the table, and said, Both of you should sample them. Lu Yuxi and Lin Su Mian expressed their gratitude and began to eat. Upon tasting, both displayed expressions of astonishment. Lin Su Mian remarked, Master Wei truly excels in the culinary arts. Observing the two indulging heartily, Wei Ming presented 2 wine gourds, grinning. Within these gourds, one contains strong liquor and the other light. Both are homemade. Which would you prefer? Let us first try the light, followed by the strong, Lin Su Mian suggested with a smile. Lu Yuxi echoed, Your words align perfectly with my preference. Wei Ming then uncorked the gourds, pouring each type of wine into bowls. Upon seeing, Lu Yuxi chuckled, This is clearly water. How can Master Wei deceive us with water? As he spoke, his nose twitched, and a look of perplexity crossed his brow. Lu Yuxi leaned forward to examine the bowl. Master Lu, Brother Lin, do taste. Wei Rinshi placed the bowl before them. I shall sample the strong one once more. Lin Su Mian, favoring the potent liquor, lifted the bowl of high-proof alcohol and downed it in one gulp, immediately choking and turning red. After wiping his mouth, he exclaimed, "The fragrance is rich and smooth, like fire flowing down the throat, intense, truly unparalleled." Lu Yushi looked up at Wei Rinshi and inquired, "Master Wei, are you merely 12 years of age? How is it that one can comprehend so many things and yet perform so admirably?" Wei Rinshi merely smiled while frequently urging the two to partake in the wine, consuming a mixture of both kinds of liquor. Lu Yushi and Lin Sume soon succumbed to inebriation. Fortunately, there was a dilapidated room in the house, where they were assisted inside and in their drunken stupor. They paid no heed to their surroundings before collapsing into slumber. Wei Rinshi stepped outside and made his way to the home of Zhang Lijing. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, to which Zhang Lijing inquired, "Wei Langjun, why do you come so late? Is there something amiss?" In truth, it was not particularly late. It was merely that the farmers of Changgu had no nightlife. Zhang Lijing took a seat and asked, "So, what have you decided?" Wei Rinshi replied, "I intend to present the blueprints to them." "I see." Zhang Lijing chuckled and added, "Did you truly need to make a special trip to inform your uncle Zhang? The county office has already acknowledged the contribution, and the plows have been taken away. Sooner or later, the authorities will implement this across various regions. Moreover, do you believe your uncle Zhang possesses the capability to conduct the plow business in Weinan? You may rest assured in handing over the blueprints to them. Uncle Zhang is a man of great integrity." Wei Rinshi remarked with a smile. "You, young sir, should not underestimate your uncle Zhang. He too hopes that the plow can be utilized by all under heaven." Zhang Lijing responded with a smile, "By the way, regarding the matter of the wasteland. We have temporarily secured several parcels, the largest of which is located at the boundary between our Changgu and the neighboring village, not too distant from your distillery. When do you propose we commence our efforts?" Chapter 54. River mud is a wonderful substance. Zhang Lijing was particularly attentive to the matter of improving the wasteland. Wei Rinshi had informed him the previous evening about the preparations required, and early the next morning, Zhang Lijing employed workers to erect fences. Wei Rinshi, having risen early, had already prepared breakfast by the time the other two awoke. Upon stepping outside, Lin Sume smiled at Wei Rinshi, saying, "Sir Wei, your skills are truly remarkable. The wine from last night was the strongest I have ever tasted, yet I awakened today without a hint of a headache." Lu Yushi also chimed in, "Having indulged in Sir Wei's wine yesterday, I fear that no other wine shall ever satisfy my palate again." Wei Rinshi chuckled, replying, "That matter is simple, soon enough. This wine will be available for purchase in Luoyang. Perhaps, in the future, it may even be found in Chang'an." As he spoke, he produced several sheets of paper and handed them to Lu Yushi. Upon receiving them, Lu Yushi's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, This is a design for a plow. Master Lu, may I take a look?" Lin Sume interjected eagerly from the side. Lu Yushi glanced at Wei Rinshi, who nodded in approval, allowing Lu Yushi to pass the design to Lin Sume. While Lin Sume examined the drawings, Lu Yushi inquired, "Sir Wei, you present me with this design, but what is the cost?" Wei Rinshi pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "In that case, please treat me to a meal." Lu Yushi was taken aback and responded, "Sir Wei, what a noble gesture. Splendid, splendid." Meanwhile, Lin Sume, having struck his thigh in excitement, exclaimed, "How did Sir Wei come to think of improving the plow in such a manner?" Wei Rinshi glanced at him and remarked, "True knowledge emerges from practice. It is only through practical experience that one recognizes the necessary tools, and it is within the process of use that one discovers the inadequacies of those tools, prompting improvements and refinements." Lin Sume, brimming with excitement, stood up and proclaimed, "I eagerly anticipate witnessing that mechanism that waters the fields without human intervention. Let us proceed and observe." Wei Rinshi replied, leading the two out. As they walked, Wei Rinshi elaborated on various aspects. From the bamboo pipes at the field's edge to the water reservoir on the back slope, and then to the water wheel by the river's bank. Both Lin Sume and Lu Yushi carefully examined everything. "The talents of Wei Langjun truly astonish me," Lu Yushi exclaimed after touring the rudimentary drip irrigation system. "If the plains and rivers could adopt this method, the populace would greatly benefit. Indeed, the region of Weinan resembles a sloped roof, with a flat expanse in the center, which could potentially utilize this irrigation method. However, the terraces on either side render it impractical. Agricultural practices must be adapted to local conditions. The circumstances in Changgu differ from those in Weinan, hence the methods must also vary. Wei Rinshi chuckled, saying, "If you wish for the farmers of Weinan to cultivate their crops successfully, why not teach them how to build dikes and silt the land?" "Build dikes and silt the land?" Lu Yushi inquired, puzzled. Wei Rinshi laughed as he walked. "If my memory serves me right, Weinan is typically not lacking in water. There are 3 major rivers, the Yellow River, the Wei River, and the Luo River, flowing through the area, not to mention countless others, such as the Chishui River." "Indeed." Lu Yushi nodded. "It seems Wei Langjun has never been to Weinan. However, drought and autumn floods pose significant threats to the agricultural lands of Weinan. It seems that this issue began during the Eastern Han Dynasty, when the Yellow River transformed into a muddy torrent. Even earlier, during the spring and autumn period, there were written records indicating the river's turbidity. In the Zhuozhuan, the son of Zheng Zizi, quoted the Izhou poetry stating, "How long can one wait for the river's clarity, and how long will human life endure?" This illustrates that the murkiness of the Yellow River was already known to the people. During the Midwestern Han Dynasty, the Jing River gained notoriety for its muddy waters. Under Emperor Wu of Han, 1 stone of Jing water contains several do of silt. The Wei River, the largest tributary of the Yellow River, has the Jing River as its greatest tributary. The basins of the Jing and Wei rivers were among the earliest regions for agricultural development on the Lus Plateau. However, with this development, the original vegetation was destroyed, leading to increased soil erosion and resulting in progressively murkier waters, which became particularly evident by the Eastern Han period, thus earning the Yellow River its name. Lu Yushi nodded in acknowledgement. Wei Rinshi felt reassured, recalling that the Yellow River had begun to carry sediment long ago, especially in the Wei and Jing river basins. River silt is indeed a valuable resource. Wei Rinshi remarked to Lu Yushi, "Master Lu, the river silt is fertile. It is perfect for cultivation." Lu Yushi fixed his gaze on Wei Rinshi, inquiring, "Are you suggesting?" "Precisely. What I mean is to build a dam and accumulate silt," Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. "But allow me to keep a little suspense. Let us first visit a certain place." Lu Yushi immediately felt a surge of urgency, quickening his pace. After nearly half an hour of walking, Wei Rinshi led the two to turn onto an official road, and after another half-hour's journey along this path, they finally arrived at the inn. As they neared the city of Luoyang, the thoroughfare passing through Fuchang was bustling with a multitude of travelers. Naturally, the inn was filled with patrons as well. Wei Rinshi stepped inside and immediately spotted one of the attendants. His stature was remarkably tall, likely exceeding 6 feet, making him quite conspicuous. Thus, Wei Rinshi instantly recognized him as the nephew of Old Man Sunday. Finding an empty table nearby, Wei Rinshi settled down. An Old Man Sun's nephew promptly approached him. The timing was perfect for the guests, who must have been both thirsty and hungry under the midday sun. With a smile, the nephew set down bowls and poured water, saying, "Please, gentlemen, have a sip to soothe your throats. The water is drawn from the old well behind the inn. It is quite cool and truly refreshing." "Thank you," Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. Seizing the moment while the guests drank, Old Man Sun's nephew turned to another table where a group had just finished their water, inquiring, "What would you gentlemen like to eat? The meals here are both filling and delicious. How would you like to proceed?" "Well, for a weary traveler, sustenance is what matters. What do you have?" One of them responded. "Very well." Old Man Sun's nephew grinned and listed several dishes, which the group selected from. Once they had placed their orders, Wei Rinshi finished his water as well. The nephew returned to inquire, "What would you gentlemen like to eat? Shall I take your order?" "Yes," Wei Rinshi nodded. He then proceeded to list a few dishes that sounded quite different from the previous orders. "This meal is courtesy of a certain esteemed gentleman. Please feel free to order as you wish." Lu Yushi remarked, "First report the dishes, and let us eat before we speak." With a smile, Lu Yushi continued, while Wei Rinshi casually ordered a few dishes, prompting Sun Leihan's nephew to rush to the back to relay the order. "This waiter is quite amusing," Wei Rinshi noted. Observing the table across from them, it was evident they were not affluent, hence the dishes he reported were modest yet hearty. As for their own table, the offerings were decidedly more extravagant. Lin Sumin chuckled. He possesses a knack for catering to the guests, displaying a certain discernment. "Wei Langjun, do refrain from concerning yourself with this waiter for the time being. Even if your visit is specifically to see him, it would be prudent to first conclude the matter of the damming and siltation before you turn your attention elsewhere." Lu Yushi interjected anxiously. Chapter 55. Damming and siltation. With a chuckle, Wei Rinshi inquired, "How does Lu Zhubu know I came specifically to see him?" The fare at the inn could hardly rival the delectable offerings of the taverns in the county town. By disregarding Fuchong and coming to this inn, it is clear your motives are of a different nature. Lin Sumin smiled. From the moment you entered, your gaze fixated upon him, as if you recognized him. Your deliberate observation of his interaction suggests your purpose is indeed connected to him. Both of you have discerned this, have you? Wei Rincher laughed. This is the future steward who shall manage my business in Luoyang. As for the damning and siltation, Lu Yushi urged. Wei Rincher, unwilling to sip from his bowl of water for fear of parasites, pushed it aside and stated, this term must be divided. One refers to damming, and the other to siltation. Damming involves the construction of a dam, yet this particular dam differs significantly from the commonplace types. Wei Rincher explained to Lu Yushi, this dam does not need to be constructed exceptionally high, but rather in a step-like manner, tiered like a staircase. The location of construction is not at the usual dam sites, but rather chosen within the inundated channels. The overflow water cascades down the dam in layers, allowing sediment to settle within the water. Therefore, Lu's clerk may select narrow sections within the small ditches and rivers that emerge from the floodwaters in Weinan, excavating soil from both sides of the mountains to create a dam that matches the height of the mountain tops, effectively sealing off the entire channel. Subsequently, smaller dams may be constructed in succession. When floods occur again, the waters will inevitably overflow into these channels, at which point the floodwaters may be allowed to accumulate within. And then? Lu Yushi inquired. Wei Rincher responded, the second step is sedimentation. As water accumulates, it provides a reservoir for the local populace. The process of sedimentation is not accomplished in a day or two. Hence, during droughts, the water stored in these small dams can be utilized by the people. With these smaller dams built successively, supplemented by the original large dam, a tiered system of retention can be established. In the event of flooding, this system will significantly mitigate the flood's impact, effectively preventing the waters from carrying silt downstream and causing damage. Indeed, this function is quite remarkable, Lu Yushi praised. Wei Langjun is truly talented to conceive of such a method. Wei Rincher chuckled and said, this is not the end. With the channels obstructed by successive dams, the river water accumulates in layers. The sediment gradually settles, transforming the area into fertile land suitable for the cultivation of autumn wheat. The land formed by the silt within these rivers is elevated and fertile. Such dammed areas boast rich soil, ensuring a bountiful harvest regardless of drought or flood, yielding exceptionally high yields per mu. Lu Yushi's face expressed astonishment, his eyes sparkling with understanding as he grasped the method described by Wei Rincher, his mind already teeming with countless ideas. After a long moment, Lu Yushi sighed, gazing at Wei Rincher, and remarked with a smile, having reached my 40s and traversed the world for nearly 2 decades, today I find myself utterly captivated by a youthful gentleman who is yet to reach adulthood. Observing Lu Yushi's admiring expression, Wei Rincher felt a twinge of embarrassment. The technique of damming and sedimentation was entirely the collective wisdom of the laboring populace of the Lus Plateau, a practice initiated during the Ming Dynasty that effectively addressed issues of drought and soil erosion in that region, echoing the later advocated principles of integrated management of small watersheds. At this moment, Lin Su, standing nearby, let out a deep sigh and said, this is true craftsmanship. It seems that what I typically admire is merely trivial skill. Wei Rincher, puzzled, turned to him, noticing a shadow of melancholy on his countenance. Lin Su continued, my family originally hails from Putian in Fuzhou, where we are regarded as a reputable lineage. I, Lin Xin, was born a secondary son but was the first in my family to pass the imperial examination. My family, disregarding my status as a secondary son, fully supported my education, and I have always harbored the ambition to benefit the common people. However, since childhood, I have been fond of ingenious techniques, yet my family has often suppressed such pursuits, deeming them as mere tricks. Upon arriving in the capital, I encountered scholars from across the realm, many of whom were either naive or jaded, indulging in empty discussions of poetry and rhetoric. Those I approached for mentorship were predominantly ineffectual officials. Disillusioned and unwilling to conform to their ways, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to these ingenious techniques. In my eyes, such pursuits hold tangible benefits for the people, far surpassing the utility of mere poetic discourse. Just as the plow crafted by Wei Langjun benefits countless commoners upon its creation, can one achieve such impact by merely secluding oneself in a study to compose poetry? The family harbored great disappointment towards me. Thus they began to devote their efforts to my brother, leading to my dispatch to Weinan to manage the family business there. Wei Rincher, unaware of this more candid side to his seemingly magnanimous nature, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The journey from Fuzhou's Putian to Weinan is indeed a considerable distance. I merely stand upon the shoulders of numerous great figures, gaining insights that others may not possess. Wei Rinshi shook his head, softly uttering a phrase incomprehensible to both, then paused before remarking with a smile, "If Brother Lin is fond of these exquisite and cunning techniques, perhaps we shall engage in further exchange in the future." Lin Sumian was momentarily taken aback, then elated, promptly raising his hand to express gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Wei. Your noble intentions shall be etched in my heart." At this moment, however, Wei Rinshi had already turned away, resuming his observation of the performance of Old Man Sun's nephew. He shared with Lu Yushi the methods of damning and siltation, harboring a favorable impression of Lu Yushi as a person. After all, who has not studied a few of Lu Yushi's poems in later generations? On the side of the sunken boat, 1,000 sails pass, in front of the sick tree. 10,000 trees bloom. What profound openness and generosity, what resilience and hope. Although Lu Yushi had yet to compose this poem at present, it did not diminish Wei Rinshi's admiration for him from the perspective of posterity. Thus, he thought, having encountered him, formed a connection, and seized the opportunity. He would lend a helping hand. As for whether Lu Yushi ought to engage in such endeavors and how he should proceed, Wei Rinshi remained unconcerned and presently lacked the capacity to ponder such significant matters. Over there, the crowd had thinned, and Sun the Elder's nephew was left with some leisure. Resting in his seat, "Young sir, come here for a moment," Wei Rinshi called out to him. Chapter 56. The appearance of the third innkeeper. Wei Rinshi summoned Sun the Elder's nephew, who approached and inquired with a smile. "May I ask what this esteemed young gentleman wishes to discuss?" Wei Rinshi gestured towards Lu Yushi and Lin Sume, chuckling. "I find myself at a loss with the words of these two. Seeing that you are not preoccupied at the moment, I thought to invite you for a light-hearted conversation." Sun the Elder's nephew smiled, glanced at Lu Yushi, who nodded back with a grin, and seated himself nearby. "What topics do you wish to converse about?" he asked. "This inn must see quite a number of patrons daily," Wei Rinshi remarked. "Are you able to manage all the visitors?" "The influx of travelers is indeed considerable," Sun the Elder's nephew replied with a laugh. "Our location is quite close to Luoyang. Anyone traveling to or from Luoyang must pass through here." "Have you encountered the Hu people?" Wei Rinshi inquired further. "Of course, I have," Sun the Elder's nephew responded. "You may not be aware, but those Hu people possess." He proceeded to recount to Wei Rinshi tales of the Hu people he had met, describing their green eyes and golden hair, or the coal-black skin of the Kunlun slaves. Wei Rinshi, embodying youthful curiosity, posed numerous varied questions, to which Sun the Elder's nephew exhibited no sign of irritation, instead delighting in the exchange. After a lengthy period of idle chatter, more guests arrived, prompting Sun the Elder's nephew to say, "Young sir, we have visitors. I must attend to them. After a brief interlude, I shall speak to you for your amusement." Once he departed, Wei Rinshi adopted a childlike demeanor and turned to Lu Yushi and Lin Sume, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this individual?" "Quite commendable," Lu Yushi replied. "He exhibits considerable patience, possesses discernment, and understands how to cater to the sensibilities of guests from various strata, embodying a hint of a manager's demeanor." Lin Sume chuckled and added, "With some further refinement, he may indeed prove reliable." "Only a hint?" Wei Rinshi responded with a smile. "What accounts for the remaining 7 parts?" Lin Sume elucidated. "The 3 parts reflect his treatment of guests. However, the role of a manager encompasses more than just guest relations. One must also navigate interactions with peers, other merchants, officials, and even ruffians, while also contemplating how to effectively sell goods. Therefore, he has earned only 3 parts. The remaining 7 require further cultivation." "Your reasoning is sound, Brother Lin," Wei Rinshi remarked with a smile. "Yet, I am in haste to commence operations, and presently, I have no one to assist me. I shall have to recruit those of good character and allow him to manage for the time being, enabling me to instruct him while closely observing his capabilities. This approach has its merits. Nurturing someone personally ensures loyalty in the future," Lin Sume replied. Wei Rinshi nodded in agreement, stating, "Excellent. There must be land formed by natural sedimentation from the river overflow in Weinan or its vicinity. Lu Zhuobu, you might investigate the conditions under which the river's waters create such fertile soil for reference. Additionally, you could introduce earthworms into the soil, as they aerate it and convert waste into nutrient-rich compost, enhancing its fertility. Are there truly such benefits to earthworms?" Lu Yushi nodded and replied, "Indeed. I shall take note of this." Speaking of earthworms, Wei Rinshi recalled how Zhang Lijing had come to the county office to request some saline land for himself. With a quick thought, he turned to Lu Yushi and inquired, "Lu Zhubu, is there any saline wasteland in Weinan?" "Certainly," Lu Yushi responded. "There are thousands of acres of uncultivable land surrounding Luyang Lake." Wei Rinshi chuckled. "I have also purchased some such barren land in Fuchang, and I intend to experiment with transforming it into fertile fields suitable for cultivation. Would you care to join me in this endeavor, Lu Zhubu?" Lu Yushi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he instinctively glanced around, lowering his voice in astonishment. "Does Wei Langjun possess a method to convert saline land into arable fields?" Wei Rinshi nodded affirmatively. A glimmer of intensity appeared in Lu Yushi's eyes. Though his expression remained unchanged, his breathing grew rapid, and he inhaled deeply several times before regaining his composure. Once calm, he exhaled slowly and asked, "Are you aware, Wei Langjun, of the vast expanse of uncultivable saline land within the Guanyi region?" Before Wei Rinshi could respond, Lu Yushi continued, "Just within the Guanyi region, there are nearly 10 million acres of unyielding saline soil, not to mention the Longyu and Hunan regions. I am currently conducting experiments." Wei Rinshi replied with a smile, "And you might consider seeking a piece of land to test as well. I will meticulously document the specific methods tonight and present them to you tomorrow." Lu Yushi's expression turned contemplative, and after a brief pause, he suddenly rose and bowed deeply to Wei Rinshi. Wei Rinshi quickly rose to his feet, deftly avoiding the situation as he approached to lift him up. "Master Lu, please do not be so distressed. I understand your deep concern for the populace, which is precisely why I have entrusted this matter to you." Wei Rinshi continued, "In my hands, this will merely benefit a single village. Hand it over to the local county office, who knows how long it may take to see its implementation. I do not deny that there are many officials in the court dedicated to the welfare of the people, but alas, I am only acquainted with you, Master Lu. By entrusting this to you, it could benefit an entire county and, in time, many more places. Truly, you are a paragon of virtue." Lu Yushi resumed his seat with a sigh, expressing his curiosity. "Pray tell, how did you come to acquire such knowledge? The burdens that have plagued the people for centuries seem to flow from your fingertips as if they were mere trifles. Could it be that you are a celestial being descended to our realm?" Upon uttering these words, Lu Yushi shook his head and chuckled to himself. "What a fortunate occurrence. It is a pity that you are reluctant to pursue an official career. What a loss it would be. I am but a leisurely man of the countryside." Unaccustomed to the myriad rules of the court, Wei Rinshi replied with a smile, "Why not, Master Lu? Rise swiftly in rank and become my pillar of support. In the future, should I devise further methods, I can rely on you to assist the people." Wei Rinshi then stood tall and called out, "Sun Peng, come forth." Sun, the old man's nephew, was taken aback and approached with a look of uncertainty. "How does the young lord know my name? From this day forth, you shall serve as the manager of Wei's distillery and, for the time being, also oversee Wei's house." Wei Rinshi addressed him, saying, "Your wife can set up a stall in front of the ice house to exclusively sell icy beverages. I shall teach her the craft. The monthly salary will be 501. You shall not record this salary. Rather, you will receive a 10% share of the profits from the wine shop." Sun Pei was momentarily stunned, and then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He stamped his foot and exclaimed, "You are Lord Wei." Chapter 57. The peculiar vernacular. Lu Yushi departed with the materials organized by Wei Rinshi. Lin Xin and Lin Sumei also took a chair from Wei Rinshi's home. Due to the singularity of the round table and the sole set of kitchenware, these items were fortunate to survive. Several horse-drawn carriages swayed as they traversed the official road. Journeying westward, Lord Wei is indeed a remarkable individual. Lin Sumei, seated within the carriage, remarked to Lu Yushi, "No, he is an extraordinary person. Accompanying the esteemed Lu Zhubu on this venture has proven to be fortuitous. I have yet to express my gratitude to Manager Lin for his willingness to purchase the wasteland and assist me in validating Lord Wei's methods," Lu Yushi stated. "I found an immediate rapport with Lu Zhubu, and to encounter a person as exceptional as Lord Wei alongside him is something for which I must also thank Lu Zhubu." Lin Sumei chuckled. "Moreover, I too was once a scholar, harboring thoughts of aiding the state and benefiting the populace. If Lord Wei's methods truly yield results, it would undoubtedly enrich the Tang Dynasty with countless fertile fields, blessing multitudes of citizens. Regarding dam construction and land reclamation, should Lu Zhubu require assistance, do not hesitate to command me. Manager Lin's noble intentions are indeed commendable. It is a fortunate twist of fate for me to forge a connection with Manager Lin. Haha. Lu Yushi exclaimed with great delight. Having spoken, he could not restrain himself any longer and took out the thick stacks of paper given to him by Wei Rinshi, immediately perusing them inside the carriage. Detailed explanation and construction guidance on dam and siltation projects. This title, when dissected, is quite straightforward. And even I can comprehend it. Yet, when read as a whole, it is remarkably awkward. Lu Yushi turned a page, glanced up, and remarked. Upon finishing, he picked up another even thicker stack, opened a page, and commented. Another peculiar writing style. Research on the causes of different types of saline alkaline land formation and specific countermeasures. Look, it's entirely in plain language. Indeed, Lu Yushi shook his head in resignation and stated, but it still appears so bizarre. Unbeknownst to the two, Wei Rinshi was standing beside the worm measuring tape in his own field, pinching his nose. In the dedicated area set aside for worm cultivation, it was necessary to occasionally mix in a considerable amount of manure from chickens, ducks, and cattle, as well as other miscellaneous materials for the worm's sustenance. Hence, the odor was truly intolerable. However, the industrious working class remains undaunted. Wei Langjun, why are you raising so many earthworms? Are you planning to engage in trade with the apothecary? One of the villagers hired by Wei Rinshi inquired while sorting through the earthworms and tossing them into a bamboo basket. The expressions of the few men remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the stench emanating from the plot. You do not understand. This is genuinely a valuable resource. Wei Rinshi's complexion was somewhat pale, unable to withstand the odor. Yet he still spoke. Truly, if you throw some into your own fields, your crops will flourish far better than others. The individuals laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to Wei Rinshi's words. They were seasoned farmers, having toiled in the fields for a lifetime, convinced that no one understood their land better than they did. In their own fields, they believed no one could cultivate more successfully than themselves. Observing their lack of reaction, Wei Rinshi chose not to press the matter further. Unable to endure the unpleasant odor any longer, he remarked, "Gentlemen, I truly cannot withstand this stench. I shall step aside for a moment. Once these bamboo baskets are filled, we can proceed to find Zheng Liang." The laborers chuckled. "Go on, Wei Langjun. A scholar cannot tolerate such odors. Hurry along." These men were all neighbors from Changgu, having watched Wei Rinshi grow up, which fostered a sense of familiarity among them. As he departed, he reached the edge of the field, preparing to find a stone to rest upon, when he spotted Old Man Sun approaching with someone, his nephew, Sun Peng. Upon their approach, Old Man Sun quickly performed a bow and announced, "Young master, my nephew has arrived." Sun Peng stepped forward from behind Old Man Sun, bowing as he said, "What merit or capability do I possess that warrants you coming personally to invite me? Truly, I am overwhelmed. Although I have never held a managerial position, I shall dedicate myself to learning with utmost diligence, ensuring I do not disappoint you. To speak of nothing else, after our family's decline, Master Sun has consistently remembered to provide for us. This kindness I must repay. Thus, I am grateful for this opportunity." Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. "You must apply yourself wholeheartedly in your studies. I have provided you with an opportunity, it is up to you to seize it. I grant you 2 years. Should you fail to become a competent proprietor by then, it can only be said that you have let this opportunity slip through your fingers." The young man understood. Sun Peng nodded vigorously. He possessed ambition and tenacity, while also being aware of his shortcomings and the necessity to learn. This is commendable. Wei Rinshi stated, "The shop is located in the southern market of Luoyang, and it is quite spacious. I shall inform you when I depart. As for our wine, let Sun Ong enlighten you. For the next few days, contemplate how we shall manage this business upon our arrival in Luoyang. The matter of the ice house is considerably simpler, and I shall divulge more details later. However, the ice house requires someone adept at crafting various beverages and delicacies from ice. You may bring your wife over in the coming days, and once I have instructed her, we shall set forth to Luoyang. Thank you, my lord, for your guidance." Sun Peng solemnly bowed again and declared, "I shall not disappoint you, my lord. I hope you remember the words spoken today." Wei Rinshi nodded and said, "Let Sun Ong take you to the wine workshop to familiarize yourself with our wines and understand the characteristics of each variety." With immense gratitude, the old man led his nephew away. Wei Rinshi remained by the field, awaiting the farmers to fill the bamboo baskets, after which they would proceed to the barren land requested from Zheng Lijing at the county office. The wasteland was not too far from Wei Rinshi's fields, situated at the border of Changgu and another neighboring village. Upon their arrival, Zhang Lijing had already taken the initiative in recent days, employing a new-style plow as per Wei Rinshur's instructions to thoroughly cultivate and turn over the soil multiple times, surrounded by a fence. It was akin to the deep trenches dug by Wei Rinshur for his earthworms, with the subterranean portion woven from bamboo, leaving not a single gap. Water was channeled through bamboo pipes from the nearest fields in Changgu. Additionally, as per Wei Rinshur's instructions, drainage ditches were excavated in the land. Over the past few days, water flowed ceaselessly from the bamboo pipes into the soil, seeping into the drainage ditches, thoroughly saturating the ground. Wei Rinshur directed the farmers to scatter earthworms from the bamboo baskets into the soil, then gently rake the earth to loosen and level it. Give these little creatures some time. They will prove invaluable, he remarked with a smile to Zhang Lijing. Chapter 58. The First Night in Luoyang in Life. Every fleeting moment harbors a million possibilities. Countless uncertainties lie hidden within myriad decisive moments. Yet, those who make choices in the present cannot foresee nor grasp the outcomes. The towering walls of Luoyang City abruptly entered the field of vision, rising majestically from the ground like colossal shields in a military formation, exuding a formidable majesty. The carriage came to a halt at the city gates of Luoyang, as the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the silent, steadfast walls, rendering them even more magnificent, harmonizing with the surrounding mountains. As the sun sank lower, the golden light gradually morphed into a crimson hue, splashed across the walls, adding an air of desolation. The mountains loomed like a vast sea, and the setting sun resembled blood. Upon entering Luoyang, the scene remained one of bustling carriages and galloping horses, an ever-flowing river of life. This place, which evokes an illusory vision of a prosperous era, steadfastly clings to its resplendent facade. Merely gazing upon its appearance, who would discern that the brilliant sun of the Tang Dynasty now hangs in the sky like the slanted light of dusk? Surviving has ceased to be a concern. As he beholds this magnificent ancient city and the bustling streets before him, Wei Rinshur cannot help but feel a surge of more grandiose thoughts. My lord, the sun is setting, Xia reminded him from beside. It was only then that Wei Rinshur abruptly awakened to the moment, nodding in acknowledgement as the group made their way towards the South Market. With the assistance of the Jiao family, the property deeds for the two shops swiftly came into Wei Rinshur's possession. Once he had prepared everything in Changgu, he set forth for Luoyang. Learning of Wei Rinshur's arrival that day, Manager Tian dispatched someone to wait at the city gate all day, receiving Wei Rinshur and his entourage and guiding them to the premises in the South Market. A procession of horse-drawn carriages, led by Wei Rinshur, arrived before a grand establishment in the South Market. Indeed, it was an expansive venue, with a single floor spacious enough to accommodate 30 dining tables, and a stage set up for performances by entertainers, elevated between the first and second floors. The second floor featured elegant seating, surrounded on three sides by the stage, partitioned into numerous small compartments by screens, totaling more than 10. Clearly, this had once been a dining hall, and repurposing it into a tavern spared considerable effort. What was the business like for this dining hall? Wei Rinshur inquired of the young servant sent by Manager Tian to greet them. Not a soul is present, Wei Rinshur replied, somewhat astonished. The scale of this dining hall exceeded his expectations. Any opportunist arriving at the right moment would surely reap substantial benefits. Naturally, there were a few interested parties, but their offers were deemed too low, much to the owner's chagrin. Upon learning that Mr. Wei had indeed decided to take over, our steward raised the price by an additional 3,000 guan, settling on a total of 28,000 guan for the purchase. The young servant responded. Wei Rinshur furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Oh?" Our steward explained that the 3,000 guan was a personal gift to Mr. Wei as an opening gesture. Noticing Wei Rinshur's frown, the young servant quickly added. Wei Rinshur remained silent, directing the carriage through a side alley, entering the rear courtyard through a secondary gate. After a brief exploration, he observed that the two courtyards at the back included one suitable for habitation, albeit somewhat smaller, while the larger front courtyard was designated for the dining hall. Mr. Wei, will you be staying here tonight? The young servant inquired. There is a property belonging to the landlord in Rinhali, and I was instructed to inform you that should you find it inconvenient to stay here, you may reside there instead. Wei Rinshur glanced at the sky and replied, no matter, the smaller courtyard can be arranged before nightfall. We shall stay here tonight. The young servant exhibited a look of astonishment, asking, Mr. Wei, you're truly unafraid? This courtyard is. Very well. Sun Yuqing has gone to the front courtyard to fetch some wine. The individuals hired alongside the carriage had already begun unloading in the front, while Sun Yuquan was overseeing the process. Among those present, Only Wei Rinshi and Xi'er were aware of the haunting tales surrounding this estate. The others remained oblivious. Perceiving nothing amiss, the young servant sent by manager Tian carried a jar of wine, while Sun Yuquan directed the serving in the front courtyard. As the others busied themselves in the rear, each had brought their own bedding, and the previous owner had left behind a considerable amount of furniture. With a little tidying up and the addition of their own bedding, the space was ready for occupancy. In the backyard, there were several rooms, one for the old man's son, a shared room for Sun Yuqing and Sun Yuquan, another for Wei Rinshi, one for Shi, and a room for the couple Sun Peng. Although the courtyard was somewhat small, the front area served other purposes. Wei Rinshi had yet to decide whether to transform the space into a workshop for distilling and storing wine or to convert it entirely into a storage facility for the front wine shop. After a collective effort in tidying up, and given the limited size of the backyard, the task was completed swiftly. The hired carts had their designated routes and departed after unloading the wine and settling the accounts. Only Wei Rinshi and his group of 7 remained in the entire residence. Outside lay the bustling South Market, where they procured some provisions for a simple dinner. After engaging in conversation for a while, Wei Rinshi encouraged everyone to retire for the night. As darkness enveloped the scene, the workshop gate was closed, and the once vibrant South Market gradually fell into a tranquil silence. Yet, faint echoes of laughter and merriment lingered, likely from those reveling in the brothels and taverns. Oblivious to the passage of time, Wei Rinshi lay down, tossing and turning, plagued by insomnia. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "My lord, are you asleep?" Recognizing Xi'er's voice, he rose to open the door. Xi'er slipped inside, looking somewhat forlorn as she gazed up at Wei Rinshi. "My lord, I am afraid," she confessed. Wei Rinshi smiled gently, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Since I have changed my surroundings and cannot sleep, would you like me to tell you a story?" Chapter 59. 3 bowls unfit for the city. The morning bell, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds, gently roused Wei Rinshi from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, a beam of morning light filtered through the window, casting a warm glow within the room. Sitting up, he noticed Xi'er curled up in bed, her tiny hand clutching the hem of his garment. Terrified by the haunted house, she had sought refuge in his room, listening to stories for half the night. It still dared not sleep alone. Even while staying in his room, she refrained from resting outside the confines of the bed. Wei Rinshi rose from the bed and draped a light blanket over Xi'er. After smoothing out the creases in his long shirt, he tiptoed out of the room. Stepping outside, he inhaled the crisp morning air, which invigorated his senses considerably. To be frank, having Xi'er sleeping beside him had deprived him of a restful night. Her restless movements compelled him to be cautious not to disturb her. "Why are you up so early, young master?" Sun Laohan entered from the front courtyard and, upon spotting Wei Rinshi, approached to pay his respects. "Did you not rise even earlier?" Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. Nodding, Wei Rinshi then inquired, "Sun Laohan, what do you think we should transform the front courtyard into? Should we convert it entirely into a storeroom, or perhaps establish a brewing facility?" "You speak wisely. Your thoughts align with mine," Sun Laohan responded. Wei Rinshi, upon hearing Sun Laohan's words, had already formed a decision in his mind. Looking up, he noticed Sun Ping entering from the courtyard. Observing Wei Rinshi conversing with Sun Laohan, he approached to pay his respects. Wei Rinshi then repeated his earlier question and relayed Sun Laohan's suggestion to him. "Sun Ping, as the steward of the brewery, this matter requires your judgment." After speaking, Wei Rinshi inquired, "How do you think we should proceed with the modifications?" With a smile, Wei Rinshi replied, "Why not? If everything is converted into a storeroom, this front courtyard could be considered an extensive storage area, capable of accommodating a substantial quantity of wine." Sun Ping remarked, "I have seen the smaller wineries in Changgu. Even if we were to transform the entire front courtyard into a workshop without any storage, it would still not match the size of the wineries in Changgu. Furthermore, brewing wine requires not only the workshop but also ample storage for grains, and we lack such space here. Brewing here would be far less convenient than in Changgu, and the quality of the wine produced may not compare either. As for the occasional need to transport wine, that is hardly a significant issue. Firstly, Changgu is not far from Luoyang. Even by cart, it would take at most 2 or 3 days. Secondly, once the winery generates revenue, we could easily organize our own fleet of carts to transport wine between Changgu and Luoyang. Perhaps we could even assist others with their deliveries or engage in trade, earning a bit for the cart drivers along the way. Wei Rinshi's eyes sparkled with insight, and he clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Indeed, your thoughts align with mine and delve even deeper." In that case, there is no need for you to go to the city gate today. Instead, commence the renovation of the front courtyard and the shop immediately. I have requested Manager Tian to send someone to guide you and assist in finding workers. Gather your team, and within the next few days, expedite the transformation of the shop and courtyard. Oh, and do remember to include the ice house in the renovations. Proceed according to your vision. Sun Ping, filled with excitement, promptly bowed and expressed, "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall ensure that everything is executed flawlessly." Beyond the city gates, there are numerous thatched cottages, though the identity of their builders remains a mystery. These simple structures, supported by 4 pillars, serve as shelters for weary travelers seeking respite from rain, strategically positioned along the bustling thoroughfares leading to the city gates. Among the gates of Luoyang, the one that attracts the most foot traffic is undoubtedly the southern Dingding Gate. This gate, the southern entrance of Luoyang's outer city, was initially named Jiangwo Gate during the early Sui dynasty, but was later renamed Dingding Gate in the Tang Dynasty. The street within Dingding Gate is known as Tianjie. During the reign of Emperor Yang of Sui, a pavilion was established outside Dingding Gate to accommodate envoys from various regions. The eastern envoy was referred to as Dongyi, the western envoy as Shirong, the southern envoy as Nanjun, and the northern envoy as Beidi, each represented by an individual. This pavilion facilitated the reception of foreign diplomats and the management of trade affairs. Thus, Dingding Gate stands as the primary gateway in and out of Luoyang, bustling with activity. Wei Ming and the old man's son, along with a few companions, exited Dingding Gate with a cart laden with jars of liquor, passed through the gate's restrictions, and arrived at the nearest thatched cottage. They set up several tables along the roadside and displayed their strong liquor prominently. Additionally, they arranged various aromatic spirits on the tables within the thatched shelter, creating an enticing mix. Sun, the elder, retrieved a large banner from the cart, unfurled it, and instructed Sun Yuqing to hang it above the cottage. The banner fluttered in the breeze, emblazoned with 5 striking characters: 3 bulls, no entry. Passers-by soon took notice of the banner, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Sun Yuqing and Sun Yuquan took their positions on either side of the road and began to call out loudly, "Wei's liquor is potent. Consume 3 bowls, and you shall not enter the city. Should you remain sober after 3 bowls, 10 jars of liquor shall be your reward, along with 100 coins." They continued to proclaim, "Wei's white liquor is as refreshing as water, with a taste that is truly unique. Those who can savor diverse flavors are also welcome to partake in the wine." As they spoke, the 2 men simultaneously uncorked a jar of wine and poured its contents onto the ground. Instantly, a rich and aromatic fragrance wafted through the air. Upon hearing the shouts of Sun Yuqing and Sun Yuquan, many passers-by halted in their tracks. The enticing scent of the wine only served to draw more people to a standstill. The duo continued to call out their enticing phrases, capturing the attention of all who passed. Soon, a connoisseur of fine spirits approached, exclaiming, "This wine is indeed fragrant. But to claim one cannot enter the city after 3 cups seems rather presumptuous." Wei Ming relished such characters, for they were free of charge, just what he needed. He chuckled and replied, "Today, you may taste the wine without cost. Indulge to your heart's content. Whether the claim is bold or not, you shall find out for yourself." Wei Ming was confident in the potency of these spirits. Each had undergone multiple distillations, and he estimated their strength to be around 50 degrees, if not higher, perhaps exceeding 60. However, he had no precise means to measure it, and could only make an educated guess through personal experience. At that time, the strongest wine consumed by the Tang people was merely around 30 degrees. Initial encounters with such robust spirits would surely be challenging. Moreover, the bowls chosen by Wei Ming were quite deliberate. Though they appeared modest in size, they could hold a significant amount of liquid. Thus, he was assured that few could handle 3 bowls of such strong liquor without succumbing to inebriation. So what say you? Do you dare to give it a try? Wei Ming lifted a jar of wine, a provocative smile gracing his face. Chapter 60. The name of Baijio. Wei Ming held the wine jar, casting a gaze at the man that was almost provocative. In his heart, he mused, the book mentions 3 bulls cannot cross the ridge. Thus, I shall create a scenario where 3 bulls cannot enter the city. Drink 3 bowls of strong liquor, and one cannot enter the city of Luoyang. The man, perceiving the defiance in Wei Ming's demeanor, extended his hand to accept the jar that was proffered, smiling as he did so. The crowd around, having stopped to witness the spectacle, was already substantial. If he were to decline the opportunity to taste the wine now, it would indeed tarnish his reputation and diminish his boldness. Therefore, he reached out, grasping the wine jar, and declared, "The aroma of this wine is truly delightful. Today, I shall indulge in a taste. If I remain sober after 3 bowls, I shall bring you 10 jars of wine to quench my thirst along the way. Should I become inebriated, it would affirm the renown of your liquor. Do not mock my estate." Wei Ming chuckled upon hearing this. The man possessed a thoughtful disposition. With the conversation leading to this point, he nodded and replied, "This is a newly brewed batch, presented today solely to earn a reputation. My good sir, you are the first to sample this strong liquor beyond the brewers of our distillery. Please, indulge." With a hearty laugh, the man lifted the jar and poured out a bowl. As the liquid flowed, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, this wine is indeed as clear as water. It appears as though I have poured a bowl of water." As he spoke, he raised the bowl for those nearby to see. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, for they had never encountered a liquor so transparent, resembling pure water. Fragrant, irresistibly fragrant. "I shall taste it first." The man, undoubtedly a connoisseur of fine wines, could no longer contain his excitement upon catching the enticing aroma. He immediately raised the bowl to his lips. Upon taking a sip, the man's countenance transformed dramatically. He pushed the bowl away from his lips, his features contorted as if they were all jumbled together. After a moment, he exhaled a long, astonished breath. "Fiery, truly fiery," he exclaimed, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. "It resembles mere water, yet it is so fragrant and potent. I have never tasted such a robust liquor. It ignites like fire, yet the aroma is intoxicating." With that, he promptly brought the bowl to his lips once more and gulped down the contents in one swift motion. Wei Ming, observing from the side, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Such haste in drinking would surely lead to the quickest intoxication. Indeed, after just one bowl, the man's face was flushed crimson. Nevertheless, he poured himself another bowl and, with a carefree tilt of his head, drained it entirely. This second bowl sent a wave of inebriation across his visage, his eyes glazing over. Yet, undeterred, he poured himself another bowl, bursting into hearty laughter as he proclaimed, "This wine is truly exquisite. I have never encountered such delightful liquor in my life. Even if I become intoxicated, I must indulge in 3 bowls. Ha ha." With that, he tilted his head back once more, downing another bowl. "What splendid wine! Splendid wine! Splendid wine!" he bellowed 3 times. Stumbling unsteadily towards the ding-ding gate, he suddenly collapsed, falling to the ground in a drunken slumber. The surrounding onlookers erupted in a flurry of excitement, their curiosity piqued by the strong liquor, yet hesitant to approach for a taste. In the midst of this internal conflict, they found themselves unwilling to depart, eager to witness more of the spectacle. "Young sir, is it free of charge?" inquired another individual, unable to contain his curiosity. Wei Ming nodded and replied, "Not a single coin will be asked. Allow me to give it a try." Upon receiving the commendation from Wei Ming, he stepped forward. He poured a bowl, inhaled its aroma, and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is both potent and fragrant." After savoring the scent, he took a sip, his face contorting in surprise as he immediately set the bowl down, gasping, "No, no, it is too strong. I cannot drink it. Such a delightful fragrance, yet I cannot partake. What a pity! What a pity!" The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, some mocking his bravado, while others urged him to step aside. However, Wei Ming then remarked, "If you find this wine too strong, we have a milder variety available. Should you discern the various flavors within our spirits, I shall gift you additional wine. For each flavor you identify, I will bestow upon you 2 jars." The man's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded, "This is splendid. This is splendid." Old man's son then led him beneath the thatched roof, where several tables were adorned with small jars, each filled with a liquid resembling clear water. The man first lifted a jar, took a sip, and exclaimed, "This wine is far less potent than the previous, yet its fragrance remains exquisite. How extraordinary." After sampling another cup, he continued, "Ah, this one is even more fragrant and refreshing. Truly, it is remarkable." Setting down the jar, he addressed Wei Ming, "I have gained new insights. Wei Ji Baijiu is exceptional. Pray tell, where is your distillery?" "The Wei Ji distillery in the South Market," Wei Ming replied with a smile. The man sampled a few more cups, but could no longer distinguish the flavors. He accepted 6 jars of wine, but lingered by the roadside, awaiting others who might dare to challenge the 3 bowls that had not yet entered the city. The number of passers-by steadily increased, as did the curious souls who paused to observe. Many adventurous spirits emerged, eager to confront the challenge of 3 bowls that would not lead them into the city. However, as the morning wore on, an increasing number succumbed to the effects of intoxication, collapsing into slumber beside the thatched shelter, while those who remained sober seemed yet to be absent. Among those who managed to finish 3 bowls of wine, the longest anyone could walk was a mere 50 steps before they too tumbled over, lost to the embrace of sleep. Some among them, recovering quickly, realized with astonishment that they were free from the throbbing headaches commonly associated with indulgence, sharing their surprise with the crowd, further piquing their interest. Onlookers reveled in the spectacle, engaged in lively discussions about Wei Ji Baijiu. In no time, half of Luoyang had heard of the stall outside Dingding Gate offering free tastings, proclaiming the challenge of 3 bowls that would not lead them into the city, enticing local drinkers to take up the challenge. Old Man Sun was particularly in awe of Wei Rinshi, exclaiming, "The young lord possesses a remarkable intellect, devising such an ingenious scheme. In a single day, it seemed that all of Luoyang would come to know of our wine. I believe the brewing method of the young lord is truly exceptional, producing a beverage that is both potent and fragrant without the accompanying headache," added Sun Yuqing, equally pleased. Wei Rinshi chuckled, saying, "Brother Yuqing, Brother Quanzhong, you both must hasten to learn these techniques from Old Man Sunday. I surmise it won't be long before our distillery expands to Chang'an, to Yangzhou, and beyond. Those distant places will require the establishment of local distilleries, necessitating the guidance of skilled masters." Upon hearing this, they naturally grasped Wei Rinshi's intent. The 3 individuals were instantly elated and promptly expressed their gratitude to Wei Rinshi, saying, "Thank you for your support, young master." Chapter 61. The dream pavilion. A few scattered stars adorned the night sky, while a lone flute echoed from a nearby building. Wei Rinshi stood solitary by the railing of the establishment, gazing down at the bustling marketplace below, an inexplicable wave of loneliness washing over him. He felt distinctly different from the others, particularly when he glimpsed the familiar constellations above and reflected on the fact that, 1,200 years hence, he had also beheld the same sight. The notion of his future self, 1,200 years later, such a thought was truly. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in self-mockery. Footsteps approached from behind, ascending steadily. "Young master, I wish to discuss matters concerning the tavern," Sun Peng said, stepping forward and bowing. Wei Rinshi rubbed his face and replied with a smile, "Very well." This establishment was originally a dining hall, requiring minimal alterations. A thorough cleaning and a touch of decoration would suffice for immediate use. Sun Peng continued, "Today, I have already hired people to clean it thoroughly. Should we wish to open our doors to guests tomorrow, we are ready. However, the name of the tavern must be decided by you, young master. Furthermore, considering the spaciousness of the establishment and its origins as a dining hall, it would be a pity to limit ourselves to merely selling wine. Instead, we could hire a chef and invite entertainers, transforming it into a full-fledged tavern." Wei Rinshi, already contemplating this very idea, nodded in agreement. "Very well. You shall oversee the preparations." Sun Peng beamed with delight. "Then only the name remains. I kindly ask you, young master, to decide upon it soon, so that I may promptly display our sign." The term jiaozi refers to the banners displayed by taverns, prominently featuring the character for wine. These signs, also known as jiuqi, jiuwang, jiuyan, or qingqi, bear the name of the establishment and may be suspended above the shop, hung from the rooftop, or even mounted on a dedicated pole, fluttering in the breeze to attract patrons. This practice bears a resemblance to the star rating system of modern hotels. A sign with a single banner indicates a modest eatery offering a limited selection of simple dishes, while a 2-banner sign denotes a basic restaurant with a menu featuring a variety of options. A 3-banner sign is avoided, as the number 3 sounds like to lie, which could tarnish the establishment's reputation. A 4-banner sign signifies a larger dining venue capable of serving an entire cuisine, such as the renowned Lanchang Tower in Fuchang County, which proudly displays 4 banners. The pinnacle of dining establishments, marked by 5 banners, represents a versatile venue that combines restaurant and tavern services, offering fine wines and exquisite culinary creations. Additionally, the raising and lowering of the wine flag serves a crucial function, indicating whether the establishment has wine available or is open for business. For taverns solely selling wine, the sign typically features only the character for wine, without any additional banners, signifying that they serve only beverages, as exemplified by the modest tavern once owned by Old Man Sun, where patrons could enjoy a drink and rest. "My lord, what do you think of the name of our tavern?" Sun Peng inquired softly when Wei Rinshi remained silent for a moment. "The sign will initially feature 2 banners, as we cannot yet procure a distinguished chef. When the time comes for a remarkable chef to join us, We shall change our establishment to 5 banners, Wei Rincher remarked. As for the name, Dream Pavilion? Sun Ping found the name somewhat peculiar and did not comprehend the significance of Wei Rincher's lamentations. However, he refrained from further inquiries and simply responded, very well. I shall have someone prepare the sign for tomorrow. Wei Rincher nodded and added, additionally, we should create a vertical plaque inscribed with Wei's Winery. Understood, Sun Peng affirmed, then continued. As for the ice house, it has already been organized today. Although the backyard is not extensive, excavating an ice cellar is feasible. We merely need to enlarge the area beneath. In a day or two, it will be ready. My wife will go over to arrange the front tomorrow. Good, Wei Rincher replied. Now rest early. The night passed peacefully. Although Xia continued to avoid sleeping alone, opting to remain in Wei Rincher's chamber. At dawn the following day, everyone rose once more to their tasks. When Wei Rincher and the others brought the wine to the thatched cottage outside Dingding Gate, they discovered a considerable crowd had gathered. These were individuals who had heard of the 3 bulls not entering the city claim and had come specifically to issue a challenge. The group set the wine out again, and Sun Yuqing and Sun Yuquan began to shout as they had the previous day. The banner proclaiming 3 bulls not entering the city unfurled, instantly attracting a large throng to the table. One individual, who had been known to consume 1,000 cups without inebriation since childhood, upon hearing of the young gentleman's boast, resolved to come and test it. At that moment, a lean man stepped forward and addressed Wei Rincher. Wei Rincher spoke little, merely smiling as he set up the altar and poured out 3 bowls of wine. Instantly, the air was filled with the intoxicating aroma, enticing the challengers to inhale deeply. A lean man lifted a bowl and drank, only to be caught off guard by the fiery strength, coughing several times as he exclaimed, "Ah, this wine is indeed potent. Yet, it cannot render me senseless." With that, he raised the bowl once more, albeit more slowly this time, and drained its contents. After downing 1 bowl, his vision began to blur. After 2, his mind started to spin, and upon finishing the 3rd, he belched and declared, "Truly, this is splendid wine, both fierce and fragrant." With that, he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers erupted in laughter, but soon another challenger stepped forward. "Young sir, it seems to me they are not here to challenge, but rather to indulge in free wine." Old Sun whispered to Wei Rincher from within the thatched cottage. Wei Rincher chuckled in response, saying, "That only proves our wine has indeed made its mark." Despite the passage of half a day, no one had managed to drink 3 bowls and walk successfully through the Dingding Gate. Wei Rincher mused inwardly that the 3 bowls had been deliberately chosen. Though they appeared small, they held a substantial amount. Consuming 3 bowls would amount to at least over a pound of wine. Even among the future's habitual drinkers of high-proof spirits, those capable of downing more than a pound without succumbing to inebriation are few. Moreover, what of these Tang people, who had never encountered such potent liquor? In time, there would surely be individuals who could handle high-proof spirits, yet currently, they remained exceedingly rare. Even if someone did manage to consume 3 bowls without inebriation, it would only represent a mere 10 jars of wine and 100 coins. A trivial price compared to the esteemed reputation at stake. Such a modest expenditure on advertising yielding such remarkable results is indeed quite a bargain. Ha ha ha. I have heard that Wei Baijiu has set forth a challenge of 3 bowls, no entry into the city outside the Dingding Gate, and I simply must witness it. As I pondered this, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached my ears, capturing the attention of Wei Rincher. Chapter 62. The ruckus of troublemakers recognizing the voice. Wei Rincher lifted his head from the thatched cottage, his gaze traversing the crowd until it settled upon the source of the sound. There emerged a robust figure, parting the throng and making his way toward the cottage. "Brother Zhang," exclaimed Wei Rincher upon recognizing him, rushing to welcome him inside. "Come, take a seat. I was rather inebriated earlier, and my brother Wei had already succumbed to slumber. I left without notice. Please do not take offense, my dear Wei Lang." After settling himself, Zhang Gan smiled at Wei Rincher. Wei Rincher shook his head and replied, "Brother Zhang, there is no need for such humility." Zhang Gan chuckled and inquired, "I heard yesterday that a challenge of 3 bowls, no entry into the city had been set up outside Dingding Gate, and I learned it was in connection with Wei Baijiu. I guessed that my brother Wei was coming to Luoyang to sell his baijiu. I made a special trip here, and indeed, it is as I surmised. I have heard that no one has yet managed to conquer this challenge. Is your liquor truly that potent?" Wei Rincher nodded, stating, "It is far more potent than what you consumed the other day, Brother Zhang. If you find it useful, please help yourself. If it is insufficient, do not hesitate to visit my shop for more." Our bond of friendship is of such worth that I would not quibble over a mere few jars of liquor. Indeed, my brother Wei is truly magnanimous. Zhang Gan was immensely pleased and remarked, to have the opportunity to meet brother Wei is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Allow me to first savor these 3 bowls that do not enter the city. With that, Zhang Gan rose, took a bowl, poured himself a generous serving, and upon inhaling the aroma, exclaimed, "Ah, such rich fragrance, yet as clear as water." Encountering this again truly astonishes me. He then brought the bowl to his lips, gulping it down with delight, placing it back on the table with a thud, and shouted, "What a thrill! The potency and fragrance of this liquor are unparalleled in this world. With such a fine spirit in my possession, my ambitions shall surely come to fruition. Brother Wei, where is the establishment you have acquired?" "I have secured a place in the South Market, formerly known as Spring Breeze Pavilion, which I have now renamed Dream Pavilion. And it shall soon be inaugurated," Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. Noticing Wei Rinshi's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Gan cautioned, "Even if you're untroubled by those rumors. The demise of the previous owner of Spring Breeze Pavilion was most unfortunate. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. Therefore, I shall visit the great Hong Daoist temple tomorrow to invite the master there to conduct a ritual, just to be safe. Get lost. Everyone, clear out. Who dares to display this vile liquor here?" Before Zhang Gan could finish his sentence, a sudden commotion erupted from behind, interrupting him. They both turned to see a throng of people pushing and shoving their way forward, encircling the old man's son and his companions along with the nearby tables. The old man's son quickly approached, saying, "May I inquire what brings you here? If we have been remiss in any way, please do not hesitate to inform us." "Move aside." Before Sun Laohan could finish his words, a ruffian pushed him aside and shouted, "Old man, do you think you can just scatter your belongings in our territory? How dare you deceive people with poison wine? Today, we shall uphold justice." With that, he kicked the wine table. "How dare you?" Sun Yuqing exclaimed, rushing over and seizing his leg. Being robust, he easily pushed the ruffian to the ground. Still daring to strike, the ruffian yelled from his position on the ground. Everyone saw it. They were the ones who started the violence. "Beat him. After that, take him to the authorities." Seeing the commotion, Wei Rinshi understood that this was merely a case of ruffians causing trouble. He promptly stood up and approached them, saying, "How much money do you desire? You foolish young man, who among us is in need of your money? It is clear you are peddling poison wine and resorting to violence." The ruffians accompanying him shouted. The man on the ground continued to wail, "Call the authorities. Quickly. Oh, I am in such pain. I must have been grievously injured. We are new arrivals in Luoyang and are not familiar with the local customs. You must provide an explanation," Wei Rinshi said, stepping past Sun Yuqing and Sun Yuquan, who were blocking his way. "If my strong liquor were poison, it would surely have harmed many by now. If you seek money, simply state your demands." "Nonsense. Is there any distillery that can produce such potent liquor? It is evident that it has been mixed with some poisonous substance." Once again, an individual approached and proclaimed, "Moreover, which of us appears to be in want of money? However, if you resort to violence, you must compensate. In my estimation, this should amount to no less than 1,000 coins." As these words fell, the throng of individuals who had accompanied him began to shout in unison. Their numbers were formidable, each one exuding an air of menace, rendering those nearby too intimidated to voice a word of reason. 1,000 coins, surely, that is an exorbitant demand. Gradually, the expression on Wei Rinshi's face faded, and he responded, "That 1,000 coins may even be a trifling sum." The speaker continued, "When you find yourselves in our territory, do you expect to set up shop without so much as a word? It is not so simple, I assure you. And what if I refuse to pay?" Wei Rinshi countered. "Refuse?" The leading man chuckled. "Refusing is certainly an option. However, we cannot take any drastic action against you. It just so happens that we are many, with ample time on our hands and nowhere to go. We might as well sit in front of your establishment, basking in the sun, exchanging idle chatter and sharing pleasantries." Chapter 63. The power of the token. It seems that no matter the time or place, one can never evade the presence of these ruffians intent on causing distress. In a future where I, a humble rural teacher, wield neither power nor wealth, I would typically retreat far from such individuals. Yet now, I need not endure the indignities of these scoundrels any longer. 1,000 coins, you say? A smile broke upon Wei Rinshi's face as he declared, "That should suffice to cover your injuries." He then called out to the passing heroes, "Fear not, those who do not dwell in Luoyang. For these ruffians shall not come seeking trouble with you in the days to come. If anyone is willing to assist me as a hired muscle, I shall offer 20 taels of silver per person. Let us deal with these ruffians. There are many passers-by in the vicinity. It is not uncommon for curious onlookers to gather. Initially, they merely stood by, intrigued by the commotion, but upon hearing of the monetary reward, their interest was piqued. After all, if they were to give these scoundrels a good thrashing and then depart, what harm would it do? They do not reside in Luoyang, and these ruffians would be unable to track them down afterwards, all the while pocketing a handsome sum of 20 taels. Indeed, not an insignificant amount. Moreover, these ruffians are quite vexatious, and a good beating would certainly be cathartic. Consequently, a considerable number of individuals stepped forward, emboldened by the prospect of easy money. Who dares to approach? I shall see who has the gall. The leader of the ruffians, taken aback by the audacity of those willing to confront him, was unprepared for the fierce determination displayed by the crowd, who were now openly hiring themselves out for the task. These itinerants, ready to take a beating for a handful of coins, left the ruffians feeling quite helpless. When they saw so many people rallying, the ruffians began to panic. With a feigned bravado, the leader shouted, "Very well. All of you must be courting death. We shall summon our chief, and from henceforth, none of you shall dare to subsist along these two waterways." As he spoke, the ruffians began to retreat. "Hold on!" A voice suddenly rang out from behind. The crowd turned to see Zhang Gan emerging from the back, striding boldly towards the group of ruffians. He inquired, "You just mentioned that no one should earn their keep along these two waterways. Who is your leader?" The rascals, upon hearing his inquiry, mistakenly believed that they had intimidated him, thus emboldening themselves to speak with arrogance. In this vast city of Luoyang, anyone with even the slightest connection to the affairs of the canals is well aware of our leader. Without his approval, who would dare approach the banks to unload their cargo? Who would risk begging along these waters? Wei Rincher nodded in acknowledgement. He then produced the black wooden token left by Zhang Gan and handed it to him. Zhang Gan took the token and tossed it at the feet of the leading ruffian. Upon seeing it, the ruffian's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face turned pale, and fear washed over him as he slowly raised his gaze to Zhang Gan, trembling uncontrollably. "Pick it up," Zhang Gan said calmly. The ruffian immediately bent down to retrieve the token. "I said, pick it up," Zhang Gan reiterated softly. The ruffian, trembling as if sifting through flour, unexpectedly knelt before Zhang Gan, resembling a dog, and opened his mouth to grasp the token. "Enough," Zhang Gan interjected just as the ruffian was about to bite down on the token. "Just pick it up. Your mouth is too filthy." The ruffian hastily scooped up the token and presented it before Zhang Gan. Zhang Gan accepted the token and returned it to Wei Rincher, saying, "Brother Wei, this token is yours." In a moment of despair, the ruffian collapsed at Wei Rincher's feet, his head striking the ground with a heavy thud as he cried out, "Lord, spare me. Lord, have mercy. I did not recognize your greatness and have offended you. I implore your grace. Pray, grant me your kindness," Wei Rincher exclaimed, somewhat astonished as he glanced at the tokens in his hand and then at Zhang Gan, whom he presumed to be the leader referred to by the ruffians. "Who orchestrated your arrival?" Wei Rincher inquired. "Is it from some tavern or distillery in Luoyang?" Understanding dawned upon him. He recalled the raucous claims of the scoundrels, asserting that the spirits were poisoned, leading him to suspect that their intentions extended beyond mere extortion. The ruffian hesitated, then promptly bowed again, exclaiming, "Thank you for your mercy. My lord, I comprehend what I must do. Thank you for your mercy." With that, he hastily led his band of rascals away in a hasty retreat. As the ruffians fled, the onlookers erupted in applause. Wei Rincher reassured those around him. It was merely a false alarm indeed. "If any of you wish to continue challenging the three bulls that do not enter the city, do come forth." After settling down, Wei Rincher poured a cup of wine and said with a smile, "I am grateful to you, Brother Zhang, for your timely intervention. Allow me to toast to you." After they both drank, Wei Rincher further inquired, "Could it be that you are the leader they speak of?" Zhang Gan shook his head, replying, "I am hardly that. I merely possess a modicum of acquaintance, which granted me this token. If this token wields such influence, then should you bestow it upon me? Would I not lose my leverage here in Luoyang?" Wei Rincher remarked as he held the wooden plaque. "I was unaware of its significance. Perhaps it is best returned to you, Brother Zhang." Zhang Gan shook his head with a smile, saying, "Brother Wei, keep it. I have no need to rely on such a thing." Wei Rincher scrutinized him, realizing that since Zhang Gan preferred to keep his identity concealed, he would act as if he were oblivious to the truth. Thus, he remarked, "Today, with the esteemed assistance of that leader, I ought to honor him with a cup." With these words, he poured another goblet of wine and drank it down. Naturally, Zhang Gan could discern the implication behind Wei Rinshir's words. Yet both men refrained from voicing it openly, sharing an unspoken understanding. Consequently, they allowed Wei Rinshir to indulge in the wine. Once Wei Rinshir had finished, Zhang Gan continued. Take this token. Within the city of Luoyang, individuals from all walks of life will extend you a modicum of respect, which will undoubtedly prove advantageous. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Wei Rinshir replied. Having just arrived in Luoyang and being engaged in commerce, your wine is exceptional. Once established, it may disrupt others' livelihoods. Exercise caution henceforth, Zhang Gan advised. Those larger establishments often possess considerable backing. Rest assured, Brother Zhang, I can manage, Wei Rinshir replied with a smile. Excellent. Zhang Gan, observing Wei Rinshir's confidence, chuckled. I knew Brother Wei was no ordinary man. Come, let us not allow those miscreants to dampen our spirits. Let us drink. Chapter 64. The eve of opening. As the day progressed, Wei Rinshir proclaimed a challenge. The 3 bowls shall not enter the city. And he commenced selling from the Dream Pavilion in the southern market of Luoyang. Alongside, he offered various other exquisite flavors of Wei's white wine. Subsequently, he retained the remaining 3 bowls within the thatched cottage for patrons to sample freely. Wei Rinshir did not abide by the custom of separating diners. Moreover, given the current assembly in the southern market, there was no need for segregation. Wei Rinshir also preferred not to dine alone. Sharing a meal while engaging in conversation was far more delightful. Wei Rinshir shook his head, extracting the token and placing it upon the table. He addressed Sun Peng, instructing him to find an object to securely store the token and keep it well hidden. Today, those ruffians have caused quite a stir, and now that they are aware of our possession of this token, they shall not trouble us again in the future. It is best to minimize our usage of it. We should not entangle ourselves too deeply with such individuals. However, it must be safeguarded. One can never predict when it might be needed. Wei Rinshir understood that this Zhang Gan was likely a significant figure among the underground forces within Luoyang. The Dream Pavilion could maintain a certain rapport with them, accept their protection, and even offer them some benefits. Yet, such relations should not delve deeper than necessary. Sun Ping nodded in agreement. Indeed. Furthermore, I have a destination for you. After you have recruited personnel tomorrow, you shall personally make a trip as the proprietor of the Dream Pavilion, accompanied by a few individuals to deliver 30 jars of that potent liquor that cannot enter the city. Wei Rinshir then provided Sun Peng with the address given to him by Zhang Gan. Rest assured, my lord. Sun Peng affirmed with a nod. How is the ice house coming along? Wei Rinshir inquired. In the future, when producing ice, ensure it is done outside the ice cellar. Only after it is prepared should it be placed within. Sun Peng's wife promptly responded. It will be ready by tomorrow. The frost walls have been purchased, and all preliminary preparations have been completed. We are merely waiting for the ice cellar to be finished so we can commence the ice production and open for business. You should consider hiring someone to oversee the operations, my lord. Wei Rinshir nodded slightly, recognizing that selecting an auspicious day was indeed crucial. However, he was uncertain as to who in Luoyang possessed the skill in such matters. I shall visit the Jiao family's business tomorrow, he remarked, and will also inquire with manager Tian about who in Luoyang has a good reputation for determining auspicious days. What of the chef? Sun Peng promptly responded. I have already contacted 2 potential candidates. One is the former chef of Chunfeng Tower, yet he has declined, citing concerns about the cleanliness of the place. The other has demanded an exorbitant fee and is rumored to lack the culinary prowess of Chunfeng Tower's previous chef. And what else? Wei Rinshir inquired. So, it is true that this place is not clean? Upon hearing this, the others immediately changed their expressions. Wei Rinshir chuckled and said, We have resided here for many days. Have any of you encountered anything unclean? It is merely a series of natural phenomena. Never mind, you would not comprehend even if I explained. The group exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered by his words. Observing their reactions, Wei Rinshir continued. Let us do this. Gather the former staff of Chunfeng Tower who are willing to return, and bring them here the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shall prepare some items. And the day after, before your very eyes, I will eliminate the unclean elements from this courtyard. Henceforth, you need not worry about such matters. Rest assured, with my presence, there shall be no cause for concern. As for explaining the concept of phosphorescence to them, they would neither understand nor necessarily believe it. Moreover, the former proprietor of Chunfeng Tower, who had suffered from hyperthyroidism, could not be easily clarified either. It would be more effective to create a fade, to allow them to witness with their own eyes, thus dispelling the doubts that linger in their hearts. The crowd remained somewhat skeptical, and Sun Peng's wife turned pale with fear, casting anxious glances around her. As the night passed, Wei Rinshi was unaware of whether they had managed to rest well. Nonetheless, everyone rose early. Wei Rinshi stepped outside, making his way to the Jiao family's establishment in the northern market. Upon arriving, he found manager Tian just about to leave, who, upon seeing Wei Rinshi, promptly dismounted from his carriage. "I have come at a most opportune moment," Wei Rinshi remarked with a smile. "Though I seem to have delayed manager Tian's journey." "Not at all, Wei Langjun. What brings you here?" Manager Tian inquired with a smile. Wei Rinshi responded, "My tavern is set to open soon, yet I am unfamiliar with the customs of Luoyang. I wish to ask you, Manager Tian, whom do you consult for auspicious dates in Luoyang?" "The Taoist priest Li at the Dahong Taoist temple is the most proficient," Manager Tian replied. "I have always sought auspicious dates from the true practitioners at Dahong Taoist temple. Though the fees may be higher, the expertise of the priest there is unparalleled. However, Taoist Li often travels, but there are several other capable priests available as well, right outside the incense hall." "Ah, I see." Wei Rinshi nodded. "Thank you for the information. Manager Tian, please attend to your business. I still have some items to procure in the northern market." After bidding farewell to Manager Tian, Wei Rinshi departed the northern market, heading towards the Dahong Taoist temple. The temple, a grand establishment in the eastern capital, is supported by the imperial court, boasting an impressive scale and a multitude of Taoist priests and worshippers. Wei Rinshi inquired and learned that Taoist Li had gone to Chang'an and had not yet returned. Thus, he decided to wait, asking a Taoist outside the hall to consult the calendar and set a date 5 days hence. Chapter 65. A small stage with great potential rain cascaded from the eaves, and the wind meandered outside the window. Such days were ideally suited for leaning against the building to listen to the wind and enjoying the rain by the pond. With a faint smile lingering between the brows and a hint of aloofness concealed in the depths of the eyes, the bustling market, filled with the hum of life, was naturally kept at bay, while the gentle rain and mist settled softly in the heart. In this tranquility, even if one were to be overlooked by the world, loneliness would not be felt. Wei Rinshi leaned against the railing, observing the hurried passers-by in the rain, accompanied by the soft patter of raindrops, and experienced an inexplicable sense of serenity. The singing and dancing on the stage within the building seemed to fade into the background, and he remained oblivious to the bustling sounds of table arrangements and chair placements below. From his elevated vantage point, Wei Rinshi was struck by a peculiar sensation, as though he were a player in a game, and the throngs of people below were mere virtual characters. He shook his head, dismissing such absurd thoughts from his mind. Sun Peng approached, bowed respectfully, and inquired, "Now that the performance below is concluded, are you satisfied, my lord?" Wei Rinshi nodded and asked, "What is the asking price?" Although he understood that such was the nature of this era, he was still taken aback by the treatment of individuals as though they were mere commodities. There existed a distinction between courtesans and prostitutes. The former were often talented and cultured, initially selling their artistry rather than their bodies, and later either finding a beloved partner, growing older, or being redeemed to serve as a concubine. The latter, from the outset, was one who sold themselves directly. Within the government-operated music houses, the registered courtesans were official entertainers, often possessing a greater array of talents and considerably higher quality than their unregistered counterparts. Wei Rinshi pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is your opinion?" "I believe we should proceed with a purchase, but let us not acquire many. Instead, let us invest in a singular, quality performer," Sun Peng replied. "In recent days, I have visited several other dining establishments and discovered that these songstresses are quite significant. For instance, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in the Northern District, they maintain a singer reputed for her enchanting voice. Each day, patrons flock there solely to hear her sing, contributing substantially to the pavilion's revenue. Thus, I contemplate that acquiring a few distinguished performers may prove more advantageous, as their exceptional singing could draw in a crowd." Wei Rinshi chuckled. "You certainly have devised numerous ways to attract guests to our establishment. However, your insight has sparked a thought within me. This modest stage holds considerable potential. Singing, theatrical performances, storytelling, and comedic acts are all quite captivating." After a moment's reflection, Wei Rinshi continued, "In that case, you shall oversee the arrangements. While physical beauty is not paramount, exceptional vocal talent is essential. Currently, we have yet to open and lack revenue, with our financial resources being limited to what I have procured from the Jiao family. Therefore, our expenditure should not exceed 3,000 coins. Within that budget, Select the most talented singer. Understood, Sun Peng nodded. His remarks had awakened Wei Rinshi to a realization. While music and dance are indeed delightful, storytelling and comedic performances also resonate deeply with the audience. Particularly in this era, entertainment activities remain notably simplistic in both form and content. If one could bring forth the forms of storytelling and crosstalk from future generations and perform those renowned tales, the outcome would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, Wei Rinshi is not particularly adept at this art. He can utter a few lines of storytelling and crosstalk, but his skills are decidedly amateurish. His experience is limited to a few phrases learned in the university's folk arts club and performances at campus gatherings. Subsequently, after starting his career, he studied under an elderly teacher who had a fondness for storytelling, but his understanding remains rudimentary. As for crosstalk, his proficiency is non-existent. Thus, it seems prudent to first experiment with storytelling, while he secretly hones his crosstalk skills in private. Storytelling, which traces its origins to the Tang Dynasty, is known as shuahua. Practitioners rely solely on their voices, primarily reciting Taoist and Buddhist scriptures outside of temples, occasionally interspersing legendary tales. These individuals possess a foundational skill. If they were to merge their craft with the storytelling styles he has encountered in future generations, alongside classic stories from that era, the results could be splendid. Yet, the challenge lies in finding these storytellers. During his visit to the Dahong Daoguan, Wei Rinshi did not observe anyone reciting scriptures. Who among the diverse talents of society would be most effective to seek out? Among the acquaintances Wei Rinshi currently knows, Zhang Gan is the only one to whom he could turn for assistance. On that day, Wei Rinshi brought some gifts and personally visited Zhang Gan's residence. Ha ha ha. The fine liquor you sent a few days ago was most timely. Our business has finally been settled. Zhang Gan emerged from the back, and Wei Rinshi, seated in the hall, smiled and replied, I am glad to be of assistance. Today, I, your humble brother, have come to inform Brother Zhang that in 4 days, my dream pavilion will be inaugurated. Additionally, I must ask for Brother Zhang's assistance. Haha, Brother Wei, you are indeed a straightforward individual. Zhang laughed heartily and said, feel free to speak. Wei Rinshi laughed lightly and replied, today, I have come to request Brother Zhang's help in finding some individuals who earn their living through storytelling. I have conceived some engaging tales and wish for people to narrate them in my tavern for the enjoyment of our guests. I wonder if Brother Zhang knows of such individuals? Upon hearing Wei Rinshi's words, Zhang chuckled and said, I see. This is quite a simple matter. Within the Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries, there are those who make a living by publicly elucidating scriptures and narrating tales of celestial beings or the Buddha to the faithful. This is what we refer to as storytelling. Those who engage in this art often hold a script, frequently recounting moral tales from the Taoist and Buddhist traditions for the benefit of the audience. The individuals you seek must indeed be of this kind. Wei Rinshi, overjoyed, nodded and said, exactly. I have searched the Great Enlightenment Temple, but have yet to find such individuals. I am truly grateful to you, Brother Zhang. Wei Rinshi rose to express his thanks, adding, just 1 or 2 will suffice. Chapter 66. Wei Rinshi slays the ghost. Wei Rinshi had underestimated Zhang's capabilities. He had mentioned a time frame of 3 days, yet on the following day, Zhang dispatched a group of individuals to Wei Rinshi's residence. However, he ensured that he would not be shortchanged in the process. In the afternoon, Wei Rinshi took the time to enlighten the 2 individuals on the art of storytelling, elucidating the nuances of intonation, gestures, and expressions to captivate an audience. He shared various narrative techniques he had acquired over the years. These individuals were accustomed to reciting scriptures. Thus their storytelling would naturally differ. In essence, Wei Rinshi, inspired by the experience of listening to radio storytellers, dedicated the entire afternoon to instructing them until darkness enveloped the sky. Rest assured, as the storytellers of my dream pavilion, you shall not suffer any lack, he assured them. Your meals will be provided thrice daily, and should you choose to remain in the dream pavilion solely for storytelling, your accommodation will also be covered. Furthermore, each of you will receive a monthly stipend of 3 guan. Wei Rinshi continued, however, there are 2 conditions. Firstly, should you wish to engage in storytelling elsewhere, you must first fulfill your commitments here at the Dream Pavilion. Secondly, the stories I provide you may only be shared within the confines of the Dream Pavilion and not elsewhere. 3 guan. The 2 storytellers were taken aback, for they typically earned a meager living through their craft, after accounting for their sustenance and lodging. It was rare for them to save even a few hundred when in a month. Additionally, having been sent by Zhang Gan, They were keenly aware of the importance of not offending this young master before them. Thus, they readily agreed to the terms, fully aware of the necessity to keep the stories confined to the dream pavilion. Once the two had departed and the meal was concluded, Sun Peng approached and inquired, "Young master, what matters require summoning the previous group of attendants?" Upon hearing this, Wei Rinshi recalled that there was indeed a matter to address that evening. "Let us wait another half an hour," he replied. Sun Peng nodded and went ahead to inform the others. Wei Rin prepared the fire, ignited a pile of wood ash, and clarified a bowl of ash water. He then took the peach-wood sword and yellow paper purchased earlier from the Da Wang Taoist temple, called for a table to be brought, and set it up in the courtyard. As the sky grew darker, Sun Peng arrived with the others. Wei Rin had already prepared everything. The performance was about to commence. In truth, there was nothing unclean within this residence. Wei Rin addressed the crowd, explaining that their fears stemmed from ignorance. However, since they were all apprehensive, he would, in their presence, capture and slay the entity in the courtyard, allowing them to witness its demise firsthand. This, he hoped, would alleviate their fears. The crowd remained silent, their anxious gazes fixed upon Wei Rin. "Let me ask you," he continued, "if I were to slay it before your very eyes, would you still harbor any fear?" Noticing their silence, he pressed on. "If the gentleman can indeed slay it, then naturally we shall no longer be afraid," Sun Peng interjected, glancing at the others. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if it were vanquished, there would be nothing left to dread. Sun Yuqin also spoke up, prompting further nods from the assembly. "Very well. Then I shall take action," Wei Rin declared. The owner of Chunfeng Tower succumbed to illness. Had he sought a skilled physician sooner, he might have been saved. Alas! With an air of profound wisdom, Wei Rin proclaimed, "Thus, to grant you peace of mind and dispel your fears, I shall proceed to slay this innocent being. Do keep your eyes wide open and observe closely." As he spoke, Wei Rinshi took a step back and theatrically brandished the peach-wood sword in his hand. With his feet performing the 7-star steps and clad in the attire of the 8 trigrams, he focused his mind to comprehend all things and roamed freely in the vast void. Holding the interplay of yin and yang, he concealed the cosmos within his sleeves. As the mundane world passed before him, he felt at ease within the realms of heaven and earth. Wei Rinshi murmured to himself, his feet in constant motion, and his hands wielding the sword. The onlookers widened their eyes, gazing intently at Wei Rinshi, observing as he seemed to perform a ritual, reciting incantations while frequently swinging his sword, exuding an air of mystery. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, lifting the hem of Wei Rinshi's robe. The crowd was taken aback, startled by the gust. However, Wei Rinshi felt a surge of joy inside, thinking, "This is truly the heavens aiding me." He then positioned himself, poised with the sword, and seized the opportunity to thrust it into a piece of yellow paper, forcefully striking down upon it with the peach-wood sword. Noting the relentless wind, he retreated a few steps and, with a swift motion, thrust the sword once more before striking the yellow paper again. With a flourish, Wei Rinshi crossed the peach-wood sword and proclaimed, eyes like thunder, illuminating the 8 directions. Clear in perception, nothing remains unyielding. Swiftly, as the law commands. Upon finishing, he swiftly dipped his fingers into a bowl of clarified ash water, then traced them along the peach-wood sword before cutting through the stack of yellow paper. "Watch closely," Wei Rinshi declared, exerting force as he slowly dragged the peach-wood sword across the pile of yellow paper. Suddenly, it appeared as though a gash had been opened on the stack, revealing a crimson streak. The crowd stood frozen, mouths agape, yet quickly covered their mouths, daring not to utter a sound. Wei Rinshi once again grasped the peach-wood sword and made another incision on the yellow paper, instantly producing a crimson wound. He continued to strike again and again until no further traces of blood appeared on the yellow paper, at which point he ceased. "Behold, I have vanquished it," Wei Rinshi declared to the crowd while pointing at the yellow paper. "You need no longer live in fear." Swan, swan, swan. Sun Peng opened his mouth repeatedly, yet could not utter a complete sentence. "The yellow paper is bleeding. The ghost has been slain by the Lord. The young Lord possesses such remarkable abilities." Sun the Elder was on the verge of tears. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. The Lord is formidable. She gazed at Wei Rinshi with adoration, her cheeks flushed with admiration. Although Wei Rinshi felt a bit embarrassed, he managed to reassure the crowd, "Fear not. The owner of Chunfeng Building is ill and has no connection to this matter. Now that I have struck it down, this courtyard shall remain undisturbed. You may stay here with peace of mind and earn your living without fear. Indeed, the crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Their earlier trepidation vanished. Chapter 67. Gift giving. Have you heard? The owner of Wei Ming building, who purchased Chunfeng building, suppressed the ghost within using a peach wood sword yesterday. That is not what I heard. I was told it was directly slain. The ghost's blood flowed abundantly. You are all mistaken. My uncle, who resides next to Chunfeng building, said that the owner of Wei Ming building captured the ghost, lashed it 180 times, and then tore it to shreds within a mere 2 days. The tale of Wei Rincher slaying a ghost spread throughout the southern market, becoming increasingly embellished with each retelling. By the time Wei Rincher caught wind of it, the story had transformed into one where he supposedly devoured the specter, exclaiming how delectable it was. Indeed, Sun Peng quickly bowed in acknowledgement, assuring, I shall instruct them to refrain from spreading this further. Moreover, Wei Rincher added, let them proclaim that this matter never occurred. Understood. Sun Peng replied once more. Suddenly, Wei Rincher smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I nearly overlooked an important task. Prepare a gift box, placing a jar of each variety of wine within, and include a jar of the 3 bulls not entering the city. I shall need it by tomorrow. Due to Wei Rincher's actions in front of the staff, their fears dissipated. Coupled with the generous wages he offered, their enthusiasm surged. Each individual busied themselves with preparations for the grand opening, ensuring everything was in order. The remaining days were dedicated to Sun Peng guiding the staff in familiarizing themselves with the established protocols. Wei Rincher laid down numerous guidelines, though none were excessively stringent. He instructed the employees of Yimeng Lu on the proper manner to welcome guests, ensuring exemplary service that would leave patrons satisfied. He also delineated what actions were permissible within the establishment and what behaviors were strictly prohibited, along with the corresponding rewards and penalties. In the evenings, Wei Rincher elucidated these points to Sun Peng, who would then relay them to the staff during the day. 5 days swiftly passed, leaving only 2 until the grand opening. As dusk approached, a group paused in front of Yimeng Lu amidst the bustling shops of the southern market. They had indeed found their destination. A young gentleman dismounted from the carriage and remarked. The woman nodded and walked to the front of the carriage behind her, smiling as she said, Sister, do come down quickly. This establishment seems to be far grander than what I had heard. Lady Wei descended from the carriage, her face displaying surprise as she paused momentarily and exclaimed, Is this truly the establishment my son has leased? Have we perhaps arrived at the wrong location? Lady Wei, you are not mistaken. It is indeed here, replied Zheng Lerzhang, who had just alighted from another carriage. What an astonishing feat. Mr. Wei has managed to secure such a vast establishment, remarked several villagers from Changgu, who had accompanied Zhang Lerzhang, marveling at the sight of the dream pavilion before them. Zhang Lerzhang was the first to approach, drawing near the building's entrance as he called out, Is anyone inside? We are travelers from Mr. Wei's hometown. Naturally, there were attendants within, who promptly came forth and said, Ah, it is the family of our esteemed master. The master had instructed us earlier. I shall go to the back to summon him for recognition. With that, they hurried to the courtyard to inform Wei Rincher. The dream pavilion had just opened, and family members were expected to pay a visit. Li He, being a close acquaintance, was also to be invited. Zhang Lerzhang had been quite helpful, and it was only fitting for him to be invited as well. A few days prior, Wei Rincher had dispatched a letter, asking someone to convey to Zhang Lerzhang the request to bring a few people over. Wei Rincher quickly went out to greet them. Son, pay your respects to your mother, he said as he stepped outside, first bowing to the matriarch, then addressing Li He's mother. Your nephew pays his respects, aunt. Following this, he turned to Zheng Lerzhang and remarked, Uncle Zheng, I appreciate your efforts on the journey. Zheng Lizhang chuckled, saying, It is a great honor for us to witness the grand opening of Mr. Wei's establishment. There is no mention of toil in this regard. He then ushered everyone into the backyard, where their curiosity about the shop was palpable as they explored every corner before finally settling down. The chef from Yimeng Lu had already prepared a sumptuous feast, which was now served. The front of the establishment was indeed spacious, yet the living quarters appeared somewhat modest. One of the villagers remarked, If Mr. Wei intends to settle in Luoyang, he will likely need to acquire more property. Zheng Lizhang inquired with a smile, What are Mr. Wei's plans moving forward? Perhaps farming? The crowd was left bewildered, but Wei Rincher also offered no further explanation, merely smiling in response. After the meal, Sun Peng had arranged accommodations for everyone in the southern market and led them there. Wei Rincher followed along, intentionally lagging behind with Li He. Tomorrow, Make sure to present yourself well, for we shall pay a visit to Scholar Zhang, Wei Wrench instructed. I have prepared gifts for you. Very well, Li He nodded, before adding, Wrench, do you truly not intend to continue your studies? Next year, we must prepare to enter the county school. We need to secure our names for the entrance examination, and by next year, at 14, we shall be just in time to commence our studies. Wei Wrench pondered for a moment and replied, even if I wish otherwise, my mother will surely insist that I register. He then asked, Changji, when do you plan to register for the county school? Just let me know, and I shall join you. As for whether I will attend or not, I suppose we shall take it step by step. After a night passed, early the next morning, Li He went to call upon Wei Wrench. The two individuals made their way to the Jixin Hall Academy. As usual, the hall was bustling with numerous students who were indulging in the reading of books. Wei Wrench and Li He blended into the crowd, opting not to venture into the book pavilion, but rather to proceed directly to the rear. Upon reaching the far end, they were confronted by an arched gate that obstructed their path, and the guards stationed at the entrance halted their progress. Student Li He seeks an audience with Scholar Zhang. I humbly request that you relay this message, Li He stated, bowing respectfully to the two guards. Please wait a moment. One of the guards replied after exchanging glances with his companion. It was evident that those who could approach the rear courtyard to seek someone were not merely the casual readers in front. They must possess some connection to the scholars within. Thus, one of the guards proceeded to convey the message. Scholar Zhang, engrossed in his morning studies, set aside his book upon hearing of their arrival. Students, I welcome you, he said as Li He and Wei Wrench bowed in greeting. Scholar Zhang regarded the two and inquired, do you have any questions regarding your studies? Speak freely, and perhaps I may provide you with some clarity. Unbeknownst to Scholar Zhang, Wei Wrench interjected, this is a fine wine brewed by my family. Today, Changji arrived in Luoyang, and upon tasting it, he requested some to present to you as a token of gratitude for your guidance in resolving his dilemmas. As he spoke, Wei Wrench unveiled revealing the wine jar within. Initially, Scholar Zhang intended to decline the offering, but his gaze fell upon the jar labeled, 3 bowls do not enter the city, prompting him to exclaim, 3 bowls do not enter the city. I have heard of this esteemed name recently, so it originates from your family. I surmise this must be the renowned Wei's white wine that has been making waves of late? Wei Wrench nodded and said, in addition to a jar of Sanwan, there are 4 jars of Weiji Baijiu, each representing a distinct flavor, strong aroma, sauce aroma, light aroma, and fragrant aroma. Zhang Jitar originally intended to express his gratitude, so he brought 1 jar of each from my collection to present to you for tasting. The old man expressed his admiration for talent, seeking no reward in return. Scholar Zhang glanced at the bottles of liquor and chuckled. Had it been any other item, I would have certainly declined. However, as for liquor, I have frequently heard praises of Weiji Baijiu lately, and thus I shall indulge in a taste. With that, he fixed an amused gaze upon Wei Wrench and added, for this gift, I shall graciously accept it beyond the usual norms. Having achieved his objective, Wei Wrench, realizing that Zhang had seen through his intentions, no longer concealed his feelings and bowed, saying, thank you, Scholar Zhang. Chapter 68. Grand opening with the red ribbons hung and auspicious sounds answered. Wei Wrench's Ming Lu was officially opened. As he walked upon the creaking wooden stairs of the establishment, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Within this propitious day, the auspicious hour was also approaching. Sun Peng approached the entrance, personally igniting a fire in a charcoal basin and tossed in a slender bamboo tube. Before long, the basin erupted with crackling sounds. Watching from above, Wei Wrench couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. The current firecrackers were rather underwhelming. Of course, lively performances were an essential part of the celebration, and the clamor of excitement drew cheers from the surrounding onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand opening of our esteemed Weiji Baijiu's Dream Pavilion, where all beverages and culinary delights shall be offered at a delightful discount of 30%. Sun Ping stood upon the steps of the Dream Pavilion, bowing gracefully to the throng of citizens gathered below, exclaiming, as the words leave my lips. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding voice called out from the crowd, Zhang Gan from Luoyang City. Congratulations on the auspicious opening of the Dream Pavilion. As he spoke, a procession emerged from the rear of the onlookers, carrying several large boxes towards the entrance of the Dream Pavilion. Brother Zhang, Sun Peng promptly approached with a welcoming smile, saying, the proprietor mentioned just yesterday that you would surely be the first to arrive today. At that moment, Wei Wrench stepped outside, greeting Zhang Gan with a respectful nod. I am grateful for your patronage today, Brother Zhang. I have prepared some fine liquor for your enjoyment. Please, Brother Wei, congratulations. Zhang Gan replied with a courteous gesture, leading the individuals behind him into the establishment alongside Wei Rinshi. As they entered, even before Zhang Gan and the others could take their seats, another shout rang out from outside, proclaiming, "The Jiao family business from the North Market sends their best wishes for the prosperity of the Dream Pavilion." "Ha, Brother Wei, do step outside to welcome them." "Do not mind us," Zhang Gan chuckled. Wei Rinshi offered his apologies and turned to exit. Sun Peng was already there with a beaming smile, welcoming Tian Zhonggui, saying, "I deeply appreciate your support, Master Tian. Please come in." Wei Rinshi also stepped forward, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your presence, Master Tian." "Ha. Please do come in. A modest gift, but it is offered with sincerity," Master Tian remarked, gesturing toward the boxes behind him with a smile. "Congratulations, Sir Wei." After ushering Master Tian inside, Wei Rinshi felt it was sufficient. He believed no further guests would be arriving. However, before Wei Rinshi could instruct the chef to prepare delicacies and fine wine for Zhang Gan and manager Tian, a group of individuals arrived at the entrance. The leader, upon reaching the door, inquired, "Where's Wei the lad? Today is the grand opening. Why is he not here to receive us?" Wei Rinshi, upon hearing the voice, was taken aback and hurried over, bowing respectfully. "I humbly greet Master Zhang. It is truly unexpected to have you grace us with your presence today. Please, esteemed scholars, do come inside." Master Zhang responded with a smile. "As we are but humble scholars with no gifts to offer, why not compose a poem in your establishment instead?" Naturally, Wei Rinshi was overjoyed and swiftly attended to the ink and brushes. "No rush. Let us first ascertain the quality of the wine," he added. An elder nearby interrupted, saying, "Yesterday, a certain Mr. Zhang indulged in fine wine, hoarding it away from us. We have yet to taste it. Let us sample it today before we proceed. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint esteemed scholars," Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. "Please, gentlemen, upstairs." Sun Peng immediately approached, bowing respectfully as he ushered the guests upstairs, calling out, "Esteemed scholars, please ascend to the elegant seating above." His voice resonated clearly, immediately catching the attention of those outside. This was indeed a significant honor. The scholars of the esteemed gathering were among the most revered in the literary circles of the time. The presence of so many on the day of the opening elevated the status of the establishment immensely. While there are many taverns and eateries in Luoyang, the attendance of such distinguished scholars at this grand opening was an unparalleled occurrence. Sun Peng escorted Zhang the scholar and his companions to the elegant seating area, while Wei Rinshi promptly went to fetch Li He, inviting him to join them. This served a dual purpose. Firstly, to provide Li He with an opportunity, and secondly, as the others were unlikely to engage meaningfully in conversation, it was best for him to accompany Li He, ensuring that their discourse would be comprehensible. Following the challenge of the three bulls that could not enter the city at the Ding Ding Gate, word of Wei's renowned Baizhou had already spread among the populace of Luoyang. After finalizing the opening date, Wei Rinshi instructed Sun Ping to promote the venture throughout the city. Concerned that few could read the posted announcements, he had Sun Ping hire individuals to vocally announce the news in the streets, which resulted in a greater number of informed citizens. Consequently, on the day of the grand opening of Yiming Tower, many flocked to witness the famed Wei's Baizhou. Anticipating that the Tang people might initially struggle with the potency of the high-proof liquor, Wei Rinshi opted for a lower alcohol content, intending to introduce it gradually. Nevertheless, he also prepared a selection of various strengths to cater to those eager to try the stronger variants, categorizing them into 3 tiers based on their alcohol content, thus accommodating diverse palates. The opening day proved exceedingly successful. The Tang people's capacity to embrace new experiences exceeded Wei Rinshi's expectations. While the introduction of innovative plowing techniques and methods for reclaiming saline alkaline land had found swift acceptance among the populace, it was the allure of Baizhou that revealed the remarkable enlightenment of the Tang Dynasty. Their intense curiosity towards new experiences and their ability to rapidly assimilate them exemplified a significant manifestation of civilizational advancement. For several consecutive days, the Wei Ming building has been bustling with guests, and the reputation of Wei Ji Baizhou, clear as water yet rich and aromatic, has been steadily rising. This influx has attracted even more patrons, resulting in the staff at Wei Ming building working tirelessly since its opening. However, Wei Rinshi has promised additional rewards alongside the monthly salaries, which has motivated them to labor diligently. Numerous aspects within the establishment require modifications to align with the current era, and careful consideration is needed to avoid any words or phrases that might offend the reigning powers, contributing to a slower pace of change. On the final day of the 70% discount, after the singing and dancing entertainers had retired for a respite, the patrons of Wei Ming building observed an unusual scene. An antiquated square table was brought onto the stage, atop which rested a remarkable wooden block. A figure clad in a long robe ascended the platform, wielding a short wooden stick-like object in his right hand. With a swift motion, he struck one end against the other, and as his right hand pinched with two fingers, it unfurled with a flourish into an elegant fan, far more exquisite and ethereal than any ordinary fan they had ever seen. "What is that?" exclaimed a scholar in curiosity. The crowd, having never encountered such an object, shook their heads in bewilderment. Chapter 69. Rumors and Truth. Wei Ming had believed that folding fans already existed, recalling that he had heard tales of their presence during the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. However, some accounts suggest their emergence during the 5 dynasties. Yet neither narrative possesses definitive evidence. It is well documented that folding fans appeared in the Northern Song dynasty. Upon inquiring, Wei Ming discovered that those around him were equally uninformed. Having never laid eyes on such an item, let Wei Ming ascertain that there are no folding fans at this moment. Consequently, Wei Ming sketched a design, and some carpenters in the fields fashioned several fan frames, while paper-cutting artisans crafted the fan surfaces. The onlookers were still discussing the elegant folding fan held by the storyteller when the person on stage abruptly seized the wooden clapper and forcefully struck it against the square table. The sharp sound startled the patrons within the building, rendering them silent as they turned their gazes toward the stage. Thereupon, the individual on stage swiftly closed the folding fan and began to speak. The splendor fades like fleeting clouds. Immortality demands monumental achievements. Ambitions strive to prop up the sun as it descends. Can noble hearts be confined among common ranks? In perilous times, the talented must conceal their tracks. Fortune favors the heroes who rise early to serve their sovereign. It is a pity that historical records are never exhaustive. Thus, vibrant brushstrokes script extraordinary tales. The speaker's voice rose and fell with cadence. Initially, the audience was bewildered, merely listening, but as they continued, they discerned that a story was to be told, and they began to pay close attention, not to dwell on the matters of Lady Qiao, but rather to recount that in the 3rd month of the year, King Jin ordered Wang Xiao to guard Jinkong while he personally led the Great Army, alongside Qin Zhu and his royal consorts, civil and military officials, departing from Jinkong. In April, they arrived at Chang'an to present captives to the ancestral temple. King Jin was appointed as Grand Marshal and received a chariot adorned with mourning attire, a black jade seal, and a white tablet. Yang Su was conferred the title of Duke of Yu, while he Ruobi and Han Qingtian were also advanced to the position of upper column state. Ruobi was granted the title of Duke of Song. Qingtian, due to his indulgence of soldiers and misconduct within the Qin Palace, was not awarded lands or titles. Gao Zhang was promoted to upper column state and elevated to the rank of Duke of Qi. My dynasty's founding ancestor was appointed as Deputy Minister of Guards. Thus, King Jin was displeased with him, refraining from commendations and instead launching accusations, which resulted in his meager rewards. Gao Zhang, however, remained unfazed. The joy stems from the decree of the Jin prince, who was appointed to govern Yangzhou, yet he must not frequently resort to covert harm. However, the Jin prince's authority grows ever stronger, and his reputation expands. Many ingenious strategists have entered his court. His ambitions are becoming increasingly fervent. At this juncture, the storyteller suddenly snapped his folding fan shut, paused momentarily, and then struck the wooden clapper with a resounding thud. What? The crowd in the building erupted in an uproar. Why has the tale not concluded? Indeed, this is the crucial moment. Why the abrupt interruption? Some, immersed in the story, wondered how it could suddenly cease. Hurry and continue the narrative. That very evening, the Dream Pavilion was once again filled to capacity, but this time the patrons, after ordering their drinks, did not hasten to indulge. Instead, they clamored for the storyteller to commence without delay. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. The tale had been unfolding for over a week, and its popularity exceeded Wei Ming's expectations. Initially, only the patrons within the Dream Pavilion were listening. But as word spread among the drinkers, the venue became overcrowded, necessitating additional tables, yet still insufficient, as the entrance was filled with eager listeners. Wei Ming had chosen to narrate the romance of Sui and Tang, naturally, with modified content. He addressed the unfavorable aspects of the Tang Dynasty, embellishing the characters associated with the Li family. The renowned founding generals of the current dynasty were also creatively depicted, aligning them more closely with the reverent image held by the Tang people. Originally, he intended to leverage the fact that although it had been over 180 years since the founding of the Tang Dynasty, the legendary tales of its founding heroes remained widely circulated and familiar, thus facilitating quicker acceptance and a stronger sense of immersion. However, he never anticipated such overwhelming popularity. It seems that the current glory of the Tang Dynasty pales in comparison to its initial splendor, leading many to believe that the officials of today do not measure up to the esteemed founders. Consequently, the tales of these founding heroes have garnered even greater admiration. In summary, within a mere month of its opening, Wei Ming Tower, bolstered by the dual allure of fine liquor and storytelling, ascended to become one of the most prosperous establishments in Luoyang. During this month, Sun Peng performed exceptionally well, earning the trust of Wei Rinshi. Upon noticing Wei Rinshi in the courtyard, Sun Peng approached him. "My lord," he began, his expression somber, "while attending to my duties, I have come across some unsettling rumors." "What is it?" Wei Rinshi inquired. With a grave countenance, Sun Peng replied, "There are whispers circulating outside, suggesting that we conspire against Chunfeng Tower, alleging that we deliberately introduced a foul entity to haunt it, thereby facilitating its acquisition at a reduced price." Wei Rinshi furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. What was intended as a measure to reassure the staff had unexpectedly morphed into such a distorted tale. This was troubling. It had been a month since the incident, and the rumors had only circulated for a few days before being supplanted by other street gossip. Thus, he had not heard of it since. Why, then, had this narrative resurfaced so suddenly? Furthermore, the notion of purchasing Chunfeng Tower at a low price was not common knowledge and would not readily occur to the average person. It was evident that someone, envious of Wei Ming Tower's success, had resurrected an old story and intentionally spread such rumors. This matter undoubtedly traced back to the prominent taverns and eateries within Luoyang. In the past month, Sun Ping has seen some income from Wei Ming. Wei Rinshi instructed Sun Ping, withdraw some funds and find a location outside the city to set up a porridge stand, serving porridge for half a month. Then, recruit a few quick-tongued assistants to mingle among the crowd and say just this. Sun Ping leaned in to listen to Wei Rinshi's words, and his face brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea! You truly are remarkable. With this, our acquisition of Chunfeng Lu will be regarded as a noble act, while they will appear to be opportunistically driving down the prices." Chapter 70. Breaking rumors with rumors outside Ding Ding Gate. A thatched hut unexpectedly appeared this morning. Beneath the hut stood several large pots, filled to the brim with fragrant porridge. A sign was erected outside the porridge stand, stating, "Wei Ming Lu distributes porridge for half a month to comfort those within the city who are unable to find sustenance." Countless destitute individuals fleeing famine flocked to the outskirts of Luoyang, and certainly, there were many beggars and suffering souls within the city as well. As the news spread from one person to another, by midday, a throng of people had gathered before the porridge stand, eagerly awaiting their share. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the pots stirred the souls of those nearby, and the sight of baskets overflowing with steamed buns intensified their excitement. "Dear friends, the porridge will soon be ready." Sun Peng stood atop a square table, raising his voice to address the crowd. "I am the steward of Wei Ming Lu. Please allow me to speak a few words. When the porridge is served, each person will receive one bowl of thick porridge and one steamed bun. Let us not jostle, so that no one goes without." He repeated this several times before finally stepping down. A voice from the crowd seized the conversation, its volume drawing the attention of many nearby. The speaker continued, "My mother-in-law is the former maid of the proprietor of Chunfeng Building. She revealed that after the owner's demise, her family intended to sell the establishment. The prominent taverns in Luoyang, seizing upon the rumors surrounding Chunfeng Building, sought to take advantage of the widow and her orphan children, pressing the price down to a mere 10,000 coins, and even further to 5,000. Tell me, can such a significant establishment as Chunfeng Building truly be acquired for 5,000 coins? It is evidently an exploitation of the vulnerable, a calculated act of deceit. I have also heard that a few individuals attempted to coerce the widow into accepting one of them as a concubine, only to be driven away by the staff of Chunfeng Building." Another voice chimed in, questioning, "So how did Wei Ming Building come into existence?" The reply was that the proprietor of Wei Ming Building, unable to tolerate such bullying, purchased Chunfeng Building for 30,000 coins. The widow and her children, filled with gratitude, even returned a few thousand coins, selling Chunfeng Building to the current owner of Yiming Building. The speaker asserted, "I believe this to be true. After all, it comes from the maid who served the former owner of Chunfeng Building. Surely there can be no falsehood in her words? What a farce. It is nothing but the greed of those who wish to seize Chunfeng Building following the owner's illness, spreading rumors to drive down the price." Such dialogues echoed repeatedly among the throngs waiting for alms, revealing that, for those who disseminated these tales, the distinction between truth and falsehood held little significance. They are merely fleeting words spoken in haste. Once uttered, they fade away, with few truly seeking to ascertain their veracity. Numerous rumors intertwine, rendering it impossible to distinguish the truth from falsehood. As they circulate, they tend to cancel each other out or are supplanted by newer tales. The greatest peril of rumors lies in their unilateral nature. As long as they do not lean excessively in one direction, there is little cause for concern. It is evident that the shadowy figures behind these rumors are likely to be a few of the larger taverns and eateries within Luoyang, yet without concrete evidence. It remains unclear from whose lips they originated. Perhaps it is the Drunken Sky Pavilion, which initially employed ruffians to stir trouble. However, those ruffians have already received instructions from Wei Ming and turned their harassment back upon him. If the Drunken Sky Pavilion were to resort to petty schemes so swiftly, it would suggest a lack of foresight on the part of its proprietor. Wei Ming cannot fathom that a person capable of building such an enterprise could be so reckless. The disturbances caused by the ruffians were merely a test, upon realizing that Wei Ming and the Dream Pavilion were formidable opponents. Any further actions would surely necessitate careful preparation for a significant maneuver. Thus, Wei Ming surmised that this rumor likely did not originate from the Drunken Sky Pavilion. He summoned Sun Ping and inquired, "Have you managed to clarify matters over the past few days? There are numerous establishments in Luoyang that could potentially conflict with our business. Yet few rival us in scale, totaling merely a dozen or so." Sun Ping began to enumerate the names, stating, "While all these establishments are potential culprits, it remains impossible to ascertain which one is responsible. In recent days, you have dispatched individuals to spread rumors, suggesting that certain establishments envy the thriving business of Yiming Building and are preparing to unite against it, vowing to render Yiming Building unviable." Wei Ming pondered for a moment before addressing Sun Ping. Sun Ping, taken aback, replied, "My lord, we cannot afford to spread such rumors. What if they hear these tales and truly conspire against us? The repercussions could be significant. After all, our business has flourished since its inception, and they would undoubtedly feel envious." Wei Ming chuckled lightly and responded, "The reputation of Yiming Building's Baijiu has already gained prominence. These rumors would tarnish their image. They would not allow such tales to gain traction and would be compelled to clarify, assuring that there is no such intent, lest they wish to forfeit their standing in Luoyang. Moreover," he continued, "even if they covertly solidify their intentions to unite against us, we need not fear. Let us not forget, our core business is not merely operating a restaurant, but rather, it is the distillation and sale of liquor. Yiming Building is merely one facet of our enterprise. Wei's Baijiu constitutes our primary venture. To expand our sales, we cannot confine our Baijiu solely within Yiming Building. Wouldn't you agree?" Sun Ping, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped the implication and remarked, "My lord means that we can supply our Baijiu to other restaurants and eateries, allowing all establishments in the industry to procure from us?" Wei Ming nodded and added, "Ultimately, other distilleries are our true competitors. It would be prudent for the various eateries and taverns to unite against the Dream Pavilion, as this provides us with a convenient pretext to divert the attention of other establishments towards it. We shall endeavor to sell our liquor as widely as possible. Regardless of the size of the dining establishments, whether they be modest or grand, we have an array of spirits to offer, ranging from low-end to high-end, including bulk sales. Once patrons become accustomed to our white liquor and can no longer tolerate the cloying, sour brews, what do we have to fear? At that juncture, the only concern would be the perils of our own hubris, risking our own downfall. As for other taverns and eateries, they will merely be wisps of cloud in comparison." Chapter 71. The next step, cultivation. Although Wei Ming emphasized that selling liquor is our primary business, the Dream Pavilion has only recently opened. Barely a month has passed. While it may appear that business is flourishing, there is a certain fragility beneath the surface. We must leverage the advantage of Wei's renowned white liquor to firmly establish ourselves within the city of Luoyang. Once we have secured our position at the Dream Pavilion, we can begin to market the white liquor externally. The villagers regard him with increasing respect. The once casual address of young Master Wei has evolved into a more formal Lord Wei, and now the tone has shifted to one of reverence. Yet, Wei Rinshi remains unpretentious, continuing to refer to others as uncle or aunt as before. The operations of the distillery have begun to fall into a steady rhythm, with Old Man Sun overseeing the brewing, while Sun Peng manages the Dream Pavilion in Luoyang. Are we truly to embark on the path of agriculture? Zheng Lijing inquired. But what of the untended lands? Oh, Zheng Lijing was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Wei Rinshi did not elaborate further, but inquired, Zheng Shu, do you know where I might acquire straw mats and blankets? There are several places that could accommodate such requests, replied Zheng Lerzhang. What do you require them for, Sir Wei? The nearest option would be the Xing family in Shangsuan. Their work is quite commendable. Early the next day, Wei Rinshi set out towards Shangsuan. Upon arrival, he inquired along the way and swiftly located the Xing residence, as mentioned by Zheng Lerzhang. The yard was enclosed by a fence, allowing him to glimpse the interior. Within the courtyard lay a considerable pile of straw, alongside several completed straw mats spread out to dry. A few women were busily weaving new mats, while two young children frolicked atop the dry straw. Wei Rinshi approached and knocked on the door, calling out to the women inside. I have come to place an order for some straw mats and blankets. One of the women rose, opened the door, and invited Wei Rinshi inside. After observing him closely, she asked, what kind of straw mats do you wish for, young sir? Noticing a mat laid out to dry on the ground, Wei Rinshi stepped forward to examine it. Finding it intricately woven and quite sturdy, he pointed and inquired, can you create mats and blankets of this length and size, but with 2 layers of thickness? The woman contemplated for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, we can indeed produce that. Rising to his full height, Wei Rinshi declared. Then I would like to order 300. The woman was taken aback, momentarily stunned, before asking, how many did you say, young sir? 300, Wei Rinshi reiterated. If the quality meets my expectations, I shall require even more in the future. The women who were diligently working behind were startled, ceasing their tasks and rising to their feet. I am Wei Rinshi from Changgu. If you are concerned, I can provide a deposit in advance, Wei Rinshi remarked. However, the straw mats and coverings I require must be woven with utmost precision. This, 300 pieces, is no small sum. I must consult with the head of the household. The woman hesitated momentarily, saying, I have never sold so many before. Wei Rinshi nodded and replied, very well. But I am in urgent need. Should there be any undue delay, I will seek others to fulfill my requirements. If you come to a decision, please find me in Changgu. Do you recognize the village head of Changgu, Zheng Lijing? The woman inquired. Indeed. If you reach a conclusion, seek him out in Changgu, and he will guide you to me. Wei Rinshi nodded. Being neighboring villages, they should be acquainted. For the 300 straw mats and coverings, Wei Rinshi intended to construct a large greenhouse. Lacking plastic film, relying solely on straw mats and coverings would not ensure adequate insulation. To maximize warmth, the layers of straw mats and coverings needed to be thickened. In later years, Wei Rinshi had seen a double-layered greenhouse and thus aspired to emulate this design for his own structure. He planned to first erect a large greenhouse, and within it, construct a smaller one. By adding more layers of straw mats and coverings, he believed sufficient insulation could be achieved. While this would diminish light penetration, it would effectively maintain temperature. After evaluating his own land, Wei Rinshi calculated that he could build 2 such greenhouses. The barren land still requires further improvement, as it has yet to reach a state suitable for cultivation. If efforts are intensified this year, it is conceivable that by next year, a few plots of land, which are less severely afflicted, may be ready for spring planting. Once the fields are established, they can be sown directly, and if all goes smoothly, a harvest of leafy greens could be anticipated this winter. To cultivate solely for personal consumption seems rather trivial for someone with aspirations for the future. Moreover, since a distillery is being established, a reliable grain supply is essential. Although there are cooperative grain merchants, one must still possess a reserve of grain for emergencies. Upon returning to Changgu, Wei Rinshi aims to construct greenhouses while simultaneously acquiring land and experimenting with the rehabilitation of barren areas, transforming them into fertile fields through improvement and greenhouse methods. With greenhouses in place, it becomes possible to harvest some greens during colder months, thereby enhancing one's living conditions and generating additional value. There is also potential for rudimentary breeding within the greenhouses to improve yield and quality. Among these endeavors, establishing greenhouses is relatively feasible, While they may not compare to modern greenhouses, they can nonetheless create favorable conditions. The most challenging aspect remains breeding. As Wei Ming lacks expertise in this area, he only knows how to select superior seedlings for transplantation and employ a few basic techniques, making this endeavor largely a matter of chance. Chapter 72. Soil improvement cultivation is a matter that warrants serious consideration. The land does not deceive. Those who toil diligently may not always reap a bountiful harvest, yet those who approach their work with indifference invariably lose everything. This is particularly true in this era. Soil amelioration is a protracted and enduring process that necessitates unwavering adherence to a series of measures, as there exists no panacea for such endeavors. The adage "salts accompany water" aptly captures the essence of the matter. By inundating the fields until a specific depth of water is established upon the surface, the salts within the soil are thoroughly dissolved. Subsequently, the saline-laden water is expelled through drainage channels, effectively diminishing the sudden salinity levels. This method proves to be quite efficacious, albeit it demands a substantial quantity of water. Fortunately, the rivers in Fuchang are plentiful, rendering this approach particularly applicable. However, mere leaching of salts, while beneficial, is insufficient. It is imperative to engage in deep plowing and meticulous tilling. By turning over the subsoil through deep plowing and fragmenting the soil with fine tillage, one can avert soil compaction, enhance the granular structure of the soil, and bolster its permeability and aeration, thereby improving moisture retention and nutrient preservation. This also fosters microbial activity within the soil, ultimately augmenting fertility and curtailing salt accumulation. Such knowledge was gleaned by Wei Ming during his efforts in poverty alleviation in later years. At that time, he lamented the burdens of being a teacher in a poverty-stricken rural area, already overwhelmed by his own struggles, yet compelled to engage in targeted assistance for others. Little did he know that these insights would prove invaluable in the future. Sir Wei, can we truly transform these barren lands into fertile fields through our relentless irrigation and tilling? Zhang Lijing inquired while savoring a bowl of ice water during a brief respite. This is merely the beginning, the foundation, Wei Ming replied. After this year's autumn harvest, we must gather the wheat straw. The more straw we collect, the better, for we shall apply it as a cover over these desolate lands. Indeed, wheat stalks are not particularly precious. Typically, families keep some for kindling, and the remainder is simply burned if not utilized, remarked Zhang Lijing. Wei Ming nodded in agreement, stating, the fundamental approach consists of improving the soil and subsequently enhancing its fertility. There are numerous methods to increase fertility, which are largely similar to conventional practices. However, this is not a one-time solution. It requires continuous effort. During the intervals of farming, one must seize the opportunity to implement these practices. Otherwise, in a few years, the land will revert to desolation. I can do little more than speak, Wei Ming chuckled. The actual labor is undertaken by Uncle Zhang and his team. By the way, the other day in Luoyang, the county clerk, accompanied by the village heads from various locales, came to observe our irrigation system, intending to replicate it across all villages. Zhang Lijing continued, since you were not home, I took the initiative to allow them to learn about the cart and the irrigation mechanism. After all, it was a mandate from the county. Neglecting to share it would reflect poorly on the county office. In the future, we will need to engage with the wasteland in Fuchang County, he added. That is indeed appropriate, Wei Ming replied. Fuchang's terrain is flat. If this method spreads, it will lighten everyone's burdens. I knew you would say that, Wei Langjun. Zhang Lijing smiled. However, I also informed them that this is the fruit of Wei Longjun's labor, and they must always remember your kindness. Having spoken, Zhang Lijing broke into a grin, fixing his gaze upon Wei Ming. He remarked, at this very moment, it is highly likely that the entire populace of Fuchang is aware of our prodigious talent in Changgu. I fear that matchmakers will soon be trampling at your doorstep. Ha ha. But I am merely 12, Wei Ming replied, shaking his head in resignation. My mother has already encountered 7 or 8 matchmakers. I genuinely worry that one day she might act on impulse and secure my engagement. If that occurs, I shall flee beyond the borders. Zhang Lijing, with a broad grin revealing his back molars, responded, your father, before his departure, bestowed upon you a courtesy name, precisely to encourage you to marry early. It appears you cannot evade this fate. Yet, there is no need for trepidation. Mrs. Wei would never allow you to wed at this tender age. At most, she may arrange preliminary engagements, permitting you to enter matrimony only after you turn 16. I truly would run away beyond the borders. Wei Ren shuddered at the thought of his mother's aesthetic preferences and asserted resolutely. Zhang Lizhang erupted into laughter, finishing the last of the ice water in his bowl before rising to call others to continue their labor. Thus, the days of toil in the fields persisted for a month, culminating in the arrival of the first batch of straw mats and coverings at Wei Rinche's homestead. A third of the 300 mats was insufficient even to create the first layer of a roof. However, once the framework of the greenhouse was erected, these straw mats could be laid down, allowing for the subsequent ones to be produced. The land belonging to Wei Rinche was relatively well organized, a distinct advantage of the plains terrain. From one end of the field to the other, it could be considered a single greenhouse. It was necessary to erect pillars in the middle, join horizontal beams above, and support the framework of the roof. Only after completing these tasks could the straw mats and coverings be laid atop, from one end to the other. Over 130 straw mats need to be laid down, forming the inner greenhouse. Beyond this inner structure lies an outer canopy, which can be covered with additional straw mats during particularly frigid weather to enhance insulation. Conversely, during milder periods, the mats can be removed to lower temperatures and increase light exposure. However, this adjustment affects the light quality, necessitating the intentional creation of gaps to allow sunlight to penetrate. The villagers are quite fond of hiring Wei Rinche for various tasks. Not only does he treat people with kindness, but he also offers wages that consistently surpass those provided by others. Additionally, he supplies cold water and occasionally treats workers to an exceptionally delicious meal. Consequently, when Wei Rinche sought laborers to construct the greenhouse, a multitude of villagers eagerly volunteered, providing him with ample manpower to swiftly erect the structure. Chapter 73. The wheat harvesting marvel. With the greenhouse completed, the wheat in the fields finally reached maturity. The ripening of the wheat took longer than Wei Rinche had anticipated, likely due to the absence of effective fertilizers and the fact that the variety was not as improved as those cultivated in later generations, resulting in an extended growth period. Harvesting wheat has always been a significant event in the village, marking the moment of greatest joy for the villagers as they gather their crops. Even when faced with the obligations of rent and taxes, leaving little for themselves, the exhilaration of the harvest remains undeniable. Neighboring households often collaborate. One day, they may harvest from one home, and the next from another, offering assistance to one another during this busy time. Since wheat harvesting demands speed and is confined to just a few days, the old saying goes, harvesting wheat is like fighting a fire. There is no time to waste. The harvest commenced prematurely, the grains not yet fully ripened. However, should the cutting be delayed, the wheat would become overripe and begin to shed. When the wheat reaches maturity, it dries swiftly. The awns become brittle, and with a mere gust of wind, the grains cascade to the ground, resulting in significant loss. It is imperative to take advantage of the few days when the wheat is ripe, but not overripe, to complete the harvest. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, the cutting must commence. Zhang Lizhang observed the golden fields of wheat, his countenance grave and solemn. He remarked, ideally, we should finish harvesting within 3 days. While the rain has yet to arrive, we must hasten to thresh and dry the grains for storage. Zhang Xier, gather a few individuals to inspect the threshing area. If there are any miscellaneous items lying about, clear them away. Lu Shi too, go inform the village. We must summon laborers and prepare everything necessary. At dawn the day after tomorrow, we will begin the harvest without delay. As Zhang Lizhang issued his directives, Wei Rinche observed with a smile. He had never witnessed the villagers undertake such a momentous task with such seriousness throughout the year. Once everyone had departed to follow Zhang Lizhang's orders, he approached and inquired with a grin, Uncle Zhang, how much wheat can you harvest in a day by yourself? Each individual with a sickle can harvest over 2 acres in a day. With determination, one could manage 3 acres, Zhang Lizhang replied, a hint of pride illuminating his expression, embodying a sense of accomplishment. In later generations, in many remote mountainous areas where fields are scattered unevenly across the hillsides, most of the farmland can only be accessed by a narrow winding path wide enough for a single person. Machines like harvesters are utterly unreachable. Thus, during the wheat harvesting season, it remains a task solely reliant on human labor, adhering to traditional methods. Therefore, while Wei Rinche cannot claim to be particularly skilled at harvesting wheat, he dutifully helps his grandmother's family each year. This continued until both his grandfather and grandmother passed away. Zheng Shu, you cannot compare to me. Wei Rinche chuckled, declaring, I can harvest 6 acres in a single day. Zheng Lizhang smiled broadly, fully aware that Wei Rinche was jesting. However, As he observed Wei Rinshi, his smile gradually faded, and he queried in astonishment, "Are you not jesting, Wei Langjun? Harvesting wheat is such a significant endeavor. How could I possibly joke about it?" Wei Rinshi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I speak no jest." Zheng Lijing's astonishment deepened, his countenance revealing incredulity. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire urgently. Could it be that Wei Langjun has devised a new agricultural tool? A smile once again graced Wei Rinshi's face, and at this sight, Zheng Lijing's heart raced with excitement. "Have you heard of the lure?" Wei Rinshi inquired. "Indeed." Zheng Lijing felt his heart skip a beat as he hurriedly asked, "What is a lure?" Witnessing Zheng Lijing's reaction, Wei Rinshi felt a surge of joy, silently affirming his suspicions. The lizi is a tool utilized for harvesting wheat. Constructed from bamboo weaving, ropes, blades, and handle, its form resembles an upright, right-angled scoop, albeit with a sharp blade exceeding 2 feet in length affixed to the lower edge. When employing the lizi to cut wheat, one must firmly grasp the handle with one hand while wielding the rope with the other, executing a sweeping arc. With each swing, an expanse of wheat collapses, yet it is neatly collected by the bamboo structure, forming a cohesive bundle. There exist various theories regarding the emergence of this mechanized harvesting implement, with some attributing its inception to the Yuan and Ming dynasties, others to the late Qing dynasty, and even claims linking it to Zhuge Liang, though such assertions lack credibility. Nevertheless, Wei Rinshi remained uncertain and decided to inquire whether Zheng Lijing had encountered it, as Zheng Lijing had not heard of such a device. It indicated that this remarkable wheat harvesting tool was yet to be known. Consequently, Wei Rinshi confidently described it as a farming instrument for harvesting wheat, asserting that, once mastered, it was significantly faster than using a sickle. A robust individual like Zheng Shu, with ample practice, could potentially harvest 7 or 8 acres in a single day, perhaps daring to attempt 10. What? Zheng Lijing was taken aback. Such a thing exists? While it had not been available before, it was now. Wei Rinshi chuckled. "A few days ago, I observed that the wheat was nearing maturity and thought it prudent to create several of these tools for the impending harvest. Would you care to see them, Zheng Shu? Let us hurry." Zheng Lijing eagerly urged Wei Rinshi to accompany him to his residence. "They are not at home," Wei Rinshi remarked. "They are at the distillery." The two arrived at the tavern, where Wei Rinshi had placed several sickles he had fashioned a few days prior. "Is this the item?" Zheng Lijing inquired, observing the peculiar object that Wei Rinshi presented. "Allow me to demonstrate," Wei Rinshi replied. He scanned the surroundings and found a patch of overgrown grass, dense and towering, akin to a field of wheat. "Uncle Zheng, are you ready?" Wei Rinshi said as he grasped the handle with one hand and pulled the cord with the other, executing a powerful swing from right to left. Instantly, a swath of grass was severed at the base, caught by the bamboo weaving of the sickle, which then flung the cut grass into a cluster due to inertia. In an instant, an extensive area had been cleared. However, Wei Rinshi stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but was fortunate enough to be steadied by Zheng Lijing. "My strength is still lacking, and my stature makes it difficult to control," Wei Rinshi admitted as he set down the sickle. "Uncle Zheng, why don't you give it a try?" Zheng Lijing promptly took the sickle and mimicked Wei Rinshi's movements. Initially, he struggled to wield the sickle with ease. But after a period of practice, he became adept. "Young Master Wei, is this contraption difficult to create?" Zheng Lijing asked, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Rinshi. "See for yourself." Wei Rinshi chuckled. "The blade is the most labor-intensive part." As the time for harvesting wheat approached, Zheng Lijing's wealth of experience led him to arrive at yet another accurate conclusion. As the wheat harvest commenced, the entire village mobilized within 2 days, with men taking the lead in the reaping while the strong women did not lag behind. The elderly, whose strength was waning, along with less robust women, gathered the wheat into bundles from behind, and even the children busily followed suit, delighting in collecting the scattered ears of wheat. Everyone was fervently contributing their efforts to the harvest. Yet, amidst this industrious scene, Wei Rinshi gazed skyward, lost in thought. Above him stretched an endless expanse of azure, with a few clouds lazily drifting and casting large shadows upon the ground. The sun poured down from the cerulean dome, creating what appeared to be a splendidly clear day. However, upon rising that morning, Wei Rinshi had noticed a layer of water droplets adorning the outside of his water tank. Furthermore, upon arriving at his fields, he observed that the earthworms had surfaced, wriggling out from the soil. These two observations led Wei Rinshi to suspect that rain was imminent. "What is the most feared occurrence during the wheat harvest?" "Rain," Should rain fall after the wheat has ripened, but before it has been harvested? The downpour could dislodge the mature grains, severely diminishing the yield. Moreover, grains that fall into the mud would quickly germinate and become unfit for consumption. Even if the harvest has been completed, rain could render the grains damp, leading to spoilage due to mold. Unfortunately, the wheat harvest coincides with the hottest season, during which the northern regions often experience unpredictable weather, with highly active cloud formations that can unleash sudden downpours. One moment, the skies may be clear and serene, allowing the wheat to dry leisurely. In the next, a torrential rain could descend without warning, leaving no time for collection. In the annals of history, Wei Ming witnessed a dire moment while drying wheat. He was caught off guard by a sudden downpour. The wheat, left unharvested, was not only drenched, but also subjected to the ravages of rainwater. The losses from the year's yield were painfully evident, with some farmers standing in the rain, weeping inconsolably. Reflecting on this, Wei Ming disregarded any doubts about his own judgment and hurried to find Zhang Lijing. After searching several locations, he finally located him. Without delay, Wei Ming pulled him aside. "What brings you here, Wei Langjun?" Zhang Lijing asked, puzzled by the sudden interruption. Wei Ming replied with utmost seriousness, "Uncle Zhang, we must urge everyone to hasten their efforts. It would be best to finish harvesting today. I foresee rain approaching." "Rain?" Zhang Lijing glanced skyward, skeptical. "Surely that cannot be. Trust me, Uncle Zhang. We need to quicken the pace," Wei Ming insisted. "Moreover, once we finish harvesting, do not rush to the wheat yard." Seeing the earnest expression on Wei Ming's face, Zhang Lijing inquired, "What makes you so certain it will rain?" "I cannot fully articulate it at the moment," Wei Ming replied, urgency in his tone. "Uncle Zhang, please believe me. Even if it does not rain, hastening our work is surely not a detriment, is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lijing conceded, "Very well. Can it truly rain today?" The others, upon hearing this, looked up at the sky, bewildered. "Do not question further. Quickly relay the message," Zhang Lijing commanded. "This is what Wei Langjun has said. He is a person of wisdom, and there must be reason behind his words. Indeed, if Wei Langjun has spoken, then so be it." Upon hearing Wei Ming's words, several individuals immediately adopted a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement before hastily setting off to relay the message. It is hardly surprising, for Wei Ming had devised a harvesting tool that greatly facilitated the process of cutting wheat. The villagers, having witnessed the convenience this implement offered, held Wei Ming in the highest esteem, obediently adhering to his counsel. As the crowd rushed to convey the news, Wei Ming furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky and surveying the ground. Yet, the more intently he scrutinized, the heavier his heart grew. Swallows flew low, serpents slithered across paths, and ants relocated their nests beneath the mountainous caps. The water jar wept, and frogs croaked, heralding the imminent arrival of a deluge. Wei Ming fervently hoped that his foreboding was unfounded. However, as lunch passed, the once clear skies transformed almost instantaneously into a somber gray. The laborers could scarcely spare a moment to eat, casting aside their bowls in a mad dash to the fields. Soon, the distant rumble of thunder echoed across the horizon. In an instant, the village was alive with the chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts, as families scrambled to harvest their wheat amidst the booming thunder. "All is well. All is well," voices called out from the fields, offering Wei Ming a modicum of relief. After taxes were paid, little would remain for the villagers. Should the crops be drenched, the losses would be catastrophic. Yet, the tax would not wane with the farmers' misfortunes, and it was not uncommon for families to resort to selling their roofs or land in such dire circumstances. "Is everything harvested?" Zhang Lijing gathered the people once more, inquiring earnestly. After receiving a consensus from the crowd, Zhang Lijing sighed in relief and said, "We must express our gratitude to Lord Wei. Had he not forewarned us this morning about the impending rain, we would have surely faced delays." The esteemed elder Lu Oing stepped forward and remarked, "With such splendid weather this morning, who would have imagined that Lord Wei could predict the rain? Could he perhaps be a celestial being?" Others lamented about the state of the wheat harvest in neighboring villages. Given the intermarriages among these nearby villages, it was not uncommon for familial ties to exist, leading to concerns about their circumstances. Zhang Lijing furrowed his brow and stated, "It is thanks to Lord Wei's foresight that we managed to harvest all our wheat in just 2 days. Under normal circumstances, it would take us 4 to 5 days. The other villages must undoubtedly still be unharvested." He then gazed upward at the sky, where thunder rumbled ominously, yet the raindrops had yet to fall. After a brief pause, He suddenly lowered his head and declared, "If any household has laborers still with strength, let us take tools and assist the other villages." Immediately, several individuals stepped forward. "The young men of our village must also consider their future brides from neighboring villages. It would be ungracious to neglect them. Moreover, many of them are sons-in-law from the neighboring villages, and we ought to lend a hand." Zheng Lerzhang continued, "Sure too. You take a dozen men and head to the upper village. Laosi, you gather 10 or so and go to the lower village. Chiga, you lead a group too." Once the assignments were made, Zheng Lerzhang added, "If this rain comes, all these villages will be at the mercy of the Dragon King, competing for harvest under the downpour. Let us hasten. Every bit of help counts." Wei Rinshi called out, "I still have some matters to discuss." Chapter 75. Harvesting in the rain. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, turning day into night, with thunder rumbling above, heralding an imminent downpour. The farmers in the upper village wore expressions of despair, yet they gritted their teeth, frantically wielding their sickles, cutting down the wheat in row after row. Across the vast fields, silence reigned, broken only by the rustling sound of blades slicing through the stalks. No one dared to speak, nor even to take a deep breath, fearing that even the slightest exhalation might summon the rain from the heavens. An elderly man with white hair knelt by the edge of the field, repeatedly bowing his head towards the sky, pleading for the clouds to disperse and the rain to cease, longing for the chance to finish the harvest. The thunder grew closer. "It is over, it is all over." Tears filled the old man's eyes as thoughts of the impending tax payment flooded his mind, leaving no room for any emotion other than despair. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared in the distance, hastily running towards them. They bore peculiar implements in their hands and arrived at the edge of the field, calling out, "We are from Changgu, seeing that rain is about to fall. We guessed you might not finish in time, so we came to help." As the group drew nearer, they shouted anxiously, "Where is the wheat left to harvest?" The old man rose from the ground and focused on the newcomers, recognizing many among them, especially the one leading the inquiry. "Sure too. Why are you not busy harvesting your own wheat? How come you have come to the upper village?" He asked hastily. "Our village has finished harvesting and tidying up." Seeing the clouds gathering, the young and strong from our village have come to assist our neighbors. Lu Shirtu remarked, "I have arrived at the upper village, while Wang Laosi has taken his men to the lower village." Before Lu Shirtu could finish his statement, the old man, visibly astonished, interjected, "Have you finished harvesting? When did you and Changgu begin?" "Just the day before yesterday. I saw it still unripe. Yesterday was the first day of harvest." "Did you cut it before it was ready?" Lu Shirtu shook his head, brandishing the sickle in his hand, and replied, "We in Changgu also commenced our harvest at dawn yesterday. However, with the sickles made by Lord Wei, the process was swift. Moreover, this morning, Lord Wei foresaw the impending rain, so we hastily worked through the morning, and by afternoon, we had completed our task. Enough of that. Let us assist one another and gather as much as we can." As he spoke, he continued to swing the sickle vigorously, cutting through swathes of wheat until the field was cleared in the blink of an eye. Once finished, without a moment's pause, he dashed towards the next field. The others followed suit, moving from one field to another, scarcely bothering to check whose wheat they were harvesting. They simply leapt into any uncut patch, wielding their sickles with gritted teeth and unyielding determination. The thunder grew ever closer, and ominous black clouds loomed overhead, threatening to engulf them. "Faster! Hurry!" Lu Shirtu shouted, oblivious to the fact that the rope of his sickle had lacerated the skin of his left hand, causing blood to flow. In the eyes of these farmers, the crops before them represented life itself. Without them, existence would cease. All around, apart from the resounding thunder, there remained only the rustling of wheat being cut and bundled. Curiously, amidst the interplay of these sounds, there emerged an eerie and frenzied stillness. "This side is done." A voice suddenly emerged. "Where else?" "I am ready here too." "Where else?" Following this, another voice called out. With a thunderous roar, the old man by the earth felt a sudden dampness on his face, and a wave of despair washed over him, causing his arms to droop. "It's over." The late summer rain descended with ferocity, transforming the world into a dense curtain of water in an instant. How much longer? Lu Shirtu wiped his face and, without regard for direction, shouted loudly. In moments of dire adversity, humans often unleash an unprecedented strength. These individuals, amidst the downpour, harvested the wheat with a speed that surpassed even the days spent cutting in their own fields. Lu Shirtu wiped the rain from his face and immediately rushed to the unharvested wheat fields. He darted across one plot after another, gathering sheaf after sheaf. It's done. We've finished. Suddenly, a triumphant cry rang out amidst the rain. We've collected it all. Upon hearing this, Lu Shitu felt a wave of relief wash over his chest, only to be followed by a piercing pain in his hands. Shitu, Lu Shitu. An elderly voice called from behind. Lu Shitu turned to see the old man approaching him, shouting his name. Once close, the elder grasped Lu Shirtu's arm and exclaimed, "Thanks to you all. Thanks to you all." Lu Shirtu shook his head and asked, "Chine-wan, how much did we gather?" This was the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Lu Shirtu exhaled a long breath, his limbs growing weak. Unable to stand any longer, he collapsed onto the muddy ground, utterly drained of strength. "Do not panic. Chine-wan, gather the people. I have something to convey to you all." Lu Shirtu paused for a moment before addressing the old man. "Very well. Please, everyone, take a moment to rest." The old man instructed, "Quickly, fetch some water. Let these benefactors have a few sips." Immediately, some assisted Lu Shirtu and the others to rest, while others went to fetch water or call for help, as if the torrential rain was no longer a concern. "Everyone," Lu Shirtu called from behind. "Our esteemed Wei Langjun from Changgu has sent word for you all. He says that if the rain continues unabated, preventing us from drying the wheat, we should place the harvested grain in airtight containers and add some branches with leaves from the poplar tree to the wheat pile. This will prolong the storage time, allowing it to sprout or mold more slowly." After speaking, he sensed the disbelief among the crowd and added, "Rest assured, Wei Longjuan's words are surely true. The tools we wield for harvesting the wheat were crafted by him. This morning, under the bright sun, it was also Wei Langjun who advised us to hurry, for rain was imminent. The efficacy of the harvesting tool had been witnessed by all. Without it, how could they have managed to gather so much wheat before the downpour?" Gradually, they began to trust his words. Changgu's Wei Langjun. The old man pondered aloud. Isn't he the one to receive accolades from the county? The ingenious device that waters the fields without requiring anyone to carry water. Wasn't that created by Wei Langjun? Lu Shirtu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our Wei Langjun from Changgu is a remarkable individual. Not only has he crafted a new plow, eliminating the need for water transport, but now, with the onset of wheat harvesting, he has devised such an extraordinary tool that we completed the harvest in just a day and a half. Had it not been for Wei Longjuan's timely warning about the impending rain, our wheat would have been drenched, leaving us unable to assist you. Chapter 76. The Comrades of Zheng Lixing. The rain continued to fall. Its intensity diminished significantly. However, as it was already late summer, it bore the characteristics of autumnal rain. Following a sudden downpour, the rain persisted, falling in a gentle patter. Thus, I inquired, "Wei Langjun, how is it that the branches of the poplar can slow the sprouting and molding of the wheat grains? And what is this notion of lack of ventilation? Shouldn't a well-ventilated space allow for some drying?" Wei Ren realized he had seen in the poverty alleviation materials of later generations that there were emergency methods for dealing with rainy weather during wheat harvesting in the impoverished northern mountain regions. It was said that when faced with overcast weather during the wheat harvest and without access to a dryer, one could utilize a natural anoxic method, sealing the wheat to temporarily create a lack of oxygen, thereby inhibiting the life activities of the wheat, preventing it from heating up, sprouting, or rotting. Additionally, there was the poplar branch preservation method, based on the principle that seeds require moisture, temperature, and air to germinate. By placing leafy poplar branches, which respire vigorously, into the wheat pile, one could quickly deplete the oxygen and moisture in the air within the pile, inducing a dormant state in the grains and preventing them from heating up or sprouting. Both methods serve as emergency measures to delay the sprouting and molding of the wheat grains. However, they can only provide a temporary solution, postponing the inevitable for a few days while awaiting clearer weather. Over time, ventilation becomes necessary again. Otherwise, molding is likely to occur. Yet, explaining this to Zheng Lixing was futile, for he lacked an understanding of concepts such as oxygen, moisture, and anoxia. Thus, Wei Rinshur could only smile and say, "I learned this from other sources. As for the reason behind its efficacy, I am not entirely certain." He pointed to his head and continued, "I've had an epiphany. There is much wisdom within books that often goes unnoticed or is overlooked by many. Can books predict rain as well?" Zheng Lixing chuckled. "I assure you, you can too." Wei Rinshur replied with a grin. "When swallows fly low and snakes cross paths, when ants relocate and mountains don hats, when water jars perspire and frogs croak, a heavy downpour is imminent, Uncle Zheng. Remember these phrases, for they often herald the arrival of rain. Indeed, What profound knowledge. Zheng Lerzhang repeated the phrases several times, committing them to memory, and then gave a thumbs up with a smile, saying, "So, it seems I too could predict the rain in the future." As the two conversed, they awaited the opportunity to assist others in neighboring villages. The villagers were utterly exhausted. They had already labored for 2 consecutive days, and in the afternoon, they rushed to help harvest wheat in the nearby village. Their sole focus was on swiftly cutting the wheat to avoid being drenched by the rain, leaving little room for other thoughts. Once the harvest was complete, the pent-up energy dissipated, leaving them utterly fatigued. Early the next morning, Wei Ming dashed out of his home. Although the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast, devoid of sunshine. On the 3rd and 4th days, the standing water on the ground was nearly dried up. Yet the gloomy weather persisted. An air of anxiety began to permeate the village, with everyone appearing forlorn. The usual spirit of finding joy in adversity had vanished. As the sun gradually descended, another day was drawing to a close. A slender line of crimson emerged on the horizon, swiftly transforming into a vibrant expanse. Wei Ming, noticing the rosy hue outside his window, rose and stepped out. Amidst the golden glow of the setting sun, his vision suddenly expanded, and the gloom that had settled in his heart dissipated. The warm, golden radiance penetrated his very being, illuminating his spirit with clarity. The oppressive melancholy brought on by days of dreary rain vanished without a trace, leaving only a breathtaking vista of golden light that enveloped the world like a gentle mist. The skies were clearing. Elated, Wei Ming quickened his pace and ran to the home of Zheng Lerzhang. "Uncle Zhang, tomorrow promises splendid sunshine. Quickly, let us prepare for the wheat harvest and drying." He flung open the door and called out cheerfully. As his words echoed, he realized that he was not alone in the courtyard. A twinge of embarrassment washed over him, and he smiled sheepishly, saying, "Pardon my intrusion." "Ah, Wei Ming." Zheng Lerzhang replied with a hearty laugh, "Come in, come in. You are among friends." Upon entering, Wei Ming noticed that besides Zheng Lerzhang, there were several burly men in the yard, some appearing older than him, others younger, and even a small child. Zheng Lerzhang then said, "Wei Ming, I shall be heading to your distillery shortly to procure a few casks of your finest liquor. Do you still have the strongest available?" "Uncle Zhang, feel free to take whatever you desire. There is no need to purchase," replied Wei Ming. "Sun Lao and the others are at the distillery. We have plenty of wine. Just help yourself to whatever you wish." Zheng Lerzhang beamed with delight. Gesturing to the men in the courtyard, he remarked, "These fellows are brothers from the military, whom I haven't seen in many years. It's a joyous reunion." After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, what did Master Wei just say? What about tomorrow?" "Oh, I meant to say that tomorrow promises to be a splendid sunny day. It would be best for everyone to prepare today so that we can thresh and dry the wheat first thing in the morning," replied Wei Ming. "Excellent. I shall call upon others to inform them." Zheng Lerzhang nodded in agreement. A man, who appeared to be the eldest among them, spoke to Zheng Lerzhang, "Indeed, we shall all lend a hand with the threshing and drying of the wheat tomorrow." Wei Ming discreetly shifted his gaze to Zheng Lerzhang's neck, contemplating the aptness of the nickname. "What do you mean by that, old stone?" Zheng Lerzhang furrowed his brow and remarked, "After all these years, I had no idea you were living in such a manner. You should have come to me sooner." The man displayed a hint of embarrassment, shaking his head as he replied, "I could have managed, but had it not been for the calamities of recent years, I would not have been driven to seek refuge." The others, upon hearing this, also bore expressions of shame, saying, "We have burdened old stone. Alas, the world has fallen into disarray due to disasters. We cannot pay our taxes, and our military service has proven futile. We sought refuge with old stone and have inadvertently brought him down. We are all brothers." "What nonsense is this?" Old Stone admonished. "Had it not been for the disasters that destroyed our farmland, would we not have been living quite well?" Wei Ming, intrigued, interjected, "Is it true that one must still pay taxes after serving in the military?" Wei Ming understood that these individuals were comrades of Zheng Lerzhang from his previous military service. Currently, they had fallen victim to calamity, losing their land and being exploited by local officials who imposed arbitrary taxes beyond the 2 taxes. Unable to endure any longer, they had fled here seeking refuge with Zheng Lerzhang. Wei Ming observed them. These were all veterans who had retired from the military. The very fact that they had survived the rigors of service spoke volumes about their capabilities. Whether through skillful maneuvers, martial prowess, or sheer speed, each attribute showcased their competence. Chapter 77. The landlord Zheng Lerzhang stepped outside, calling for his comrades who were waiting in the courtyard. Wei Rinshi chose not to leave. And after Zheng Lizheng had departed, he approached the leader, Shi Laoda, and saluted respectfully, inquiring, "Are you all comrades of Jingshu?" Shi Laoda nodded and replied, "Brothers who have lived and fought together. We are all that remains of our unit." Wei Rinshi grasped the significance of this. In the Tang army, each prefecture appointed a Zhicheng Dowei as the leader, with 2 deputy Yi Dowei on either side, overseeing 4 to 6 regiments. Each regiment comprised 200 to 300 men, supervised by a Shaowei. Beneath each regiment, there were 2 brigades, each consisting of 100 men and led by a brigade commander. Each brigade was further divided into 2 companies, each with 50 men and commanded by a company leader. Each company was subdivided into 5 squads, each comprising 10 men under the direction of a squad leader. It appeared that Shi Laodao was the leader of one such squad. His ability was evident, as he had successfully led 5 men out of the military, a testament to his leadership skills. Wei Rinshi then remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you all have faced calamity at home and have come seeking refuge with Jingshu, correct?" Shiji and the others remained silent, turning their faces away in a display of shame. These men were valiant, simply down on their luck, and there was no need for embarrassment. Wei Rinshi remarked, however, "Uncle Zheng is a solitary man, relying solely on a brother who ventures into trade and often provides support, allowing him to get by. I presume that none of you wish to be entirely dependent on Uncle Zheng, do you? Naturally, we possess hands and feet. How could we allow the big head to sustain us?" Shiji shook his head. "We have come to seek refuge with the big head, hoping to contribute in some capacity. Though one had lost a leg, his strength remained formidable." One among them interjected, "If the big head has tasks for us, we can certainly manage." Wei Rinshi nodded, saying, "I believe so as well. You are all capable men, and would not have come unless absolutely necessary. Is this true for all of you?" Wei Rinshi asked in astonishment. He was aware that in this era, the Tang Dynasty was in decline, plagued by turmoil. Yet, as they approached the end of the Jinyuan period and neared the Yuanhe era, which historically saw a revival, he had hoped for improvement. However, the darkness continued to loom. Corrupt officials are in power. One of them exclaimed through gritted teeth, "This world will inevitably be thrown into chaos by these greedy officials." "Dog-ear, mind your words," Shiji quickly admonished. The man realized his indiscretion and fell silent. Although Wei Rinshi intended to recruit them as tenants, he knew he could not rely solely on their words. He must inquire about the character of Zheng Lizheng and the others. The following day, the sky was indeed clear, and early in the morning, the sun began to reveal itself. The villagers of Changgu, having received prior notice, were well prepared. They harbored no doubts about Wei Rinshi's words when he proclaimed a sunny day. They had made arrangements the previous evening. Before dawn broke, they had already transported the wheat to the threshing ground, spreading it out in anticipation of the sun's warmth. After being sun-dried, the grains would more readily detach, facilitating the threshing process. Fortunately, as summer waned and the autumn sun blazed, the wheat stalks dried out by mid-morning. And by afternoon, the sound of threshing resonated throughout the fields. Wei Rinshi's family was also diligently engaged in the process. Although Wei Rinshi had assisted many villagers, their land was already tended to by others, and the cutting of wheat was undertaken by designated villagers. However, each family was required to thresh their own grain first, and Lady Tai was reluctant to remain idle while waiting for others to assist. Yet, the flail was undeniably heavy, after merely 7 or 8 strikes. Wei Rinshi felt his arms tremble, rendering him unable to lift the tool any longer. Lady Tai, persisting in her efforts to beat the wheat on the ground, was soaked in sweat, gritting her teeth to endure. Such exertion was a stark contrast to her usual dignified demeanor. Wei Rinshi shook his head and turned to seek out Zheng Lizheng. "Zheng uncle, where are your companions? Since they have no land here, would it not be prudent for me to hire them to assist in our threshing?" Wei Rinshi inquired. He then abruptly asked, "What is their character like?" Zheng Lizheng, taken aback, responded, "Why do you ask, Wei Langjun? Our family is in need of labor, and they require a means of livelihood," Wei Rinshi explained. Wei Rinshi remarked, "I noticed that the elder Shi is accompanied by a young child who bears a resemblance to him, though the age difference suggests he is likely his grandson. The child is still in his formative years and cannot endure hardship. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement?" Wei Longjun's intention was to. Zheng Lizheng seemed to have surmised Wei Rinshi's plan. Wei Rinshi nodded and stated, "I wish to take them in as tenants. In due course, when I have restored my family's fortunes, they might serve as guardians for my estate." However, He expressed uncertainty regarding their character. Zheng Lijing chuckled, yet subsequently sighed, responding, "They are all individuals of considerable skill. If their character were lacking, they would not have fallen into such straits." "Excellent. I place my trust in you, Uncle Zheng." Wei Rinshi affirmed with a nod. "I would appreciate your assistance in persuading them. Although my family's land is currently limited and cannot sustain their farming. Once I acquire and improve the barren fields, I will allocate them plots to cultivate. Until then, they may assist my household in labor, for which I will compensate them. When I do allocate land, I shall only require a modest 20% of the harvest, and should they be called upon for work, I will also pay them separately. You are well aware of my commitment to fair compensation, Uncle Zheng. I would never shortchange them." "Thank you, Wei Langjun," Zheng Lijing sighed. "Allow me to assure you that these individuals are absolutely dependable. As long as you treat them well, they will dedicate their lives to you. Then I kindly ask you to facilitate this arrangement for me," Wei Rinshi concluded. Wei Rinshi gravely addressed Zheng Lijing, stating that they were compelled to seek him out due to their dire circumstances. Zheng Lijing shook his head and replied, "They will agree." In Chapter 78, coal. Regardless of the situation, Wei Rinshi's household had acquired 4 additional peasant families. Although there were currently no fields available for them to cultivate, they remained at Wei Rinshi's home, akin to hired laborers. Nevertheless, Wei Rinshi remained optimistic about the future. Land would undoubtedly become available, and the uncultivated plots that no one desired could be procured with minimal effort. In due time, whether for agriculture or livestock raising, these lands would prove invaluable. Even if not utilized for farming, they would still serve a purpose. Lu Shirtu respectfully informed Wei Rinshi, "To inform you, esteemed Wei, this is coal gathered from the outskirts of Bingshan. Although it is challenging to ignite, once it is ablaze, it possesses remarkable endurance, capable of burning throughout the night without extinguishing. Are there many such coal deposits?" Wei Rinshi inquired, leaning closer to examine the coal, noting its commendable quality. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another question, "Is there a market for this?" Lu Shirtu shook his head and replied, "I have not encountered any such trade. However, some larger blacksmith shops may occasionally purchase a small quantity, though it is not a frequent occurrence." "Very well, Shirtu, you may leave." Wei Rinshi nodded, bidding farewell to Lu Shirtu. He continued walking towards Fuchang County, his mind racing, already envisioning the coal-rich Bingshan that Lu Shirtu had mentioned. The utility of coal was vast. In this era, while many had begun to utilize coal for heating, the methods employed were rather rudimentary. Moreover, the corresponding technologies remain underdeveloped. Even with coal, there is no suitable application. It is merely confined to the act of burning. However, even this burning is executed in an exceedingly crude manner. Furthermore, summer swiftly gives way to autumn and winter. In later generations, Wei Rinshi dreaded the arrival of winter the most. Once winter set in, he wished fervently to embrace a small sun for 24 hours. Rural schools lacked air conditioning and, more importantly, heating. He had to personally fund the purchase of a small sun for his school. In the current era, such luxuries are inconceivable. Additionally, the use of a charcoal stove is perilous, posing risks of poisoning and even death. To endure the winter more comfortably, coal must be procured. Speaking of coal stoves, one could indeed burn coal blocks directly. Yet, in terms of combustion efficiency, they are certainly inferior to honeycomb coal. The resurgence of coal block stoves in later generations is attributed to the high cost of honeycomb coal. Previously, the heat required for boiling water and cooking had been supplanted by gas and electricity, leaving coal stoves with the sole purpose of heating. Thus, stoves that burn a mixture of firewood and coal blocks have regained popularity. They do not need to serve the function of a cooking stove, so the demands for coal combustion and temperature are not as stringent. To achieve this, coal stoves, ventilation pipes, indoor burners, coal mining, and manual coal-making tools are necessary. Wei Rinshi contemplated what items he would require to endure the impending winter with less suffering. It occurred to him that the young companions from his time in later generations likely had never seen a manual coal-making tool. He thought to himself that the device, being quite simple in structure, should not pose a challenge for a blacksmith to fabricate. Below is a mold for honeycomb coal, with an upper section connected to a hollow rod shaped like a cross. The horizontal bar serves as a handle, while the vertical rod contains a pusher. Beneath the pusher lies a circular plane that connects to the top of the mold. Once the coal mixture is prepared, a coal hammer is used to press down forcefully on the mixture, filling the mold completely. Subsequently, the pusher, elevated by the coal mixture, is pushed down with vigor. causing the honeycomb coal to detach from the mold. Afterward, it is dried, resulting in the finished honeycomb coal. Wei Rinshi grew up at his grandmother's house, where there was a coal yard in the village, and he would often visit with childhood friends to play. The phrase, 1 part coal to 10 parts water to make a paste, 2 shovels of coal paste to 1 shovel of soil, was heard countless times. Moreover, the soil must be finely screened, preferably mud that has been dried. It is said that this mixture yields the best honeycomb coal, which ignites easily, burns fiercely, and remains durable, with the ash not crumbling easily after burning. As the saying goes, regardless, thank you for the experiences. All your experiences will, at some unexpected or specific moment, become your asset, providing you with assistance. Crushing coal and soil is not a daunting task. After all, water mills have existed for ages. Screening is also manageable, as in these times, the cheapest resource is likely human labor. Wei Rinshi contemplated for a long while, and upon raising his head, he realized he had already arrived at his destination. Upon entering the Jiao residence, he encountered Jiao Haiqing and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Jiao, you've lost quite a bit of weight." "Really?" Jiao Haiqing chuckled heartily. Just as he was about to respond, Wei Rinshi inquired again, "Brother Jiao, do you experience foamy urination? And is it excessive?" Jiao Haiqing's previously cheerful and somewhat smug smile abruptly froze on his face, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What? Rinshi, what are you saying?" Seeing Jiao's sudden weight loss, Wei Rinshi expressed concern. "Has your frequency of urination increased lately? No matter how much water you drink, do you still feel parched? And do you often experience fatigue and hunger?" Jiao Haiqing shook his head and replied, "Not at all. In fact, I feel considerably more energetic. I haven't felt particularly thirsty, and I've hardly had any appetite throughout the day." "Well, there hasn't been much else either." "That is good to hear." Wei Rinshi nodded. "It seems the effects of the Jiao Gulan and Luo Biu Ma you've been drinking, combined with your commitment to physical activity, are beneficial. If you had been experiencing the symptoms I mentioned, it would have raised concerns of diabetes, and you would need to seek medical attention promptly. I'll keep that in mind." Jiao Haiqing acknowledged before asking, "It's almost noon. Why not stay for lunch, Rinshi?" Wei Rinshi nodded in agreement, saying, "Allow me to treat you. Recently, I taught Wang Laohan and his daughter a few recipes, and it would be perfect to sample their cooking at noon. Additionally, I have a new business venture I would like your thoughts on." Jiao Haiqing's eyes lit up with interest, and he exclaimed, "That sounds excellent. Let us go at once." "I wonder what business you are referring to." Chapter 79. Building a house. Wei Rinshi and Jiao Haiqing departed from Jiao's residence, making their way to Wang Laohan's flatbread shop. Old Wang and his daughter have learned several skills from Wei Rinshi, and they mentioned that some of their products are already being sold in their shop, although Wei Rinshi has never visited. From a distance, a bustling crowd can be seen in front of Old Wang's steamed bun shop, with stools and tables set up for patrons. As they approached, it became evident that there were no available seats, and many people stood by, waiting. "When did Old Wang's shop become so popular?" Jiao Haiqing exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Rinshi moved closer to take a look. Old Wang had indeed hung a menu on the wall, as he suggested. It listed the various offerings for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, showcasing quite an array of items. Remarkably, the dishes that Old Wang and Wang Xiaosui had learned from him constituted about 80% of the menu. "Shopkeeper Wang," Wei Rinshi called out. Upon hearing his name, Shopkeeper Wang looked up, his face lighting up with joy. "Wei Langjun has arrived." Wang Xiaosui, hearing her father's call, hurried out and exclaimed, "Master Wei, you're here." Jiao Haiqing looked at Wei Rinshi in surprise, and then broke into a grin. "I mentioned not to call me master." Wei Rinshi scratched his head and said, "Please bring me a bowl of lamb soup noodles. I want that one." Jiao Haiqing pointed to the menu. "The oil-splashed noodles. It sounds delicious. Just give him a bowl of morning porridge and a few leftover water-fried buns," Wei Rinshi suggested. He then turned to Wang Xiaosui. "Please make the water-fried buns vegetarian. Also, let us have a small bowl of mixed noodles." "There is no space outside, Master Wei. Come and sit inside." Wang Xiaosui led Wei Rinshi and Jiao Haiqing to the inner room, a space typically reserved for moments of respite when there were few guests. Once they settled in, Wang Xiaosui excused herself and went out to prepare a meal for them. After her departure, Jiao Haiqing nudged Wei Rinshi with a knowing glance and chuckled. "It seems this young lady harbors a certain affection for you." "Do not speak nonsense," Wei Rinshi replied, shaking his head. "She is merely expressing gratitude for imparting culinary skills to her and her father." "Nonsense? What is this nonsense you speak of?" Jiao Haiqing inquired with curiosity. "Why should we avoid it? Wei Rinshi rolled his eyes and said, "Let us discuss serious matters. I originally intended to ask for your assistance in finding reliable laborers for construction, yet during my travels, I stumbled upon a new business venture." "What kind of business?" Jiao Haichin asked. "Coal," Wei Rinshi replied. "Coal is quite a valuable resource. The many are ignorant of its applications." "Coal?" Jiao Haichin remarked. "That substance is dirty and heavy, and it burns slowly. What profitable business could possibly arise from it?" "Ah, therein lies the opportunity. People, much like yourself, perceive coal as filthy and cumbersome. Yet I understand that with proper processing and the right tools, it can transform into something remarkably valuable. Tell me, during the winter months when your home grows cold, how do you keep warm?" "Well, there is no other way but to use a coal brazier," Jiao Haichin answered. "Isn't that the norm? Would you truly resort to burning coal? That would only produce more smoke. I have already stated, it requires proper processing and suitable implements." Wei Rinshi stated, "I have crafted a coal stove that not only warms the room but also serves the dual purpose of a cooking stove or table, all while preventing carbon monoxide poisoning. This coal stove utilizes honeycomb coal made from mined anthracite. My business entails extracting coal to produce honeycomb coal, selling both the coal and the stove." Jiao Haichin responded, "I already have a stove with a cooking surface, and my charcoal basin is functioning perfectly well. Why would I switch to this honeycomb coal and stove? In a room heated by your stove, as long as the honeycomb coal is replenished diligently, even in the depths of winter, one can feel the warmth of spring. How many charcoal basins would it take to achieve that?" Wei Rinshi countered, "With my coal stove, there are no unpleasant odors, nor the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Establishments using my stove find that honeycomb coal burns efficiently. A mere 10 pieces are sufficient for a meal, and at most, one would need a few dozen pieces in a day. How much would one require? For an ordinary household utilizing honeycomb coal, 7 or 8 pieces can sustain a fire for an entire day. There is always fire ready for use. And one can keep a kettle on the stove for hot water at any time, morning or evening." Continuing, Wei Rinshi remarked, "What you say is indeed quite intriguing." Jiao Haichin stroked his chin and said, "However, I have yet to see a physical model, so I hesitate to place my bets." Wei Rinshi replied, "I merely wish to inform you in advance. I have not yet had the opportunity to create a prototype. Once I have a physical model, you are welcome to visit my home and experience it for yourself." Jiao Haichin nodded. "That is only natural. By the way, you mentioned you were looking for someone to build a house?" Wei Rinshi remarked, "Indeed, I have taken in a few tenants, yet I lack suitable accommodation for them. Furthermore, my family home is rather antiquated. I am contemplating repairs and renovations now that the weather has cooled." Jiao Haichin expressed surprise. "Is it wise to build houses for these tenants? They are rather exceptional individuals," Wei Rinshi responded. "My intention in accommodating them is to ensure the security of my household." Nodding, Wei Rinshi lowered his voice and inquired, "Brother Jiao, do you have any connections if I wish to purchase a mountain?" Reflecting on Wei Rinshi's previous words, Jiao Haichin asked, "Are you seeking a mountain that yields coal?" "Precisely," Wei Rinshi affirmed. "Could you guide me in this matter?" "Acquiring a whole mountain seems improbable," Jiao Haichin replied. "However, securing a plot of land at the base should not be overly difficult. Moreover, even if you manage to buy the mountain, who would you enlist to extract the coal? I am unfamiliar with the coal mining process, but I assume it is akin to stone mining, which demands a considerable workforce, potentially thousands of laborers. Such numbers are challenging to hire, and the authorities may not permit it. Even if you could muster the manpower, how would you sustain them? Even if my family were to join forces, we could scarcely support that many." "Brother Rinshi," he continued, "I believe that if you truly wish to pursue this venture, it would be prudent to start on a smaller scale. If the endeavor proves as prosperous as you suggest, others will inevitably seek to partner with you or invest greater resources in the future. At that time, sustaining a larger workforce would become more manageable." Upon his reminder, Wei Rinshi was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this issue. "You are quite right. I had not contemplated this matter earlier. Given my current financial resources, it is truly unfeasible to support over 1,000 individuals," he stated. "I shall visit that area and assess the situation. If it proves unmanageable, I will initially produce a smaller batch and attempt to sell it to affluent households this winter to gauge the response." "Very well. Haha. Do not forget to reserve one for me when the time comes, Brother Rinshi." Jiao Haichin chuckled. "Having heard your words, I am quite intrigued. If it can indeed warm a room so that one can wear spring attire in winter, it would be nothing short of a celestial treasure." Chapter 8. The path ahead. Ping Mountain lies to the south of Fuchang. Though referred to as a mountain, It is not particularly tall nor steep. Wei Rinshi, accompanied by Shi Lao and a few others, made their way there and encountered several individuals carrying burdens of coal. Why does that young man need coal? Shi Lao inquired curiously. For heating, Wei Rinshi replied with a smile. Shi Lao opened his mouth, but could not find the words. Wei Rinshi continued with a smile. My method of heating differs from the ordinary. You will understand in due course. The group, unable to comprehend, chose not to probe further and followed Wei Rinshi to the foot of Ping Mountain. From a distance, the mountain loomed dark, resembling a colossal tiger's head resting in that place. The first sight to catch the eye was a temple, surrounded by stone walls adorned with numerous caves, within which lay countless Buddha statues, likely numbering in the thousands. Wei Rinshi had heard of a temple known as the Tiger Head Temple, which has been a site for rock-carving Buddhist statues since the northern Wei Dynasty. It seemed to be the very place. The temple was bustling with devotees offering incense and praying. As Wei Rinshi passed by, he too entered to pay his respects before wandering towards the back. The further he ventured inward, the more pronounced the black traces on the ground became, filling him with quiet delight. This indicated that the coal seams were not too deep and could be mined openly. Following a narrow path, he noticed chunks of coal discarded along the roadside, with some rocks jutting out and visible black coal dust evident near the soil's surface. Sure, gather the others and spread out. Dig in various spots to see how deep we must go to find the coal, Wei Rinshi instructed his companions. They dispersed, while he roamed about the hills. The coal within the hills was plentiful and easily discoverable. Some deposits were even exposed, allowing those collecting coal to gather a substantial amount without the need for excavation, simply picking up what lay in their path while searching for other mountain goods. As Wei Rinshi wandered through the hills, his spirits soared. Given the surrounding conditions, mining the coal here seemed feasible without the need for extensive drilling. However, as Jiao Haiqing had pointed out, with Wei Rinshi's current financial resources, he could scarcely afford to provide for thousands of people as sustenance and shelter. Purchasing the entire mountain outright was out of the question. Thus, he could only acquire a portion of land for extraction, limiting the number of coal furnaces he could establish. Moreover, what one fears most is the prospect of having acquired a piece of land for coal mining, selling a few coal stoves, and once the benefits become apparent, being overshadowed by those with greater financial power, more formidable connections, or even direct intervention from officials who may seize other territories. As for the formulation of honeycomb coal and the production of coal stoves, it is merely a matter of a decree from the authorities. With a single word from the government, or even a slight pressure from individuals of significant standing, one would be compelled to divulge the formulations and methods for making coal stoves. Any attempt to resist would be futile, not only in this current era, but even in the future, if one's connections are not as robust as those of their rivals, and their backing is not as solid. In the end, they would inevitably find themselves woven into the fabric of another's ambitions. Only with sufficient personal strength and influence can one secure protection within society. Wei Rin contemplated this deeply. According to the trajectory of history, Liu Yuxi's tenure as a magistrate in Weinan would be brief, seemingly less than a year, before he was promoted to the position of Inspector General, taking up office at the Inspectorate. There, he would meet Han Yu and other members of the influential Wang and Sima factions. Dynasties fall due to weakness, yet the Han and Tang succumb through strength. The fall is lamentable and burdensome, leaving future generations to reflect with sorrow and countless remembrances. The impact of the Tang Dynasty was profound, its influence enduring even after its demise. By the Song Dynasty, the term Tang had become synonymous with China for numerous nations across Southeast Asia. Throughout the years of Song, Yuan, and Ming, China and all things related to it were consistently referred to as Tang in various parts of the world, particularly in Southeast Asia. Not only is the Tang Dynasty regarded as a designation for the land of China, but its people are also referred to as Tang people, their surnames as Tang surnames, their attire as Tang clothing, and their merchant vessels as Tang ships. Goods transported from these maritime vessels are termed Tang goods. And even the language known today as Chinese was referred to as Tang language by foreign nations during the Song Dynasty. Chinese individuals who reside abroad for over a year are known as living in foreign lands, while foreigners who remain in China for more than a year are called living in Tang. This tradition has carried into modern times, with some overseas Chinese still identifying themselves as Tang people, and the enclaves of Chinese communities in foreign cities being designated as Chinatown. A legacy that has endured through the ages, vibrant and unbroken. Such prosperity is formidable and profound. One wonders if my arrival can exert influence upon this continuum. utilizing the advanced thoughts, ideals, and technologies from the future to salvage the crumbling edifice, to forge anew a lasting Tang, perpetuating this flourishing existence until the day the earth meets its demise, to merely cling to insights and knowledge that are 12 centuries ahead, yet allow the beloved Tang in the hearts of the people to decline and perish along its historical trajectory, thereby permitting the Chinese nation to continue suffering those unchanging tribulations, is ultimately disheartening. Moreover, seeking personal strength and influence does not inherently conflict with the aspiration to uplift the Tang Dynasty. The Two Kings and Eight Sima group represents the optimal entry point for Wei Ren to achieve reform under certain conditions. Primarily, this group endeavors to innovate, aiming to rectify existing shortcomings, which is indeed a commendable starting point. Furthermore, this group is situated in close proximity to the imperial authority, and its key figures enjoy the deep trust of the crown prince. Thirdly, the principal individual within this group is a fool who fails to comprehend the prevailing circumstances, should there arise an opportunity to advise them in the future. Wei Ren believes he would first counsel them to cultivate patience and leverage their current advantages to foster future benefits. They ought not to place their bets solely on the crown prince, but rather, while enjoying his favor, they should diligently cultivate a rapport with the imperial heir. Historically, this group, during the ascension of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, who was incapacitated by a stroke, foolishly attempted to seize control over the court by exploiting the emperor's inability to govern and distrust in them. They sought to implement reforms without establishing a solid relationship with the crown prince Li Chun, thereby overestimating their own abilities in an excessively idealistic manner. Consequently, the vested interests rallied to support Li Chun's ascension, forcing the incapacitated Emperor Xuanzong to abdicate, rendering the Yongzhen reforms a mere farce. However, these matters are for another time. In the future, should an opportunity present itself, Wei Ren will offer them a word of caution. If they heed his advice, there is promise for success. If they disregard it, Wei Ren can still achieve his own objectives. As for the reforms, they can be deliberated upon at a later date. At present, it is crucial to consider that if he could establish contact with the second Wang through Lu Yushi, and subsequently reach the crown prince Li Song, and then, through the crown prince, connect with the imperial heir Li Chun, the future would indeed be full of potential. Li Chun is the individual upon whom he should place his bets. Chapter 81. A stone producing 5 bushels. Wei Ren, with a heart full of contemplation, sought to delineate a path for his future. As he delved deeply into his thoughts, he was suddenly startled by the rustling of leaves around him, followed by the sensation of something descending. Just as he was about to glance around, an object struck him sharply on the head, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Instinctively, he cried out in agony, clutching his head and leaping away. Amidst his retreat, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Newton was struck by an apple, leading to the birth of a new realm in physics. Could it be that this blow would herald the dawn of a new Tang Dynasty for me? Caught in the throes of his reflections, the abruptness of the impact birthed such odd musings. "I beg your pardon. I sincerely apologize," exclaimed a voice from behind the great tree. Wei Ren looked up to see an elderly woman hurrying down a slope. She appeared quite aged, her steps unsteady, and in her hand, she clutched a long bamboo pole, struggling to maintain her balance as she descended, nearly stumbling several times. "Do not panic, good lady. I am unharmed," Wei Ren reassured her as she approached, still profusely apologizing. Observing her frail condition and tattered garments, he discerned her hardships and smiled, saying, "Dear madam, is it not a tad early for acorn gathering? These acorns are not yet ripe. It will be another 2 or 3 months before they are ready. Thank goodness you are well." "I was terrified," the old woman replied, her relief palpable. The elderly woman with yellowed hair let out a sigh of relief, followed by another deep exhale, responding, "I merely knocked a few down to observe the quality of this year's acorns. If they flourish, we may endure the winter. If not, I shall have to sell my eldest daughter." Wei Ren was taken aback, astonished by the horrifying revelation that stemmed from his casual inquiry. "What do acorns have to do with selling a daughter?" he questioned in disbelief. "The tax is due at the end of the month, and the officials will come to collect. This year's harvest has been poor. The rainy weather during the wheat harvest has left us with little to spare after taxes. I fear we may be left with no grain at all," the old woman continued, her eyes glistening with tears. "We will have to borrow grain. And after the autumn sowing, we must pay taxes again. Once those are settled, we will have nothing left for the winter. If the acorns yield well, we might subsist on them. If they do not, my grandson, who is but a month old, will have to face winter, and I will have no choice but to sell my daughter for some food." Wei Ren glanced at the acorns scattered on the ground. Though these nuts are edible and contain starch, Their nutritional value, including fat, protein, and vitamins, is slightly superior to that of grains. However, whether ground into acorn flour or meal, they are notoriously difficult to digest and absorb, rendering their nutritional benefits futile. Moreover, they possess astringent qualities. An excessive consumption can lead to central nervous system toxicity, relying on these for winter sustenance. The old woman bent down to collect the unripe acorns from the ground, offering her apologies to Wei Rinshi before dragging her bamboo pole away. After a brief wait, the elder Shi and several others descended together. Wei Rinshi observed the situation outside and anticipated that the coal seam would not be far from the surface. Yet he was taken aback by how remarkably close it was. He noticed that officials, accompanied by tax collectors from the county, were already in the village gathering grain taxes. The two-tax system had been in effect for many years. Originally based on monetary assessments, the policy had faltered due to the court's demand for funds, resulting in a scarcity of currency. This led to a phenomenon where money was deemed heavy while goods were light, forcing farmers to sell their silk, grain, or other products at a loss in order to meet tax obligations, thus exacerbating their burdens. Consequently, there had been numerous decrees to transition from monetary assessments to the acceptance of physical goods. Moreover, as time progressed, various local officials, in their quest to showcase their achievements and secure promotions, shamelessly devised additional means to extort beyond the fixed quotas of the two-tax system, imposing excessive levies beyond the legitimate taxes. In truth, the two-tax system had effectively ceased to exist. Sir, this truly is one stone, as the old man has claimed. But if it is insufficient, I dare not present it. A cry from an elderly man caught Wei Rinshi's attention, prompting him to look in that direction. Stop your nonsense. It is clearly 5 dough. A tax collector shouted, pointing vehemently at the old man. Can you possibly deceive me? Come and see for yourself. Indeed. The scales revealed 5 dough, leaving the old man in despair, exclaiming, It truly is 1 stone. It truly is 1 stone. The discrepancy is evident. Will you pay or not? Another tax collector cursed while pushing aside the old man. Come now, seize this worthless item. If you do not pay the correct amount, you shall face punishment and be forced into labor. At that moment, a younger man, seemingly unable to tolerate the situation any longer, stepped forward and addressed the officials, saying, Esteemed officers, I can vouch for him. When he left his home, he indeed measured 1 stone, and it was a full load for a cart. If it were merely 5 dough, how could it possibly fill to the brim? Who do you think you are to speak so foolishly? What impoverished wretch are you, that you would have your tax grain weighed? One of the officials cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted. Just then, the warehouse supervisor, who had been silent for quite some time, approached the old man and said, You still owe 5 dough of tax grain. If you cannot produce it, you shall face punishment and labor. However, considering we hail from the same county, I might extend a helping hand. I can lend you 5 dough of grain to settle your tax, allowing you to repay it after the autumn harvest. But you will need to return a bit more by then. What do you say? I am willing to rent, exclaimed the old man, tears of despair rolling down his cheeks, left with no choice but to nod in agreement. Upon seeing the old man acquiesce, the officials released his shackles, and one of them took him aside to record the grain rental. The remaining officials then pointed at the young man who had just spoken, declaring, Next. It is your turn. Bring forth your tax grain for weighing. The young man pushed his wooden cart forward, unloading the grain onto the scales. The nearby official immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed with a scowl, So you dare to underreport your tax grain? Just look at the scales. This is clearly not 1 stone, but merely 5 dough. Wei Rinshi clenched his fists, inhaled deeply a few times, and then relaxed his grip. Suddenly, a disdainful snort echoed from behind him. Upon reflection, Shi Laoda's eyes blazed with fury, fixed intently on the group of constables. Yet, in an instant, his anger dissipated into a sense of resignation and helplessness as he lamented, Such tricks are everywhere. Uncle Shi? Wei Rinshi asked. For every stone of grain, 5 dough are measured. The remaining 5 dough are ruthlessly rented out. My own grain is seized, and I am forced to rent my own provisions. Paying tribute to these merciless enforcers, Shi Laoda declared through clenched teeth. Everywhere? Wei Rinshi inquired once more. Everywhere. Chapter 82. Not enough upon returning home. Wei Rinshi immersed himself in his study. He penned a letter to Liu Yushi, meticulously detailing the methods and effectiveness of the bandits' actions. He elucidated the proportions and techniques for transforming coal into honeycomb briquettes. Additionally, he documented the construction of manual coal-making devices and stoves, complete with illustrations. Furthermore, He shared some insights and judgments regarding the current state of affairs. It was not an act of selfless generosity on Wei Rinche's part. Rather, the events he had encountered had profoundly stirred him, whether it was the fearsome constables or the old hag intent on selling her granddaughter. The most terrifying aspect was his own powerlessness in the face of such injustices. He could scarcely fathom how he would respond if such indignities befell him one day. What would become of someone as wealthy as Shen Wansan? Shi Laoda's assertion that such occurrences are ubiquitous rang true. This was no longer the glorious era of the Tang Dynasty. Whether it be the enlightened governance of the Jingguan era, where the populace lived in peace, or the prosperous reign of the Kaiyuan period. Characterized by abundant resources and a wealthy nation, these splendid times have now become mere echoes of the past. The Tang Dynasty, once a radiant sun, now finds itself descending towards the horizon. The layers of clouds gathering at dusk are poised to obscure the remnants of the setting sun's glow. The grand ode of the Jingguan era is about to fade into silence, while the once thriving Tang has become riddled with wounds. The pall of gloom hanging over the empire grows ever denser. Initially, Wei Rinche believed that accumulating wealth and improving his family's circumstances would enable him to thrive in this era. However, he has now come to a stark realization. It is insufficient. Mere wealth, a favorable family background, and regional affluence are not enough. He must expedite Lu Yushi's promotion to the office of the censor so that he may soon meet Wang Shuwen. This connection would facilitate an introduction to Li Song, which would ultimately lead him to Li Chun. At merely over 20 years of age, Li Chun is in the prime of his youth, filled with passion and open to new ideas. Establishing a rapport with him, earning his trust, and influencing him could, in turn, allow him to influence the Tang Dynasty and provide a means of safeguarding himself. A lengthy and elaborate letter has been composed, awaiting Lu Yushi's departure from Weinan to the office of the censor. Having finished the letter, Wei Rinche set off to visit the home of Zheng Lijing, where he discovered that Shi Laoda and the others currently had no place to stay and were residing at Zheng Lijing's house. Shu. This letter is of utmost importance and is addressed to Lu Yushi, the chief clerk of Weinan County. I cannot trust anyone else to deliver it. Wei Rinche approached Shi Laoda and said, I would like to ask you to select someone to personally deliver it. A man named Dog Air emerged from within, approached with a smile, and bowed, saying, Young master, Old Stone, what do you summon me for? This letter is a personal missive from Young Master, containing confidential matters. You must make a journey to Weinan and personally deliver it to Lu Yushi, the chief clerk of the Weinan County office. Old Stone solemnly instructed as he handed the letter to Dog Air. With a straightened posture, Dog Air nodded and replied, Very well. I shall set off at once. The prospect of riding a horse and avoiding discomfort during the journey filled him with joy, prompting him to express his gratitude. Thank you, young master. Just as these words left his lips, another individual stepped out from the room, approaching Wei Rinche. Young master, Weinan is neither too far nor too close. Given that Dog Air can be rather simple-minded, I am not entirely comfortable with him going alone. May I accompany him? Old Stone glanced at Wei Rinche, who nodded in agreement, saying, That would be even better. The two of you can look out for one another. The man clasped his fists in salute, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young master. I shall go prepare at once. He then took Dog Air aside to make preparations. Old Stone observed their departure and remarked to Wei Rinche, Ma Weilong is the one among us who possesses the most decisiveness in critical situations. We have narrowly escaped danger several times due to his astute advice. He is truly capable and skilled in combat. Had it not been for the times when the official claimed credit for his achievements, he would have undoubtedly attained the rank of a captain by now. The three uninjured individuals were Old Stone, Dog Air, and Ma Weilong, alongside another named Zhang Chonggui, who was missing a foot. The small child, just 8 years old, was Old Stone's grandson, named Shi Qingya. They first needed to travel to Luoyang, purchase horses, harness a carriage, and then proceed to Weinan. This round trip would require at least half a month's time, which would be just sufficient for the blacksmith to produce a physical model of the coal stove. As they were preparing to redraw the design of the coal stove, a knock at the door interrupted them. Shi went to open it, revealing the arrival of Old Wang and his daughter, along with Li He. Please, go ahead, Li said as everyone settled in the courtyard. He glanced at Old Wang and remarked, I have but a single word regarding my matters. Thank you, kind sir. Old Wang expressed his gratitude and turned to Wei Rinche, saying, Thanks to your support. My shop's earnings over the past 2 months have nearly equaled the revenue of the previous year. Here are the accounts for the past 3 months for your review. I have also brought your share. There's no need to review it. Just set it aside, Wei Rinshi replied, waving his hand. At present, I believe you have learned quite enough. If you pursue further knowledge, it may become overwhelming. It would be wiser to consolidate what you have learned before introducing new concepts, ensuring the longevity of your shop. However, it is entirely up to you. Should you wish to continue learning, you are welcome to come as usual. Old Wang replied. To speak candidly, our visit today is to seek assistance from you, Wei Rinshi. Wei Rinshi nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Old Wang to continue. At my age, I can see the end approaching. This flatbread shop has been my lifelong endeavor, and I intend to uphold it until the very end. Old Wang said to Wei Rinshi. However, Xiaosui is different. She is still young, only 16. I have heard that Mr. Wei has opened a restaurant in Luoyang, and there must be a master chef there. I privately thought, if Mr. Wei could lend a hand, perhaps Xiaosui could learn a thing or two from the master. Wei Rinshi was taken aback and asked, You want Xiaosui to learn cooking? Old Wang nodded and replied, In my lifetime, I have wandered through life and come to understand one principle. Nothing is better than relying on oneself. My Xiaosui, I say this without shame, is truly remarkable in appearance. Finding a good family for her should not be difficult. However, I, Wang Old Man, firmly believe that relying on anything is inferior to relying on oneself. If Xiaosui can master culinary skills, she will not only inherit my business, but may also expand it, gaining confidence when choosing a husband in the future. Good insight, Wei Rinshi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and smiling. Based on your perspective, I will certainly assist you with this. Chapter 83. Scholar or local tribute. Upon receiving Wei Rinshi's affirmation, Old Wang was naturally overjoyed. However, Wei Rinshi then turned to Wang Xiaosui and asked, Miss Xiaosui, what about you? Do you enjoy cooking? Wang Xiaosui nodded and replied, I have no other skills. I have been helping my father with cooking since I was little. Later, I learned many culinary techniques from young master, and I am even more delighted. If I could learn even more, that would be wonderful. When preparing food, joy fills the heart. Witnessing others relish delicious dishes brings an even greater delight. That is all that needs to be said, remarked Wei Rinshi with a smile. The master chef at Yiming Tower is quite adept at his craft. I shall speak to him on your behalf, and should he consent, you may apprentice under him. I also possess a wealth of recipes suited for grand dining establishments to impart to you. I refrained from mentioning this earlier due to the limited nature of the small bakery, which could not accommodate such fare. Now that you wish to learn the culinary arts, I can readily share these recipes with you. Is there more? Exclaimed Wang Xiaosui in astonishment, her countenance glowing with excitement. Her cheeks flushed like the resplendent clouds at dusk, a sight to behold. However, there are 2 points I must address first, Wei Rinshi stated, turning to Wang Laohan and his daughter. Once you embark on this culinary journey, your aspirations will lead you to the grand dining halls. Working in such esteemed establishments means you shall inevitably be in the spotlight. This is the first point. Secondly, should you, Miss Xiaosui, master the culinary arts, I expect you to initially utilize your skills at my restaurant, though rest assured, I shall not be remiss in rewarding you. The privileges afforded to a master chef in the kitchen shall remain yours, should you attain that status. Only then would I be inclined to teach you personally. Otherwise, I would merely recommend you to the current head chef at Yiming Tower. Having already received so much knowledge from Wei Rinshi, the father and daughter duo were utterly in awe of him. Upon hearing that he could impart culinary skills applicable in prestigious dining establishments, any lingering doubts vanished. Thus, they promptly rose to express their gratitude and eagerly accepted Wei Rinshi's terms. Wang Laohan and Wang Xiaosui exchanged numerous expressions of gratitude before taking their leave. Once they departed, Wei Rinshi let out a sigh of relief and remarked, Changji, I have neglected you. No matter, replied Li He, I have no pressing matters at hand. With a smile, Li He continued, Today, my second uncle sent a message through an envoy, stating that there will be a poetry gathering in the garden behind Lianchang Palace the day after tomorrow, attended by the teachers and students of the county academy, as well as other interested individuals. My second uncle mentioned that we could make an appearance at this poetry event. If one of the academy's esteemed teachers takes notice of us, we might gain direct admission to the county academy next year. Even if we do not enroll in the academy, it could facilitate our participation in the county examinations. I have come to inform you to prepare for tomorrow, as we shall attend together the day after tomorrow. During the Tang Dynasty, candidates for the imperial examination could emerge through 2 distinct pathways. One route involved students from various educational institutions, selected through prescribed academic examinations and sent to the Ministry of Personnel. Such students were referred to as Xingtu. The other path, known as Xianggong, did not rely on educational institutions. Scholars would submit their names to local prefectures and counties. To become a Xianggong, one needed to register at the county level, undergo an examination, and be selected among a limited number to advance to the state level. The state would then conduct its own examination and select candidates to be sent to the central government, thus attaining the status of Gongsheng. In essence, Shinto students embarked on their educational journey within official academies from the outset, progressing systematically through their studies, ultimately gaining qualification for the imperial examination at the Guozijian. This entire process adhered strictly to the protocols established by the imperial court. The local candidates are those who have pursued self-study or have furthered their education in private academies. When the time for assessments arrives, they must register independently and undergo a series of selections at the county and state levels, while also seeking recommendations from others in order to ultimately qualify for the prestigious Jinshi degree. In the early Tang Dynasty, there were many students. But during the mid to late Tang period, local candidates became more prevalent. Regardless of whether one followed the path of a student or that of a local candidate, it was essential to pass the examinations held by the county and state in order to be promoted and ultimately obtain the Jinshi qualification. Hence, regardless of entry into the official educational institutions, gaining favor in front of the county's scholars was imperative. Even if Li He had already garnered the attention of scholar Zhang and received affirmation from Lu Yuxi and Meng Jiao, it was only after he had passed the county and state assessments and attained the status of a local candidate that these accolades would hold significance. Changji, with your talent, the poetry gathering tomorrow is surely within your grasp, Wei Ming remarked with a smile. Li He shook his head, saying, the poetry gathering tomorrow will be filled with the esteemed talents of the Fuchang literati, as well as those who have already progressed within the county academy. How could I dare to be presumptuous? Do not be overly modest, Wei Ming replied with a grin. If the county academy calls your name tomorrow, how would you respond? After a moment of contemplation, Li He answered, that would indeed be a dilemma. Wei Ming laughed, saying, then why not allow me to assist you? Very well. Li He straightened his posture and turned to Wei Ming. Wei Ming continued, in the county academy, one must follow the prescribed order of study. Even if you are exceptionally gifted, you must adhere to the official curriculum from the beginning. You are already well versed in these matters, so why waste time? As you embark on your studies, you find yourself grasping new concepts with remarkable speed, far surpassing the average learner. However, the academy will not provide you with individualized instruction beyond the standard curriculum. You are not oblivious to the prevailing attitudes among your peers, particularly those older students at the academy, and it is inevitable that you may encounter bullying or harassment. Thus, I propose that pursuing the path of local tribute might be more advantageous. In your leisure time, you could engage in self-study or seek out esteemed mentors, only to present yourself for examination when the time comes. Li He contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, Rin has a point. If I were to enter the county school, I would likely squander several years. And what about you, Rin? It seems you too are inclined towards the path of local tribute. For the time being, let us consider it thus, replied Wei Rin. However, I intend to take it one step at a time. Whether or not I succeed in the imperial examinations is of little consequence to me. Even if one were to pass the imperial examinations, there remains the scrutiny of the Ministry of Personnel. Upon passing that, one would merely be assigned to a county as a clerk. The ascent thereafter is arduous and fraught with limitations, requiring one to navigate a rigid system regardless of any connections one may possess. The only variance lies in the duration of one's stay in the localities and the pace of one's advancement. What Wei Rin seeks is nobility, ideally attained through merit, thereby acquiring a distinguished status without the burden of specific duties. Such a noble status would afford him protection, safeguarding his hard-earned wealth. Without the constraints of particular responsibilities, he could evade numerous obligations in the ensuing complications. Chapter 84. The Poetry Gathering at the County Academy. Lianchang Palace, originally a royal retreat, is also known as Lanchang Palace or Yuyang Palace, and was one of the grandest imperial residences during the Tang Dynasty. In its heyday, it welcomed illustrious figures such as Emperor Gaozong Liji, Empress Wu Zetian, and Emperor Xuanzong Lilongji. Although it has fallen into disrepair over the years, the remnants of its pavilions and towers now evoke a profound sense of historical grandeur. The meticulous design of the royal gardens, combined with the exquisite surrounding scenery, enhances its allure. With the palace no longer under strict imperial restrictions, it has transformed into a favored destination for literary scholars and poets alike. Nestled at the confluence of the Luo and Chang rivers, Lianchang Palace stands on a flat and expansive delta, adorned with the beauty of mulberry and bamboo. To the north rise Han Mountain and Fengyi Mountain, crowned with ancient cypress trees. To the south lies the majestic Ng Mountain, its towering presence inspiring awe. Wei Ming and Li He set out early for Lianchang Palace, only to be astonished by the throngs of people that had already gathered. Nearly 100 souls congregated in this place. Is it truly possible for a poetry gathering at the County Academy to attract such a multitude? Wei Ming exclaimed in surprise. Li He, equally bewildered, shook his head and replied, I am at a loss as well. This is my first time attending. Casting his gaze around, Wei Ming approached a scholar, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, and politely inquired, Pray tell, esteemed sir, what accounts for the large turnout today? Is this not an event organized by the Fuchang County Academy? The man glanced down thoughtfully and responded, It seems you are unaware. While this poetry gathering is indeed hosted by the Fuchang County Academy, it has attracted the presence of the esteemed Jinshi Zhang Jiwenchang. This individual not only achieved the status of a successful candidate in the imperial examination of the 15th year of the Zhenyuan era, but he is also the esteemed disciple of Han Tue, the distinguished doctor of the National University. Should he gain the favor of this esteemed scholar, he may well find himself under Han's tutelage, potentially securing a position within the National University itself. I understand now. I am grateful for your guidance, elder brother. Wei Ming bowed once more. Before long, several horse-drawn carriages approached, weaving through the crowd to reach the rear. Subsequently, the throng surged inward, collectively heading towards the rear of Lianchang Palace. Nearly 100 individuals hastened into the garden behind the palace, where they beheld a few individuals already seated within a pavilion. As the influx of attendees dwindled, one person rose from within the pavilion and proclaimed in a loud voice, Today's gathering is the county school poetry meeting, designed for the students of the county school and other scholars yet to be admitted, allowing for an exchange to identify one's own shortcomings and to draw from the strengths of others. However, today you are particularly fortunate, for the esteemed Jinshi Zhang Wenchang has graced us with his presence, ready to offer his insights. Wenchang is renowned for his literary talent and is highly regarded by the 4 doctors of the National University. You must cherish this opportunity. Oh no, not at all. A middle-aged man clad in a green robe stood, bowing to those around him, and remarked, I possess no talent, and I do not deserve such praise from the esteemed scholar. All of you are individuals of great ability. Let us engage in exchange and mutual advancement. Seizing the moment, Wei Ming, taking advantage of his smaller stature, maneuvered through the crowd and found himself at the forefront. At that moment, he could not suppress a mischievous smile, secretly marveling at the renowned poet Zhang Ji's squinting eyes, which lent him an extraordinary charm. Haha. After a few more words of instruction from the others, the poetry meeting was declared open, and everyone took their seats. Not everyone possesses a seat. Only the scholars of the county school are granted this privilege. There are additional vacant seats, yet their purpose remains elusive. However, it soon became apparent to Wei Ming as an individual emerged from the pavilion, proclaiming that the students of the county school had taken their places and the remaining seats were reserved for other scholars. Yet, due to the overwhelming number of attendees today, not everyone could occupy a seat. To gain entry, one must first compose a poem. Naturally, the seats are limited, and the most accomplished are given precedence. Wei Ming discerned the intentions of the county school. After all, the professors were well aware of the capabilities of their own students. Conversely, those scholars from outside the county school were oblivious to this reality. These vacant seats represented the first hurdle and served as the initial assessment and filtering mechanism for the scholars beyond the county school. For them, this was a prime opportunity to make their mark, a chance to impress the professors and the head of the school directly. Demonstrating quick wit and skill in front of a gathering of fellow scholars and literati by crafting a poem could earn them applause and favor, thereby elevating their reputation within the scholarly community. Furthermore, it presented an opportunity to forge connections with promising literati, establishing a network that could prove invaluable. Should fortune smile upon them, and they gained the approbation of the head of the school and the esteemed guests, they would have secured a pathway for future recommendations. This was indeed a splendid opportunity, which is why the scholars and literati esteemed such a poetic gathering. Thus, upon hearing that Zhang Ji, closely associated with the doctor of the National Academy, would attend, a multitude congregated. Wei Ming is quite different. He possesses no interest in such matters, and merely seeks to appreciate the literary gathering he has long yearned to witness in posterity. To observe the elegant scene of flowing wine and poetic recitation. However, it seems the scholars are overly driven by utilitarian motives. This diminishes the ethereal and carefree spirit that one might expect. It is not surprising, given that who wouldn't desire a promising future? Within a universal value framework, they find themselves compelled to act thus. It is not necessarily that they relish the prospect of showcasing themselves before so many, seeking the favor of others. Rather, they are reluctantly conscripted into this performance. Similarly, Wei Ming himself is not inclined to deliberately cultivate connections with the powerful. Yet in order to survive with dignity in this era, he feels compelled to attempt to forge ties with the authorities through Lu Yuxi, setting aside any prejudice. When focusing solely on the poetic works of these scholars, Wei Ming genuinely believes that no individual should be underestimated. The verses recited aloud by the poets resonate well in Wei Ming's ears, and indeed, a few pieces leave him utterly astonished. Naturally, he is granted a place among the professors of the county academy. Changji, why haven't you submitted your work? Wei Ming inquired as he noticed Li He still clutching an unwritten sheet of paper. Waiting for you, Li He replied, glancing at the blank page in Wei Ming's hand. Ah, this is simply true love, is it not? Wei Ming shook his head with a wry smile, took the pen from Li He's hand, contemplated for a moment, and then inscribed, 1 goes 2 or 3 miles, smoke-hazed villages 4 or 5 homes, pavilions 6 or 7 abodes, 8, 9, 10 blooms. Feeling a sense of shame, he inscribed his name and handed the paper to Li He. Upon glancing at it, Li He's face brightened with joy. He pushed through the crowd and rushed forward to submit it. Chapter 85, The Poem of Lianchang. Gradually, others began to present their works, and the esteemed scholars within the county school examined each submission in turn. The students below awaited the results with bated breath, daring not to disturb the venerable judges as they deliberated over the poetic compositions. Even the insects and birds nearby seemed to be affected by the palpable tension, falling silent, rendering the entire courtyard so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Among the students, some gazed intently at the scholars, while others stood stoically, each exhibiting a different demeanor. Once the scholars concluded their readings, a look of joy suddenly illuminated the face of one student below. Undoubtedly, his poem had been recognized. Indeed, the elderly scholar had discerned a gem among the submissions. Listen closely, he proclaimed, to these lines. A gust of frost-laden wind besieges the frail pen. A few lines of heartfelt words ensnare the precarious tower. Unheeded, the departing wild geese pursue the distant clouds, only lamenting the cicadas enduring the bitter autumn. Indeed, it surpasses the preceding poem, remarked the foremost elder with a nod. The professors from the county school each selected what they deemed the finest poems, reading them aloud one by one. Those whose works were recited were invited to take their seats among the vacant chairs. The canal water blooms red, embracing the royal wall. The gentle breeze adorns the delicate leaves like a beauty's makeup. Draped curtains bear witness to the passage of youth, capable of locking away the sun for 1,000 years. Ah, whose work is this? Exclaimed the middle-aged poet with squinting eyes, suddenly lifting his gaze from a pile of papers. This poem draws inspiration from the spring scenery of the imperial canal, yet evokes the visage of palace maidens, reflecting on their fateful existence within the depths of the royal court. From the tangible to the ethereal, perceiving the grand through the minuscule, shedding the mundane, and diverging from the contemporary laments of the court, the poem shines with vibrant hues and exquisite diction. Its techniques and intentions elevate it significantly above other poetic works, rendering it a true masterpiece. Zhang Ji rose, pressing the paper tightly against his face, nearly adhering it completely, when suddenly he widened his eyes and exclaimed, Li He? Which among you is Li He? I implore you to step forward. Wei Ming chuckled, giving Li He a gentle push, urging him forth. Li He straightened his attire, advanced, bowed, and declared, I am Li He, here to pay my respects to Master Fong and all esteemed gentlemen. A chorus of astonished voices erupted around them, bewildered that such a poem could be penned by a mere youth. Zhang Ji, equally astonished, leaned closer, straining his eyes wide open and squinting, scrutinizing him closely, and uttered, You. Could it be that this poem is indeed your own creation? Master Fong furrowed his brow, interjecting, If it were composed by another and merely presented to you, that would not suffice. Li He shook his head, affirming, Indeed, it is the work of myself. Composed not today, but several months ago in the city of Luoyang. Wait, you are named Li He. Could it be that your courtesy name is Changji? Another professor suddenly rose, inquiring. Precisely, Li He nodded. My father passed away early. Thus he bestowed my courtesy name before his demise. So it is you. The professor remarked with a smile. I have long heard of the prodigious talent from Changgu, surnamed Li, courtesy named Changji. It seems the rumors hold true. I am unworthy of such praise, Li He replied, bowing once more. Fang Shuezhen glanced at the professor and then addressed Li He, saying, in that case, let us take our seats. The truth shall reveal itself in due course. As soon as he settled down, Zhang Ji abruptly sprang to his feet, holding another piece of paper, and called out, Who among you is Wei Wrench? I implore you to step forward. Wei Wrench emerged, raised his hand in a gesture of respect, and said, I am Wei Wrench, paying my respects to all esteemed gentlemen. A wave of astonishment swept through the pavilion, leaving several individuals momentarily dumbfounded. They silently pondered, why is everyone so youthful? Zhang Ji looked at Wei Wrench, then at the paper in his hand, and with a bewildered expression remarked, why is he yet another young lad? Fang Shuezhen stood up, took the paper from Zhang Ji, and read aloud. A journey of 2 or 3 miles, with smoke rising from 4 or 5 cottages. 6 or 7 pavilions, adorned with 8, 9, or 10 blossoms. Is this truly your own creation? He inquired. Indeed, it is my own hand that penned it, Wei Wrench replied. Taken aback, Wei Wrench gestured towards Li He, exclaiming, Why do you not question him? According to Mr. Dong, he is renowned as a prodigy. It is hardly surprising that he has composed such poetry. However, Zhang Ji pointed at Wei Wrench and stated, This poem possesses a profound simplicity that is hardly characteristic of a youth. If it can be verified that you are indeed the author, I shall gladly offer my apologies. Mr. Zhang, you may be unaware that Brother Wrench possesses extraordinary talent, surpassing that of his peers. Yet, he has always been modest, indifferent to fleeting fame, and thus remains unassuming. This poem is unquestionably his own creation, and I assure you of its authenticity. Li He promptly stood and declared to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji, upon hearing Li He's words, lowered his head in contemplation and remarked, The essence of this poem embodies a sense of returning to simplicity, akin to that of a person who has traversed the vicissitudes of life. It truly does not resemble the work of a mere youth. I must test your abilities further. If you can compose another poem on the spot using these numbers, I shall believe it is indeed your creation and offer my apologies. At that moment, laughter echoed around them, as if they were witnessing a farce involving Wei Wrench. With no choice but to respond and not wishing to become the subject of ridicule, Wei Wrench pondered for a moment and began, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces. The laughter subsided as the crowd leaned in, listening intently. 5 pieces, 6 pieces, 7 or 8 pieces, he continued. At this point, a few began to snicker. Unfazed, Wei Wrench proceeded. 1,000 pieces, 10,000 pieces. Countless pieces, is this truly poetry? Someone from the crowd interjected, prompting a chorus of agreement. Yet, Wei Wrench remained undeterred, declaring, Flying into the plum blossoms, yet never seen. The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a collective intake of breath, and the crowd gazed at Wei Wrench as if he were a spectral apparition. After reciting those 4 lines, he surveyed the surroundings and suddenly extended his arm, gesturing towards the nearby bamboo grove, exclaiming, This does not suit the occasion. Let us try again. 1, 2, 3 bamboo stalks, 4, 5, 6 bamboo leaves. Naturally sparse and delicate, why must they be piled upon one another? Having spoken, Wei Wrench raised his hand towards the pavilion and declared, The student takes his leave. With that, he turned and departed. Wrench, upon witnessing Wei Wrench's abrupt departure, Li He, disregarding all else, hastily rose and bowed respectfully to the gentleman in the pavilion, exclaiming, Forgive me, esteemed sirs. With that, he swiftly grasped the old brocade pouch and hurriedly pursued him. The chill of winter enveloped the scene, as countless snowflakes cascaded down, vanishing amidst the plum blossoms. Indeed, it was as such. 1 flake, 2 flakes, 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8. Thousands, even millions of them, fell into the plum blossoms, yet remained unseen. How vivid! How apt! Zhang Ji stood dazed within the pavilion, murmuring to himself, Naturally sparse and subtle, why must it be heavy and convoluted? Naturally sparse and subtle, why must it be heavy and convoluted? After a moment, He suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly, "Alas! I have led others astray.